We will start in a few minutes. Comsec, can we ask all the invited resource persons to take the seat or the seats on the right side of the hall?
Those invited from the PNP, please take your seats. And all others, invitees. Pages, please.
Senator.
Okay, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Welcome to the 9th joint public hearing of the Quad Committee. On behalf of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, the meeting is now called to order.
On behalf of the Committee of Public Order and Safety, this Quadcom hearing is now called to order.
For the Committee on Human Rights, this Quad meeting is now called to order.
For the Committee on Public Accounts, this hearing is now called to order.
Okay, Comsec, can you please lead the prayer for today's committee hearing?
We would like to request everyone to please stand for our prayer. And let us place ourselves in the presence of God. O divine Creator, gracious and merciful Lord, we humbly thank you for your constant presence as we gather in your name, seeking your wisdom and blessings in our quest for truth and justice. We sincerely ask for your forgiveness and pray that you cleanse our hearts and minds so that we may be worthy of your divine guidance. With your almighty hands, let us lead us gently towards the right path and help us achieve our aspirations as a nation under God. Hear the cries of those who have been oppressed and victimized by violence, and use these proceedings as a means for them to find the justice they deserve. Help us find peace in your hearts, in our hearts, and clarity with our minds. Feel clouded so that we may not condemn in haste. Finally, dear Lord, grant us the strength to face our unseen struggles within and the courage to navigate the storms that weigh heavy on our spirits so that we may emerge stronger and wiser through the trials we face. We humbly ask this in your mighty name. Amen. And please remain standing for our national anthem to be led by Kimo Gumatay, the Grand Champion, Idol Philippines Season 2.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, halab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan, pag may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng luwal, hatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. That's Mr. Kimo Gumatay, the Grand Champion of Idol Philippines Season 2.
Pwede ba ako kumanta dyan sa susunod?
Thank you, Mr. Gumatay. Now we proceed with the next part of our agenda for today is the roll call of members and acknowledgement of resource persons. Any motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop,
may respectfully move that we dispense with the calling of the rolls. So move, Mr. Chair.
there is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. The next part of the agenda for today's committee hearing is the approval of the minutes of the meeting held last October 11, 2024. Any motion? Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair, may we respectfully move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing. So
There-
move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing held October 11, 2024. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried. So we will now proceed with the next part of the agenda, and please allow the chair for his opening remarks. Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales, Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, Co-Chairman and Vice Chair of the Quadcom, our former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 9th meeting of this joint committee. Today, we shall continue this hearing on the extrajudicial killings that took place on a massive and wide scale during the war on drugs of the last administration. In the last hearing, we listened to the testimonies of some of the victims' families, the testimonies of Kerwin Espinosa, whose father was killed inside the provincial detention facility in Baybay, Leyte, during the serving of a search warrant, and the testimonies of those police officers who served the warrant. Today, we shall hear the testimonies of the jail guards who were on duty at that time. We hope to find out the circumstances from their perspective, given the conflicting versions of the resource persons who testified previously. We also heard the testimony of former PNP Colonel Royina Garma. In her affidavit and testimony, she admitted that the extrajudicial killings were conceptualized based on the Davao model or template, a system that has been in operation in Davao City the whole time that former President Rodrigo Duterte served as the mayor. In the alleged template, for every drug personality killed, a monetary reward is given to the killer. Colonel Garma pointed to former Davao City Police Chief, now Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, as the implementer of the Davao City war on drugs when Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte became president. She then revealed that former colleague Colonel Edilberto Leonardo was the one chosen by the former president to head the nationwide implementation of the war on drugs, together with then PNP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa and then Special Assistant to the President Christopher Bongo, who allegedly handled the reward system of the implementation. We have seen the facts and the figures of the bloody war on drugs. By official police records, thousands upon thousands lost their lives due to the wrong manner and excessive use of force and the abuses committed by those who implemented Oplan Tokhang and Oplan Double Barrel. The reward is simply too tempting to let pass, resulting to the gruesome and systematic massacre of people whose names were included in the so-called narco list, either before they were killed or added later on to justify their killings. From the testimonies of both sides of the killing fields, we established that indeed extrajudicial killings was an indispensable part of the war on drugs, encouraged as it was by the leadership that emboldened the perpetrators to carry out with the promise of great reward, which was indeed and in fact delivered. Hindi po gawa-gawa ng Quadcom ang mga nasabing bagay na ito. Ito po ay napatunayang totoong nangyari noong mga panahong yon. Marami pa po ang mga dumarating at nagsasalaysay ng kanilang mga malagim na karanasan. Sina Colonel Garma, Colonel Mendoza, Colonel Padilla ay kusang loob na nagsalaysay ng kanilang nalalaman ukol sa mga karahasang ito na hindi naman sana kailangan gawin kung may paggalang lamang tayo sa buhay ng tao, sa mga karapatang pantao at may takot sa Diyos. Ang akala natin noon ay ilan lamang ang mga biktima at lahat sila ay nanlaban kung kaya't sinapit ang kanilang katapusan sa kamay ng batas. Ngayon lamang po natin nalaman na hindi pala ganoon ang totoong pangyayari. Sa pamamagitan ng mga pamilya ng mga biktima at sa pag-amin na din ng mga dating inatasan na magpatupad nito, ating naliwanagan ang katotohanan. Sa ganitong kadahilanan, tungkulin ng Kongresong ito, ng buong gobyerno, ng lahat ng ahensya at nating lahat na magtulungan upang siguruhin na mabigyan ng tamang hustisya ang bayan at ang biktima at magbalangkas ng mga hakbang upang tiyakin na hindi na mangyayari pang muli ang mga ito sa ating kasaysayan. Titiyakin natin na sa ating poder dito sa Kongreso ay may mga isusulong tayong panukala upang mabantayan palalo ang ating mga karapatan. Sa tiwala ninyong lahat sa Quadcom, kami ay nagpapasalamat at nangangakong hindi dito magtatapos ang lahat. Umpisa pa lamang po ito ng pagkamit ng hustisya para sa bayan. Magandang umaga at maraming salamat po. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, sa atin pong Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales, sa ating Deputy Speaker, J.J. Suarez. Gayun din, kinikilala ko ang former Pangulo ng Pilipinas, GMA. Gayun din ay sa aking mga tireless na mga co-chairs, distinguished colleagues na kasama po natin dito. At gayon din po, gusto ko rin kilalanin ang dating Senador Lima at ang ating mga resource persons. Mga kababayan, magandang umaga po sa inyo. As we open this 9th hearing of the Quad Committee, let me begin by saying that this representation is heartened by the progress we have made. The journey has not been easy. It has been long and tedious and tiring. But though our work is far from over, we have already begun to see action as a result of the information and evidence we have gathered. Ito po ay binanggit na sa atin ng pinaka-chair po ng Quadcom na ito, si Congressman Ace Barbers. For example, together with my fellow chairs, we have filed a bill, House Bill number 10986, that seeks to classify extrajudicial killings as heinous crimes, crimes that, if proven, will be punishable by life imprisonment or 20 to 40 years in prison. Ito po ay significant step towards ensuring that those who commit such grave acts will face the full force of the law, whoever they might be. Ito po ay hakbang para di na maulit ang karumal-dumal na patayan na naganap sa war on drugs, a war that unfairly and tragically claimed the lives of innocents in the name of protecting the innocent. The war on drugs po na ginawa ng dating administrasyon, wala po akong problema dyan. Ang malaking problema ko ay kung bakit kinakailangan merong mga pinatay na more than 20,000. Yan ang malaking problema ng ating bayan ngayon. We have also filed a bill House Bill number 10987, that seeks to prohibit all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country and provide penalties for violations thereof. Additionally, the House Quad Committee has turned over critical documents to the Office of the Solicitor General. These documents pertain to the land acquisitions and properties believed to be owned, procured, or acquired by Chinese nationals in violation of our Constitution. We have urged the OSG to move swiftly and file severe forfeiture cases against those accused of fraudulently obtaining Philippine citizenship to illegally acquire land and operate businesses here. Our message is clear. We cannot allow foreigners to steal our land under our very noses. The law must be applied. And no one should profit from actions that undermine the integrity of our nation, especially foreigners who exploit the gaps and weaknesses in our bureaucracy. Meron ding mga LGU na kasama dito sa pagkakabenta ng mga lupang ito. Samantalang napakaraming mga kababayan natin ang walang lupa at walang bahay, pero itong mga foreigners na ito ay nagmamay-ari na napakalaking lupa sa iba't ibang dako sa ating bansa. It is true that the gears of the law may sometimes grind slowly, but as we have seen, when properly oiled with testimony, evidence, and the steadfast desire to obtain justice, those gears will eventually crush the guilty. Our work may be exhausting, and at the end of each hearing, we may find ourselves tired and weary, but we know it is worth it when we see our patience and perseverance rewarded with progress. We know it is worth it when we see justice being served. To the craven who continue to run and hide in order to evade the long reach of the law, or those who cannot own up to their actions and face this committee, your time will come. To former President Rodrigo Duterte, who has signified his intention to appear before the Quad Committee, get well soon. Sana po makapunta kayo sa susunod na hearing. Sana po samahan ka ng ibang invited personalities na nagtatago pa rin. Sana po sa pagpunta nyo rito, marami mga katanungan ang maaari po ninyong sagutin. My friends, the Bible offers us encouragement in Galatians chapter 6 verse number 9, and I quote, "And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not." End of quote. This passage speaks directly to the spirit that drives the Quad Committee. It reminds us that while the path of justice is often long and arduous, it is a path worth walking. It is this commitment to a just cause that gives us the willpower and endurance to hold these marathon hearings and to slowly unearth the evidence that will be responsible for exacting accountability for years of wrongdoing. To my fellow members, to the resource persons who have come forward with the truth, and to every Filipino who yearns for a just society, let us continue to press on. We may grow tired, but we will not give up. We believe that the pursuit of justice is not only our duty, but our calling. At dahilan po sa ating Quad Committee hearings na ito na po ang pinapanood ng maraming ating mga kababayan. Ayon nga po sa sinabi sa article ng Chief Justice Art Panganiban na ito pong Quadcom na ito ang pinaka-telenovela ng maraming mga kababayan. Bakit po? Sapagkat live and real time ang ating pinag-uusapan dito. Kaya mga kaibigan, sa aking mga kasangga, maraming salamat po and may we continue to serve the cause of justice with faith in the Almighty and unwavering resolve. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee of Public Order and Safety, Congressman Dan Fernandez. You are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be delivering any preliminary remarks on this ninth committee hearing.
Thank you, Congressman Fernandez, for cooperating. The next to deliver his opening remarks is Congressman Caraps Paduano, the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts.
Thank
You
you,
are
Mr. Chairman.
recognized.
As practiced by this representation, I would like to submit once again my opening remarks to expedite the discussion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you likewise for cooperating, Congressman Paduano. We now proceed with the next part of the agenda. Comsec, you are directed to recognize and acknowledge the presence of our honorable members and acknowledge as well the presence of our resource persons for today's committee hearing. Comsec.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of this committee, ladies and gentlemen. For this ninth joint public hearing, we have with us the following members. Representative Robert Ace S. Barbers, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzalez Jr., Representative Dan S. Fernandez, Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Representative Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez, Representative Romeo M. Acop, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative George Patrol Bustos, Representative Jervil Jinky Betrix R. Luistro, Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel, Representative Jonathan Keith T. Flores, Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Francisco Paulo P. Ortega V, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Grace Christine Singson Mihan, Deputy Speaker, Representative Jefferson Conghun, Representative Salvador Plato, Representative Reynante U. Arrogancia, Representative Franz Castro, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, Representative Ray T. Reyes, Representative Arthur S. Garcia Jr., Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Representative Franz S. Pumaren, Representative Bonifacio L. Busita, Representative Roberto V. Puno, Representative Crispin Jigo Ping Rimulya. For our resource persons, Your Honors, for our resource persons, we have from the Bureau of Immigration, we have with us the Commissioner, Attorney Joel Anthony M. Viado, and Attorney Victor Uncad. From the Commission on Human Rights, we have the Chairperson, Attorney Richard P. Palpalatok, Mr. Dennis De La Peña, and Ms. Rachel Pilayo. From the Department of Justice, we have Assistant Prosecutor Agnes Arellano. From the National Police Commission, we have Honorable Alberto A. Bernardo, the Chairperson and Executive Officer of NAPOLCOM, and Director Chito Noel Bustonera and Director Edmar B. Perez, and also Attorney Neylan Ley Gandeza, Ms. Jinky Rose Palabrica, all of NAPOLCOM. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have its Assistant Director for Investigation, Attorney Angelito Magno, Ms. Attorney Omar M. Orilie, Attorney Dennis Victor Asistio, and Attorney Florendo Gamunak. From the Office of the Solicitor General, we have Attorney Lorelai Castro, Attorney Lenny Layug Delfin, Mr. Niel E. Lorenzo, and Mr. Ruben Aison Jr., Senior State Prosecutor. From the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, we have its Director General, General Moro Virgilio Lazo, Attorney Gil T. Pabilona, Director Emeterio M. Bitong, Attorney Francis Del Valle, and Director Wardley M. Hitalia, and also Colonel Rolando Magno. From the Philippine National Police, we have with us Attorney Brigido de Jesus Dulay of their Internal Affairs, Police Brigadier General Constancio Chinayog Jr., the Chief of PNP DPRM, Police Brigadier General Nicolas Torre III of CIDG, Police Brigadier General Eleazar Mata of PIDEG, Police Colonel Lito E. Patay, Police Colonel Roland A. Villela, Police Colonel Hector Guijaldo Jr., Police Colonel Serafin Pitalio, Police Colonel and now retired Jovi Espenido, Police Lieutenant Colonel Chuck Barandog, Police Major Kenneth Paul C. Albotra, Police Major Leo Laraga, Police Corporal Junjun Obales, Police Major Emil Garcia, Police Colonel Raycon Garduque, and the Chief of Police, former Chief of Police of Laguna, Police Colonel Pastor Castillo, and Police Lieutenant Colonel Brian Dexter Andulan, and also we have with us Police General Reynaldo Tamundong and Police Colonel Pablito Asmod. Now from the non-government organizations, we have with us from the Center for International Law, Attorney Joel Butuyan. From the Free Legal Assistance Group, we have Attorney Shell Jukno. From the National Union of People's Lawyers, Attorney Maria Cristina Conti. From Rise Up for Life and for Rights, represented by its convener, Diaconess Robilin Litao, together with the families of extrajudicial killings, victims of extrajudicial killings. We also have with us the advocates from Rise Up, Father Manuel Noel Gatchalian, SVD, Diaconess Norma Doliaga, Missionary Rebecca Lawson, and Leia Valencia, its community coordinator. We also have with us the program Paghilom, led by Father Flavi L. Villanueva, SVD, the founder and president of Paghilom, together with the victims, with the families of the victims of EJKs. And also from the Karapatan Alliance Philippines, we have Miss Cristina E. Palabay, the Secretary General of Karapatan. From the Bureau of Corrections, we have with us Sister Jake Harabe. And from the Leyte Sub-Provincial Jail in Baybay, Leyte, we have the jail guards on duty at the time when the late Mayor Albuera, Mayor Espinosa was killed. They are led by its warden, Manuel Nicolas Abuda. And for other key personalities, we have with us the former Senator, Ma'am Leila de Lima, and the former Chief of Staff of Police Colonel Garma, Attorney Carol K. Paquera, and the journalist Manuel Mogato. That's all for now, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you, Comsec. So before we proceed with the hearing proper, may we ask Congressman Caraps Paduano to... Yeah, may I know, Comsec, if the resource persons invited today, especially the new ones, have taken their oath? And if not, please administer the oath of the resource persons that we invited for today's committee hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request all those who attended for the first time the public hearing. Please stand for the oath. The jail guards from Baybay, please stand also. The jail guards from the provincial jail, yes, please. Okay. All right. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry, so God help you? Thank you. You may now take your seats. The oath has been administered, sir.
Thank you, Comsec. We're also present in our committee hearing today is a former Congressman Jose Christopher Kit Belmonte of the 6th District of Quezon City. Welcome to the committee hearing. Now we proceed with the admin matters. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of letters coming from the law offices of OI, Cornell, and Villamor on behalf of the Nova Parinog and Rinaldo Parinog Jr. requesting for TSN with regards to the affidavit that was mentioned and that was submitted by Police Colonel Joby Spinedo. And without any authorization coming from the siblings Parinog, Mr. Chairman, we would like to direct the COMSEC to address this letter coming from the offices of OI, Coronel, and Villamor.
Comsec.
Next, Mr.
Please
Chairman,
reply.
with regards to the comparative laboratory examination of Cassandra Ong's signature on sublease contract, we have with us the document submitted by the NBI. And the note given to us by the NBI is that written by one and the same person, Mr. Chairman, just to inform the Honorable Committee.
This is the findings of the NBI,
yeah.
on the handwriting or the
Yeah.
signature of Miss Alice,
Cassandra Ong.
Miss Cassandra Ong.
Yeah. And we have also received, Mr. Chairman, the affidavit coming from Police Colonel Paul Albotras. And he's now present. Is Albot? Yes. Now we have received your affidavit. And we have received three complaints, Mr. Chairman, with regards to killings and red tagging coming from Andrea Trinidad, sister of Attorney Anthony Trinidad, which was killed in Gihulngan City, and letter coming from Earl Jane Ralios, the daughter of slain PDA agent, Baby Ralios, who was brutally killed in broad daylight by non-assailants in Cebu City. And with this, Mr. Chairman, we would like to take cognizance of this letter, and we will just discuss this matter on a separate discussion, Mr. Chairman. And we also received a letter complaint of Mr. Catanyag against Mr. Harry Roque with regards to a land dispute in Las Piñas. And again, once again, Mr. Chairman, we'd just like to take cognizance of this letter, and we'll just discuss this on a separate discussion, Mr. Chairman. Now, we also received a letter of excuse coming from General Albadealde requesting this committee for him to be excused with an attached medical certificate, Mr. Chairman. And a letter addressed to retired Police Major General Taas with regards to the contempt order for Cassandra Ong, and this will last until October 24. That will be on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. So we can discuss this matter on the later part of this hearing, Mr. Chairman. COMSEC, please take note of this letter from the
Sergeant at Arms.
Sergeant at Arms. We have also received a copy of a letter coming from Yvonne Barandog requesting her to be excused in this hearing. And once again, she reiterated question of attached with the medical certificate, Mr. Chairman, from Cebu City Medical Center.
So she's just asking to be excused for
Yeah.
today's committee hearing.
Yeah.
That's noted. Comsec, please take note.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, and some resource person that was invited is not present in today's hearing. And I think no reply from these personalities. From the Bucor CO3, Jake Harabe, you're present. Thank you. And Police Colonel Madera. Comsec, did you receive any reply?
Sir, we have an information that it's Police Colonel Matira, but still not present.
So no reply. He has not received the invitation, since the name is not correct.
We coursed through the invitation through the PNP, sir.
Thank you. PNP, please take note of the invitation for a certain Police Colonel Matera. And of course, Corporal Jeremy Kausim is the subject of our contempt order. And until now, Corporal Jeremy Kausapin, alias Tox, cannot be found. Can we ask General Torre with regards to the status of Jeremy Kausapin?
General Torre?
Your Honor, sir, we're still looking for Mr. Kausapin. When he was first mentioned in the Quadcom a few weeks back, we immediately visited his house with the purpose of securing him. However, we were met by his wife, who submitted to us signed and certified resignation letter together with a firearm and his badge, and telling us that her husband is nowhere to be found already. So we're conducting a manhunt for the guy, sir.
Thank you, General Torre. Same is true with SPO4 Arthur Narsoles.
For the case of SPO4 Narsoles, sir, he is already retired. We have already coordinated with our PRBS because he is out of contact of the PNP, considering that he availed of the lump sum. And in the next few months, his 3 years lump sum will already be due, and he will be receiving the monthly lump sum. And we'll be using this also as a tracer for him. However, right now, we are also looking for him, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, General Torre.
Thank you, sir.
Comsec, have we received an explanation for SPO4 Loretta Villarta Griar?
Yes, sir. She sent a letter of excuse.
I don't have a copy of that. Dito ba? Ano, medical rin? So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we once again invite retired SPO4 Loretta Villarta in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please, you are directed to invite the said resource person in our next committee hearing. Anything else, Congressman Paduano?
Anyway, we have invited on the second time Ms. Risinana Hostol, former Deputy Executive Secretary for Finance and Administration, Office of the President. What's the status?
Yes, sir. We have invited Ms. Hostol, but she's still she's not around. She has not presented herself in the meeting.
But she received the invitation.
There's no confirmation also whether she received the letter.
Saan po dumaan yung invitation?
Still, we course through the PNP, sir.
General Torre, have you any information with regards to invitation for Miss Rizalina Hostol?
I think she is not in our list right now, sir. I have only a list of... Thanks, sir.
Okay, anyway, through the chair, can we direct the COMSEC once again to invite Rizalina Hostol and course through it to the General Torre of the PNP?
Comsec, you are directed to coordinate with the PNP with regards to the invitation to be sent to Miss Rizalina Rizalina Hustol. Comsec,
Mr. Chairman, we have also invited, this is the second invitation for Mr. Chito Manalak of Global Tech, Pirianang Bayan. What's the status, COMSEC?
We tried to locate this person, sir, but we haven't gotten his address.
Through the chair, can we direct the COMSEC, Mr. Chairman, to coordinate with PCSO at the same time with General Torre with regards to the invitation for Mr. Chito Manalak of Global Tech?
Comsec, please comply.
Yes, sir.
And invitation for PDL Dondon, as mentioned by Kerwin Espinosa. Is Dondon present? PDL Dondon. COMSEC, have you sent an invitation for PDL Dondon?
We course through that, sir, to the provincial warden of Leyte. We are not yet certain if they have information on PDL Dondon.
Any representative from the provincial jail management in Leyte?
The warden is present, sir.
Sir, Warden, we have an invitation for a certain PDL Dondon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Certain PDL din Dondon Palermo was already discharged from our custody by virtue of a court order.
So, he was already released.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
And perhaps 3 years already, Mr. Chair.
Well, anyway, to the chair once again, we direct COMSEC to invite PDL Dondon and get the full name of that PDL through the warden of provincial jail management, penal jail in Leyte, and course through to the PNP.
Comsec, you are directed to comply with the request of Congressman Paduano.
Yes, sir.
With regards to Espinosa siblings, the mother of Kerwin Espinosa, the sister of Kerwin Espinosa, Linda Rosal, household cleaner, Landa Sumalag, the household cleaner, and Tessie Austria, household cleaner. Are they present in today's hearing?
There is no information, sir, if they are around, but we have sent the invitation to them. We carry it off sa lawyers niya.
Through the lawyers?
Yes, sir.
To the chair once again, please follow up this with regards to the invitation to the next hearing for all those mentioned names.
Comsec, please comply.
And lastly, a group of personalities mentioned by Police Colonel Garma, a certain Hermina Muking Espinas, staff of Senator Bongo. Si Muking, andito ba? Have you sent an invitation, COMSEC?
Yes, sir. And Ms. Muking has not presented herself, but we sent an invitation through the office of the senator.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a show cause order for Hermina Muking Espina for her absence in the day's hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Ms. Muking.
Espina.
Miss
Hermina
Espina.
Muking Espina.
And to be present in the next committee hearing of the Quadcom. Comsec, please comply.
How about
Yes.
Mr. Peter Parongo?
The same is true with Mr. Parungal, sir. We tried to locate him. Unfortunately, there is no address yet.
Once again to the chair. Yes, General Torre.
Feedback, sir. We serve a letter to his residence at Davao City. The letter was received by his wife, sir.
Also, since the letter was received in his residence and received by his wife, Mr. Chairman, and he's not present today, sir, I move to issue a show cause order for Mr. Romel Parongo to explain why he should be cited in contempt for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, and be present in the next hearing.
There
So
is a
move.
motion to issue a show cause order to Peter Parungo. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
For Romel Baktat. Comsec, for Romel Baktat, we have also invited.
We coursed through the invitation to the PNP, sir.
We served the letter, sir, at in his house in Turil, sir, Davao City, and the letter was received by his son.
Since Mr. Romel Baktat is not present in today's hearing without any explanation, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a show cause order for Mr. Romel Baktat.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr.
Romel Baktat.
Romel Baktat. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is carried.
For invitation for Rodel Serbo.
And through the PNP, sir.
Yes,
We
General Torre.
delivered a letter to his known addresser, but the house is already abandoned in Davao City, sir.
So,
We are again
We never
looking for
received-
other addresses for Mr. Rodel Serbo, sir, and we'll be giving feedback to this committee when.
thank you,
new
Gen Torre.
information-
Once again to the chair, to direct the COMSEC to once again invite Mr. Rodel Serbo in the next hearing.
Comsec, please comply.
How about Michael Palma?
Sir, we brought the letter, the invitation letter, to his house in Mintal, Davao City, and it was received by his housekeeper, and he has another registered address in Island Garden City of Samal, and it was received by his previous live-in partner, and we have so delivered those letters, sir.
Thank you, Gen Torre. Yeah, since Michael Palma is not present in today's hearing, I move that we issue a show cause order for Michael Palma. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Michael Palma for being absent in our committee hearing today. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is carried.
How about Lester Berganyo?
We have not found any address for Mr. Beganyo as of the moment, sir. We are still locating any known address, sir.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, may we direct COMSEC to coordinate with the PNP to once again invite certain Lester Berganyo. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Comsec, please comply.
And second to the last, Mr. Chairman, isa na lang po, after this, for Sunny Binaventura.
We had invited the person, sir, and it was personally received by the person in his residence in Barangay Peña Plata in Island Garden City of Samal, sir.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Binaventura, Sunny Binaventura received an invitation letter to his residence, I move that we issue a show cause order for Mr. Sunny Binaventura. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a show cause order to Mr. Sunny Benaventura for failing to appear before this committee today. Duly seconded by Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, and hearing no objection, the motion is carried.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have received a letter coming from Attorney Martin Videlgra, representing the former President, Honorable Rodrigo Roa Duterte. But we never, and the reason why the former President will be excused in today's hearing because of he needs more rest. He is currently not feeling well and he is need of much rest. So, Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, there is no an authority coming from the former President that he will be represented by Attorney Martin V. Delga. And at the same time, no medical certificate confirming that indeed the former President will be excused in today's hearing because of his medical situation.
If I may, Your Honor, as we all know, the former President is already old and has been experiencing, based on media reports, has been sick lately and has actually had his medical check-up, I believe. And I think, in deference to the former President, I think we should afford him the courtesy that is due to him by not requiring him to submit to this committee a medical certificate. Let us give him that extension of our courtesy to him being the former President, and his intention to appear before this committee in the subsequent hearings that we will schedule. So, if I may, Your Honor, let us not pursue the submission of medical certificate from the former President.
But Mr. Chairman, under our rules, no, malinaw po, tradition, all resource persons being invited in every hearing, especially in inquiry in the legislation, we need for him to explain. And the issue here, Mr. Chairman, of course, Attorney Martin Delgra sent us a letter representing the President, former President, but without an authority coming from the former President.
Perhaps that
And
was just...
Mr. Chairman, we have our internal rules.
I know, Your Honor.
And
but,
in fact, during
these
the
are
previous
just-
hearings, well, in fact, during the hearing on public, on dangerous drugs, twice we excused Attorney Fortun, representing supposedly Michael Young, without any authority from Michael Young. And well, in fact, he presented us authority coming from his office to the corporation being listed.
Your Honor,
to Michael Young.
if I may, we're not, this representation is not asking for the former President not to be excused in not following strictly the rules of the House. What I am asking for, Your Honor, is the request that we should not ask or demand a medical certification coming from the former President, because we all know that he has reached an age of a fragile age. Therefore, maybe we can grant that exception to the former President.
Sir Chairman,
Your
point of
Honor.
information. Point of information. May
What-
I be allowed? Kasi,
With the indulgence of
yes, with the
Congressman
indulgence of-
Paduano, what is the point of information?
because I haven't read yet, no. I wanted to be clarified on something about the letter that was sent to us by the former President. Was it included in the letter that he is sick right now, or he need more rest in order to be a part of this?
No, I believe, Your Honor, that the lawyer clearly stated in that letter that he needs rest.
And the Chairman Paduano is asking for
If
a
the chair
medical certificate.
will allow me to read in toto, no, part of that letter, He is currently not feeling well and is in need of much rest. But Mr. Chairman, once again, let me, first thing first, since no authority coming from the former president to be represented by Attorney Martin Bidelgra, they have to produce. The committee should direct the former president to issue an authority for Mr. Attorney Martin Delgra for him to be represented by this attorney. And with regards to the medical certificate, Mr. Chairman, of course, for humanitarian and giving due courtesy to the former president, I might yield to the position of the chair. But on the first issue with regards to authority coming to former president being represented, claimed by Attorney Martin Delgra, we have to get an authority from the president.
Yes.
That Attorney Martin Delgra will represent him on the next hearing.
Paduano,
Thank you,
if I
Mr.
may,
Chairman.
I believe that it was just perhaps an oversight, no, from the part of the lawyer, because clearly in this letter, he is representing the former president, and information as to the health of the former president was also stated in this letter. Therefore, I believe that he has the imprimatur coming from the former
Mr. Chair.
president. That's the reason why maybe he wrote this letter. So,
Mr. Chair.
Chairman, lastly, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Congressman Flores, of course, let me again stress, Mr. Chairman, this is our tradition and under our rules. And if we do it, if we done it, in regards to Attorney Fortun, a top-notch lawyer, and we excuse Attorney Fortun for not producing any substantial document that he was given an authority from Michael Yang. What's the difference between Attorney Martin Delgra and in the case of the former president?
well,
And I think, Mr. Chairman, kung talaga po, the former president give an authority to Attorney Martin Delgra, then they wrote us a letter. The former president should send us a letter that indeed he's authorizing Attorney Martin Delgra to represent him.
1 minute suspension. Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chairman,
With the indulgence of Congressman Dan Fernandez, the parliamentary status was the chair had to suspend the hearing for 1 minute in order to resolve the issue of being raised by Congressman Paduano with regards to the letter that the committee received stating, among others, the reason why the former president will not be able to attend the committee hearing today. And Congressman Paduano insisted that we have to stick with the rules
Yes.
of the House. And the chair immediately suspended in order that I can confer with Congressman Paduano so that we can accommodate the request as stated in the letter of the lawyer of former president that he be excused for today's committee hearing. So in this regard, may we ask Congressman Paduano what is the position of the chair of the Committee on Public Accounts?
Mr. Chairman, with regards to the second issue on the medical certificate that being required by this representation to the former president, I will yield to the opinion position of the good chairman,
Thank you.
the lead chairman. But with regards to the authority coming from the former president for Attorney Martin Delgra, we need the document so that he can have an official entry of appearance in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, as I stated earlier, Congressman Paduano, Your Honor, that perhaps it is just an oversight on the part of the counsel of the former president. And I agree that we should ask the counsel to be present in our committee hearing to enter his appearance as the counsel for the former president. So thank you for accommodating my request, Congressman Paduano. So with that, we will now proceed with the next part of
Mr. Chairman,
the agenda.
if I may,
Yes, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
in addition, we were discussing about those two issues that was mentioned by you and by Chairman Paduano. And further, sinasabi po sa Section 9 ng ating rules, that yung physically present nung ating pong binigyan ng authority, para po mag-represent sa ating pong mga witnesses. And dito po sinasabi, provided further, that no witness shall be granted more than 2 postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. With that, Mr. Chairman, we have to apply the rules of this committee to all or none at all. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that manifestation, Congressman Fernandez.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
I just would like to make it clear for the people watching this Quadcom hearing today. Are we giving special treatment to a witness just because he is the former president? Or just like what Congressman Fernandez said, that this applies to all?
Well, I beg to disagree, Your Honor, that we are giving special treatment. What I am saying and stating for the record that we extend the courtesy due to a former president. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin na hindi na po natin siya imbitahin. On this particular committee hearing that we scheduled for today, the committee has received a letter stating, among others, the reason why the former president cannot be present. So wala hong exception dyan. Hindi ho natin siya binibigyan ng special treatment. I do agree with the chair of the Committee on Human Rights that we should stick with the rules of the House. But in this particular case, in deference to him being the former president, I would like to ask for your understanding to extend a little bit of the courtesy that is due to him for being the former president. Wala hong special favors dito. Baka ma-misquote ako. Yun lamang po ang aking gustong ipalabas. I hope that is understandable And,
Yes,
this,
I fully understand, Mr. Chair, and I agree with your sentiments and statement, though I believe that we should further state on the record, Mr. Chair, according to our rule, that no witness shall be granted more than 2 postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. Would they be able to do that, Mr. Chair?
yes, that is noted, and the chair will definitely agree with the position of Congressman Abante, and the chair likewise, for the record, state that we will stick with what the rules has been provided. Thank you, Congressman Abante. So,
Mr. Chair,
Congresswoman,
can I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, and then Congressman Plato.
And
And
myself.
then Congresswoman Franz Castro. Yes, Congresswoman
Thank you,
Brosas,
Mr.
you're
Chair.
recognized.
Mr. Chair, just a manifestation, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on October 18, the Quadcom sent an invitation to former President Rodrigo Duterte to attend the Quadcom meeting today. Former President Duterte's legal counsel told yesterday that the former president cannot attend the hearing today. Mr. Chair, the non-appearance of former President Rodrigo Duterte at the Quadcom hearing today is a clear manifestation of his disregard for truth, justice, and accountability. By refusing to participate, the former president is hindering the people's right to know and denying them the opportunity to seek justice for the crimes caused by the war on drugs during his term. Libo-libo pong buhay ang ninakaw ng Duterte administration dahil sa kanyang peke at madugong giyera kontra droga. Kailangan niyang harapin ang mamamayang Pilipino na matagal nang humihingi ng hustisya. Hindi pwedeng sabihin na short notice at masama ang pakiramdam at kailangan ng pahinga. Ang mga pamilya nga ng mga biktima, kahit matanda na, andyan po si Tatay Baylon, pumunta rito para makapagpahayag ng kanilang saloobin. So Mr. Chair, takot ba siya na harapin ng taong bayan? Yun lang po ang manifestasyon ko, Mr. Chair.
The manifestation is noted. Congressman Plato, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to our esteemed chairpersons and honorable members of the Quad Committee, guests and resource person speakers. This is to express my unqualified support to the various House resolutions arising from the tedious Quad Committee inquiry in aid of legislation, specifically on the matter of the surge of Chinese nationals or students enrolling in various educational institutions in the provinces of Cagayan and Isabela. May mga reports po kasi na libo-libong Chinese students ang dumagsa sa probinsya ng Cagayan at Isabela upang mag-aral mula pa noong 2019. It is not that I'm against Chinese students coming to study in the Philippines. However, considering the tension in the West Philippine Sea and the ongoing legislative investigations into the alleged involvement of Chinese individuals, groups, or corporations in illegal pogos, and the alleged crimes associated in your operation, it is understandable for us Filipinos to feel so concerned on your increased presence here, disguising or not as students. Having said that, honorable chairpersons, this representation fully supports the proposed resolutions aimed at bringing clarity to these pogo-related issues in our country. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Plato. Before we acknowledge the next member who wished to manifest, allow the chair to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Lordan Suan, Congressman Ernix Junicio, and Congressman Bong Teves. Welcome to the committee hearing. And Congressman Faustino Inodi. Congresswoman Franz Castro, you are recognized for your manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ang kinatawang ito po ay lubos na nababahala at dismayado sa hindi pagdalo ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa hearing ng ating komite. parang naggagayahan lang ang mag-amang Duterte. Ang daming sinasabi kapag hindi under oath o wala sa tamang lugar. Pero kapag pinatawag na sa formal na pagdinig, nag-uugaling pusit na pareho. At ang dami ng rason para huwag dumalo ang sagutin ng maayos ang mga katanungan natin. Kaya I move na kapag hindi pa dumalo si dating Presidente Duterte, susunod na hearing ay i-cite na siya in contempt or kung ano man yung rules natin. Kundi ay ito po ay isang malaking insulto sa mga pamilya. Nandyan po yung pamilya ng mga biktima ng madugong war on drugs na nandito po sa atin. Sa kanyang pagtanggi ay nagpapakita lamang ng kawalan ng respeto sa proseso ng investigasyon at sa pagharap sa katotohanan. Mr. Chair, ang mga aligasyon laban sa kanya ay napakaseryoso. Mula sa mga pagpatay sa mga sibilyan, sospek at mahihirap, maging sa mga Chinese drug convicts hanggang sa pagkamatay ni Mayor Rolando Espinosa. Hindi ito mga bagay na dapat ipagwalang bahala o iwasan. Kung totoong walang itinatago si dating Pangulong Duterte, bakit hindi niya harapin ang mga tanong natin dito sa committee? Bakit kailangan pang magtago sa likod ng mga dahilan tulad ng health issues at short notice? Mr. Chair, hinihiling ko sa committee na gawin ang lahat ng hakbang upang matiyak ang pagdalo ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa susunod na hearing kung patuloy siyang magtatago at dapat natin isaalang-alang ang paggamit ng ating kapangyarihan para i-cite siya in contempt. Ang bayan ay nangangailangan ng katotohanan at hustisya, hindi tayo dapat magpatinag sa mga taktika ng pag-iwas at pagtatago. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Caso. The
Mr.
last
Chair.
to deliver his manifestation is Congressman Keith Flores, with the indulgence of Congressman Abante. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I only want to confirm that I personally know Attorney Delgra, and I called him up during the break, Mr. Chair. He confirmed that he is acting for and in behalf of the President when he wrote that letter, Mr. Chair. He even sent a text message to confirm that. But I also understand that our rules require his physical presence, so I submit to the ruling of our chairpersons.
Question lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Congressman Keith Flores. Now, Congressman Abante, before Congressman Manuel. You are recognized, Congressman Abante.
Since Congresswoman Arlene and Franz Castro mentioned the victims, no? Yung mga kamag-anak po ng victims, can we recognize them? Can we ask all of them to stand up, please, to recognize ang mga kamag-anak po ng mga biktima?
Pwede po bang tumayo ang mga kamag-anak po ng biktima? Maraming salamat po. Pwede na po kayong maupo. Maraming salamat. Congressman Manuel and then Congressman Acop. Congressman Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, tanong lang dahil batay na rin po sa official communication na pinadala mula sa panig ng dating Pangulo. Nabanggit po doon yung, and I quote, willingness to appear before the House of Representatives on some other available date, preferably after November 1, end of quote. So, Mr. Chair, sa ganitong mga pagkakataon na sa panig po nila nag-express ng ganong availability, how will the committee deal with that? Dahil, Mr. Chair, while meron tayong mga tinitake note na mga considerations, ayaw din naman natin na maprolong iyan, tapos baka tumagal din na hindi pala magiging maayos yung kalusugan ng dating Pangulo at madadali po ang mga proceedings ng komite na expected na humarap siya. So, sa bahagi ng Quadcom, Mr. Chair, do we have some target dates kung kailan talaga posibleng matuloy na ang investigasyon na makaupo ang dating Pangulo? Yan lang, Mr. Chair.
Well, in response to your question, Congressman Manuel, it will depend by and large on the topic that we will set on the next scheduled committee hearing. So in case where EJK will be the scheduled topic, then we will have to extend invitation again to the former president. So thank you. Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to our rules on inquiry under Section 15, may I respectfully move that we extend our inquiry insofar as the issues raised in the Quadcom committee is concerned, because Section 15 requires that we terminate our hearings within a period of 60 days. So may I move, Mr. Chair, that we extend the hearing? So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion
Second,
to
Mr.
extend the Quadcom hearing. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please take note that the committee, the Quadcom, has unanimously approved the extension of the conduct of this committee hearing. Thank you. Now we proceed with the next part of the agenda. May we ask former Senator Leila de Lima for your opening statement.
Mr. Chair, bago po yun, naalaman ko po na mayroon pang mga nasa baba ng mga EJK victims, ng mga pamilya, na kung mayroon tayong lugar dito, wala na yata lugar, pwedeng umakyat or pwede na natin kilalanin at recognize.
Wala na po tayong lugar, Your Honor. And hopefully, magkasya po sana po dito lahat ng nating naimbitahang resource persons. But unfortunately, the space is limited. So I believe that they are properly seated sa basement, sa ground floor. And nanonood po sila ng ating hearing sa ngayon. So now we proceed with acknowledging former Senator Leila de Lima for your opening statement. Please proceed.
Good morning to the lead chair of the Quad Committee, Representative Barbers, to the chairs of the other committees constituting the Quadcom, the members of the Quadcom, members of Congress, and also good morning to the other resource persons invited for today's hearing. Actually po, I have both a statement and a presentation. Medyo mahaba po, and I was advised right before the hearing that I should cut it down. Although mahaba po talagang presentation ko. Best efforts, I will try to abbreviate.
Mr. Chair, before our former senator proceeds, can I just request that she puts the mic a little bit closer, just so that we can hear her voice louder. Thank you very much.
Salamat po. I attend this hearing with a deep sense of irony. I have not forgotten that in September and October of 2016, the House Committee on Justice conducted the inquiry on the Bilibid drug trade. However, unlike this hearing, the real subject of that hearing was not really about the drug trade. The real subject of that 2016 House Committee hearing was all about destroying me for conducting a Senate inquiry which in so many aspects was like this one. The only difference between this hearing and that Senate hearing is that my committee inquiry was 8 years earlier and Duterte was at the peak of power. Sa Senate hearing pong yun, ay kinundin ako yung drug war ni Duterte. At nagmakaawa pa po ako na tigilan na ito habang ilang daan pa lang ang mga nagiging biktima at wag na sanang paabutin pa ng libo-libo. Ngunit sa kasawiang palad, wala pong nakinig sa akin, lalo na may mga mayorya po tayo ng mga senador at congressman na ayon kay Senator Bongo noong isang araw, ay walang sawa sa pagpalakpak kay Pangulong Duterte sa bawat banggit niya sa pagsulong na madugong drug war sa kanyang mga zona. Sa halip ako ay pinaaresto, pinakulong, binusalan ng halos 7 taon gamit ang mga gawa-gawang ebidensya katulad ng testimonya ng mga ilang Bilibid drug lords at inmates. I'd like to say that the objective for targeting me was threefold: to silence me, to destroy my credibility, and to serve as an example to others. By doing all three, my message to the people against Duterte's EJKs would no longer be heard or listened to, and no one else would dare to act as a messenger after seeing what was done to me. Since all three were achieved, the EJKs became accepted by public officials and the general population. This led to more killings because no one
was arresting and prosecuting the killer cops and the vigilantes. This was impunity as never seen before in the Philippines outside of Davao. Sobrang nakakalungkot na ngayon lamang nagkaroon ng napaka-komprehensibong pagtalakay ang Kamara de Representante sa drug war at mga EJK pagkatapos ng tumambak ang libo-libong bangkay na naging biktima ng drug war. Ayon nga po kay Professor Randy David, marahil ang pandinig na ito ng Kamara ay katumbas na rin ng aming pinapangarap na Truth Commission na hihimay sa mga tunay na pangyayari sa 6 na taon na pagpaslang ng ating sariling gobyerno at kapulisan sa libo-libo nating mga kababayan. But right now, I don't want to discuss it, but my position is that pwede pa sigurong i-consider yung creation ng Truth Commission. At tingnan din ho natin na hindi lang po pagpatay ang naging resulta ng war on drugs ni Duterte. There are also those who were unjustly imprisoned based on planted and fabricated evidence. Ako nga po yung one of the very first victims of that. Ngayon naman po, ito na rin po ang pinatutuo yung sa bagong revelasyon ni Police Colonel Royina Garma nang binulgar niya sa huling hearing ng Quadcom na siya ang inatasan mismo ni Pangulong Duterte na maghanap ng tao sa PNP na maasahan niya sa pag-iimplementa ng drug war alinsunod sa modelong ginawa niya sa Davao City. That's why my presentation, and I'll try to really make it brief, would cover 4 matters, 4 topics. One is the recent disclosure of Kerwin Espinosa. I'd like to comment on that. 2 is the importance of the 2009 CHR investigation of the DDS to the inquiry of this committee. 3 is the revelation of former Police Colonel Royina Garma that the drug war was modeled after the Davao anti-drug campaign. And I'd like also to touch the relevance of Republic Act number 9851 on crimes against humanitarian law, genocide, and other crimes against humanity in enforcing accountability. So ito na po yung aking presentation. Although meron po akong mga i-skip because actually part of my presentation are some videos, but hindi ko na po yon ipapakita because of the limited time. So nung narinig ko nga po yung testimonya ni Kerwin Espinosa last hearing, it was Senator Bato de la Rosa who ordered him to lie under oath before the Senate in November 2016. Hindi na po ako nagulat doon. Si Kerwin actually already retracted his fabricated testimony against me in April 2022, around the same time that Rafael Ragos, the former Bucor OIC and NBI Deputy Director, also recanted in accusing me of receiving money from bilibid drug lords. Doon po sa hearing sa Senado ay talaga namang sinabi ko doon na lahat po ng mga sinasabi nila tungkol sa akin, so yung pagiging protector ko daw nung illegal drug trade ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ay wala ho yung katotohanan. I vehemently, categorically, and firmly went on record in denying those accusations. Sinabi ko rin noon na yung mga sinasabi nila Kerwin Espinosa, ni Ronnie Dayan, and ni Colonel Espinido ay wala talagang katotohanan. In the first place, hindi nga sila magkakilala. Nauna na nilang sinabi yun before they were presented before the Senate na hindi sila mga magkakilala. Dali lang po. So ngayon po, nandito si Colonel Espinido. I saw him earlier. If the Quad Committee would be so kind as to indulge me, gusto ko sana makiusap kay Colonel Espinido. Sabihin niya na yung katotohanan. Kasi yung all he said during that Senate hearing was just let God be the witness to my innocence or something to that effect. Sana po ngayon, Colonel Espinido, sabihin niyo na rin po ang katotohanan. Kung pwede sabihin niyo na rin o i-corroborate niyo yung sinabi ni Kerwin na si then PNP Chief De La Rosa and now Senator De La Rosa ang involved or responsible for ordering the three of you to fabricate accusations against me. Now, sinabi ko rin po kanina na I'd like to discuss the relevance of the CHR investigation and the Quadcom inquiry. Maybe at this point, I cannot yet do that. Sasabihin ko lang po na mahalaga yung naging CHR investigation namin in 2009 into the DDS killings. Kasi pwede itong maging reference point in terms of painting a picture of the organization, the Davao Death Squad, the operation, and the implementation of the Duterte drug war from the barangay to the national level. Kasi sinabi na nga ho ni Colonel Garma, yung kanyang mga revelasyon na the extrajudicial killings, yung mga operations under Duterte's drug war beginning in 2016 was just patterned after the Davao model. And the Davao model can only refer or can only mean the DDS model or the Davao Death Squad. Skip muna po natin yan. Doon naman sa affidavit po ni Colonel Garma, presented and expounded upon the last hearing, I'd like to share some information we got and some findings on the Davao model of payment and rewards mentioned by Colonel Garma. This information is limited to the facts uncovered during the 2009 CHR investigation on the Davao Death Squad. Next slide, please. The history of the DDS can be divided into two. The period from 1988 to 1998 and the period from 2001 to 2016. So may break po. The break in these two periods coincides with then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte's hiatus as mayor of Davao City when he was elected congressman instead of mayor in 1998 due to the three-term limit. So for brevity, I'll refer to the former mayor as MRRD. According to a witness in the 2009 CHR investigation, during the first period of the DDS from 1988 to 2000, the assassins were paid $15,000 for every victim. $5,000 goes to the police handler and $10,000 to the assassins, who at the time consisted of rebel returnees aside from the active duty policemen who were their handlers. Their safe house was located inside the Nobelcom compound in Barangay San Pedro, Davao. After the summary execution of targeted victims, the DDS members would regroup at their safe house and divide the reward. During that time, MRRD sometimes personally gave out the kill orders and the reward money directly to the assassins themselves. Upon the return of MRRD as mayor of Davao in 2001, the DDS was upgraded into the Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, or HCIS, located at the Almendras Gym compound. The HCIS was an official unit of the DCPO, or the Davao City Police Office. The HCIS consists of both active duty PNP and civilian abanteros, or hitmen. Most of the hitmen are rebel returnees. They are supervised by PNP handlers. Each handler supervises 3 members. The task of the PNP handler is to give orders to his members as well as be responsible for their protection. According to the CHR witness, he was given a regular monthly salary of $5,000. During this time, the reward given to a team for every victim was anywhere from $13,000 to $15,000. $3,000 to $5,000 goes to the PNP handler. $7,000 to $8,000 was shared among the rebel returnees, and $500 to $1,000 to civilian informants. The HCIS civilian personnel or rebel returnees directly received salaries as auxiliary service workers. The funds for their salaries came from the office of the mayor. Functions have also been specialized, with members being designated to do either office support or field work. A team of 1 PNP handler and 3 civilian abanteros was given an average of 3 targets every month. May I now go also to the revelation of Arturo Las Cañas. Yung mga naging findings po namin, although yung iba po doon, mga unofficial findings ng CHR investigation, were eventually confirmed by Edgar Matobato and Arturo Las Cañas when they went public at the Senate with their stories and executed affidavits in 2016 and 2017. Matobato executed an affidavit and was filed with the Ombudsman as a criminal complaint against Duterte and other DDS members. That criminal complaint is still pending sa Office of the Ombudsman. The most comprehensive account on the DDS from its founding in 1988 up to 2016 is the affidavit of Arturo Las Cañas, which was submitted to the ICC. This affidavit consists of 186 pages of gory details on the sociopathic behavior of Duterte as founder and leader of the DDS. Yung 186-page affidavit po yan, actually it was serialized in an investigative or feature story of Rappler in November 2021. Apparently, Rappler got hold of a copy of this affidavit and also the ICC's third agreement on limited use of information dated November 11, 2020. This instrument gave Las Cañas limited immunity as a witness in the ICC investigation on the Philippine War on Drugs. Noong 2024 naman po, Las Cañas reiterated the contents of his ICC affidavit in another serialized feature, this time published by Veria Files, entitled Conversations with Arturo Las Cañas. Ito naman po ang sinasabi ni Las Cañas, that during the period 1988 to 1998, so I'm just talking here about the organization, kasi napakadami po ng mga sinabi niya sa kanyang comprehensive affidavit. So I'm focusing on the organization of DDS dahil nga ito yung naging model ng drug war. According to Las Cañas' ICC affidavit, during the period 1988 to 1998, when the DDS was constituted as the Anti-Crime Task Force of MRRD, DDS members were paid anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 for every victim. This was the reward for the ordinary victims. Pag mga matataas naman po, the so-called special project killings, they were rewarded anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million pesos, depending on the status of the target. Civilian hitmen called force multipliers were given 3,000 to 5,000 per victim as their share in this reward. The DDS logistics and finances came from the Peace and Order or Intel Fund of MRRD. This includes weekly gas allowance, monthly cash allowance, and Christmas cash gifts. Skip ko na muna po yung iba. Next slide, please. Las Cañas also confirmed the CHR findings on the organizational structure of the DDS under the HCIS, or Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, from 2001 to 2016. And this is as follows. MRRD, alias Superman, as the highest leader and mastermind of the DDS. SPO4 Sanson Benaventura as the logistics, finance, and death clearance feature or officer. SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas as overall team leader for operations and planning. SPO4 Bienvenido Laud as team handler and in charge of the Laud Quarry mass grave. And SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler and in charge of the Mandug mass grave. Actually, mas intricate yung inattach ni Mr. Las Cañas sa kanyang ICC affidavit about the organizational structure of the DDS. What I just mentioned, I just simplified it to show who are really at the top of the DDS hierarchy. Most of the policemen handlers and their respective teams of civilian force multipliers were under the command of Arturo Las Cañas as operations and planning leader of the DDS. So sinabi ko po na that must be the Davao model na binanggit ni Colonel Garma. Finally, by way of just sharing my knowledge, last na po ito, kung pwede po sana. Tungkol na lang muna po sa the law, RA 9851. Kasi hindi po ito masyadong alam ng karamihan. We do have a law entitled An Act Defining and Penalizing Crimes against international humanitarian law, genocide and other crimes against humanity, organizing jurisdiction, designating special courts, and for related purposes. This was enacted in December 11, 2009. It punishes almost the same crimes mentioned in the Rome Statute, over which the ICC has jurisdiction. RA 9851 was enacted almost 2 years before the Philippines finally joined the ICC on November 1, 2011, after the Senate ratified the Rome Statute in August 2011. The crime of EJKs carried out by state security forces and their agents in the implementation of the war on drugs fall under the general category of other crimes against humanity, under Section 6, which consists of acts committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. These acts include willful killing, so murder, extermination, murder, multiple murder, torture, and enforced disappearance, among others. The penalty for the crime of systematic attack against any civilian population resulting in death is reclusion perpetua. It's a non-bailable crime. According to Section 8, a person who orders, solicits, or merely induces the systematic attack on the civilian population and which thereafter occurs or is attempted is liable as a principal. The same applies to anyone who contributes to the commission of the crime by a group of persons acting with a common purpose. Section 9 provides that official capacity as a head of state or government shall in no case exempt a person from criminal responsibility under this act, nor shall it in and of itself constitute a ground for reduction of sentence. The crimes defined and penalized under that law, their prosecution and the execution of sentences imposed on their account shall not be subject to any prescription. Pwede po silang tugusin or tugisin habang buhay. Finally, and this one is important, hindi po ito masyadong napapansin, Section 17 on jurisdiction provides that, quote, relevant Philippine authorities may dispense with the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable under this act if another court or international tribunal is already conducting the investigation or undertaking the prosecution of such crime. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court, if any, or to another state, pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. Napakasimple po, sa aking palagay, sa aking pagkaalam, napakasimple po ang ibig sabihin ng batas na ito. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC o ng Rome Statute, kinilala na natin ang kapangyarihan ng international bodies like the ICC na imbestigahan at litisin ng mga krimeng nasasaad sa RA 9851. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC, meron na ho tayong general na pahintulot sa anumang mga international body katulad ng ICC na tugisin at litisin ang mga Pilipino na magiging kasabwat sa mga tinatawag na crimes against humanity katulad ng malawakang EJK sa ilalim ng drug war. Hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC na ilahad na natin sa batas na yan na kung sakali may international body na nag-iimbestiga ng crimes against humanity, maaari nating isurrender o i-extradite sa international body na katulad ng ICC sa The Hague, Netherlands, and mga sangkot sa mga ganitong klase ng krimen. I do recognize, and I think you will agree with me, that it will be totally discretionary on the part of the Philippine authorities. Just like sa mga sa extradition po natin, na pwede natin na isurrender muna, ipaubaya muna in the requesting party, yung isang akusado na covered sa extradition treaty, pero nasa atin pa rin yon kung gagawin natin yon. Kaya ko po to sinasabi, kasi through this law, we have recognized the jurisdiction of the ICC over crimes against humanity committed in the Philippines, even before we ratified the Rome Statute as a binding treaty. Sarili na po nating batas ang nagsasabi na kailangan natin makipag-ugnayan sa ICC kahit noong hindi pa tayo miyembro ng ICC. Lalo na noong tayo ay miyembro na. At kahit hindi na tayo miyembro ng ICC dahil sa makasariling pagkalas ni Duterte sa ICC noong 2018. Para sabihin natin na wala na tayong pakialam sa ICC, kailangan muna nating ipawalang bisa ang batas na ito. However, I respectfully submit, rather than repeal this law, we should now take steps to retract the self-serving act of Mr. Duterte to withdraw from the ICC in 2018. We must return to the fold of the ICC. We must rejoin the community of nations who have recognized the need for an international body of nations who have recognized to go after the perpetrators of the most terrible crimes against humanity, the hostis humani generis, the enemies of humankind. Mga kaaway lamang ng sangkatauhan ang takot sa pagsasanib puwersa ng mga bansa upang matigil ng pagpatay ng walang habas sa ngalan ng Estado. But having said that, I still appreciate so much, many people appreciate so much the efforts of this Quad Committee that can very well be indeed the Truth Commission. Kaya lang tindang ho natin, yung napaka-komplikado talaga ng usapin ng war of drugs. Kadaming biktima na hindi naman natin pwedeng busisiin lahat for every individual acts of killing. Kundi, dapat anuhin natin, maganda nga yung nangyayari doon sa mga revelasyon ni Colonel Garma, na ganyan yung ginamit nilang model. At tinuturo mismo si Mr. Duterte. So ano lang siya? Supplemental, ano lang siya? It's just corroborating everything else that we know from news reports, from other information, and from yung mga nangyayari beginning in 2016. So I just shared my views on the need to rejoin ICC kasi you can never tell in the future ano man yung resulta ng itong ginagawang investigasyon ng Quad Committee, na in the future we will have another tyrant, another mass killer for a president. So, ganun po ang aking opinion sa bagay na yan. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Leila de Lima, for your sharing with us in the Quadcom your opinion on the very important national issue of extrajudicial killings. So,
clarificatory lang.
Congressman Abante, you're now recognized.
Former Senator, kailan niyo po itong napag-aralan? Nung kayo po ay CHR pa. CHR pa ho kayo?
Opo. I became a CHR chairperson in 2008. Noong 2009 po, sinimulan namin yung investigation into the Davao Death Squad killings. Dahil nga may mga impormasyon po kami noon, and nakita lalo namin yung report ni UN Special Rapporteur Philip Alston, and some other reports like the one issued by the Human Rights Watch, You Can Die Anytime. The title of that is You Can Die Anytime, referring to the killings under this group, which are now euphemistically called the Davao Death Squad. Kaya lang po, if I may say so, na yung aking pong termino or yung aking pag-upo bilang CHR chairperson hanggang 2010 lang po. Dahil in 2010, na-appoint na po ako as Justice Secretary ng dating Pangulong Noynoy Aquino. So
pinagpatuloy niyo po ba yung investigasyon ng kayo Secretary of ng Justice Department?
Konti lang po yung mga nagawa ng DOJ nung secretary na po ako. Although si Matobato, sumipot po siya, at we gave him, the DOJ gave him witness protection. Kaya lang, nung uupo na po in 2016, yung dating Pangulong Duterte, bilang Pangulo, ay umalis na po siya sa witness protection program. Yun po ang pagkakaalam ko. Pero meron po akong extensive personal investigation notes on what we gathered. Kasi yung mga nakausap namin in the course of that CHR inquiry na magaganda o mahalaga yung mga sinasabi nila, kasama na rin yung tungkol sa reward system, ay sila po yung mga kinausap lang namin ng mga sikreto lang. Kasi ayaw nilang humarap doon mismo sa open public inquiry ng CHR
marami
noong
ho kayo
2009.
nakausap.
About, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 5 of them. At in-interview lang namin sila. Kasi sa karamihan sa kanila ay hindi naman ayaw pong mag-execute ng formal affidavit, but we interviewed them. That's why I took down notes, personal notes, and gumamit nga po sila ng mga aliases.
Maaari niyo po bang isubmit ang inyong findings sa committee?
Yes, I can share with this committee my personal investigation notes on the conduct of the CHR inquiry. Kasi pag alis ko nga po, wala pa yung resolution. Later on, the CHR under new leadership came out with a resolution. I think that was in June of 2012.
Okay, Mr. Chair, did you also submit that to the ICC? Your findings?
My personal notes, I think I have. My personal notes, at meron pa ho ako mga iba na mga shinare with the ICC.
One last question, Mr. Chair. I would like to refer to Colonel Espinido. You were directly mentioned by the former senator. So will you please answer her now on that issue? Are you corroborating with the former senator on this, or?
Good morning, Your Honors, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ma'am. For me, as Chief of Police at that time in Albuera, I am one of endorsing the complaint to the DOJ. One of those names is Ma'am Leila de Lima for the affidavit that was already made by Mayor Espinosa together with his lawyer, Villarino. So as Chief of Police, I am one who endorsed that complaint to the Ombudsman. But for me, as I remember when we talked with Ma'am de Lima in the Senate, that I'm telling her that, Ma'am, the truth will set you free. Because for me, I am innocent for that, as just only a Chief of Police who endorsed the complaint to the DOJ. But yung knowledge talaga, sir, hindi ko alam kung totoo na siya involved si ma'am. No? As being Chief of Police lang, na yun talaga ang procedure na mag-endorse kung may mga complaint. Pero I believe at the time, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, na kinausap na si Mayor Espinosa kung nalaman naman ng buong mundo na si Mayor Espinosa was already there in Kamkrami to Sirbato for surrender. So pag turn over niya sa akin, dala na yung mga statement na ganon. So what I did is just only to endorse the complaint to the Ombudsman, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll be asking more questions later on.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. We have a list of those who will interpellate Senator Leila de Lima. And the first to interpellate is Congressman Raul Manuel. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa fellow members ng Quadcom, sa mga resource persons din po natin. Mr. Chair, nabanggit po ni Senator Leila de Lima na ang leader mismo ng Davao Death Squad ay mismo yung dating mayor din, Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Did I hear it right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, those are the claims of those witnesses that we talked to. That is also the claim of Edgar Matobato and Arturo Las Cañas.
At Mr. Chair, siya po yung merong alias na Superman bilang leader ng Davao Death Squad.
That is correct.
Mr. Chair, given na meron ngang mga rewards doon sa mga napapatay na mga suspects or involved di umano sa drug trade, Mr. Chair, ano ang source nitong binayad doon sa mga kasama yung mga informants, yung mga civilian na mga force multipliers, pati sa mga assassins?
Nabanggit ko po yan sa statement ko kanina o sa presentation ko kanina na meron nang gagaling from the office of the mayor itself, the intel funds from the office of the mayor. The DDS logistics and finances came from the Peace and Order or Intel Fund of MRRD. That's according to the CHR witnesses and also from Las Cañas ICC affidavit.
Mr. Chair, may we get once again yung breakdown, ano po yung mga pwedeng pinagpuntahan nitong intelligence funds? Halimbawa, as mentioned, meron pong pati mga Christmas gifts dun sa mga police na aktibong nagpatupad ng ganitong tipo ng giyera kontra droga.
Yes, yung nasa isang slide kanina, yung according to the CHR witness, kung ilan yung amount, kung magkano yung amount for the 1988 to 2000 period. Kasi sinabi ko kanina na actually 2 periods yung DDS. 1998 to 2000, then 2001 to 2016. Nagkaroon ng break nung naging congressman yung dating mayor. Now, so 15,000, 5,000 to the handler, 10,000 to the assassins, and then yung sa 13,000 to 15,000, 3,000 to 5,000 for the handler, 7,000 to 8,000 for the assassins, and 500 to 1,000 for civilian informant abanteros. They call them abanteros. Yung kay Mr. Las Cañas naman, ang sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit, DDS members were paid anywhere from 10,000 to 20,000 for every victim. Yun yung sa mga ordinary victims. At yun meron naman tinatawag na special project killings, mas mataas. They were rewarded anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million pesos depending on the status of the target. Yun po ang mga natandaan ko nung binasa ko yung affidavit ni Mr. Las Cañas at doon din po nung binasa ko at review ko yung aking personal investigation notes from the CHR investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, merong nabanggit din na merong weekly gas allowance. Bahagi po ba iyon ng bayad sa mga pulis na nagpatupad ng Davao level war on drugs, merong weekly gas allowance, may
Yes.
bukod pang cash allowance, tsaka
Yes.
Christmas gifts.
According to Mr. Las Cañas, this includes weekly gas allowance, monthly cash allowance, and Christmas cash gifts.
Mr. Chair, ano po ang pagtingin ng ating resource person, Senator Leila de Lima? Kasi kung ang nabanggit ni Colonel Garma ay pinatupad ang Davao model from ang scope lang ay sa Davao City at ginawa itong isang nationwide na drug campaign. At ang source ng funding para dun sa rewards, Mr. Chair, ay ang intelligence fund sa Davao City. Posible po ba na ang ginamit din dun naman sa nationwide na war on drugs ay ang intelligence funds, pero this time ay yung intelligence funds ng Office of the President?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the possibility is always there, but I have no knowledge about that. I don't know that. Wala pa po akong nakita na mga dokumento na nasa akin na yun talaga ang source nung drug war na from 2016 up to 2022. But it's quite possible kasi meron talagang reward system. We can only surmise at this point in the absence of direct evidence na meron talagang magsasabi kung saan talaga yun ang galing. Maybe sila Colonel Garma, sina Colonel Leonardo, baka alam nila because they were part of that. Si Colonel Garma, yung inutusan according to her na maghanap ng pwedeng mag-implement ng drug war based on the Davao model. And this is, yung sinabi ko kanina, this was the Davao model. May kasamang mga reward, may kasamang mga cash incentives, may bracketing din. Depende kung sino involved, kung sino papatayin. And so that's the reward, that's the incentives. So, posible rin na gumamit uli ng Intel Fund, this time from the Office of the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed sa iba kong tanong, dahil Mr. Chair, kung doon pa lang sa unang taon ng pagpapatupad ng war on drugs sa ilalim ni former President Rodrigo Duterte, doon sa Committee on Human Rights, nakuha nating figure at mismo ay yun pa yung sinight na accomplishment sa report ng Presidential Communications Office ay umabot sa nasa ilang tens of thousands. Kung ang iti-take nating figure, Mr. Chair, ay 20,000, kasama doon yung mismo ay confirmed na police yung pumatay, tapos maging yung mga vigilante killings, Mr. Chair, na ang pumatay ay pwedeng hindi kilalang mga tao, pero bahagi yun ng tinuturing na tagumpay, di umano, ng war on drugs. Kinompute kasi natin, Mr. Chair, kung 20,000, doon pa lang sa time frame na yon, 20,000 na yung mga napatay. Tapos, kung yung minimum na reward ay 50,000, assuming pa lang na mga small time or yung mga peddlers, yung mga pinatay, Mr. Chair, at least aabot ko, imomultiply natin, Mr. Chair, 20,000 times 50,000, kakailanganin ang nasa 1 billion pesos pa lang dun sa mga reward sa pagpatay, Mr. Chair. Hindi pa kasama dito yung mga allowances, yung mga kung merong mga weekly gas allowance pa rin, weekly cash allowance at iba pa. Sa rewards pa lang, Mr. Chair, sa ganong time frame, 1 billion pesos na ang kailangan. Pero Mr. Chair, kung ikukumpara kasi natin sa intelligence funds pa lang ng PNP, and let's take yung first year ng Duterte administration, ang intelligence funds ng PNP noong 2017 ay nasa 468 million pesos lamang, Mr. Chair. Walang kalahating bilyong piso ang intelligence funds ng PNP. So kung ganun, Mr. Chair, saan pwede talagang kumuha nung ganun kalaking pera bilang pangbayad bilang premyo doon sa mga pulis na nakapatay. Kaya Mr. Chair, kung magpo-process of elimination tayo, dahil PNP lang naman yung pwedeng ahensya, sana na pagkunan ng ganun. Pero then again, kahit yung intelligence funds ng PNP hindi sapat. So wala nang ibang agency, Mr. Chair, na merong mas malaki pang intelligence funds na pwedeng pagkunan. Walang iba, kundi yung mismong Office of the President. Lalo na kung itutugma din natin yan dun sa mga testimonya na merong mga taga-presidential management staff na bahagi rin nung channel, nung reward system na ito mula sa presidente patungo sa mga kasunod na mga level ng mga police officers, maging si Senator Bongo, si PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, at iba pang mga dating opisyal under the Duterte administration. Kaya with that, Mr. Chair, tingin natin meron ding sapat na batayan para atin na ring silipin paano ginamit ng Duterte administration ang kanyang intelligence funds. Darating din sa punto, Mr. Chair, na dapat ay mag-issue na rin tayo ng subpoena ducis tecum sa mga dokumento na sinubmit ng Office of the President to COA, to the Commission on Audit, para talaga mabusisin natin kung ano yung naging justifications for the use of intelligence funds by the Office of the President under Rodrigo Duterte. So, kasunod, Mr. Chair, kasunod na tanong kay Senator Leila de Lima. Nabanggit po kasi ang tungkol sa quarry mass grave. At kung isipin ko palang kahindik-hindik ito, Mr. Chair, kaya pasintabi na lang po sa ating mga kababayan na baka sa ganitong oras ay kumakain habang nanonood sa Quadcom hearing. Mr. Chair, meron po bang binigay na description yung kung sino mang witness patukol sa paano ba na-facilitate ang ganitong mga mass grave? Paano gumagana yung, paano hinandle ang ganitong mga mass grave?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, kasama po kasi sa organizational structure ng DDS, ay yung pinakita po kanina, na there is this SPO4 Bienvenido Laod as team handler, and in charge of the Laod Quarry Mass Grave. Nandyan din po yung si SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler and in charge of the Mandug Mass Grave. Doon pa lang ho, nung nag-iimbesti kami sa 2009, may mga nakapagsabi na po sa amin na meron ganyan na mga mass graves kung saan tinatapon yung mga naging biktima ng DDS. Now, sinubukan ho namin na puntahan yung sa Laod Quarry. Kaya lang, nung pagdating po namin doon, mukhang hindi ho namin naabot yung exact location kasi the Laod property is a hilly part, medyo ano po yun, parang hill, and then akala namin hanggang doon lang at a certain point, nakakita kami ng ilan-ilan, konti lang, na human remains, skull, pero we learned later na hindi naman pala doon yung mga talagang mass grave of that property. It was in a higher portion of the Laod property na nandun nga daw po yung karamihan ng mga tinatapon nila na mga pinatay. So there are actually several mass graves from various sources. Yung Laod, and then yung Mandug mass grave, and then meron din ho sa Samal Island. Yun po ang mga informasyon na nakuha namin. So we actually applied for search warrant. But then, nag-quinash ho ng isang RTC of Manila or Quezon City, I'm not sure anymore. Later, na reverse yung quashal of the search warrant ng Court of Appeals. And then eventually, the Supreme Court in 2014 affirmed the validity of the search warrant or affirmed the decision of the Court of Appeals. Kaya lang, wala na hong naging follow-up implementation of the warrant of arrest, either by CHR or by PNP, because I think because by 2014, insofar as CHR is concerned, its investigation closed already when it submitted or issued its resolution of June 2012. So hindi na po na-follow up yung ano sana ng mga mass graves na yan.
Mr. Chair, may nabanggit na tatlong location ng mga mass grave. Doon sa course ng investigation ni Senator Leila bilang dating chairperson ng Commission on Human Rights, meron po bang credible estimate kung ilan itong mga mass grave na ito na siyang facilitate ng Davao Death Squad bilang bahagi ng war on drugs?
It was difficult to really determine to come up with a credible figure. Ang natatandaan ko po, yung si Edgar Matobato, meron din po siyang sinabi tungkol dyan. I'm not sure if he actually mentioned any number with respect dun sa mga alam niya, na mga linibing nila. In fact, in some of those, participant talaga siya sa paglilibing, kasama yung mga iba pang miyembro ng DDS. So I have to check from Mr. Matobato's affidavit, and also his testimony before the Senate, kung meron siya talagang nabanggit na estimate of the number. But again, I think it would be difficult really na makuha natin kung ilan talaga yung mga linibing doon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero Mr. Chair, at least, so far alam natin, merong at least 3 na mga mass grave. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi Mr. Chair, isipin pa lang natin, kahit nga isang mass grave pa lang ay sobrang heinous na ng kung sino man yung mga gagawa ng isang ganong bagay. Tapos doon lang basta-basta magtatambak ng mga bangkay ng mga tao na merong mga pamilya, 'di ba? Merong mga pinanggagalingan din, merong mga gusto sanang gawin sa buhay pero napatay na lang ng gano'n na lamang. Mr. Chair, meron pa ba kahit isa lang doon sa mga bangkay mula sa mga mass grave na na-retrieve pa para maibalik sa kanilang mga pamilya?
Wala po ako matandaan.
At Mr. Chair, meron din bang mga pamilya na lumapit sa CHR dahil ang suspecha po nila ay dahil hindi na nila mahanap yung kanilang mga pamilya, sila po ay nag-isip na baka nasa mass grave na yung bangkay ng kanilang mga kamag-anak. May ganun po bang mga instances?
Wala po akong ma-recall if there are really families ng mga victims sa DDS killings na lumapit sa CHR para hanapin yung kanilang mga bangkay. Ang alam ko, because it's more recent, is that may mga families of victims who visited me when I was in jail at Camp Crame at the PNP Custodial Center, and there were quite a number of them who relayed to me yung mga naging experience nila, yung tungkol sa pagpatay under the war on drugs. But as to the mass graves, again, I will have to review my personal notes. Comprehensive po yung aking personal notes, and I'll have to check that out. Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, noong ginawa ng nationwide model, yung model ng war on drugs galing sa Davao, na pinamunuan nung then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Mr. Chair, dahil I would assume na hindi na ganun kadaling mag-set up ng mga mass graves, lalo na kung ginawa halimbawa yung Oplan Tokhang sa mga urban centers. So, in that case, ay based dun sa initial investigations nung si Senator Leila de Lima ay nag-lead na po ng isang komite sa Senado, ano na po yung kadalasang paraan para ma-dispose yung bangkay ng mga naging biktima, no? Kahit ng mga innocenteng biktima ng war on drugs?
Siyempre yung mga sa salvaging. Pero alam niyo po about the Senate inquiry. I was the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, but I was able to preside or conduct only an inquiry for 3 hearings. Kasi po after the 3rd hearing, kung saan pinisenta ko po si Edgar Matobato, ay inalis na po ako bilang chairperson of that committee by the majority of my colleagues then. So iba na po yung nagpatuloy. Because in that Senate inquiry, gusto ko sana talagang tukuyin na yung mga killings na yan, starting in 2016, are really state-sponsored or state-inspired. Kaya lang, as I would remember, may naka-ready actually na about 13 CHR witnesses from the CHR na pinovide sa Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Pero dalawa pa lang po yung na-present ko, and also si Mr. Edgar Matobato, but I was already ousted as a CHR chairperson. Now, after the third hearing, what I recall is that 3 more hearings were done under a new chairperson. Pero it was abruptly terminated kasi they did not even call the other available CHR witnesses na ready sanang i-present before I was ousted as CHR chairperson. They did not even present them. So ang nangyari, they issued the findings, the resolution, and one of the core finding is that there's no evidence that the killings at that time were actually state-sponsored. Something that I wanted to prove sana kung hinayaan lang po ako. Although of course I could understand that perhaps it was such a tough job, a tough challenge for me to prove it. Especially that nandyan pa yung dating Pangulo sa poder, na nahihirapan pa na talagang kumuha ng mga iba pa, ng mga witnesses, especially from within. Hindi katulad po ngayon na naglalabasan na po sila. May mga insiders na po na sinasabi na kung ano yung mga nalalaman nila, but not during that time. Pero I wanted to do it. After sana the presentation of those CHR witnesses, these are individual accounts of individual cases of summary execution during operations, yung mga sinasabi nilang nanlaban, pero hindi naman pala nanlaban. I was also looking at the medical certificates, the various medical certificates that we got. Marami po yun. At ang dami talagang mga kaduda-duda doon. And of course, we summoned then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa and other officials of the PNP, but they were all denying that these are the workings of PNP forces or that these are cases of EJKs and let alone state-sponsored killings. So yun po. So nothing came out. It was almost a whitewash.
Kindly wrap up, please.
Yes, huling topic, Mr. Chair, since na-present din ang relation ng ating local law dun sa ICC or yung International Criminal Court. Since some camps would say na hindi dapat tayo maging open sa quote-unquote intervention, no? Ganon yung tinatawag sa mga hakbang na ginagawa ng International Criminal Court since dapat daw ay ipatupad natin yung ating sariling batas. Huwag daw tayong pumayag na panghimasukan tayo. No? Ganon yung pagtingin sa ginagawa ng ICC. But since Senator Leila mentioned yung Section 17 ng RA 9851, tama po ba yung aking interpretation, Mr. Chair, na pinapatupad pa rin naman natin yung ating local law, which is yung RA 9851, if the Philippine government cooperates with the International Criminal Court? Dahil sa committee nga po natin, Mr. Chair, sa Committee on Human Rights and Committee on Justice, we approved a resolution. We are urging, as part of the legislative, we are urging the executive na mag-cooperate sa ICC when it comes to this war on drugs. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, we are not surrendering our sovereignty. We are actually implementing the intent of our domestic laws kapag mag-cooperate ang Philippine government sa ICC. Tama po ba yung aking pagtingin, Mr. Chair?
Tama po yan, Mr. Chair and Your Honors. Dahil nga nandyan ang batas. In fact, nauna pa yan, 2009, before the Senate ratified the Rome Statute. But yung Rome Statute po was signed as early as 2000. I was just reminded by Attorney Conte earlier that it was actually signed by the former President Estrada. Kaya lang, the ratification took some time. So it was only in 2011. But before that, pinasa nga itong RA 9851. And sa pagbabasa ko nga po ng mga provisions ng 9851, it is as if those who pushed for that are actually anticipating that there would be an international body that would be coming in or would be involved in the investigation of crimes that would fall under any of those crimes cognizable by ICC, including crimes against humanity. Kaya nila siguro pinasok yung Section 17 na yan. Malinaw sa akin na kahit may investigasyon tayo dito, pwede pa tayong makipag-cooperate. And there's nothing in the Rome Statute which says, except the complementarity principle, na ang hinihintay kasi ng ICC ay yung genuine investigation focusing on those with the highest or the greatest responsibility. If I may just quote from the ICC pretrial chambers decision in January 26, 2023, decision authorizing the resumption of the investigation. Ang naging conclusion nila, kaya they ordered for the resumption of the proceedings of the ICC investigation at dinismiss nila yung appeal ng Philippine government. And I quote, "The domestic proceedings in the Philippines do not sufficiently mirror the expected scope of the court's investigation, since they only address the physical low-ranking perpetrators and at present do not extend to any high-ranking officials." Further, the ICC pretrial chamber said, "The chamber finds that the PH has failed to demonstrate that the Philippines has failed to demonstrate that it has conducted relevant investigations and prosecution with respect to 4 issues." This was in 2023, as I said, ito yung decision nila authorizing the resumption. Number 1, the alleged killings in Davao from 2011 to 2016, which is within the duration of the ICC investigation. Pwede lang kasi mag-imbestiga yung ICC from yung sa 2011 up to 2019 when the withdrawal became effective. Number 2, crimes other than murder committed in connection with the war on drugs. 3, the killings outside official police operations, meaning yung mga riding in tandem, yung mga hindi natin sigurado kung mga police ba yan or are these agents of police officers, yung mga assassins. And number 4, and this is very important, the responsibility of individuals beyond the physical perpetrators of the alleged crimes. So ang hinihintay nila, yung mga tunay na investigasyon targeting or involving yung mga nasa taas, beginning with the former president, who is clearly the mastermind, as he induced the killings. And that is becoming clearer and clearer as nakikita natin dito sa mga lumalabas sa Quadcom hearing. Then that is the complementarity principle. Since hindi pa nila nakikita may tunay na investigasyon, and when they say investigation or proceedings, they are clearly referring to criminal proceedings. So ito pong magiging resulta ng Quadcom. Fine, I think we can be hopeful and optimistic na may mga lalabas. Pero later po, o may lalabas na resolusyon na can also categorically identify yung mga nasa taas based on the evidence na makakalap o kinakalap na ngayon ng Quad Committee. But later, kung hanggang doon lang po at hanggang doon lang yung mga gagawin din ng Kongreso, because ang mandato ng Kongreso is, in aid of legislation to enact laws, it could only recommend to the other relevant agencies and offices kung ano pa mga dapat gawin, including the investigation. Kung wala talaga yung investigation na yan, hindi po natin pwedeng pigilan ang ICC. Because yun na yung sinabi nila. Kasi hindi pa naman talaga tina-target, puro lang sa low level. Tsaka yung ICC is not actually focusing on the low level. It's not possible for them to look into each and every case of killings under war on drug. Kaya doon sila nakatuon sa mga those with the greatest responsibility. So,
Okay,
yun po.
so to wrap up, Mr. Chair.
This is your last question, Congressman
Yes.
Manuel. Thank you.
Yes, just a closing manifestation, Mr. Chair, na batay dun sa mga narinig natin, habang yung mga nasa tuktok kasi dati na ngayon ay dapat sanang sumagot sa mga tanong natin, ay naghahanap ng iba't ibang paraan para makaiwas o parang nakikipag-patintero tayo sa kanila, Mr. Chair. Kaya sa totoo lang, dapat ay ma-exhaust natin yung iba't ibang mga paraan para talaga maisulong yung hustisya para dun sa mga naging biktima ng extrajudicial killings. At bahagi niyan, Mr. Chair, habang meron tayong mga ganitong investigasyon, actually, yung pagsulong din ng investigasyon ng ICC, it complements our efforts dito sa bansa natin. And also, Mr. Chair, yung fact din na dahil nga mula sa Davao ay in-apply on a nationwide scale kung ano yung kanilang approach dun sa Davao at intelligence funds yung ginamit nila doon, we also observe a pattern, Mr. Chair, na from just 250 million pesos na level ng intelligence funds for the Office of the President, lumobo pa ito to 1.25 billion pesos. Kaya, Mr. Chair, malaki yung posibilidad talaga na ito din ay isa sa pinagmulan ng pera para mapagana yung peke at madugong war on drugs. Kaya dapat din ay mabusisi natin paano yan ginamit ng Duterte administration. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr.
salamat.
Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel.
Mr. Chair, can I just add very, very short?
Okay, please,
meron po
Senator,
kasing sinabi
make it
si,
short.
Honorable Manuel. Isa pa ho sa sinabi ng ICC pretrial chamber in concluding na it does not sufficiently mirror their investigation, itong mga proceedings, whatever proceedings were being conducted as of 2023. Ang sabi po, any ongoing domestic investigation, at least that's as of 2023, has failed to inquire into any pattern of criminality or the systematic nature of crimes. So gusto po yan i-establish ng ICC. Dahil hindi pa nila nakita yan sa mga investigasyon dito. The pattern of criminality or the systematic nature of crimes o yung state policy angle. Yun po ang dapat tingnan din.
Okay,
Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator De Lima. Before we proceed with the next interpellator, let me remind the honorable members of the committee that we have invited several resource persons for today's committee hearing. And as much as we would like to ask questions or interpellate our resource person, former Senator Leila de Lima, there are other equally important resource persons that we have invited with regard to the issue of EJK. So if I may, request the honorable members to shorten our questions. We will have several opportunities because this is not the first and the last that we will invite Senator Leila de Lima. There will be several opportunities for all of us to be able to ask questions on the issue. Now, the next interpellator is Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You have 10 minutes, and please shorten our interpellations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll just be directing my questions to the former Senator De Lima, and I'll try to make it quick, Mr. Chair. To the Chair, most respectfully, just to give us a background po, no? Kasi I'm sure we'll have more opportunities in later time, but just to lay the base for the interpellation that we're having, for the inquiry that we're having, could you please give us a background through the Honorable Chairman of your service? Because as I understand, you were previously chairwoman for the CHR, is that correct? And after that, you were the secretary for the DOJ from 2010 to 2015.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
And then senator from 2016 to 2022.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your stint as in the CHR, may we know of your track service po in relation, anything that would be relevant to the investigation on the EJK?
My first government service was as CHR chairperson. Before that, I was a practitioner, an election law practitioner. Actually, I didn't have any background in human rights before I was appointed by the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as CHR chairperson. So I was an election law practitioner, so that was my area of expertise. Very limited lang po yung exposure ko ng human rights before I joined the Commission on Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that background, I guess for the purposes of our inquiry on EJK, it would be appropriate to limit the interpellation for the years 2018 up to the up to now, since she still is espousing this as her advocacy. So, Mr. Chair, maybe just to clarify, during your stint at the CHR in 2008 to 2010, this was when you started the investigation into the Davao Death Squad.
Yes, Your Honor, 2009.
2009. And what is the result of this? How do you call this? Is this an inquiry? Is this
Yes, it was actually a public inquiry. We held several public hearings right there in Davao City. In fact, one of the resource persons that we summoned, and the very first resource person that we summoned, was then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. We also summoned some other officers, especially in the police force and barangay captains, etc. Now, I was saying earlier that yung mga nakausap kasi namin ng mga insiders, kasi at that time, hindi pa namin nakausap sila Matobato and si Las Cañas. Their names were already mentioned, but we never met them before. Nung sa Senate inquiry na lang sila lumabas. So, yung sabi ko po kanina, nahirapan nga kami nung una because we have to really hold very discreet, and mga nagtatago kami nun whenever we were interviewing these witnesses, and we have to use aliases. Of course, they gave us the names, the true names, but they said they should not be revealed, their true names. So, natapos namin yung hearings, but hindi ko na po natapos yung pinaka-report because I was already appointed as DOJ Secretary. Although, as I said, I do have with me the personal investigation notes, which I actually shared with the CHR, yung pagkakatanda ko po noon. And the CHR later came up with this resolution in June 2012. Meron din po sila mga findings doon. But yung iba po, marami po doon sa mga personal investigation notes na hindi na po nila nasama doon sa CHR resolution. I have no personal knowledge about the deliberations of the CHR and bank nung wala na po ako. Kasi which resulted in their Senate in their resolution issued in June of 2012. Ang alam ko po, ang natatandaan ko po sa resolution na yon of 2012 is one of their recommendations is to investigate and file administrative and criminal charges against then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte and police officers who were identified to be members of the Davao Death Squad.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, so from 2008 to 2010, your stint as a chairperson
2008.
2008 to 2010, you started the investigations. You've had a few public hearings. You were not around for the resolution. But the resolution in June 2012, there was one of the recommendations was to start an investigation. This was at the time that you were already Secretary of Justice, is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you start any investigation in relation to the filing of this resolution?
The resolution was directed also to the Ombudsman and also to investigative agencies to conduct further investigation. I gave instructions to our NBI to follow through with the findings. Although my information then was that nahihirapan din sila. They could not even trace those witnesses anymore. So, si Matobato nga po, even if he was covered under the Witness Protection Program, eventually he left dahil hindi pa naman natapos yung investigation na yung supposedly follow-through investigation din ng NBI.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, and just for the record, since 2012 and the stint was over by 2015, in a span of 3 years, I understand it would be hard to really ready a case and it would have spilled over. However, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Yung personal notes pa that you mentioned and that you submitted to the ICC, is this an official document?
It's a personal investigation notes because it contained the facts, the information that we got from several witnesses. As I recall, shinare ko ho yun dun sa CHR team as part of the records of the investigation of the DDS. But this cannot be considered official because this was not really formally adopted, as far as I know, by the CHR and bank nung umalis na po ako.
So it was not, Mr. Chair, it was not adopted by the CHR since it's personal in nature. However, it has been accepted by the ICC. Is that correct?
Yes, I shared it. As I recall, although I cannot really say categorically kung talagang naipa-share ko yun because I was one of those who submitted actually a communication with the ICC. The supplemental communication. I must have mentioned that there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, for the last question, for the last topic on the background, the professional government background, this is your Senate stint from 2016 to 2022, in which you held 3 public hearings on the EJK. May we know what was the status at the end of that? I understand under our rules we can take notice of proceedings in the Senate, but for the benefit of everyone here, and especially those who might not have not been part of the government at the time, may we know what was the result of that inquiry, or was it just abruptly stopped?
The Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, chaired by another senator, because I was no longer the chair, issued a resolution, I think, if I'm not mistaken, December of 2016. I also submitted a dissenting report, a 144-page dissenting report. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Senate resolution made a conclusion that there's no evidence that the killings then were state-sponsored. And may mga recommendations there, but not about filing of cases against Mr. Duterte, because nga yung hindi naman tinapos, there was an abrupt termination of those proceedings. As I mentioned, hindi nga pinisent lahat yung mga available CHR witnesses. So it was never pursued, and it's no longer surprising na ganun yung naging conclusion nila, na hindi daw po state-sponsored, although they made several good recommendations about, reforms in the PNP system, etc., etc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, moving forward, of course, chronologically, this is no longer part of your government service, but we can't escape the fact that cases were filed against you po. May we just know what is the status of these cases right now? Because, of course, this would come into the... some people might ask, some people might question the credibility of your presence here as a resource person. So we'd just like to know po, how many cases were filed and what is the status of each of these?
There were 3 drug-related cases filed against me. Initially, as consummated illegal drug trading. Illegal drug trading, consummated. But later, it was amended by the prosecution into conspiracy to commit illegal drug trading. I think they realized that they could not really make out a good case for consummated illegal drug trading kasi wala nga sila yung mga real evidence, wala yung corpus delicti, walang evidence of what exactly the kind of drugs that I allegedly traded, money trail, paper trail, wala lahat yun. So they amended those cases into conspiracy to commit illegal drug trading in the hope that sufficient na yung mga magiging testimonial evidence nung mga witnesses, mostly believed drug lords or believed inmates. And all 3 cases now have been dismissed. I've been acquitted. These are definitely trumped up charges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the three cases were already dismissed. Have any of them been dismissed by virtue of a demurrer to evidence, or it was all sought?
Yes,
it was
the
all
two
pursued?
of them. Among the three, the first one was the grant of the demurrer to evidence. The second one was acquittal. And the third one was grant of demurrer to evidence. Now, the acquittal, the second case, ang alam ko po, ay inappeal pa ng Office of the Solicitor General to the Court of Appeals, which is clearly violative of the principle against double jeopardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just note po, no, given the credibility for witness, and it's very important to note that the first and third were dismissed by virtue of a filed demurrer to evidence, which means that the prosecution did not have evidence to the point that the defense no longer needed to present their own. So, Mr. Chair, moving forward, just a quick question now that we're going to the meat, and I think we understand the former senator attended one of our hearings prior under the Committee on Human Rights. However, at the time, wala pa po yung revelation ni Colonel Garma. So I think it really changes everything now that we have the revelations of Colonel Garma and the corroborative evidence that somehow the so-called Davao template was sought to be replicated in nationwide scale. We'd just like to ask, given we were lucky, you have our resource person here comes today wearing multiple hats. She was the commissioner of the CHR, which the task actually is to be a counter-check to our authorities. At the same time, she served as part of the structure of the authorities when she was Secretary of the Justice. And finally, while she was part of the legislative under Senate, she actually filed an inquiry on EJK. So given your extensive knowledge of this, and that you've had a background from the local up to the point, and even chronologically up to the point in time in which supposedly there was already that progression from local to national. Could you please educate us? Because one thing that I think that we have to be concerned with is the so-called labeling of the war on drugs versus the EJK, extrajudicial killing. Because po, as we understand, based on the testimony of Colonel Garma, yung war on drugs po is under the auspices of authority. It is being conducted under the organization of the Philippine National Police, supposedly. Whether these elements of the PNP were working within or outside of the authority of the PNP, that doesn't escape the fact that it's more aligned to the state-sponsored element. However, when we talk about the EJK, and specifically in your inquiry on the DDS, we're talking more of the vigilante killings. And I believe last time there was a presentation, I believe it was Attorney Conti. May we ask you very quickly to Attorney Conti, Mr. Chair, I understand in your presentation last time there was a distinct point in time in which the war on drugs transitioned from vigilante killings onto state-sponsored police operations. Can you please elucidate on that once again?
Yes, according to the data, the information from media reports, in the first 3 to 6 months of the war on drugs, it started with vigilante killings, and then eventually it transitioned to police perpetrated killings. So dito na po nagsimula bandang 2017 yung talagang police operations, whether by bust, arrest warrants, or search warrants.
Thank you, Attorney Conti. Mr. Chair, so back to the former Senator De Lima. In your investigation of the so-called DTS, were you also investigating the police sponsor, or the state side aspect of the war on drugs, or was this purely on the vigilante?
It also included the police side, the PNP, the official, because of the HCIS, the Heinous Crimes Investigation Section. That was part of the official organizational structure of the DCPO, then the Davao City Police Office. So yung mga naging member, especially the original members of that Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, were actually the DDS members, as testified on or attested to by, especially by Arturo Las Cañas. So it's not just the killings by the riding in tandem, the unknown assassins, but precisely the structure which points to the fact that these are headed, especially the handlers, by policemen under the DCPO. Yan po ang pagkakatanda ko dun sa mga nakuha naming impormasyon. So already covered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the former senator has now confirmed, aside from the vigilante killings, the riding in tandem, and the Sinaloa-style killings, according to Attorney Conti, there were also police operations involved. Can you confirm for us, through the chairman, of course, the operational aspect of the police? This would include yung mga nanlaban in legitimate police operations and buy-bust operations. Was this something that was investigated in the locality of Davao during your time as CHR?
Yeah, some aspect of it, because nga of the organizational structure. Because indeed, policemen were handling the operations. Yung mga sinabi ko pong, excuse me, yung mga sinabi ko pong pangalan, SPO4 Sanson Benaventura as the Logistics Finance and Death Clearance Officer, SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas as overall team leader for operations and planning, sila SPO4 Bienvenido Laud as team handler, SPO3 Jim Tan as team handler. They were then, as far as I know, as far as I could recall from the records, they were then active police officers, but assigned to this HCIS, or Heinous Crimes Investigation Section, in charge of those killings.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the clarification. However, I think most respectfully, we have to clarify po, their being members of the PNP should be distinguished from the operations being undertaken by the PNP. Because while we have confirmed, based on your testimony, that they are confirmed to be active members of the uniformed personnel, but if the way that the EJK was conducted was solely limited to the vigilante side, we're talking about Sinaloa killings, abduction, riding in tandem, extrajudicial, this would be different from the state, the police operation side. Because what we've seen based on the operations, they come in two forms. You have, usually when we're talking about the HVT, the high value target, this would rely on vigilante killings that we would see and have seen based on testimony also of Colonel Garma. But we also have to consider that for the supposedly legitimate operations in which later on there is supposedly allegedly planting of evidence, nanlaban, drug buster by bust, which has gone wrong. I think this would be considered as under the auspices of a legitimate police operation. Now, my question to the former senator, to the honorable chairman, is that was this part of the so-called DDS operations in the locality? Because what I'm talking about here, what we're basing on, the testimony of Colonel Garma is talking about the nationwide scale, and we've seen it. The testimony of Attorney Conti, we're talking nationwide, we've seen both vigilante and police operations. My question now is, at least for the investigation of the DDS in Davao, did this involve, because I understand there's the HCIS and that they were active members of the police force, but did they employ buy-bust operations and nanlaban to perpetrate this so-called war on drugs?
To answer your question, Your Honor, I have to point out that the nanlaban concept actually originated in Davao and invented by the DDS. So it's not something new. There may be fewer cases then, kasi karamihan nga is the riding in tandem, mga vigilante killings as induced by then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. But there were also specific cases na ganun, because the nanlaban concept actually originated from the DDS operations.
Thank you for that confirmation. So although it might have been a few, it's not novel. There was a nanlaban and there was supposedly legitimate police operations conducted in the locality.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, one more question on that. Given that the transition from the local to the national, from the local it was talking about barangay to LGU level, city. Of course, it would take a lot of expanding for it to go into the national level. And we've had through the PNP yung, now we're talking about yung double barrel, Oplan double barrel. You have the tokhang and then the high value targets. Was this something that you also saw being conducted in Davao at the time that you were conducting your investigation to the DDS? Or was this purely mostly skewed towards the vigilante side?
Okay, the Oplan tokhang and then later the Oplan double barrel, they became more pronounced and as they became official operations because of that PNP circular. No, I don't remember any evidence or any document or any information that there is such an official operations plan that could be similar to the Oplan Tokhang or Oplan double barrel. But, as I said earlier, meron din mga nanlaban operations. So, these are, actually implemented by certain police officers in Davao. So I would not know how they call them, but I'm sure there are really such plans. Kasi nga, doon sa organizational structure, again, based on on Arturo Lascania's information, it's then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte who was the very head of the Davao Death Squad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the last point, given that there might be some differences, it might not have been formalized, but we see a pattern. But
Yes.
most distinctly is that you have confirmed just earlier that there was a rewards and payment scheme. And I think this is what's very important for us here in this inquiry today, given that this has basically been confirmed by Colonel Garma. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I still have more questions regarding the policy, operation, and organizational parallelisms between the investigation perhaps that they had on the DDS and the inquiry that we have now in the EJK. But given that we have more resource persons and more colleagues who would like to interpolate, I will now yield for that time. Thank you very much, former Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Before we proceed with the next interpellator, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Ron Salo and Congressman Roman Romulo. Welcome to the committee hearing of the Quadcom. Just an interjection on the question raised by Congressman Gutierrez with respect to the issue on the reward money. In the investigation you have conducted in Davao when you were still with CHR, has there been a determination as to where the reward money came from?
Yung po ni Arturo Lascanias na intel funds of the Office of the Mayor.
Is there
Kasama
any-
yun. As to any other sources, I have to check again my notes on that kung meron pang other sources of the rewards.
But this particular issue has been stated in the report you have submitted, I believe.
No, that's in the affidavit of Arturo Lascanias. And also, when I made the presentation about the DDS reward system according to the CHR witness, kasama po yan. Although I don't recall if that witness actually pointed to the very source of that reward.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for that information. So we now proceed with the next interpellator. The next is Congresswoman Franz Castro. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maiksi lang naman to kasi yung ibang question at natatanong na. Tanong ko lang sa PNP, Mr. Chair. May binanggit kasi si former Senator De Lima about yung mga personalities like SPO4, Samson Buenaventura, alam naman natin kung nasaan si Arturo Lascanias, Bienvenido Laud, and SPO3 Jim Tan. So sa PNP po, active po ba ito kung nag-retire na, Mr. Chair? Sa PNP.
Earlier, Congressman Paduano moved for the issuance of a show cause order
For them.
Sunny
Sanson
Buenaventura and Samson Buenaventura one and the same?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so there was already a motion
Okay.
to issue a show cause order.
Yes, thank you,
And
Mr. Chair.
may I know what's the name of that gentleman over there? What?
Sir, good afternoon. Brigadier General Chinayog, the Acting Director of Personnel and Records Management ng PNP po, sir. As to the question of the good Congresswoman, we will find out sa aming record, sir, kung existing ang tao. And we will give the feedback. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Congresswoman Castro, please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Chair. So meron tayong according to Secretary Senator De Lima, yung RA 9851 on the legal basis kung pwedeng natin makasuhan. So pwede na po ba itong magamit ng ating mga pamilya na biktima ng EJK to prosecute po yung si Duterte at saka iba pang mga perpetrator ng EJK?
Opo, malinaw naman po that it covers crimes against humanity. Na yung EJKs, yung the magnitude, the extent of the EJKs na nakita natin, na lumalabas na ngayon, at yung mga testimony ng mga families and other sources din, Now, it's certainly a case of a crime against humanity, specifically of murder, kasi systematic and deliberate targeting of a civilian population. And we are talking about the alleged drug offenders.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gusto nating malinaw yun, ma-emphasize yun, dahil medyo matagal pa yung ICC, no? At itong ating mga pamilya, ay pamilya ng mga biktima ng EJK ay matagal na, Mr. Chair, na naghahanap ng accountability and justice. Kaya pwede yun. About yung pattern in criminality, di ba sinasabi ng ICC na parang wala pa silang nakikita? So yung example po ng pattern sa Davao, yung DDS, as regards to the national, hindi ba meron na yung pattern? Kasi sa instruction, according to the testimony of Garma, sinasabi na ipapattern yung national scale na tokhang or yung yung war on drugs on the Davao So, di ba meron na siyang pattern, Mr. Chair?
Opo, pagkikita natin na nandiyan ang pattern. Pero pwede pang dagdagan yan, pwede pang makakuha pa ng mga indications, mga factors na pwede talaga nating sabihin na may pattern of criminality. Yung tungkol naman po sa ICC, ang sinabi ko po is that one of the reasons or one of the main reasons kung bakit they authorized the resumption of investigation after junking the appeal of the Philippine government is that hindi pa nga nila, wala silang nakikita na any proceedings in our country, especially criminal proceedings, they're trying to establish the pattern. Pero hindi ho natin alam, baka yung ICC, dahil alam ko po, seryoso talaga sila, nakafocus talaga sila, ay baka na-establish na yan, the pattern of criminality and yung pattern ng killings.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chair, kung magsasampa ang pamilya o biktima ng EJK dito ito using the 9851, so would this affect po yung investigation sa ICC?
It would depend on kung ano makita ng ICC na magiging progress of the case. Na baka hanggang filing of complaint lang. But as to really the gathering of the necessary evidence, baka kulangin. Or baka hindi na maging talagang, hindi katulad nung ginagawang, alam ko, talagang masigasig sila. And these are expert investigators. And na kumakalap na talaga, baka nga malapit na silang matapos sa kanilang investigation. We certainly hope na matatapos na yung ICC investigation, at least in so far as to try to trigger the next step, which is the issuance of the warrant of arrest.
Thank you. At tingin nyo, Senator Lima, nakakatulong itong ginagawa ng Quadcom?
Yes.
Okay.
Sa
Yun
tingin
lang
ko
po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castro. The next to interpellate is Congressman Bong Teves. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Former Senator Leila de Lima earlier said, address to Colonel Expedido, magsabi ka ng totoo. May I ask to the Colonel Expedido, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ni former Senator Leila de Lima na magsabi ka ng totoo?
Your Honors, Mr. Chair, halata naman na na-dismiss yung kaso niya na parang sinabi niya talaga na inosente siya. Sa akin naman nung mag-umpisa, sa Senate pa lang, sinabihan ko na the truth will set her free. Because I believe na ganun lang talaga ang nangyari kay ma'am. When in fact, I talked personally kay Mayor Espinosa at the time na nagdala na siya ng testimony niya from Kamkrami na mag-turn over sa akin na ang masabi lang niya, nagkita lang doon sila sa Bagyo. So, sa akin as Chief of Police at dati investigator, hindi man kadali ganon na mag-file tayo ng complaint sa isang dala lang ang pangalan. Kaya, I doubt at first na talagang hindi totoo yun, pero as Chief of Police na mag-file lang ng complaint, endorsement doon sa department, sa institution na yun ang talagang papuntahan, hanggang doon lang ako. No? But as I've said, na I doubt, kaya nagsabi ako sa kanya na the truth will set her free. And when in fact, kinamayan ko si ma'am right after sa Senate, kung natandaan ni ma'am, pinuntahan ko siya na naghingi ako ng sorry. Sorry talaga ma'am, but the truth will set you free. Doon lang sa akin, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Can I say something, Your Honor? If I may.
Congressman Teves. Former Senator Leila de Lima, ma'am, yun po ba ang gusto mong ipaalam o gusto mong mangyari na sabihin, ano ba talaga po ang gusto mong sabihin kay Colonel Espinido na magsabi siya ng totoo?
Senator? Okay. Nasagot na ho niya ng konti, partially, yung gusto ko sanang marinig sa kanya. Na sinasabi niya na the truth shall set you free. Yes, nasabi niya po sa akin yan. So ang ibig pong sabihin nun ay yung mga sinabi nila noon during the Senate inquiry ay hindi totoo. Ayaw lang niyang aminin. Ang gusto ko po sana na marinig sa kanya, yung sinabi ni Mr. Kerwin Espinosa during the last hearing na kinausap silang tatlo ni then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, now Senator, na ayusin yung mga testimonya nyo para nagkakatugma-tugma. Although I think Colonel Espinido will remember na kahit nga ganun na yung kanilang naging guidance or instruction from then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, hindi pa rin naging tugma yung kanilang mga sinabi during the Senate inquiry. Kasi in the first place, yung kilala ba ni Mr. Espinido, si Ronnie Dayan, kilala ba ni Kerwin Espinosa, si Ronnie Dayan, sinasabi na, sabi ni Kerwin Espinosa, na-meet daw niya si Mr. Ronnie Dayan through Colonel Espinido. Pero alam niya po yan, alam niya ni Colonel Espinido na hindi po totoo yan. Yung sinasabi about yung nagkita sa Burnham Park, yung pinakita po nilang supposed evidence of my alleged involvement in the illegal drug trade of Mr. Kerwin Espinosa ay yung picture na yan na pinapakita na mukha ngang nasa Burnham Park. Ang mukha ngang nagkita kami doon o na whatever, yung hindi ko alam kasi hindi ko naman siya kilala nung minute ko siya o na-meet ko sa Burnham Park kasi ang dami pong nagpapapicture doon. So the first time that I saw Mr. Kerwin Espinosa was nung nag-appear na siya sa Senate inquiry. Yun po sana yung gusto kong malinawan sa kanya. Tama ba yun? Sinabi ni Kerwin Espinosa na actually kinausap silang tatlo para maging tugma-tugma yung kanilang script.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Colonel Espinido to respond sa sinabi ni former Senator De Lima? Kasi unang-una, sa nakikita ko po na pag-uusap ngayon, parang lumalabas, isa po sa mga players, si Colonel Espinido sa pagkakakulong ni Senator De Lima. Dahil yung mga, as a Chief of Police, tama po kayo, nagbe-base po kayo sa mga testimonya. Pero, ibig sabihin, alam nyo, yung testimonya ng mga binibase nyo is may kunting mali na hindi tama. Dahil, bakit kayo kakausapin ni Senator De La Rosa, the former Chief PNP, na hindi tugma-tugma ang inyong mga testimonya kung hindi kayo bumubuo ng isang kwento?
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Ang una, sinabihan ako ni General Bato na involved ng drugs, tumatanggap kay Kerwin before the Senate. Nung sa Senate na, hindi na ako nirecognize ni Kerwin na nakatanggap ng 20,000. Even in his affidavit, dalawa, wala ako o hindi ako nakasali. And tatlong senator natandaan ko na nag-cross sa kanya na nagsasabi nga siya na si Sir Espinido, hiningian ko ng bank account but ang reply, Bible verse lang. okay na yon. Pero nadali din ako sa pagdala ni Kirwin ng pangalan ko na ako daw ang dahilan na makilala niya si Dayan. At the time, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, nagvoluntary ako pagbigay sa Senate ng cellphone ko. Na ma-check lang na may number si Dayan sa cellphone ko. Resign ako kaagad. Wala na, nag-wave na ako kaagad, walang abogado, sinabi ko. Kasi hindi yun makapagtanggi tayo or makapagsinungaling kung nandyan talaga ang cellphone ni Dayan sa cellphone ko. Kung kilala kami ni Dayan, talagang may number ako sa kanya. Doon na nagsalita ang Senate na nagsasabi tayo ng totoo. Kasi bakit matakot tayo, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na totoo man ang sinabi ko na never din na si Senator Bato, si dati Chief PNP Bato, na magsabi sa akin na okay, yon ang ginawa nyo tatlo, gawin nyo tatlo para magkakaisa yung testimony. Hindi kasi hindi ako sang-ayon lahat kung ano ang isabi sa akin ng senior officer ko. As long na legal yan, okay sa akin. Makikita naman, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na ako sinali nga. And I am one also a victim sa sali-sali lang sa lista ng drugs. Nilagyan pa ng high value target si Espinido. So, kaya ako magsasabi din na siguro yung mga lista hindi totoo yun kasi ako nga biktima sa mga sinungaling nilagay ni Senator Bato. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, hindi kaya nilagay yung pangalan mo dahil hindi ka na sumusunod sa gusto nila sa bandang huli?
That's one of the reasons, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ilan po ba ang napatay nyo nung panahon sa war on drugs?
Sa war on drugs sa Albuera, ni isang namatay sa Albuera. Sa Ozamis, sa 2 taon ko may siyam. Sa 2 taon. Sa Bacolod, never ni isa na namatay sa war against illegal drugs. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ilan ang nakuha mong reward?
Kung reward lang, matandaan ko, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kasi may resolution ang Ozamis, si Mayor Aldong Parhuinog at the time, na kung may makahuli ang pulis ng isang malaking drug pusher, may 100,000 na ibigay from the local government unit. So nakakuha kami ng 600,000. Nakatanggap together with the presence of the MILG, na nandoon na ako ang tumanggap ng pera at saka plaque of appreciation na nakahuli tayo ng worth of 600,000 ang binigay ng local government unit sa PNP ng Ozamis, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, di ba pinag-uusapan natin yung reward system na sinabi ni Colonel Garma? Di ba sabi niyo may napatay kayong mga sa war on drugs? Ang tanong ko ngayon, ilan yung galing sa nasyonal na pera ang natanggap mo para sa war on drugs? Hindi yung galing sa lokal.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, siguro sa Ozamis, to tell you the truth, no? Maski tanungin niyo si Sir Bato ngayon kung saan siya. Never nakabigay si Senator Bato na sa akin ng ₱1 since sa pag-upo niya nakasama kami. Never. Lalo na yung reward, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kaya siyempre, sikreto na yun. Bakit hindi ako pagbigyan? Hindi ako binigyan niya ng legal na suporta naman lang na pagbigyan ako na, Joby, may pampliti mo na lang ng pang-airplane. Magpunta ako ng Krame, Your Honor, Mr. That's the truth. Ano na nangyari?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Teves, your time is up.
Thank you.
Please wrap up. Okay, thank you, Congressman Teves. So the last interpellator before we shift to another resource person for today is Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very short lang, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions, Mr. Chair. The first one is for Senator Leila de Lima. Yung RA 9851 po, may prosecution na ba dito niyan?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, as far as I know, there's none yet.
Yan. Kaya nyo po minimension yung RA 9851 ay sa pagkakaalam ko because of the Section 17, tama?
Yes, one of those, yes.
Oo. In the interest of justice, the relevant Philippine authorities may dispense with the investigation or prosecution of a crime punishable under this act if another court or international tribunal is already conducting the investigation or undertaking the prosecution of such crime. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court, if any, or to another state pursuant to the applicable extradition laws and treaties. So yun po, parang dahil doon, maaari ito ang maging legal basis para yung akusado ay pwede talagang ma-extradite. And we'll go through the process of the ICC.
Yes, although as you said, maaari, because the law, the provision speaks of may. So it's not something that is mandatory. So it all depends on the relevant Philippine authorities kung gusto nilang gawin yun.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yung second question ko po ay kay Attorney Maria Cristina Conti. Attorney, Mr. Chair, yung gusto nating malaman, bakit yung mga biktima, they would want na sa ICC magsampa ng kaso? Bakit, 'di ba? Bakit kasi walang walang domestic case. So bakit 'yon ang pinili ng mga biktima?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The timing of the filing of the complaint or the communications before the ICC is also one point to consider. We filed it in 2018 at the height of the Duterte administration and at the height of the killings. First, one of the reasons is that there's presidential immunity for domestic suits. Second, there is complicity of politicians and people in power. There were high officials were complicit in the crimes as suspected. And in fact, they even had officials in the IAS installed. Attorney Triambulo, whom I have identified as one of those appointed by Duterte, so that he could shield officials or police officers from liability. Also, there was security considerations for the victims who may themselves be the subjects of tokhang operations. Politically, it was not conducive to file any criminal charges in the Philippines regarding the war on drugs at that time, because there was also a refusal of the government to consider this as a systematic attack on the people. Until today, actually, the investigation center on individual crimes, and that the working theory, I guess, for the Philippine government is that these are rogue police officers who just violated protocol. And so for us, in the interest of justice, as was mentioned, the ICC at that time was an effective remedy. This was also in the context of the killings of lawyers and judges who in any way was involved in any drug-related cases. Also logistically, and this is different from, this is logistically different from investigations in the Philippines. At the ICC, you file communications, and for the ICC at one point they said they received 53 communications. They tend to look at all these communications all together before starting with an investigation and eventually trial. In the Philippines, you would have to have built a case, and if there were many victims, they would have filed separate charges in different places, and it would be a nightmare to consider them all. So before the International Criminal Court, the Philippine situation is under review, and there is no case yet, but it is under one investigation for all acts of widespread and systematic killings, the acts of murder and other inhumane acts, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think nakuha ko po yung gusto kong marinig doon kasi parang hindi talaga level playing field dito sa Pilipinas. And second, hindi pwedeng imbestigahan nila yung mga perpetrators, yung sarili nila. So, Mr. Chair, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Rosas.
Mr. Chair,
Before we
very
go
quick.
to the other, can I just ask for clarification dito kay Colonel Espinido, Mr. Chair?
Okay, you're recognized, Congressman Abante.
Colonel, it was under your watch na napatay si Mayor Navarro and Mayor and Mayor Parahinog, di ba?
Mayor Espinosa, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Pero nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, sino ang station commander nun sa Osamis?
Ako ang sa Osamis, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
search warrant ng CIDG.
So therefore, nung panahon mo, napatay si Parahinog at si Navarro.
Hindi, si Navarro, si Mayor Espinosa yun, Mr. Chair.
Si Mayor Parahinog.
Si Mayor Parahinog
napatay.
ang sa Osamis.
It was under your command at
Yes,
that time.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Oo. So yun nabigay sa iyo ng 600,000.
Si Kwan, hindi pa yun nangyari, Mr. Chair, yung pag-operasyon sa application sa search warrant kay Mayor Parahinog. Mga 4 months, 3 months, mag-umpisa ako sa Osamis. Si Mayor Parahinog mismo, Mr. Chair, ang nagbigay ng reward sa mga nahuli.
Nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, napatay siya under your watch, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakatanggap ka ba ng reward money?
Wala kay kasi din sa kay Mayor Parahinog, Mr. Chair, sa illegal possession of firearms at saka hindi application ko sa CIDG yon na
alin yun?
CIDG ang applicant sa search warrant, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So
hindi sa akin.
Hindi drugs.
Hindi, sa illegal possession of firearms, Mr. Chair.
Ang inaano ko, nakakalito kasi nung napatay si Mayor Parahinog, ikaw ang station commander nung Osamis, di ba?
Yes.
Oh, sa drugs
Mr.
din
Chair.
yun, correct?
Ang sa kay Mayor Parahinog, sa title sa search warrant, hindi sa drugs, Mr. Chair.
Ay, hindi. So, sinong nag-utos sa'yo na patayin si Mayor Parahinog?
Hindi naman nag-utos, Mr. Chair. Sorry to say that because first, ang applicant, ang officer responsible sa implementation ng search warrant ay ang CIDG. As Chief of Police ng Osamis, nag-assess kasi area ko ang target, no, yung si Mayor Parahinog. So nagkataon na kami ang nandyan assign, so sinama ng CIDG as applicant ng search warrant, Mr. Chair.
At nanlaban si Parahinog kaya napatay.
Oh, doon sa implementation kasi nabiruan, may natamaan din kami, investigator ko, Mr. Chair, sa first burst of fire ng pagpunta na namin sa bahay. That is a simultaneous for 6 na search warrant na na-implement doon sa Parahinog na siblings.
Hindi ba si Mayor Navarro napatay din?
Si Navarro namatay sa Cebu yun,
Cebu.
Mr. Chair. Oh, sa Bacolod na ako na-assign.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Jinky Luisno.
Very quick.
Very quickly.
I was listening to the interpellation of the Honorable Teves, and I want to clarify for the record the answers of Colonel Espinido. Colonel, were you the one who introduced Kerwin to Ronnie Dayan? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Before the Senate investigation, have you personally known Senator Leila de Lima? Yes or no?
Yes,
How?
Your Honor. Na siya naging head ng CHR, Commission on Human Rights, when I was assigned in Leyte. Nagpunta pa nga si Ma'am sa Samar, kung natandaan niya, sa Samar. Pagkatapos, naging DOJ, Secretary, nag-run for senators, senator din na senator din si Ma'am.
In relation to her alleged involvement in drug operation, have you known Senator De Lima before the Senate investigation? Yes or no?
Sa drugs, hindi.
Yes or no?
No, Your Honors.
Before the Senate investigation, have you known Kerwin Espinosa? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
How?
That he is involved in illegal drugs together with his father.
But in relation to the alleged transaction with Senator Leila de Lima, have you known Kerwin Espinosa before the Senate investigation?
I don't know.
Yes
Your Honor.
or no?
No, Your Honor.
Before that Senate investigation, Colonel Espinido, in relation to the alleged involvement of Senator De Lima, have you known Ronnie Dayan?
No, Your Honor.
There's also a testimony coming from Kerwin Espinosa that you and him were instructed to talk with each other to make sure that your testimonies against Senator De Lima is consistent. Do you confirm this? Yes or no?
I confirm, Your Honor.
With your answers to my questions, Colonel Espinido, this afternoon, are you retracting all the testimonies that you gave against Senator De Lima during that Senate investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Jinky. Okay, we'd like to thank former Senator Leila de Lima for accepting our invitation to become one of our resource person for today. And we will now move to another resource person that we invited. And we'd like to ask Congressman Dan Fernandez to introduce to the committee the next witness.
Okay, thank you so much.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, before Chairman Dan will proceed, are we now excusing former Senator De Lima?
If Senator Leila de Lima would wish to stay and remain as a observer of this hearing, you may do so, and we will welcome that. But if you wish to be excused, you will be excused.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your
Chair,
Honor. Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Your Honor. I can
think the
stay for a
present-
little while, and then I'll just leave if I need to leave.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the presence of former Secretary Leila de Lima is so important to us, considering that later on we'll be asking GM Garma a lot of things about the reward system, and it might be we all know that it's corroborating the reward system that was mentioned by GM Garma and the former senator, and we haven't asked yet questions kay GM Garma. We will be tackling, Mr. Chairman, the issue of the killing of Antonio Tony Halili of Tanawan, where GM Garma have mentioned certain personalities in the PNP, and this might involve the reward system that was mentioned by both resource persons. So it is imperative for us to let Senator De Lima to stay a little bit more, Mr. Chairman.
Well, as she stated in her reply to the chair, when we ask her if she wants to stay, she can stay and be an observer, or if she wants to be excused, she will be excused. So that is clear, Your Honor. So now we proceed with the next witness in our committee hearing today. Congressman Dan Fernandez, please introduce your witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. GM Garma, you remember the last time that we asked you about the story of Mr. Tony Halili. You mentioned a certain name from the PNP. A certain, during that time, he was a major, Kenneth Albotra. You remember that?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And you mentioned that it was nabida or na-mention sa iyo yung pangalan ni Antonio Halili na kasama siya doon sa nag-operate kay Mr. Tony Halili. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why this representation would like to discuss this matter, because in the last hearing, we invited those personalities that were allegedly involved on this killing of Mr. Tony Halili, Mayor Tony Halili. And also, Mr. Chairman, during that hearing that we have conducted, I asked Chairman Benny Abante to ask about the issue of what happened to Mayor Cesar Perez of Los Baños. Mayor Cesar Perez, oo, ng Los Baños, na kung saan siya po ay namatay din by these personalities, allegedly, according to this witness that we have invited, na same personalities that were involved in the killing of Tony Halili were also involved in this killing of Mayor Cesar Perez. And we invited these resource persons. And as a matter of fact, ay nandiyan po siya sa loob at magbibigay po siya ng testimony sa atin under oath. And at the same time, he executed an affidavit doon sa mga pangyayari na kung saan allegedly, according to him, naging biktima siya ng EJK sapagkat siya ang naging fall guy. Siya ang kinulong sa loob halos ng 7 buwan, subalit siya ay walang kasalanan. So, there are those victims of EJK that were killed. And there are those who were victim of EJK who suffered, like kay former senator. And this person, a former councilor of the municipality of Los Baños, contacted this representation in order to hear him out doon sa mga pangyayari sa kanila. And at first, hindi po tayo naniwala because we wanted to verify, no, yung mga stories that he mentioned to us. But as it goes, nakita po natin yung mga evidences that he presented. And now, Mr. Chairman, siguro it is up to the body to scrutinize or to find out and to ferret the truth out of this. It is, I think, incumbent upon us to find out the truth about these 2 killings that happened in Batangas and also in Laguna. Not to mention the issue that was mentioned sa akin ni Congressman Paduano na sniper din po ang tumira. And even the story of Congressman Luistro sa Batangas na sniper din po ang tumira. Sa Batangas, sa Laguna, sa Negros, and any other part pa ng ating bansa, this might be the template that they used. So let us listen. Huwag muna natin judge. Tingnan mo muna natin. And all those PNP officials that we have invited, Mr. Chairman, this representation would like to invite. I think they are here. Si Colonel Kenneth Albotra.
Present.
Can you kindly sit?
Have you taken your oath, Colonel Albotra?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Police Captain Kenneth Albotra, sir, and I have taken my oath already, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Can we ask the Bureau of Jail personnel to please take the seat first, whatever vacant seat we can find here, so that we can use the chairs that we have reserved for the resource person on this particular witness. Wag po kayo munang aalis at kailangan po kayo mamaya. So, who are we asking to sit?
And also, Mr. Chairman, we have invited also Colonel Brian Dexter Andulan.
Colonel Andulan, can you please take the seat? Colonel Andulan.
And also Colonel Raycon Ganduque, former Chief of Police ng Los Baños, and also the former Chief of Police of Los Baños, Atot Castillo, and also PD Petalio, of former Provincial Director of Laguna as well.
Colonel, have you both taken your oaths already? Okay, so what about that gentleman over there? What is your name? What is your name? Yes? No, the gentleman beside you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. CTO3 Harabe from Bucor.
From Bucor. Okay, sige. Sino pa? Okay, may I ask you to please take the seat first for a while on the other side of the hall so we can ask the resource persons invited for this particular witness to take the seat in front of us. So lahat po kayo ay nakapag-oath na, no? Kayo po lahat. Okay. Salamat. Okay, please continue. Congressman Fernandez.
Yes, we have also invited, Mr. Chairman, the former councilor of Los Baños to be a part of this committee hearing. So can we invite him to stand up? And
Okay, Comsec, please administer the oath of Mr. Tamesin, former councilor Tamesin.
Sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry? So help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The oath has been administered, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a lawyer with you, Councilor Tamesin? So,
No, Your Honor.
do you need a lawyer?
Hindi na po.
Oh, sige. So, have you executed your affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ito bang affidavit na ito, ay ikaw, pirma mo ba to? Ito?
Hindi po yan.
Oo nga pala. Asan na yun? Yung kay Tamesin? Tamesin, oh. Ito. Pwede bang malaman ano yung full name mo, Councilor Tamesin?
Ako po si Norvin Lantikan Tamisin.
Okay. Ito po ba ang iyong sinumpaang salaysay?
Opo.
Ito, wala ka pang pirma rito. Ikaw ba ay...
Yung hawak ko po, meron po. Bali, maraming kopya po yun.
Sige.
if we allow the resource person, Mr. Chairman, to state or narrate the sinumpaan salaysay, you may do so, no?
Your Honor.
That will form part of your yung testimony mo in your affidavit. So, Mr. Chairman, may we allow him to tell the story, being the a resource person and who happens to be the suspect on the killing of Mayor Cesar Perez, and you were jailed for 7 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now you are released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Na-release ka on bail.
On bail po.
So, na-release ka. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning, ba't ka na-release? Mahina ka kaso or what?
We filed a petition for bail and it was approved.
Okay, siguro let's start from the start siguro. So, since you are under oath at wala pa kaming nakukuwang affidavit mo na pirmado, so you tell your story and narrate to this committee your side of the story. Go ahead.
Ako po si Norvin Lantikan Tamisin, naging konsyal po ng Bayan ng Los Baños for 12 years, independent, 2013 and 16 po, nahalal bilang independent at number 1 councilor po ng aming bayan. Natapos po ang aking termo ng 2019, June 30, at ako po ay isang human resource practitioner at isang professor po. So bumalik po ako sa pribadong buhay. Noong December 3, ako po ay nasa garden ng aking kaibigan dahil mahilig po akong mag-alaga ng bonsai. Nagtitinda rin po sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo ng kaibigan ko si Mr. Emmanuel Mapili. Mula po alas 5 hanggang madaling araw ay nandun po kami. Nakipagkwentuhan at nakauwi na po ng pasado alas 2. Nagulat na lang po ako, nalaman ko na pinatay daw po si Mayor Perez. That was December 3, 2020 po, Your Honor. Umalingaw nga ako dahil si Mayor Perez po, at that time, based on reports, he was included in the narco list from the original list. Kami naman po ay siyempre nababasa lang, ngunit hindi ko po nakikita. In honor of the late Mayor Perez, hindi ko po alam. Nagulat na lang po ako, naglabasan sa news, na ako pala po ay nahabla. Samantalang wala naman po akong kalam-alam doon. Sa nasabing habla, sinasabi nila na nakita daw po ako within the vicinity sa tapat ng 7-Eleven. Wala naman po ako doon. Ang masakit po nito, may nagturo na isang bogus witness na nakita daw niya ako. Kaya nung ma-file yung case, sa kanilang reklamo ay merong video pero hindi po nila isinumite at hindi rin ho kami nabigyan ng kopya. Habang naka-file, marami pong maaligid sa bahay, laging tanong ng tanong, alam ko po mga pulis yun, nakasibilyan. Minabuti po ng pamilya ko na umalis muna po ako. At napagdesisyonan ko upang hindi naman po sila madamay. Dahil alam ko po, malaki ang posibilidad na itutumba nila ako para maging case closed. Kaya lumayo po ako pero hindi po ako nagtago. Naglipat-lipat lang ako at nakikita naman po ko dahil kung sakaling ako itutumba, wag na lang madamay ang pamilya ko. May mga anak din naman ako eh. Nagulat ako, nahuli nila ako sa Baguio, pero hindi po ako nagtago. Dahil naglalakad lang po ako. Kung ako po ay magtatago, pupunta po ako ng ibang bansa. At magpapakalayo-layo ako, pero talagang haharapin namin, gusto lang namin malaman kung saan at kailan ko magagawa ng parang ipaglaban ng sarili ko. Nung ako po'y nahuli, naghihiring na nailabas yung video na kumakalat ho sa mga Facebook, sa mga messengers. Nagulat kami. Wala naman ako sa video. Kung nailabas lang po yun ng mga pulis na siyang gumawa ang Task Force Perez, ang PNP Los Baños at that time, kung nilabas lang nila, hindi sana kami makakasuhan. Ang sinasabi nila, wala daw video na pwedeng pagkakilanlan ng salarin. Pero kung makikita mo, meron po. Meron. Sinama nila si Ginoong Glenn Arrieta na LCR head na galing ng civil service. I don't know the person personally. Sinasabi nila pinapaling daw ang video, kaya walang makita. Pero bakit meron? Hindi ko pakahabaan, pero kaya po ako nagpunta dito sa inyong paanyaya. Dahil nung sinabi po ni Madam Colonel Garma na ang bumira daw po o pumatay ay ang team ni Major Albotra, nagsaliksik po ako ng mga videos. Nakita ko yung itsura, pangangatawan, parehong-pareho halos pagkakahawig ng nasa video na kumakalat sa Los Baños na hindi inilabas ng PNP sa korte na sinumiti kagad upang hindi sana kami nakasampahan ng kaso sa court. Paglabas unon, nakita ko pareho ng relo, halos pareho ng built, hard worker o nag-gym. Nakita ko pareho ng balikat, pareho ng gupit, nakasombrero, pareho ng binte, 5.56 mm ang ginamit, sniper din po. Sabi ko, bakit ho ganun? Your Honor, I thought the PNP is supposed to protect and serve the people. But I was denied of that privilege. I know not all, but a few of them are scalawags. Because they keep on implicating, some of them keep on implicating innocent people just for them to prove that they have done something or to please their officers, whoever they are. Alam nyo, malaki ho nasira sa akin eh. Nabenta ko lahat, mga ari-arian ko, pamilya ko, lumaban lang sa kasong to. You know how hard it is to hire a lawyer to defend yourself. Hindi mo alam kung saan ka pupunta kasi kalaban mo, mga naka-uniforme. Para lang matigil yung kaso, tutumba ka talaga. Kaya sabi ko, bakit pa ako matatakot? Inalis nyo na eh. May mga anak ako nabubuli sa school. Hindi ako nakakapagtrabaho because of that record. Ako po naman nakapagtapos din naman ng MBA sa Ateneo. Through scholarship, pinaghirapan ko. Ngayon may babalik niyo ba yung karangalan na sira sa akin, sa aking pamilya? I came here to find out the truth, to seek for the truth. Ngayon lang ako umiyak sa buong buhay ko. But we deserve the truth. The people of Los Baños deserve the truth. My family deserve the truth. Most especially my children. May anak din naman kayo. Sabi nga nung isa, iinog din ang buhay. Kahit lahat kayo nasa mga kapulisyahan, yung ibang mga bad eggs, makakarma din kayo. Tama naman. Gano'ng kasakit kayo nangyari kay Senator De Lima, 7 taon. Ako, 7 buwan. But regardless of the time, are we speaking of quantity? One day in jail is very hard. Even if you are guilty. What more if you're not guilty? I'm speaking on behalf of those people na namatay, na parusahan na walang kasalanan. Kung ikamamatay ko, itatanggapin ko kaysa naman sirang-sira pangalan ko. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I kept this for a long time. When I was inside, I keep on praying. That's the only thing that kept me alive aside from my family support and my relatives and friends. Pero hindi lahat ng tao makukulong kaya. Hindi lahat kaya. At hindi lahat may babalik ang ginawa nila. Your Honor, I can take things personally, regardless of how I feel. I always wanted to do the right thing. For 12 years, I have no record of corruption. I have no record of being an abusive public servant. Yes, I filed cases against those corrupt and abusive public officials because that is the mandate. Aside from being legal, it is a moral obligation on my part. When they're trying to set up a casino, I expose and try to stop it. When they're dumping the garbage at the creek of Makiling Forest Reserve, wherein the licit will go directly sa lawa na lalawigan ng Laguna at mamamatay ang mga isda at yaman dagat, I expose and file the necessary cases. When they're cutting the when they cut the 29 trees in Jamboree Los Baños, I tried to stop it because they're about to cut 602 more trees. Your Honor, if this is what I deserve for fighting for what is right, and then so be it. But I'm not a killer. Even in my mind, I don't think of it. Hindi ko po yan magagawa. Wala po yan sa pagkatao ko, sa pamilya ko, sa lahi ko. Yes, I file cases, but I don't kill people. That's why I would like to take this opportunity, Your Honor. I did not kill him. I have no idea why my name was implicated in this case. As a matter of fact, even if I have reasons or compelling reasons, still I will not do it. Hindi ko po gagawin yan. Because I believe in the rule of law. Kaya nga po ako naghahable. Lahat po nagkakamali, pinipilit kong itama. Kung ayaw po, nakontra ako. Pag ayaw, I seek the help of the court, especially ombudsman, so that they will be decide. They will be the one to decide. And at that time when Mayor Perez was killed, I'm no longer a politician or public servant at that time. Nasa private life na po ako. Hindi po ako makikinabang kung sakali man. Hindi ko rin po magagawa, bukod sa walang kapakinabangan, hindi po yan ang aking pagkatao. Kilala po ako ni Sir Dan, nanungkulan po yan sa Laguna. Nangahabla lang po ako. Pero hindi po ako napatay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. No? The only, I think, the crime or sin that you have committed is you're fighting against the mayor during that time. Because being the vice governor of the province of Laguna during that time, I know this fellow, Mr. Chairman. And si Mayor Perez was also a board member during that time da kami magkasama. Ako po ang vice governor nila. At we have talked about you, how you fought the administration of Mayor Perez then. But it was a fight that is natural on a democratic form of our government. And I was shocked to find out that you were involved during that time that I was the mayor of the city of Santa Rosa already. And you were implicated. Ang problem, Mr. Chairman, nakakalungkot lamang that those people in power in the PNP organization, nakakuha sila ng sketch nung tao na allegedly pumatay. Pero ang layo-layo naman sa muka nung former councilor ng Los Baños. And I really am shocked to find out why these people from the PNP have chosen you to be the poll guy. Actually, you were poll guy ka talaga, but we will establish that. We will establish, and we will give these people that we have invited a chance to prove that we are wrong. And the chismis, allegedly, that was received by former GM Garma was indeed a chismis. We will try to prove it now. Now, Mr. Chairman, allow me to show a video, no? Para makita po natin yung mga comparison between those being accused, those being manifested by GM Garma, that it was told to him by Major Albotra and now Colonel Albotra. Do you have also knowledge he about was boasting, no? Naging boastful siya in telling GM Garma that grupo nila ang tumira kay Halili. And when this fellow saw our investigation during that time, he immediately called me and tried to compare what happened. And sabi ko, I will not believe right away. Give me story and give me evidences. Because here, in our Quadcom, hindi po tayo nag-entertain kung walang valid na mga ebidensya. So, Mr. Chairman, allow us to try to see these two videos before we ask our officials from the PNP. Also knowledge about those other personalities who have been killed on the war on drugs, like big personalities that you know about?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mayor Halili, pinagmalaki kasi ng isa, sir, na sila.
Sino yung nagmalaking yun?
Major Albotra, Mr. Chair.
Major
Albotra of Region 7.
Albotra?
Yes.
Of Region 7?
Yes po. Lieutenant Colonel Albotra na ata.
Albotra. Kenneth Albotra to be invited in the... You have also knowledge about... Tingnan po na natin yung second video, no? Mamaya, babalikan po natin yung video ni Mayor Tony Halili. But for the meantime, we want to compare yung pong klase ng pagpatay sa Batangas at sa Laguna po. So, please show the second video.
Politika ang nakikitang anggulo sa pagpatay sa alkalde ng Los Baños, Laguna na si Cesar Perez. Si Perez kabilang sa narco list ni Pangulong Duterte noong nakaraang taon.
Matatandaan kasama si Mayor Perez sa narco list ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Itinanggi ito ni Perez at sinabing pamumulitika at paniniralang ng kanyang mga kalaban ang pagkakasangkot umano niya sa iligal na droga.
So yan yung supposedly na kasama sa team ng pumatay. Pumunta siya doon sa area na kung saan pinatay si Mayor, diyan tumayo si Mayor Cesar Perez sa area yan. At umiikot siya sa munisipyo. Paikot-ikot siya mula alas 10 ng umaga hanggang sa pinatay si Mayor Cesar Perez. Yan ang taong hindi nakita ng ating mga kapulisan. Yan ang CCTV na hindi nila nakita. Hindi piniresenta sa korte. And why this was not presented. Itong ban na to, na ginamit nilang AC 4033, nirambol lamang nila yung plaka na ginamit kay Halili. Diyan sila nagtago. 6:12 hanggang 8:30. Ayan, diyan. Andito ang munisipyo sa kanan. Andyan yung gunman, ang location, at diyan nila tinira yang si Mayor. Nakita niyo yung pader sa may likod? Doon nakaporma yung FB. Doon nakaporma yung killer. Mula 8:43, naglakad si Mayor. Pumunta siya doon sa pinuntahan noong naka-blue na sapatos at yung malaki ang katawan at makinis ang kanyang buhok. Ayan ang mayor namin, si Cesar Perez. Dumiretso siya doon, bumalik siya dahil may tumawag sa kanya. Most likely, ang tumawag sa kanya ay grupo din nila. At dyan na pinatay ang mayor ng Los Baños. At sa area yan, wala dyan si Tamisin. Wala dyan si Konsehal Norvin Tamisin. At pagkatapos sa binarel, makikita niyo yung van, ayan, na kung saan dyan nagsimula yung pagputok. ACA 433, at yan din ang ginamit nila kay Halili, nirambol lang yung plate number, yun, umalis na. Makikita natin sa kabilang CCTV yan, lumalabas na sila pagkatapos nilang barilin si Mayor Cesar Perez. Ang sinasabi nila, ang gunman ando sa 7-Eleven. Andyan ang gunman. Mula alas 10 ng umaga hanggang 8:45, umalis na sila ng Los Baños papunta doon sa Calamba. Alright. Okay. So we have invited, Mr. Chairman, also the mga PNP sa Los Baños. Yung ating pong Colonel Albotra, you are now a colonel, correct?
Mr. Chair, I am Police Captain, Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ay, ano ka na? Captain pala.
Yes,
From
sir.
Major to Captain.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Tama ba? From
Chairman.
Captain muna bago. Yes.
Colonel, Captain Albotra, anong class ka?
2006.
I'm a member of PNP Class 2006, Mr. Chair.
2006. So, classmate kayo ni Colonel Santi Mendoza.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Why you're still rank of captain? Most of your classmates are light colonel and some are major.
Mr. Chair, 2 months ago, Mr. Chair, my promotion order was cancelled last 2016 na promotion, Mr. Chair. Kaya na balik po ako sa rank of police captain.
You're demoted?
Not demoted, Mr. Chair. Cancelled lang po, Mr. Chair.
Cancelled yung promotion mo for major?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Garma, is the guy, Captain Albotra, is the person that you mentioned?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So you confirm that Captain Albotra is the same as alleged Colonel Albotra?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Captain Albotra, during that time, no, noong June 4 hanggang June 27 of 2018, no, June 4 to June 27, 5 days before the killing of Antonio Halili, you were assigned sa Calamba City. Yes or no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
You were assigned in the Calamba City primarily for what purpose? Anong assignment ang binigay sa iyo nung nasa Calamba City ka?
Mr. Chair, last June 14, 2018, I was issued order.
Anong inassign sa iyo? Anong inassign sa iyo? Anong function mo?
Intel operative po, Mr. Chair.
Intel ng ano?
Intel ng Calamba City Police Station po.
Ng SDEU,
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Drug Enforcement Unit. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yun ang reason kung bakit ka nilipat for 23 days sa Calamba City. And Calamba City is just beside Tanawan City. Tama?
I have no idea, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, sa loob ng 23 araw na you were assigned in Calamba City as intel of the Drug Enforcement Unit, anong ginawa mo sa loob ng 23 days that you were assigned in that city?
Mr. Chair, I have submitted the affidavit, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we have received your affidavit.
Nakalagay po doon, Mr. Chair, yung mga araw po ng timeline po at saka yung mga activities ko po doon, Mr. Chair.
I got your affidavit. But what I'm asking you is, anong ginawa mo bilang ikaw ay intel ng DEU sa Calamba City? Anong work ang ginawa mo during that time?
Mr. Chair, nagtrabaho po ako bilang intel and SDEU ng Calamba City Police Station for only 6 days, Mr. Chair, because our order was nullified then, Mr. Chair.
Hindi yun ang tinatanong ko. Ano? You were designated June 4.
June
Tama?
14 po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
June 14, Mr. Chair.
Andito sa affidavit mo. On June 4, 2018, I was issued SO number 7750 for reassignment from Region 7 to Region 4, Calabar Zone.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's the special order, Mr. Chair.
Special order.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So ngayon, lumipad ka na doon.
Lumipad po ako ng June 8, Mr. Chair. I think that was Friday.
Yeah, oo.
And then,
it doesn't matter na sa akin yun eh. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, anong ginawa mo nung panahon na sinasabi mo dito from June 12, June 14, na nakuha mo yung order mo, sinasabi mo, tapos umalis ka na doon ng June 27, nung ikaw binalik na sa Region 7, anong ginawa mo sa area? Kasi yun ang trabaho mo, Intel DEU di ba? So, anong in-Intel mo during that time?
I only work as intel, Mr. Chair, for only 6 days, Mr. Chair, kasi nalified nga po.
Okay, correct. Sa 6 days, anong ginawa mo?
Nagtrabaho po ako, Mr. Chair.
Anong tinrabaho mo?
Yung mga ano po, Mr. Chair, flagship programs po ng PNP.
Ng ano?
Gambling, drugs, wanted persons, meron pong mga accomplishment niyo siguro doon, Mr. Chair, na nakikita doon sa police station, Mr. Chair.
At pagkatapos ng trabaho mong yan, ibinalik ka.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I remember then RD, Brigadier General Ted Caranza, called us to report to his office and inform us that we will be relieved out of Proper A. So that was very unexpected, Mr. Chair. So after a day or two, nag-back up na po ako, Mr. Chair, at lumipad pabalik ng Cebu, Mr. Chair.
At sinasabi mo dito sa affidavit mo, after na babalik ka sa Cebu, nag-courtesy call ka ng July 2, no? Kay Colonel Garma.
Mr. Chair, I remember, Mr. Chair, that was Monday. Yun po ay assumption ng Office ni Garma. Kaya pumunta po ako doon. Ngunit hindi po kami nakapag-usap kasi marami pong tao at saka pagkatapos po ng assumption niya, diretso po sila sa conference room, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and during that time, July 2, dito pinatay si Tony Halili. At ang sinasabi mo, naandun ka sa assumption ni Colonel Garma. Colonel Garma, can you kindly confirm to us, nung July 2, na kung saan dito pinatay si Tony Halili, were you able to meet si Captain Albotra?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko na maalala sa dami po ng mga officers during that time.
Okay. At dito sa kanyang affidavit, sinasabi niya dito, noong July 3 to 4, nag-courtesy call siya sa CCPO. Ikaw yon. And July 5, 2018, nag-issue ng order para dalhin siya doon sa traffic patrol group na sign mo. So, kailan mo siya nakausap?
So most likely, Mr. Chair, after the turnover po ng command, when I assumed as city director, so most likely that's before July 5 when the order was issued to him as in charge of the assigned sa traffic group.
At doon mo siya nakausap about doon sa pagiging boastful niya sa nangyari kay Halili?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasi may PDS po kasi yan na pinakita sa akin. So nakikita ko yung kung saan ang mga assignment. So nagtanong ako saan siya galing. So very comfortable naman po siya na nagkwento na galing siya sa Region 4A at nakwento po niya sa akin yung operation.
At yun ang sinabi niya?
Yes, Mayor Halili.
Anong pagkakasabi niya,
That
GM?
he is part of the said operation. Hindi naman niya sinabi siya ang bumaril or something, but the fact na sinabi niya he is part, I assume na merong
Kinalaman?
trabaho. Yes, sir. And mga ganyan kasing trabaho, compartmentalize po yung work. So, hindi na rin po ako masyadong nagtanong. Asang alam ko lang, nakwento niya, sharpshooter po yung bumaril.
So, Captain Albotra, do you confirm that nagkaroon kayo ng usapan sa kanyang opisina?
Sigurado nag-usap kayo, Mr. Chair, kasi ako po ay nagko-courtesy call, but never did I remember saying something, anything like that, Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra, remember, you are under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At kung sakasakali na may kinalaman ka at involved ka sa grupong ito, aminin mo na. Kasi darating ang panahon, hahabulin ka ng pagkakataon, maniwala ka sa amin. Marami na kami napatunayan sa kongresong ito. Marami na kaming napatunayan noong paman. Hahabulin ka namin kung talagang involved ka. Maniwala ka sa amin.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, my conscience is very clear. I have not involved in any way to the killing of Mayor Halili, Mr. Chair.
What is your relationship with Major Andulan?
Major Adulan is my classmate, Mr. Chair.
Major Andulan, kayo'y magkasama ni Captain Albotra. Magkaibigan kayo, correct?
Not really, sir. It's just my classmate, sir. Ngayon ko lang po siya nakasama, sir.
Andito sa Facebook nyo yung mga closeness Ha? Huwag kayong magpo-post kung hindi kayo magkakasama. Ayan, Kim Aquino, Parado, Revita, Andulan, Kenneth Paul Albotra. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, Andulan, dahil magkakilala kayo ni Colonel Albotra, ni Captain Albotra, bakit ikaw ang humuli? Bakit ikaw ang humuli kay Norvin Tamisin? Anong kinalaman ng pagkatao mo during that time that you were assigned in Cavite?
Mr. Chair, during that time, sir, I was assigned in Batangas CIDG as the chief, sir.
Oh, yes?
Yes, yeah po.
Bakit ikaw humuli? Bakit hindi ka nakipag-coordinate sa CIDG namin, sa Kabuyaw? Ang lapit-lapit ng Kabuyaw.
No, sir. We apprehended him, sir. We implemented the warrant of arrest.
Bakit nga hindi ka nakipag-coordinate sa Kabuyaw? May CIDG tayo dun
Yes, sir. I coordinated with the CIDG.
You coordinated?
Yes, sir. Sa COP po ng
after
Los
the
Baños.
arrest, saan nyo dinala si
Sa Camp Vicente Malbar po, sir.
Correct,
Yes,
Batangas.
sir. Opo.
Batangas.
Yes, sir. Opo.
O ba't hindi nyo dinala sa amin, sa Kabuyaw? If you coordinated rightly with the province of Laguna, with the CIDG sa Kabuyaw, bakit dinala mo sa area mo? Sino ang CIDG during that time sa Kabuyaw? If you coordinated with Kabuyaw?
Si Major Dilem po, sir.
Did you coordinated with him rightly, properly? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Through phone, sir. Nag-coordinate po ako sa kanya. Together with the COP of Los Baños.
Mr. Chairman, we'll be asking the person of the CIDG chief of the province of Laguna in the city of Cabuyao in the next hearing. So saan mo na-apprehend si
Barangay Bukaking Drive, Baguio City, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So nung ma-apprehend mo si Norvin Tamisin, si konsehal, anong basis ninyo for the arrest order?
Mr. Chair, he has a warrant of arrest of murder po, sir, under branch 107 of...
And using this picture?
No, sir.
Anong ginamit ninyo? Paano nyo nalaman na siya yun?
We have an informant, sir.
So hindi nyo ginamit tong picture na to? Sa pag-aresto sa kanya?
No, sir. Since, ano po, sir, yung informant, sir, close po sa kanya, sir.
Ano yung?
Yung informant niya po, sir, close po sa kanya, sir.
Yung mga witnesses nyo? Sino mga nagturo sa kay Norvin sa Tamisin during that time? Because you have two witnesses.
Informant, sir. Informant, sir, yung nagturo sa amin, sir.
You have witnesses. Di ba? Na nakakita sa kanya sa 7-Eleven na nandun daw siya. Sino yung mga yon?
Those two informants, sir.
Na ginamit yung witnesses sa kaso?
Yes, sir.
Anong pangalan? Public record dyan. Norvin, sino? Who are these people? Raybel.
Raymond Raven ng B-10 sa Baipo na hindi naman po doon nakatira.
And these are the people that you have trusted in trying to find out that this person is the one who is being accused of. Tama? Mali? Yung taong sinabi mo kanina, yung dalawa.
No, sir.
So ano naging basis nyo? Yung sabi mo, yung witnesses,
The basis
dalawa.
of the first is the warrant of arrest, sir. And then, sir, may pointer po kasi kami na close po sa kanya, sir. Dalawa po yun, sir. I can give you names to, kung if you allow it, sir, to
Sige,
have
please,
an
give us the
executive
name.
session,
Ano.
sir.
And also, pareho siya doon sa kaso na final against Norvin Tamisin. Tama?
Yes, sir. Opo. Informant lang, sir. So, yung sa amin, sir, sa implementation lang po of the warrant of arrest from Tamisin. And
What is your relationship with the former General Bato?
For 2016 to 2018, sir, is my chief PNP that time, sir.
No, I mean your personal relationship with him.
Wala po, sir. Wala po kaming personal. Hindi po ako na-assign ng Davao.
Sa anak niya, na-assign ka?
During my tenure.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Sa
Yes.
PNPA, sir.
That is your relationship. Na-assign ka sa anak. I'm asking you, ano relationship mo eh? Sabi mo, wala kang relationship. Because ikaw ang pinagbantay sa anak ni General Bato na nag-aaral pa yung anak niya sa PNPA. Yes or no?
No, sir. Prior to my assignment there, sir, doon na po ako na-assign, saka pa lang po pumasok yung
Sa anak niya?
Opo, sir. Opo.
How many years ka na-assign sa anak niya?
I was assigned in PNPA, sir, for 2 years po, sir.
Okay.
Opo.
Sige, thank you so much. Kay Garduque, asa si... Ikaw ang chief of police.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, sirs, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Kailan ka na-assign sa Los Baños?
20, sir, sometime November up to March 2020.
Again, sorry, I was not listening. So, kailan ka na-assign sa Los Baños?
Sometime November in 2020, sir, up to February 2021.
November 20, a month. Kailan sa November 20? Tell us.
Hindi ko na matandaan, sir, kasi wala akong...
Latter part of November or early part of November?
Early part ng November, sir.
Early part?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? Siguraduhin mo ha, kasi alam ko latter part ka lang. What is the exact date that you were appointed, designated as Chief of Police of Los Baños? Latter part or early part? Don't lie.
If you allow me, sir, let me check lang
Sige,
the record.
bibigyan ka ng pagkakataon,
Yes, sir.
latter part yan. So, pinatay si Cesar Perez December 3, 2020. bago ka napunta sa Los Baños, nanggaling ka ng San Pedro, o nanggaling ka ng Cabuyao, o nanggaling ka ng Parañaque, o nanggaling ka ng Davao? Saan ka nanggaling?
Cabuyao City Police Station.
Cabuyao. Before Cabuyao, saan ka galing?
San Pedro City
San
Police
Pedro.
Station, sir.
Galing, bago na San Pedro, Parañaque. Or after ang Parañaque.
Later na lang yung Parañaque, sir.
Saan ka pinanganak?
Bukidnon, sir.
Sa?
Bukidnon, sir.
Bukidnon.
No, yes.
Nasaan ka sa Davao?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. During that time na na-assign ka dito, December 3, pinatay si Cesar Perez. You all know that the municipality of Los Baños have so many CCTVs. Ang dami ng CCTVs eh. Bakit hindi nyo sinama yung CCTV na nakita namin? Na kung saan nakita kung sino ang pumatay? Bakit hindi nyo ginamit ang CCTV?
Mr. Chairman, sir, if my recollection is right, kasama po siya sa evidence na isinabmit namin sa prosecutor.
Colonel, stop lying, eh? I'll be asking the documents coming from the court, kung isinama nyo. Councilor Norvin Tam, kasama ba?
Your Honor, sa Fiskalya, wala po. Wala po kaming kopya. Yan ay lumabas lang sa Facebook, nakita namin at napatunayan ko po nung nasa korte na po, nung nag-hearing na po kami. Pero sa Fiskalya, bago na isampa, hindi po namin nakita, hindi rin po kami nabigyan ng kopya, Your Honor.
Colonel,
If you will give us time, sir, para kuha namin yung mga document dyan, then we will submit it, sir. Ang alam po namin during the conduct of investigation, kasama po lahat yun, sir, na tiningnan natin.
okay. Sige, Councilor
Your Honor,
Tamisin.
when I spoke with one of the witnesses of the complainant, nasabi po sa atin na yan daw po ay ginawa, yung kanilang mga affidavits, na hindi naman sinabi na laban sa akin, kundi para daw kay Mayor Perez. Hindi naman po yan pinanumpaan sa piskal, sa hepe lang. Pero hindi naman daw po sila nagpunta kay hepe. Basta pagkagawa ni Aguilar, yung PSSG Ronel Aguilar, pinunpuntahan sila sa munisipyo, pinapipirma lang, pero hindi po sila, katulad ng isang witness, never po siyang nakaharap si hepe para pirmahan. Kaya po, hindi nila alam na yung pala ay gagamitin laban sa akin. Akala po nila para lang sa kaso ni Mayor Perez, pero hindi para po sa akin, Your Honor.
Okay, understand. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Sige, Chairman Acop, sige, go ahead,
Your
please.
indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Kasi nalilito na ako eh. Kanina, sino yung, ano yung pangalan mo yan? Tabi ni, katabi ni Albotra sa kanan.
Lieutenant Andulan, Mr. Chair.
Yung party mo is pag-aresto kay konsehal, tama?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pero sa kaso ni Mayor Perez, Direct Mayor Perez of Los Baños, tama?
Yes, sir.
Pero CIDG ka ng Batangas.
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay. Si Colonel Garduque, you were the chief of police of Los Baños.
Yes po, sir.
Nung napatay si Mayor Perez. Now, may I know kung merong SITG o task force na nag-imbestiga dito sa insidente na ito?
Yes, sir. Tama po, sir. Immediately upon the incident, sir, right after the incident, the SITG Perez was immediately formed.
And may I know kung sino po yung head ng SITG na ito?
On its initial phase, sir, it was headed by our DRDO,
And
down
who
to
is the DRDO? Or who was the DRDO then?
It was Police Brigadier General Rodolph Dimas, sir.
Ronald
Dimas. Dimas.
Dimas.
Sir. Yes, opo,
Dimas.
Sir. Opo, sir.
Okay, and so ano ang mga composition ng SITG na ito?
The DRDO was the supervisor, sir, the PDs, the CIDG, the anti-carnapping unit. The
When you say PD, PD Laguna.
PD Laguna po, sir.
And who was the PD of Laguna then?
It was Police Colonel Serapin Pitalio, sir.
Pitalio.
Opo, sir.
Siya ang PD. Ang RD si General Carranza.
No, sir.
Sino?
It was Police Brigadier General Natividad.
Who was then the chief investigator of the SITG?
The D7, sir, was the repository and the chief investigator of the SITG.
Iho, hindi ko naman tinatanong yung opisina niya yan. Tinatanong ko, sino eh?
Was, if you allow me, sir, let me check po, sir, kung sino po. Yung,
pakihanap. Dahil
opo, sir.
Hindi ka ba kasama sa SITG?
Kasama po, sir.
Now, did you have an investigation report about the incident?
Yes po, sir.
Yung ba isinabmit ninyo? Kanino?
It was coursed through to the PD up to the regional director, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I move that we invite the members of the SITG and to bring with them the investigation report that they have made insofar as the assassination of Mayor Perez of Los Baños, Laguna is concerned. Kasi sila lang naman makakasagot eh.
Yes.
Doon sa mga katanungan natin kung bakit ang claim ay walang CCTV, hindi na-identify lahat. Kasi ito, dapat kasama po sa investigation report lahat ito eh. And how they will be the only persons who can tell us why naging suspect si former Councilor Norvin Tam. As it is, I would like to ask them kung ano talaga ang nakita nila na motive, bakit pinatay si Kwan. Kung involved sa drugs yun, bakit isang civilian ang Kwan? Ang nakita nyo na gumawa nung krimen na yun, when in fact, he does not have any business doon po sa illegal drug trade siguro dyan sa Los Baños, Laguna. Hindi ko makita yung connection eh. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Yes, siguro, Comsec, before I yield to Chairman Paduano, I think the person involved in the Task Force Perez was Jason B. Bombasi. Am I right, Garduque? Si Bombasi ang pinaka-head nung
He was the chief of the Provincial Investigation Office, but I am not sure if...
he is the one who handles this case.
We will check our record also, sir.
Comsec, can you kindly ask the, yung pinatatanong ni General Acop? Sige, go ahead, Chairman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Acop was moved to invite all those mentioned PNP personnel, I second the motion, Mr. Chairman, and that certain Gumbasin that was mentioned by Chairman Dan to be invited in the next hearing. And ito lang po yung tanong ko. Before I proceed with the question with regards to the evidence, no? Kasi Colonel Gardoque, when you were asked by Chairman Dan Fernandez, ito that's on record. Sinabi mo kasi na part of the evidence are the CCTV. Tama?
If my memory is right,
No,
sir,
you
kasama, sir.
mentioned it.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so ang tanong, bakit nakita mo ba kanina yung Presidente Chairman Dan Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Oh, but yan ba yung video clips o video sa CCTV?
Kasama, sir, sa...
Are you sure?
Kasama, sir, sa tinignan namin yan during the incident.
And you also notice that one with ACA 4033 plate number that parked on the back of the municipal hall? Is it part of your investigation?
Yes, sir. Kasama,
Are you
sir.
sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, sir.
O did you, in your investigation, nakafocus ba kayo doon sa van na yon?
Yes, sir. That is why in-involve namin, sir, yung sa SITG, yung anti-carnapping unit.
Oh, what's the result of that investigation with regards to that car?
I cannot remember the result of the...
How about the person that was focused during the presentation of that CCTV?
Kasama rin yan, sir, actually sa napaila natin as Jando, yung taong nakita natin.
And
sa
that
TV.
that video was also presented during the court hearing?
I believe, sir, kasama na nai-incorporate.
No, I believe, I ask you, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka? Sigurado ka?
I
Hindi,
may allow,
tinatanong
sir.
kita, are you sure of that? Sigurado ka?
Maybe, sir, because that is
Ano
one of
maybe?
the-
I'm just asking you if that CCTV that focused that certain person was also part of your evidence.
Yes, sir.
Oh, tingnan mo yung profile nung nilabasan nyo ng warrant of arrest. Is he the same person sa profile niya?
No, sir.
Oh, ba't kayo pumayag? Ba't naging akusado yung former councilor? Na hindi pala pasok doon yung profile niya? Yung physical appearance niya hindi pareho doon sa subject person. Now, a while ago, sinasabi mo nga, that person was also the subject of your investigation as John Doe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, why?
That's the other suspect that we are trying to identify, sir.
That's the other suspect that you want to identify.
Yes, sir.
Pero wala naman kayong mapakita sa CCTV na nandun si Konsyal. Oh, Colonel. Actually, who filed the case? Is it the family of Mayor Perez or the PNP?
The family of Mayor Perez, sir.
So the family of Mayor Perez believe that Mayor Perez was killed by the councilor. Ganon po ba?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Because we have to invite the family.
Yes, sir.
I beg to disagree, Mr. Chair. Kasi nagte-text po sa akin yung anak ni former Mayor Perez. Hindi po sila naniniwala doon sa IR ninyo.
Oh, Colonel Duque, you're lying. A while ago, you admitted, you said that the family believes in your case, that indeed the councilor is the one who killed the mayor. Oh, Colonel Garduque, you're lying.
He was with us when we filed the case, sir. The son of Honorable Mayor Perez.
Wala akong pakialam kung nandun siya. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, naniwala ba sila na hindi the councilor is the one who killed Mayor Perez? And you said, yes. Categorically. Hindi ko na hindi na nga ako nagtanong second. Anyway, pupunta rin tayo doon later. Now, Mr. Chair, let me ask Gigi Lasso, as in the statement of Chairman Akop, You mentioned that a narco-list, no? A narco-list official in the list was assassinated by a civilian. Konsihal pa. Do you confirm, DJ Lasso, that the name of Mayor Perez was in the narco list?
Your Honor, as soon as I heard about the name, I asked my office to check on it. Please give me some more time, Your Honor, and before the end of this hearing, I will have an answer to your question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Pakikuha na rin po yung ano, baka na naman after the assassination, saka naman nilagay yung pangalan. Kasi di ba may 3 list yan. Kindly check na lang din po, pati yung
Yes,
date,
Your Honor.
kung
Yes,
kailan ipinasok yung pangalan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, DJ Lasso. Colonel Gardoque, anong class ka sa PNPA?
I belong to PNP 2001, Your Honor, sir.
2001.
Yes, sir.
Si Andulan is 2006. Tapos, si Albutrice 2006. Si Santes also sa 2006. Kaya Andulan, you mentioned that you were assigned doon sa provincial, Batangas Provincial Police Office during the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
As
the Batangas head, sir, CIDG pa.
So, you're under the CIDG.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino yung regional director that time?
That time, sir, it was Police Colonel Lito Patay, sir.
Colonel Patay?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Patay. Is he the Colonel Patay class 1997?
Yes, Your Honor.
Colonel Patay, kindly have a seat. So, Colonel Patay, do you confirm that you are the head of the regional office of CIDG during the time when Mayor Perez was killed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, that was your assignment after where? Previous to that, where is your assignment? Here, Quezon City?
No, Mr. Chair, from NCRPO, Mr. Chair.
NCRPO, anong assignment sa NCRPO?
Regional Logistics Research and Development Division.
So
Mr. Chair.
from Quezon City, which is Station 6, you were assigned NCRPO then?
Not
That,
yet.
that was when?
Not yet, Mr. Chair.
No, prior to your assignment as the chief of CIDG in Region 4.
I was assigned as R4 of NCRPO, Mr. Chair.
When was the last year or month you were assigned, and year you were assigned in QC?
QC, Mr. Chair, as I've said, that was 2017 of September, I think, Mr. Chair.
You were relieved September 17 of what year?
2017, Mr. Chair.
2017. So from 2017, ano po yung mga assignment mo? Di ba parang binalik ka pa sa Mindanao?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wala
I was
na.
assigned at CIDG 3, Mr. Chair.
CIDG Region 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
After QCPD, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
From 2017 to I cannot memorize the exact number month, Mr. Chair, and date. It's all stated in my PDS, Mr. Chair.
Okay, anyway. Papacheck ko lang po. Mayroon akong PDS nyo. Wala lang dito ngayon. But anyways, during the time, gaano ka nakatagal doon sa Batangas na kay Major Perez?
Not Batangas, Mr. Chair. Region 4A,
Hindi,
Mr. Chair.
yung pangyayari sa Batangas, gaano ka nakatagal as Region 4A Chief ng CIDG?
I think I was assigned there February on that year, 2019, Mr. Chair.
February 2019?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair.
February, baka 2020 because the killing happens December 3, 2020.
Yes, Mr. During the pandemic time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
COVID-19.
Now, are you are you aware of such incident?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you're part also of the SITG?
No, Mr. Chair. Only
You're not part?
Only the provincial offices, because the SITG usually emanates from the province.
So it's
Then
only the provincial?
All the members will be the officers from within the province, Mr. Chair.
No, but in this case, sinabi kanina ni Colonel Gardoque na it was Brigadier General Dimas who heads that SITG.
When it was elevated on the regional level, Mr. Chair, but I was not able to attend.
But are you aware, Colonel Patay, that Andulan, as the provincial head of the CITG, siya po ang nag-implement nung in serving the warrant of arrest?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because it is part of our mandate as manhunt.
No, wag mo akong pagsabihan ng trabaho, yung mandate nyo. Ang sinasabi ko po, are you aware that Andulan has the possession of warrant of arrest for the killing of Mayor Perez?
Mr. Chair, I could not recall because after Region 3, Region 4A, I was relieved, and I cannot remember when the warrant was issued by the court.
What you're saying is that during the December 3, 2020 incident, hindi ka na na-assign doon?
No, Mr. Chair, because the warrant will not be issued immediately, and maybe we can refer.
No, ang tanong ko ngayon, ano ba talaga? Alam mo ba talaga na may warrant na lumabas o wala during your stint as Regional Director of CIDG?
Hindi ko ma-remember, Mr. Chair.
When was your relief as CIDG Regional Director o Chief?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, maybe in 2021. I'm not sure of the date, Mr. Chair. First quarter.
Anyway, babalikan kita, Colonel Patay,
Yes, Mr.
yung
Chair.
PDS mo,
Yes, Mr.
ipapacheck ko yan.
First quarter maybe of 2021.
Ito na naman, Major Perez was assassinated. Doon ka na naman assign. What a coincidence. Now, Colonel Andulan, how did you come across with that warrant of arrest? Bakit hindi yung sa Kalamba? Bakit kayo?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. Because the informant, it so happened na pumunta po siya ng Batangas, sir. From Los Baños, he went to his friend there, sir. And then he confessed, sir, na
he confessed na what?
Na may warrant po nga si Mr.
And who
Norvin.
is that informant of yours?
Yes, sir. Gaya po na sinabi ko po, sir. I will give you the name, sir, if you allow me to have an executive, sir. For security purpose din po nung informant, sir.
You will submit it in private sa committee?
Yes, sir. Sasabihin ko po sa...
Please,
yes,
write it down, then submit it to the committee.
Yes, sir. Apo.
Dalawa yan ang informant mo?
Yes, sir. Dalawa po.
They are not the same as the witness?
Hindi po, sir.
Hindi.
He's a friend of Mr.
So, nung tinanggap mo yung information from your informant, you never coordinated with the Los Baños police?
First, sir, I instructed my men to validate it first, sir. And
No, but during the time, you have already the warrant?
Actually, sir, as base doon sa warrant niya is lumabas ng October 22, sir. So, na-implement namin,
October
sir.
22 of 2021?
Yes, sir. Bali na arrest namin po siya.
And then, tinatanong ko po, pagpunta ng informant mo, nasa iyo na yung warrant of arrest?
Not yet, sir. Yun nga po, sir. I instructed them to validate it first, sir.
And then, tinatanong ko lang kung nasa iyo ba, wala?
During that time, sir,
Wala pa?
Wala pa po, sir.
Kailan mo nakuha yung warrant? Saan mo kinuha yung warrant?
Through e-warrant, sir. Na-upload po ng court ng Los Baños through e-warrant, sir. Opo.
Doon na sa e-warrant?
E-warrant, sir. Opo.
Did you coordinate with your superior, the provincial police director at the time, which is Colonel Vitalio? Alam niya ba? Alam ni PD, hindi.
I think no, sir. Hindi po.
Hindi.
Yes,
Hindi
sir.
ka nakapag-coordinate.
During that time, sir, I think he was already relieved that time, sir.
O, sabihin natin, ma-check ko rin yung PDS ni Colonel Pitalio, but doon sa bagong PD, kung na-relieve na siya during the time, have you coordinated?
Doon po nga po sa COP, sir, ng Los Baños, sir. Nag-coordinate po ako, sir.
Nag-coordinate ka?
Yes, sir. And then...
And that COP was Colonel Gardoque now?
Hindi na po, sir.
Sino yon?
If I'm not mistaken, Lieutenant Colonel Jong Lai po, yung COP noon that time, sir.
Sino?
Jong Lai, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Jong Lai po, sir. Opo.
Lieutenant Colonel Jong Lai.
Opo, sir.
Anong class ba siya?
2003, sir.
2003?
Yes, sir.
PNPA also?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, move to invite a certain Lieutenant Colonel Jong Lai in the next hearing.
Comsec, please take note. Pidea is now ready to answer your question.
Singit lang ako, Kapraso. Oh, sige, go ahead.
Pidea, yes, Director General Lasso.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have the answer to the questions of the good Congressman Paduano. Both Halili and Perez are named in the 3 lists of PIDEA. And since Perez was gunned down in December 3, 2020, it is not yet indicated in the 3rd list that he has been negated, Your Honor. So,
Which means
that, of course, the list was made on August 20, 2020, so he was still not negated.
Not listed.
Yes.
So he,
No, he was still listed but not yet negated. Unlike for Halili, who was negated in 2018, it appears in the August 2020 list that he was already negated.
Does that satisfy Congressman Paduano? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ako may tanong lang ako kay Mr. Tamesin. Ikaw ba ay merong nakarehistrong barel sa pangalan mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong mga klaseng barel ito?
One snub nose 38, and just this year, 9mm lang po.
Wala ka bang long firearm?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala ang nakarehistro sa iyo.
Kahit hindi po nakarehistro, wala po akong long firearm.
Okay. Meron ka bang history, if you're honest enough to tell this committee, meron ka bang history na na-involve ka sa isang violent incident?
Your Honor, wala pa po. At ang totoo, hindi po ako napapaaway. Sabi ko nga po, I follow the rule of law. Pag hindi po magkasundo, I seek the assistance of the court. Inihahabla ko po sa ombudsman or RTC. Hanggang dun lang po ako.
Wala ka namang involvement o isang insidente na kung saan ikaw ay na-involve sa away na nagkapisikalan, nagkatutukan ng baril o ganyan?
Your Honor, ako po ay walang frat. Wala rin po akong organization o kahit ano. I used to be the president of Letran Supreme Student Council back-to-back 97 and 98. I used to be the first-year mayor of St. Louis University, and student council din po tayo sa mga nakaraang mga panahon. Pero never po akong pumasok ng any frat or organization.
Yung bang mga firearms na nasa iyo, how often do you use them?
Hindi ko pa po siya nagagamit sa ibang bagay, maliban lang po kung minsan isang beses sa 2 buwan or 3 buwan, nagpa-firing lang po ako just to release stress, and yun po kasi yung aking hobby.
So ang hobby mo ay firearms?
Aside from swimming and basketball and community service, traveling, yun po, firearm po, practice po.
Okay. So say in 2 months or 3 months, sa isang taon, nakakailang beses mo na papaputok yung baril mo?
Max 3 times po.
And you do this where?
Dito po sa Makati Cinema Square.
Sa firing range.
Yes, Your Honor.
May records ka na pumupunta ka doon.
Opo, at ako po ay member din.
Have you tried firing a rifle?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet. Kaliwete ka ba o kanan? Ano bang...
Left-handed po ako, Your Honor.
Okay, sige, salamat. Matanong ko lang si Major Albotra. Meron ka bang rubber shoes na color blue?
Yung Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung aside lang po doon sa PNP na athletic.
No. Rubber shoes na color
Wala
blue.
po, Mr. Chair.
Running shoes.
Wala rin po, Mr.
Pang
Chair.
basketball.
Blue color, wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka ba mahilig sa blue? If I may ask, what is your favorite color?
Black or gray? Blue, okay lang din po, Mr. Chair.
Black or gray? Have you ever tried using a blue shoe or blue rubber shoes?
Only our PNP athletic blue shoes, Mr. Chair.
So meron ka, athletic blue shoes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, ginagamit lang po namin yun pag may PFT or mga
Is
activities.
that a shoe issued by the PNP?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So lahat kayo, pag may PFT,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
gumagamit kayo ng blue na rubber shoes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, okay. Ganyang klase ba yung rubber shoes na sinasabi mong PFT shoes nyo?
Hindi po ganyan, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ganyan? Can we have a clear picture of that rubber shoe? Para baka iba lang yung blurred lang yung nasa litrato eh. How often do you practice firing your gun, Major Albotra?
To tell you honestly, Mr. Chair, every time lang po na may mga PD's cap, CD's cap na required po lahat ng mga officers, Mr. Chair.
So ikaw ay shooter talaga?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So from a scale of 1 to 10, yung 10 isang magaling na sharpshooter at saka 1 yung kumbaga beginner, nasaan ka? Kung yung level of skill mo sa firing your pistol, for instance, nasaang level ka?
Actually, Mr. Chair, siguro nasa 5, Mr. Chair. Nangihiram lang po ako, Mr. Chair, pag may shooting, may mga shooting invitation, Mr. Chair, nangihiram lang po ako ng baril, Mr. Chair.
Pero you have your own personal gun, I suppose. Siyempre, aside from the issued gun to you, di ba? Meron kang sarili.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Anong klaseng baril ito, pistol ito?
45 caliber, Mr. Chair.
45. Have you ever tried firing an M16?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're familiar with the parts of the M16?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So pagka, halimbawa, pinakita sa iyo isang rifle, pwede mong sabihin kung M16 yan o hindi.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Anong bala ng M16? Ano ang bala ng M16?
Yung 556 at saka 223, Mr. Chair.
223 tsaka 556, tama?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Anong difference yung dalawa?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
So dun sa pina-fire mo, anong ginagamit mong bala? 556 o 223?
Hindi ko po ma-distinguish, Mr. Chair, yung difference nila, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are you left-handed or kanan ng...
Kanan po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Dagdag ko lang yun. Nung December, kasi we'll just show the picture, no, Captain Albotra, no, para... kasi hanggang ngayon hindi kami makapaniwala that you were sent sa City of Calamba for 6 days. Pero 23 days, tapos 6 days ka nandun. And for nothing, then tapos ibinalik ka agad sa ano. And true enough, yung mga sinasabi ni GM Garma na nagkakaroon tayo ng cross jurisdiction. If you remember it right, in the last hearing, she mentioned about yung cross jurisdiction pagdating sa war on drugs. At precisely in this purpose, si Albotra from Region 7 dinala sa Kalamba. And then after, namatay si Tony Halili, and then wala na rin siya doon. And si Garduque, you were assigned sa Los Baños only for 4 months. December, January, February. Di ba? March, nawala ka na doon correct?
Yes.
Bakit
Your Honor,
3 buwan ka lang naandun?
May order na po ako for schooling, Your Honor, sir.
Kasi normal yan, talaga 2 years Ikaw, 3 buwan ka lang na na-assign sa Los Baños. Why?
Nag-schooling na po ako, sir, Your Honor.
Schooling sa?
Yung mandatory schooling namin, Your Honor, sir.
Anyway, at isa pang reason that we wanted to be clarified was yung CIDG sa regional. Ngayon ko lang nalaman, si Colonel Patay pala ang CIDG chief. Ikaw, Colonel Patay, ang chief noon, no? Na CIDG. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit si Andula ang napili mo para umaresto kay Konsehal Norvin Tamisin? At hindi yung hepe ng lalawigan na Laguna. Kasi Kabuyaw, kalapit lang ng halos ng Los Baños, isang bayan lang ang pagitan. Why?
Mr. Chair, as I can recall what Colonel Andulan have said, the warrant of arrest was released sometime on October 2022. Tama? 22. I was already relieved on that time, Mr. Chair.
Ano, what?
I was already relieved as regional chief at the time.
Na-relieve ka na?
Yes. If that warrant was issued sometime on October 2022, I was not anymore the regional chief.
So, meaning, Colonel Patay, hindi ka nag-order kay Andula na arestuhin yung si...
If that warrant, Mr. Chair, as I've said, was uploaded or uploaded or discovered by them through e-warrant on October 2022, I guess I was already relieved because I can remember I was relieved there on the first or second quarter of that year.
Okay. Andula, hindi ka ba tinawagan ni Captain Albotra para ikaw ang mag-serve ng warrant kay Norvin Tamisin?
Negative, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Sir, clarify lang, sir. During na-assign po ako ng Batangas, si Colonel Patay po ang naging RC ko. But during the implementation of the search arrest warrant of Mr. Norvin Manisin, iba po yung RC ko noon that time, sir. Si Colonel Ramon Paranada that time po ang nag-RC ko, sir.
So in other words, kayo yung mga nag-operate para mahuli si Norvin Tamisin?
Actually, sir, it was the informant, sir, nung nagpunta po siya sa from Los Baños to Batangas para po to meet this friend, na yung friend po nung tao natin, personnel from Batangas. Doon nag-confess po. Ayun po, sir. Doon po namin na sinearch, binalidate kung may warrant nga po talaga si Mr. Norvin.
You're telling us na nag-confess? Nag-confess siya?
Yung informant, sir.
Yung informant.
The friend of Mr. Tamisin, sir.
Yung kaibigan niya, nagsabi na siya pumatay?
No, sir. Na yung kung saan kung saan location po ni Mr. Tamisin, sir.
Okay.
Sir. Yung informant lang po, sir, nagturo.
So, hindi kayo close ni Konsehal Tamisin?
Nung na-arresto po namin siya and na-brought dun sa office, nakakapag-usap naman po kami ni Konsehal, sir.
Kailan kayo huli nagkausap? 4 years ago?
Yes, sir. Nung, po, sir, at least 1 week, I think, 1 week, nung na-apprehend namin siya, nadala sa office, 1 week lang po kami nagkasama ni...
So, the last time that you called him, 4 years ago, nung nahuli siya?
Yes, sir. Nung nahuli pa po siya. And I was relieved din, no? November din po, sir. Opo.
You are under oath, ha?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Did you call him yesterday?
No,
Did you
sir.
call him yesterday?
No, sir. No, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Norvin Tamisin, did he call you?
Yung tao niya po ang tumawag sa akin at pinapakamusta kung ano
Ano pangalan ng tao niya?
Sir Asis po.
Asis.
Pinapakamusta po kung ano na daw lagay ng kaso ko.
May tao ka bang asis?
Ano po siya, sir? Member po siya ng Batangas CIDG, sir.
Kaya nga, sinabihan mo si asis na tawagan siya.
No, sir. No po. Hindi po, sir.
Bakit mangungumusta yung tao mo? Bakit kukumustahin siya? Dahil a-attend siya ng hearing today. Correct?
No, sir. I was assigned na sa Cavite, sir.
Hindi nga, tinatanong ko nga, bakit nga pinatawag mo yung tao mo sa kanya kagabi? What's the reason behind? Do you have any intention of
No, sir. I have no intention whatsoever, sir, na patawagin.
So tao mo yung asis?
Before, sir, tao ko po siya nung naging Batangas CIDG po ako, sir.
Okay, si ano na lang, Colonel, last na.
Sige.
Last na po to, tapos bigay ko na po sa inyo. Captain Albotra, kasi pag pinakita natin yung mga picture, no, hindi namin sinasabi na ikaw pumatay. Katulad naman ng sinabi ni GM Garma, ang pinagmalaki mo lang sa kanya ay kasama ka sa team. Most likely, hindi ka naman sniper, correct? Hindi ka naman nag-aral ng long shot, Tama?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Oo. At pag tinignan naman natin yung ban, FB ban, ikaw yung, well, allegedly, pag nakikita natin yung itsura, lahat, may bumabang isang malaki katawan. Ikaw, nagba-bodybuilding ka, di ba?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako
Hindi ka nagba-bodybuilding?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So, natural yung katawan mo?
Push up lang minsan, Mr. Chair.
Na ganyan na malaki. So, hindi namin sinasabi na ikaw yung bumarel. Kasi yung FB, most likely, andun yung mga tao, andun yung driver, no? At nung umatras doon sa may pader, na kung saan andun yung munisipyo, doon tinira si Mayor Perez. And doon din sa kay Tony Halili, may nakita din doon na malaki katawan, pareho ng relo mo, pareho ng build mo, pareho ng gupit mo. Di ba? But, of course, hindi natin ma-identify yung muka. And even din sa kay Mayor Cesar Perez, hindi rin natin ma-identify yung muka kasi may takip. Di ba? At actually, as a matter of fact, hindi pa natin na-enhance itong mga video na to because we just received it yesterday, you know. So now, most likely, kung tama yung assessment ni GM Garma, nakasama ka lang sa team at ikaw lang nag-organize, ikaw lang nag-intel, ikaw lang nag-operate nung operation, ay hindi ikaw ang gunman na bumira doon. At kung ito'y utos lamang sa inyo, no? Most likely, syempre, we can understand na ang inyong ginagawang trabaho is yung pong tinatawag po nating war on drugs. Di ba? We're not saying that you are all involved in the killing, the actual shooting of the mayors, but maybe part of the team as what GM Garma was saying, no? And as a matter of fact, yung pong sinasabi ni former senator about the reward system at sinasabi din ni GM Garma, most likely ito yung nakuha nila. But this is not all about money. This is all about the order coming from the higher ups, no? Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, Captain Albotra, during the time that Mayor Cesar Perez was killed on December 3, 2020, ano ka nun at nasaan ka nun?
Mr. Chair, ako po ay nasa Cebu. Actually, Mr. Chair, nakita ko po yung video kanina at 100% po ako na hindi po ako yun, Mr. Chair, kasi tayo po ang the best na nakakilala sa sarili natin. And nung binanggit niyo po yung picture, Mr. Chair, nag-send po sa akin yung kaibigan ko kung saan ako, Mr. Chair, and I can show it here, Mr. Chair, kung saan po ako sa Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so hindi ka lumipad ng Manila during that time?
Pardon, Mr. Chair?
Hindi ka lumipad, pumunta ng Maynila from
Yes po,
Cebu
Mr.
during
Chair.
that time?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. How did you able to get a in accordance with your affidavit, nakakuha ka nakasecure ka ng 2018 na ticket, yung booking reference mo sa Cebu Pacific na kino-confirm yung flight mo going back to Cebu nung June 29, 2018.
Were you able to secure this from Cebu Pacific?
Yan po ay saved email po, Mr. Chair. Luckily, nandun po sa email po, Mr. Chair, yung mga electronic tickets na po, Mr. Chair.
Ito nung umalis ka nung June 29, 2018.
June 29 po, yan po yung nagkuha po ako ng ticket and yung schedule ko po is June 30, Mr. Chair.
June 30,
Opo,
nung
Mr.
bumalik
Chair.
ka.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Tama?
Chair.
Okay. So, the whole of December and November of 2020, you were in Cebu.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siguraduhin mo, ha? During the whole time of November and the whole time of December, you were in Cebu.
Anong
December 3. Prior to December 3, 2020, the whole of November and the whole of December, you were in Cebu. Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Cebu ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, for the meantime, I yield to you, to the Chairman.
Sige, thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chairman.
Fernandez. If I may lang, I will recognize you, Your Honors. I'll just have a short question. Gusto ko lang malaman, for my education, kapag ang pangalan ng isang pulis ay may nakalagay PEMS, ano ibig sabihin nun? PEMS. PEMS. Okay. Sige. Kasi meron akong information. Gusto ko lang tanungin si Major Albotra kung kilala mo ba si PEMS Reynaldo Solantes.
Kilala ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Kilala mo ba si PEMS Arvin Talaver? Geroy.
Hindi ko po kilala,
Si
Mr. Chair.
Arvin Geroy, hindi?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Kilala. So, si Reynaldo Solantes, kilala mo?
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair.
Saan siya naka-assign ngayon?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo alam.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, siya ba ay sniper?
Wala po akong idea, Mr. Chair. Sniper po siya, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi mo alam?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kung meron kaming ipakita sa yung litrato na magkasama kayo at meron kayong pinapaputok na mga sniper rifle, maniniwala ka na?
Siguro, Mr. Chair.
Sige, I will show that to you later. Congressman Paduano?
Mr. Chairman, going back to the service record of all those invited resource persons with regards from the PNP, Mr. Chairman, we have only received a copy of the service record of those police officers from 2015 to 2019. And can I address the DPRM to submit to this committee? Is the DPRM representative present? Kindly submit all the service record of all those police officers being mentioned in this hearing. Kasi kahit yung kay Colonel Patay will not receive until 2019 and the subject now for investigation in Los Baños was in the year 2020. Kindly submit it before the next hearing.
We will comply, sir.
Please, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think Congressman Pumaren is raising his hand before I...
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, one inquiry lang. Do we need to list our names if you want to ask some
Yes.
questions, or it's just going to be a free-flowing?
Yes, there's a list that we maintain. So if you want to interpolate any of our resource persons, please signify your intention by calling the attention of our committee secretariat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, but we have already exhausted the list. If you want to ask, Your Honor, you may ask. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question na probably General Nick De La Torre can address this question of mine. Di ba sa PNP may mga certain expertise dyan? Halimbawa sa explosive ka, sa pagbabarel, marksmanship and everything. Because based on the report, yung bumarel kay Halili was 160 meters, about 520 feet.
ang layo ng barel. So basically, pag sa PNPA or training, di ba meron tayong tinitrain na talagang trabaho nila mga snipers? Tama po ba, General Nicolas Duterte?
Yes, sir.
So, yung pag ganon, malalaman natin kung sino lang yung may capability ng ganong kalayong bumarel at kung ano yung hawak na, yung expertise o kung ano yung sanay nilang barel na ginagamit?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, did we invite the one who's in charge of sa academy teaching our PNPA? Meron in charge po dyan, di ba po, General?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, did we invite the one in charge doon sa marksmanship o yung shooter talaga na nagte-train ng distance shooting sa PNPA? Because I think he can tell us kung sino yung talagang magaling, sino yung ganitong pulis na humahawak ng ganitong barel, sino yung kayang bumarel from this distance. Because based on the it's about 520 ang layo eh. So special talent to 160 meters or 520 feet. So special gun, then special individual who can make that range talagang accurate eh.
Well, unfortunately, we have not invited the expert. No,
the one teaching.
The one teaching our PNP personnel. But if you wish to, for the committee to invite him in our next hearing, we will do so.
I think it's parang easier for us to zero in kung sino yung mga top students nila and everything that is capable of firing that range and that particular ammunition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Comsec, please take note that in the next hearing of the topic extrajudicial killings, we will ask the help of Camp Krame to provide us information as to who are the trainers, no, on the marksmanship of the PNP personnel. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Congressman Abante. Before Mr. Tamisin, si Congressman Abante, ano po ang sasabihin ni Mr. Tamisin?
Gusto ko lang po sanang sabihin yung point pagdating po dun sa sketch na inilabas na hindi ko naman muka kung po pwede
Sige,
na po.
I'll give you that time later, ha? O sige, si
Yes, Your
Congressman
Honor.
Abante. You're
Mr. Chair, I
recognized.
really would like to ask a question to Councilor Norvin, no? Anyway, nagsabi ka na ng nais mo at talagang nakulong ka na ng ilang buwan. Di ba?
7 buwan po, Your Honor.
7 buwan. At yung pagkakakulong mo, nasira na yung buhay mo, pati ang pamilya mo, muntik ng magkasabog-sabog, hindi ba?
Opo, at nabubuli po yung mga anak ko.
Palagay ko naman, meron kang pwedeng sabihin sa patayan na yan. Ang iniisip ko maigi, ano ba talaga ang batayan ng pagpatayan na ganyan? O siguro meron kang alam na naniniwala ka ba na ang pumatay kay Mayor Perez ay pulis din na katulad ng pagkakapatay kay Mayor Halili?
Sa tingin ko po, sa mga ginamit, sa pagkilos, at higit sa lahat, yung pagkukubli ng katotohanan ng mismong mga gumawa na Task Force Perez at opisyales o PNP Los Baños, Your Honor.
O meron ka bang nalalamang mga pulis na maaaring sila ang may kagagawa ng pagkakapatay?
Base lang po sa aking pagsasaliksik, nung nagsalita po si Madam Garma, Your Honor, ay tinignan ko po ang video ng lumalabas na lalaki sa Shell Tanawan at tinignan ko kung anong pagkakahawig doon sa lumabas na video naman po na aligid sa Los Baños.
At kung ituturo mo ngayon yan, maituturo mo kung sino?
Sa aking opinion po ay si Captain Albotra.
Pakituro nyo nga po. Tumayo nga kayo, pakituro nyo kung siya.
Nasa may dulo po ng aking kanan.
Ayan. Yan po ang pinaghihinalaan yung pumatay kay Mayor Perez.
Yun po yung nakikita ko base sa mga napanood ko at mga pinagbasihan ko po ng mga litrato, pagkilos at pagkakasabing po ni Madam Colonel Garma po,
Ibig
Your Honor.
sabihin, ang pinakabatayan ninyo, Mr. Chair, ang pinakabatayan ninyo, yung binanggit ni Colonel Garma, yun ang pinakabatayan nyo.
Yun po yung simula.
Yun ang simula.
Hanggang magsaliksik po tayo, Your Honor.
Ano pa ang ilang batayan ninyo?
Tinignan ko po yung, kung titignan nyo yung mga body build, yung kanyang
Meron
shoulder.
po kayong kopya ng mga ganon?
Meron po.
Okay. Palagay ko yung po bang pinakita ni Congressman Fernandez, yung po ba yung mga pictures na yan?
Opo, pati na rin po yung mga klase ng relo, pati yung kanyang mga binte,
Yan.
pagsuot ng cap, paglakad, mga baraso.
Ito ba to? Ito ba? Ito ba? Yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero sinasabi po ni Kapitan na hindi siya ito. Right? Kapitan, hindi ikaw to, no?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako yan, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ikaw ito.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Wala kang ganitong relos? Wala?
Hindi ko po makita, Mr. Chair.
Ito.
Page.
Pakita mo nga. Tignan natin kung mayroon.
Page, can you...
Yan, pakita mo. Yan, pakita mo. Yan. Ito. Kamukha mo to eh. O palagay ko, ginagaya mo lang si Alice Guo, meron kang double. Yan.
So habang iniintay natin yan, matanong ko lang si Colonel Garma. Do you know Mr. Ray Solantes?
I always hear his name sa Region 7 when I was assigned there, Mr. Chair.
So, member din siya ng CIDG?
No, Mr. Chair. Sa Police Regional Office siya assigned.
PRO 7?
R2, yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
R2 siya. Okay, sige. Thank you. So, si Mr. Captain Albotra, from Region 7, from Cebu City, nalipat ka sa Calamba, Laguna, tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Sinong kasama mong ilipat from PRO 7 to Calamba? Sino-sino ang mga kasama mo na inilipat?
Si PO3 Eugene Kalumba tsaka PMS yata SPO3 Miljen Bolandres po, Mr. Chair.
So si Solantes kasama mo?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo kasama si Solantes nung nilipat ka from Cebu to Calamba?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige, salamat. Congressman Fernandez, please proceed. Congressman Abante.
Okay, Colonel Garma, you said that in the killing of Mayor Halili, you mentioned the name Albotra. Why did you mention it? Why?
Naalala ko pong sinabi niyo sa akin. Actually,
Who
wala naman
said
ako.
it? Sino sabi?
Kenneth Albotra po.
Si Kenneth Albotra
Yes,
mismo.
sir.
Oh,
Wala
so
akong-
you know Kenneth Albotra.
Yes, sir. When naging tao ko po yan sa Cebu City Police, nung nag-courtesy call po siya, in confidence siguro niya nasabi sa akin, na kwento niya. And of course, I'm the city director during that time.
Yes.
And wala pa akong sama ng loob dyan kay Albotra po. Wala po. Actually, maayos naman po yung pagtrabaho niya during my time. And I treated him very well. So I think magsabi na lang po sana siya ng totoo para matapos na lang po.
So ibig
for the
sabihin,
peace of mind of everyone na lang po.
when you met him, he was the one that told you the story.
Opo, he volunteered out of confidence.
Ano pong sinabi niya sa inyo?
Ang sabi niya lang po is, ma'am, kami po yung nagtrabaho kay Halili. Ano, paano ba nakuha si Halili, si Mayor, taga saan? Binigay niyo po niya details, sharpshooter po ang may gawa. Ganun po.
O, Captain Albotra, iyo bang pinapatunayan itong sinabi ni Colonel Garma na mataas na official mo? O nagkita ba kayo? Nabanggit mo sa kanya yung mga ganyang bagay? O nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garma at this point in time?
At this point of time po, sorry po, nagsisinungaling po si Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garma?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ang nagsasabi ng totoo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, siguro tanungin natin, anybody from, Sergeant ba yun? SPO4 Solantes? Anybody from PNP can tell us kung saan naka-assign si Solantes during that time of the death of Tony Halili and Mayor Cesar Perez. We need to find out kung saan siya naka-assign. Is he also a part of the CIDG, Colonel Patay, during your time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Hindi siya naka-assign sa CIDG?
No, Mr. Chair.
Sa Colonel Petalio, sa Region 4, sa Laguna? Solantes?
Wala pa akong maalala may ano, sir.
Wala kang maalala? So, hindi sure?
Yes, sir. Hindi sure, sir.
Can you kindly
check namin, sir.
Check it out?
Yes, sir.
No? General Acop, asan ba si General Acop? Okay, sige. We'll try to find it out. Thank you.
Apparently kasi, itong si PMS Reynaldo Solantes at saka si PMS Giroy are sharpshooters ng Philippine National Police. So, we'd like to find out kung saan sila na-assign noong mga panahon na yon. So, maybe we will ask the personnel to provide us that information. Yes, Congressman Paduano, and then Congressman Lordan Suwan, and then Congressman Keith Flores.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up ko lang doon kay Captain Albutra. You mentioned two police personnel that were brought by you or assigned in Calamba. Sino-sino yon? Yung dalawa?
Si PO3 Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair, and...
PO3?
Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair, and...
Karumba? Karumba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Karumba and?
I don't know anong rank, Mr. Chair. Miljen Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
Bulandres. Bulandres, hindi Bilandres, Bulandres. Okay. Anyway, yung assignment ng dalawa, kasi ikaw, nung dumating ka doon, you were assigned doon sa DEO. Tama? O Calamba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ang assignment ng dalawa?
Doon din po, Mr. Chair.
Doon din. The same date kayo pumasok? The same date din kayo kinancel yung assignment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Marami.
Sandali. Yes or no lang po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The same?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So what a coincidence. Ano daw ang basis ng pag-relieve sa inyo at saka yung assignment nyo? But inassign kayo doon, then after few days, kinansila, then binalik kayo.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, anong opo? Tanong ko, bakit kinansila? Anong basis daw o reason?
Si RD po ang...
Who is that RD the time?
General Ted Caranza po, Mr. Chair.
Si Caranza is now the OIC Mayor of
Yes.
Sila Cavite.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, who is the Chief of Police the time?
That was then Lieutenant Colonel Ulsano, Mr. Chair.
Lieutenant Colonel?
Ulsano.
Luzano?
Ulsano po.
Ulsano? Anong klase yung Ulsano? Active ba ngayon yung Ulsano?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Active pa? Saan naka-assign?
No
As far
idea
as you
po
know.
kung saan, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we direct the PNP to facilitate the present assignment of Lieutenant Colonel Ulsano and to be invited in the next hearing. Kasi ito po yung Chief of Police nung nangyari yung Mayor Halili killing. Now, hindi ka man lang, Captain Albotra, hindi ka man lang nagtaka na you were assigned, you were relieved in Cebu. Prior to your relief, ano ba yung position mo doon sa Cebu?
Station Commander, Mr. Chair.
Station Commander of what?
Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Station 1. That's 2018.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gano'n ka katagal doon na Station 1 Commander?
I think only 2 months, Mr. Chair, before po na-issuehan ng order, Mr. Chair.
So, 2 months ka lang na Station 1 Commander, then nirelieve ka, and then assigned to Calamba, ganon? Then, kinansila ulit, binalik ka na naman sa Cebu?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang nangyari, Mr. Chair.
O prior to Station 1, anong assignment mo?
Sa Deputy Dumaguete Police Station po yata, Mr. Chair, sa Negros Oriental, PPO, Mr. Chair.
Anong posisyon mo doon sa Negros Oriental?
Deputy Dumaguete Chief of Police, Mr. Chair.
Dumaguete City mismo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Your rank that time is Lieutenant? O Kapitana?
Major po, Mr. Chair.
Major. Okay. So, deputy ka ng Dumaguete. Anong buwan yon ng 2018?
Di ko po siguro mga ano po yung Mr. Chair, mga February, January, mga ganun, Mr. Chair. December, January, February.
So from Dumaguete,
tama.
from Dumaguete, binalik ka, dahil Region 7 yung Dumaguete, di ba? Binalik ka sa region, then you were assigned as Station 1 Commander of Cebu City.
From Dumaguete, Mr. Chair, assigned po ako sa Station 1 of Cebu City.
Station 1 nga?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As the commander of that station?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gaano ka katagal sa Dumaguete?
Madali lang po, Mr. Chair.
Madali ulit? Mga ilang buwan lang?
Mga 4 months siguro, Mr. Chair.
Naku po. Bakit yung assignment mo, tingnan mo ha? Oh, tingnan mo ang assignment mo, parang pinadala ka lang doon, tapos may gagawin ka, then ililipat ka na, i-relieve ka, balik ka Station 1, 2 months ka Station 1, tatapon ka ulit sa Calamba, matter of days, pinakansila, binalik ka ulit sa Cebu.
Yung sa Negros po, Mr. Chair, yung Dumaguete is, galing po ako ng Deputy Investigation, napunta akong Dumaguete, tapos nag-schooling po ako ng Investigation Officers Basic Course, Mr. Chair.
6 months?
Parang, hindi naman umabot, Mr. Chair.
Pero the time, saan ang assignment mo?
Sa Dumaguete, Mr. Chair.
Sa Dumaguete?
Yes,
After your schooling?
Ayun, sa Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Andali. So, naunang schooling, o nahuling schooling before assignment in Station 1?
Nauna po, Mr. Chair.
Nauna. So, after Dumaguete, as deputy ng Dumaguete Police Station, Police Office, nag-schooling ka?
Nung schooling po ako, Mr. Chair, doon pa po yung unit ko sa Dumaguete.
Oo nga, pero nag-schooling ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi 4 months?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Gano'n.
Pero yung regular duty mo, 4 months lang. Tapos sa schooling ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O tapos, 4 months, then you assigned sa Station 1. After 2 months, you were assigned again sa Calamba. Sa Calamba. Then, after few days, binalik ka.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganito po, matanong kita, bago ko balikan yung kay Ma'am Garma. So, nung sa Dumaguete ka, that was 2018, your rank is Major.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ba't ka na-demote? Anong kaso mo?
Na-cancel po yung promotion order ko po nung Major, Mr. Chair, kasi po parang may problema po doon sa eligibility ko po, Mr. Chair.
May problema sa eligibility mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayun lang, wala kang kaso?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po yung demotion, but cancellation po, Mr. Chair, ng order.
So from 2018, supposedly, major ka na, because of that eligibility problem, hindi ka na-promote until now.
Mr. Chair, supposed to be magpapapromote na po sana ako ng Lieutenant Colonel, but
When was that? Paano ka ma-promote ng Lieutenant Colonel na nakansila nga yung pagka-major mo from captain? Pwede ba yun?
Yun po yung dahilan, Mr. Chair, kasi saka lang po nila nalaman nung naghalungkat po ng order, Mr. Chair. Kaya nung nalaman nila, yun po, na-cancel po yung last promotion order ko po.
Okay. So you were already promoted as major.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Kinancel because when you apply for promotion for Light Colonel, doon nakita.
Yes, Mr.
Na
Chair.
may problema kasi eligibility mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, when was that?
Bago lang po, Mr. Chair. I think 2 months ago, Mr. Chair.
2 months ago.
Yes,
So balik kapitan ka.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can we direct the DPRM to submit also the service record, and that includes the promotion and the cancellation of the reason for the cancellation of the promotion of Captain Albotra?
Mr. Chair,
Please.
Yes, Congressman Akop.
I'll just ask one clarificatory question. Ano yung sinasabi mong eligibility na wala ka, kaya hindi ka na-promote?
Mr. Chair, yung ginamit ko po noon na eligibility was only police inspector, and sabi po ng DPRM, nung time na nagpapapromote ako is hindi na po daw valid yun, Mr. Chair.
Napolcom, can you say something about that? Totoo ba yung sinasabi niya?
Your Honor, hindi po ganun eh. Matagal nang na-establish namin na merong police eligibility para sa third class, fourth class, third class, second class, saka first class. Matagal na pong establish yun. Gusto din namin malaman sa DPRM kung nagkaroon siya ng misrepresentation, kaya siya natanggal. Hindi na po bago yung eligibility. Dapat alam na niya yun. Your Honor, baka ho sa CIDG meron po silang impormasyon.
Mr. Chair, gusto yata magsalita ni Gerald Torre.
Yes, General Torre, you may. Mr. Chair, can I volunteer some information because we conducted an investigation regarding Mr. Albotra. The reason why his promotion was cancelled is he used an inspector eligibility when he got promoted to chief inspector, up to the inspector eligibility for major, and then when he applied for promotion to lieutenant colonel, it was found out that he is not even eligible for major, so he was demoted to captain. The most proximate reason is that until 1992, that inspector eligibility is valid for up to chief inspector and superintendent. And then after that, because during the time the exams were given for inspector, senior inspector, chief inspector, and superintendent, senior superintendent. After 1992, NAPOLCOM changed the ruling that the inspector exam taken after that date is valid until superintendent. So, dun most probably ang naging oversight nung unang promotion sa major, kaya siya nakalusot sa major, even using that inspector exam dahil siya ay 2006, sir, invalid na yun. Hanggang 1992 lang, sir.
Mr. Chair, may I continue?
That's misrepresentation, sir, definitely.
May I continue my questioning,
Please
Mr. Chair,
proceed.
please? Colonel Garma, itong si Captain Albotra was assigned in Region 7, correct?
Relax.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he
Mr.
was
Chair.
only assigned briefly.
Sa Region 7, sir?
Yes.
Medyo matagal na po yan sa Region 7 siya, Mr.
But you
Chair.
have known him for quite some time.
No, Mr. Chair, I only known him nung pong nag-courtesy call siya sa akin, tapos na-assign na siya sa Cebu City. Doon ko lang po siya nakilala.
Okay. Captain Albotra,
Hindi mo time, ha?
na-assign ka sa with the indulgence of Congressman Paduano, please. Ha? Ako po yung humihingi ng tawad sa iyo. Gusto ko lang ituloy ito eh. Captain Albotra, You were assigned in Region 7, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Where in Region 7?
Cebu City po, Mr. Chair.
What was your position in Region 7?
I've been the Station 1, Station 6.
You have a, are you a Cebuano? No, you're not.
I am from Southern Leyte, Mr. Chair.
From where?
Southern Leyte, Mr. Chair.
Southern Leyte.
Yes po.
You have a brother, am I right? Meron kang kapatid na lalaki, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Involved sa drugs, am I right? Now, do not lie, you're under oath. You just tell us now. Meron kang kapatid na lalaki involved sa drugs, am I right?
Wala po akong kapatid na lalaki na involved sa drugs, Mr. Chair.
Ah, wala. Are you sure? Sigurado ka? Because we're gonna find out. We are going to find out. Kung
Wala pa akong-
sinungaling ka ngayon, I will cite you in contempt right now.
Wala pa akong kapatid, Mr. Chair, na involved sa drugs.
Are you sure? Because we're gonna find out.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ang rinig ko, magaling ka sa baril eh. Magaling ka sa baril. Alam nyo, Captain, bilib ako sa magaling bumaril. Alam nyo, lahat ng mga pelikula sa Netflix na sniper, napanood ko. Yung isang araw kamukha mo eh. Oo, totoo yun. Mukha kang artista eh. Bilib ako sa marunong humawak ng baril. Totoo yan, di ba? O, di ba bilib ka rin marunong humawak ng baril? Bilib ka rin doon, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, itong si Eugene Calumbar. Kilala mo, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaibigan mo yon, am I right?
Naging kasama ko po yun, Mr. Chair.
Mahusay kumawak ng baril to eh. Tama, mali. Mahusay itong humawak ng baril. Oh, gusto mo, meron akong firing range. Sama kita, saka si Eugene. May mga baril ako doon. Subukan natin kung marunong kang bumaril. PNPA ka eh. Ikaw ba ay marunong bumaril o hindi?
Marunong po, Mr. Chair.
Yun pala naman eh. Okay, meron kang kaibigan si Eugene, ba't di mo sabihin sa amin marunong bumaril to? Nag-isinungaling ka eh. We're gonna find out here. Yung mga tanong namin sa'yo, we're gonna find out. Dito po, meron kaming paraan para i-find out kung nagsasabi ka ng totoo o hindi. Itong si Colonel Garma, mas naniniwala ako dito ngayon. Ikaw, ngayon ka lang. Naiinis na ako sa iyo eh. Totoo yun. Para na akong si Batoy, naiinis na ako sa iyo eh. Ah? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before we yield back kay Congressman Paduano, Captain Albotra, tell us, ba't kami maniniwala sa iyo? Ayun ang eligibility mo eh, para ma-promote ka eh. You deceive eh. Nagkaroon ka na ng deception eh. Di ba? Doon pa lamang sa promotion, no? Meron ka nang ginawang panloloko. So much more dito sa ginagawa mo. Sinabi ni GM Garma na nagbalaki ka, nakasama ka sa team nang tumira kay Antonio Halili. Now, ngayon, sino paniniwalaan namin? Ikaw o si GM Garma? Now, tinatanong ka kung meron kang kapatid na na-involve sa drug pushing. Di ba? Nag-deny ka na naman. So, what else ang mga pagsisinungaling na gagawin mo sa kongresong ito? We are allowing you, to answer back to us, but we are very lenient sa iyo. Pero, alam mo, may hangganan yan, Captain Albotra. Huwag mong pilitin na i-cite ka namin in contempt. You cooperate. At kung hindi naman ikaw ang pumatay at kasama ka lamang sa team na mga pumatay, you cooperate with us because this is your chance. We will never give you another chance. Believe us. Kaya, Captain Albotra, tama na. Yung nalipat ka sa Dumaguete, ilang buwan. Nalipat ka sa Cebu, ilang buwan. Nalipat ka sa Calamba, ilang buwan. May pattern na eh. Ginagamit ka. Ginagamit ka para sa intel work. ng Drug Enforcement Unit. Doon ka na-assign lagi eh. Ikaw nagmo-monitor. At pag natapos sa trabaho mo, aalis ka na or kaya andun ka, iba ang papatay. Huwag mo na kaming bulahin dito. Alam namin, yun ang trabaho mo. Kaya palipat-lipat ka.
Mr. Chair, isang question lang po, Mr. Chair. Sino ang kamag-anak mo na involved sa drugs? Kung hindi kapatid mo. Sino?
Mr. Chair, meron po akong tiyuhin, Mr. Chair.
Ayun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron kang tiyuhin na involved sa drugs. Correct?
Na-involve po, Mr. Chair.
Ayun. Ito yung sabi
Okay.
totoo.
So we will now give the floor back to Congressman Paduano, and let me reiterate that after Congressman Paduano, it is now the turn of Congressman Lordan Suwan and then Congressman Keith Flores. Congressman Paduano, you have 2 more minutes. Please proceed.
Matapos nagkamali ka sa ruling mo, bigyan mo ko ng 2 minutes siya. Anyway, ganito po, Captain Albutra. You mentioned about the 2 police officers you brought in Calamba. The same assignment kayo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
DEO din?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The same din ang pag-relieve nyo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
What's the reason of your relief? What's the reason of your relief?
Mr. Chair, siguro po si Sir
Sino?
Pitalio. Sir Pitalio po ang makasagot, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
Colonel Pitalio, what's the reason of the relief?
Your Honor, I have no
Kasi sinasabi ko na sa iyo, ikaw, Colonel,
Yes, sir.
ayusin mo ang pagsagot, huwag kang tatawa-tawa.
Yes, sir.
Oh, ilang araw lang si doon, tapos pinarelieve. Oh, what's the reason of that relief? You check again, the record?
Hindi ko po alam, sir eh.
Ba't hindi mo alam?
Hindi po ako, sir, ang R1 nun, sir eh.
Oh, you're the provincial director, di ba?
Wala
Provincial commander at the time?
Wala pa, sir, wala pa.
Oh, ba't tinuturo mo si RD Pitalio? Sinungaling ka.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
My chief of police before, Mr. Chair, Colonel Ulsano, meron po silang...
Merong ano? Merong usapan?
Meron po silang parang di pagkakaintindihan ni Sir Pitalio that time, Mr. Chair.
Oh, when was that? During the time, sandali po, Captain Albutra, during the time, Colonel Pitalio, where were you assigned that time?
Your Honor, ako po siya ng R2 nung araw, sir.
Sorry?
Regional Intelligence po ng...
Ikaw,
Yes,
R2.
sir. Then, sir, at that time, sinasabi niya, sir, si Colonel Ulsano, ayan po ang Chief of Police ng Calamba.
Oh, ngayon, may problema daw kayo, sabi ni Albutra.
Yun, sir, alam, sir, kung ako po siya, pinagbumura ko noon eh.
Na?
Dahil sir, at that time, sir, ayaw niyang masapawan nun, sir eh.
Sino ang ayaw masapawan?
Yung Ulsano na yan, sir.
O so?
Yun lang, sir, ang
That
sir.
caused the relief?
No, sir, I have no idea, sir, about the relief, sir.
Oh, who caused the relief?
Hindi ko po alam, sir eh.
Hindi mo alam, nasa R1 ka.
Ano, sir? R2, sir.
R2.
Pero, sir, di ko po
Oh,
alam,
kahit
sir,
na. Hindi mo alam.
Hindi ko po alam, sir.
Oh, Captain Albutra, ito ngayon na kanina, yung statement from Ma'am Garma, dininay mo. Ito ngayon, you're pointing to Colonel Pitalio. Now, dininay niya. Wala siyang alam. O ikaw, ba't tinuturo mo kay si Colonel Pitalio?
Yun po ang alam ko, Mr. Chair.
Anong alam mo?
Meron po silang hindi pagkakaunawaan, Mr. Chair, na naging sanhi po ng relief, Mr. Chair.
Naging sanhi ng relief mo?
Marami po, Mr. Chair, ang na-relieve, Mr. Chair, at that time.
Hindi, pero ang question is...
Yes, Mr. Chair, sa akin po. Kasama na rin po ako, Mr. Chair.
In your case, ang tanong ko nga, bakit kayo na-relieve? Did you violate something? Or tapos na yung trabaho doon?
Mr. Chair,
Ikaw last na lang to, Albutra.
Mr. Chair,
May itatanong pa ako mamaya isa, last, ha? Last.
Mr. Chair, if you look at my affidavit, Mr. Chair.
No, I will not. Your affidavit, you're under oath. What you're telling now is under oath also.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ang tanong ko, again, last na tanong, what's the cause of your relief? Hindi nga alam ni Colonel Pitalio eh. Ikaw, bakit na-relieve ka na?
Nung pinatawag po kami ni RD Caranza, Mr. Chair, that time, sinabi niya na po na marirelieve po kami, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang parang...
Hindi in-explain sa'yo ni RD Caranza?
Sinabi niya po, Mr. Chair, na yun po yung parang resulta po ng pagtatalo nila ni Sir Petalio, Mr. Chair, tsaka ni Sir Olsano.
Pagtatalo? Anong pakialam mo dun sa pagtatalo ng COP mo at tsaka ni Arto?
Yun po ang...
Unless may ginawa kayong operasyon o trabaho na binukulan nyo yung senior official nyo.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Ba't gawin mong reason ngayon si Colonel Pitalio na na-relieve kayo dahil sa away ng COP mo tsaka ni Colonel Pitalio? Ba't kayo? Bakit hindi yung deputy? DEO pa naman assignment mo. May war on drugs. May double barrel. That time. Albutra.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, si Brigadier General Ted Caranza po makasagot, Mr. Chair.
Eto na, pati si RD mo. Tinatanong nga kita eh. Sige nga. Karamihan na relieve. Alam nila, ba't sila na-relieve?
Yun po ang alam ko, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang alam ko kung bakit kami...
Why of all those people, or of all those police officers?
Kasama na rin po, Mr. Chair, si Sir Olsano, Mr. Chair, yung...
Ni-relieve din kaagad?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Is it true, Arto, Colonel Pitalio? Nasabay sila ni-relieve?
I'll try to find out, sir. Di ko po maalala, sir. Kung ano, sir.
Pero tandaan mo na relieve siya.
Hindi ko po, sir.
Si Albutra.
Hindi ko, sir, matandaan yan, sir.
Ikaw, Pitalio,
Sir,
ikaw.
totoo, sir.
Kanina tinanong kita, kinote mo pa si Chairman Akop.
Kasi, sir,
Dahil sa problema ni Olano.
Kasi,
Tapos
sir,
ngayon, hindi mo na naman alam.
Because, Your Honor.
Sandali.
Yes, sir.
Patapusin mo muna ako.
Yes, sir.
Nagsisinungaling ka rin eh.
No, sir.
Alam mo ba yung reason why they were relieved or not?
Hindi ko po alam, sir. Because, sir, at the time, sir, galing ako siya ng Antipolo, sir. Then, ako siya naging R2. So, this one, sir, Ulsano was the Chief of Police of Calamba. Yun siya ang assuming doon at that time. So, when I became the R2, sir, nagalit siya.
Pero may problema talaga kayo ni COP Olano that time.
Actually, sir, wala, sir parang nagselos lang, sir, ba't ako naging R2, sir. Yun lang, sir, ang ano. Pero,
anong class ba si Olano?
2000 yun, sir.
2000, 97 ka, ang layo.
Yes,
junior mo siya.
Yes,
ba't siya magsiselos?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, baka, sir, seloso.
Hindi, presumption mo yun. Nagselos siya.
Di, sir, nagawa niya na eh. May evidence siya, nagmura siya na nagmura sa...
May evidence na?
May, sir, na binuli niya ako sa cellphone, sir. That was the time, sir. Yun siya ang yan ang totoo doon, sir. Pero yung sinasabi niya, na-relieve siya dahil sa away
Underclass mo, binuri ka?
Yes, sir. Pero, okay lang yun, sir. Pero kasi sabi ko kay Sir Akop noon, sir, telepono lang naman, sir.
Anyway, wala. Later, or in the other next hearing, magkakaalaman din tayo dyan kasi ito, Captain Albutra, yung record mo of now, wala pa sa amin yung official. Pero kung titingnan ko, palipat-lipat ka. Ano ka ba, taga Leyte?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Waray.
Bisaya, Mr. Chair.
Bisaya. Kakaintindihan tayo. Anyway. Hindi. So, assignment mo ngayon is still in Cebu, Region 7.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa anong assignment mo, Region 7?
Bago lang po ako nilipat, Mr. Chair, sa RPHAS. Galing po ako ng Lapu-Lapu City Police Office, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw ba yung Chief of Police sa Lapu-Lapu? Deputy?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Ano ka doon?
Wala pa po akong assignment doon, Mr. Chair. Tapos after nito, Mr. Chair, nung nabanggit po yung pangalan ko, nirelieve po ako at nilagay po ako sa RPHAS, Mr. Chair.
Of course. That's the standard operating procedure of the PNP. Now, ang tanong, have you been assigned doon sa regional office? 7?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong assignment mo doon?
Ngayon
Regional
po, Mr.
office, ha?
Ngayon po, Mr. Chair, Regional Police Office po ako, Mr. Chair.
Previously, noong nakaraan,
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair. Na-assign po ako sa R2 rin, Mr. Chair, bilang
Sa?
IRS. Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
R2.
Opo.
When was that?
2012, 2013, Mr. Chair.
2012, 2013.
Opo.
So the time, anong position mo doon as R2?
IRS, Mr. Chair.
IRS. That was your first and last assignment sa region before...
Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang pinaka...
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Last mo, R2.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So after that, hindi ka na na-assign sa regional office?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, you mentioned about, Ray Sulante. Tama?
Kilala ko po siya, Mr. Chair.
Paano mo nakilala si Sulante?
Mr. Chair, before po kasi, Mr. Chair...
Anong before? When was that?
2008, 9, mga ganong taon, Mr. Chair. 10 siguro. May mga pagkakataon po, Mr. Chair, na nag-joint operation po, Mr. Chair. At doon,
Joint operation of what?
yung mga police operation, Mr.
Saan
Chair.
na-assign that time si Sulante?
Mr. Chair?
Saan na-assign si Sulante that time? Yung minimension mo,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang alam ko, Mr. Chair, PIB, Mr. Chair.
Sa?
PIB po.
PIB? What's PIB?
Provincial Intel Branch.
So, Provincial Intel Branch. Ikaw the time?
Sa R2, Mr. Chair.
R2 ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, tapos,
Doon ko lang po siya nakilala, Mr. Chair.
sabi mo kanina, 2013 ka ba pumasok sa R2, tapos ngayon 2008 na sa R2 ka na?
Doon ko po siya nakilala, Mr. Chair.
And then, tanong ko ngayon, kanina sabi mo, that was the first time that you were assigned sa region, which is R2. Regional office ang pinag-usapan natin dito, ha? Sabi mo kanina, 2013. Ngayon you're mentioning about 2008. Doon mo nakilala si Sulante. Oh.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sandali. You graduated 2006, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
First assignment mo where?
Sa...
RMG?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Sa Negros Oriental, Mr. Chair.
Ano sa Negros Oriental?
PMG, Mr. Chair. Provincial Mobile Group.
Oh, Provincial Mobile Group. So you're assigned sa province?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Under sa province. Tapos inassign ka sa region?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun na yung R2?
Hindi pa, Mr. Chair. Red Sot, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Red Sot.
Red Sot ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That was 2008-2009.
Ang gulo mo kausap. Kanina, tinatanong kita, when was the first time you were assigned in the regional office? Sabi mo, 2013. R2. Ngayon, 2008 ka, inassign ka man na Red Sot.
Yun po ang una, Mr. Chair, Red Sot. Doon ko po nakilala yun si Sulante, Mr. Chair.
That time he was assigned doon sa province?
PIB, Mr. Chair.
Tapos?
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Nung R2 ka?
Hindi ko na po siya nakita, Mr. Chair. Hindi na kami Mr. Chair, nagkasama, Mr. Chair, sa mga joint
Hindi mo na siya nakita?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka? Nung R2 ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Eh, si Sulante was assigned, parang hindi na yan umalis doon sa regional office.
During na nandun po ako, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam kung saan siya assigned, Mr. Chair.
Pero hindi na kayo nagkikita?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Until when? Until when?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nga, kailan kayong last nagkita? Nagkasama?
Matagal na po, Mr. Chair. May mga 2008, 9, 10 siguro, Mr. Chair.
2010?
Yes, Mr.
Sabihin
Chair.
natin 2010.
Opo.
Eh kung may picture kami pakita na magkasama kayo sa range.
Hindi ko po maalala, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo rin alam ngayon kung saan si Sulante?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Ang alam ko po, Mr. Chair, nag-retire na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Nag-retire nga. Alam namin nag-retire na. Oh, alam mo nga nag-retire na eh. Pero hindi mo alam kung saan siya ngayon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Hindi naman kami nagkasama ng unit niyan, Mr. Chair.
Totoo yun.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Tama ka, hindi kayo nagkasama ng unit. Kasi laging, kayo, special. Anyway, mamaya, may ipacheck lang ako, Mr. Chairman. Doon na muna, may ipapacheck lang ako, tapos para tanungin ko ulit si Captain Albutra. Kasi nagsisinungaling to eh. Hindi niya raw alam kung saan si Solante. Alam nga ng lahat ng pulis sa Cebu kung saan si Solante, tapos ikaw hindi mo alam? Eh, you're lying.
Hindi ko po talaga alam, Mr.
Okay, Colonel Garma, when was the last time you know the location of of Solante? Sinungaling ka.
Sir, based on my information, nandun lang siya sa Cebu City, dun sa bundok po.
Oh, nandun sa bundok. Siya ngayon yung caretaker doon kasi retired na. Ikaw, sinungaling ka.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Eh, si Solante, very popular name in Cebu.
Pero hindi ko po yan, Mr. Chair. Hindi po kami, wala, Mr. Chair. Hindi po kami nagkikita o hindi ko siya nakikita, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, that's all for now. Magkikita pa rin tayo. Captain Albutra.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to interpellate our resource person is Congressman Lordan Suwan. You are now recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of very quick questions. Regarding the video that was shown by Chairman Dan Fernandez earlier, I saw that it was 8:45 p.m. when the van left. Was this also the time when Mayor Perez was killed? Does Mr. Tamisin know?
Your Honor, a few seconds after he was gunned down, that white van left the vicinity po, Your Honor.
So supposedly, the perpetrators were those who were inside or aboard the white van. Is that correct?
I assume, Your Honor.
Okay. Another question, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Why do you think Mr. Tamisin would Mayor Perez be assassinated? Was it because he went against, or did he ever go against the powers that be, or was it because he was included in the drug list?
The only thing that I know, Your Honor, is that he was included in the narco list. That's all, Your Honor.
And why, if what you're saying is true, then why would they try to pinpoint you as the murderer?
That's why I'm very confused, Your Honor. I really do not know why I was implicated in this case. I really don't know the rationale behind. Mayor Perez, he was my godfather. Maybe in my 12 years as a municipal councilor, we have differences in policies. But please, let me remind also, as a municipal councilor before, I was able to approve or authored at least 680 ordinances and resolutions. If Mayor Perez was really my enemy, personal enemy, he will not allow me to win. More so, he will not allow me to win as #1 from 2013 and 2016.
But
Yung aming pagtatalo po, Your Honor, ay kasama sa trabaho. As a matter of fact, if you will allow me, Your Honor, sabi nga ng kaibigan niyang isang fiskal, swerte ka, andyan ang inaanak mong si konsihal. At least nag-guide ka. Dahil yung mga mali, siya ang nagtatama sa'yo, kaya hindi na ipapasa yung mga batas na hindi tumutugma po sa GAAP, sa GAAS, at sa local government code, Your Honor.
But you ran against him for the position of mayor one time.
Opo, Your Honor. 4 po kami. As a matter of fact, ako pa nga po ang panghuli. At ako naman po'y walang pera, independent pa rin ulit. At pagkatapos nun po ay tinanggap ko. Sa totoo lang po, pag birthday ko po ng June 17, pinapadala niya po ako ng pa-birthday. Pag December po, alam po yan ng kanyang pamilya at ng kanyang asawa. Pinapadalan din po ko dahil nga po ninong ko siya.
Okay, I was just wondering why you were the one who was, suspected of being the... So during the election, it was not a one-on-one. So it was not a close election.
Yes, Your Honor. Ako po ay, apat po kami. Kaya nga po, if I may, Your Honor, with your indulgence, kasi sinabi po ng ating hepe dati, ni si Colonel Garduque, meron daw video. Ang tanong, bakit hindi sinama sa fiskal? Nabasa at napanood daw nila ang video. Hindi daw nakita ang pagkakilanlan. Kung hindi mo nakita, bakit sinasabi nung witness na hindi naman ako kilala at binase lang sa sketch na nakalagay doon, very good, pero hindi ko naman po kamukha yung tao. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po nga po, Your Honor, tatlo ang hinabla mo, si Norvin Tam, si Glenn Arrieta na in charge sa CCTV na kaya hinabla dahil ipinaling daw ang CCTV na hindi totoo at isang gunman. Kung tatlo lang hinabla mo, pangatlo, yung sabi mo naglalakad na gunman, ako at si Glenn Arrieta, bakit di mo hinabla yung hindi ko naman kamukha? Di dapat apat ang hinabla mo.
What do you mean by hinabla?
Sila po kasi ang gumawa ang Task Force Perez po ang nagsampa ng kaso. Although pumirma po yung anak, pero sila po ang naggawa po ng reklamo o ng habla. So dapat pa lang, kanina nga po, dapat pa lang hindi mo na ako sinama dahil hindi naman ako yung nasa sketch. At kung ni-review mo, unang-una, kung ni-review mo talaga, wala ako sa area na sinasabi ng ginawa nilang habla. Wala naman ako sa vicinity, wala ako sa may gate, wala po ako sa may tapat ng 7-Eleven, at wala rin po ako sa whole area or vicinity ng munisipyo ng Los Baños. Nakita naman nila sa CCTV. Tapos, contrary sa mga witnesses nila na nakita ko, paano po nangyari yun? Kaya nga sabi ko nga, alam ko namang hindi nagsisinungaling si Colonel Garduque, pero alam ko nalilito na siya sa katotohanan. Mahirap talaga magbulid ng kasinungalingan because you will become a pathological liar and you will never know when you're telling the truth or not because you thought what you're telling is the truth. In fact, it was all lies.
Okay. Now, what do you think is the reason why they would not release the video?
Because it's contrary dun po sa kanilang ginawang habla. Dahil nakalagay doon, nakita si Norvin Tam na andun, paglabas pa, kumaway pa daw ako doon sa van na pumatay, binaba ko yung mask ko, inalis ko pa yung face shield ko. Ngayon, pag sinama ho yung video, magkakontradict po yun.
Mapuprove yun na wala ka
Wala
doon.
ko doon. So inilabas lang yung video, nakita ko kumakalat sa Facebook, sa mga messenger, ba't ganun? Kaya nabigla ako, kaya nung lumabas sa korte, sa kanila inilabas. Dapat to, kasama na yun sa pagpapail. Ang intention lang po nila, one, in my own opinion, Your Honor, ma-file ang case. Second, hanapan ng fall guy katulad ko, at kung mahuli ako, itumba ako. Kaya dinala ako sa Batangas.
Mr. Chair, we would like to ask the witness just to directly answer the question.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay, so you were not in the video at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Suwan. Last to interpolate on our witness is Congressman Keith Flores. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions, Mr. Chair. Colonel Garma, you said that Captain Albotra mentioned the killing to you in a courtesy call in your office, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, were you the Chief of Police of Cebu City?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, when he made that courtesy visit to you, was it after his reassignment to Station 1 of Cebu City?
Was it after?
Was it when he was reassigned to Station 1?
During that time, wala pa po siyang assignment sa...
Wala pa?
I am deciding pa po kung saan ko siya ilalagay. Kasi
But he was
call.
returned to you back to you in Cebu City?
Yun ang understanding ko po nung sinabi din nila na galing na siya doon dati. Pero hindi ko na po pinansin yun, Mr. Chair.
Alright. So after he mentioned that to you na sila nga yung may tumira kay Mayor Halili, it was you who assigned him to a station? As Chief of Police?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in that station, did he perform well naman, si Captain Albutra?
Maayos naman, Mr.
Maayos
Chair.
naman. Wala naman kayong away?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
There was
Your
no
Honor.
miscommunication, misunderstanding between you and Captain Albutra.
Wala po.
He had no complaints against you also.
Wala din po.
Wala din. Okay. Now, Captain Albutra, in your affidavit, you repeatedly said that the allegations made by Colonel Garma are pure chismis, no? Made-up stories, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Narinig naman po natin nung sinabi niya yun, Mr. Chair. May chismis po, Mr.
Ito ba yung first time na narinig mo na ikaw ay implicated in the murder of the Mayor Halili?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. First time.
When Colonel Garma mentioned it.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So that was the first time in your entire career that you heard such allegations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now, would Colonel Garma have any reason to implicate you, Captain Albutra?
At first, Mr. Chair, I can't think of any, Mr. Chair. Nagulat din po ako, Mr. Chair.
Nagulat. Now, why of all the police officers that she knows, bakit ikaw?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is so special about Captain Albutra?
That's why I thought, Mr. Chair, na-confuse po si ma'am siguro, Mr. Chair.
Confused?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Baka lang na-confused.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung nabay po niya, Mr. Chair, chismis. Tapos ginagawa niya po, ako na po yung nagsabi, Mr. Chair.
Now, Colonel Garma, when Captain Albutra made that statements to you, was it clear to you na it was him bragging about what they did?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Siyang nag-volunteer. Kaya hindi ko talaga makakalimutan po. Kasi hindi ako updated nun kung sino yung mga namatay na mga politicians nun. It was him who volunteered.
So you were surprised that all of a sudden someone would out of the blue say or claim to have participated in the killing of a mayor.
Yes po.
That's
Your
why it
Honor.
will always be memorable for you and it would be easy to recall such an event, correct?
Yes po.
Now, Captain Albutra said that he will file cases against you. That's what is mentioned in his affidavit because he's claiming that what you've said are pure lies. What is your comment to that, Colonel Garma?
Makokonsensya din po yan kasi I treated him very well when I was the city director of Cebu City. In fact, may mga operations din yung mga tao niya na he needs my intervention and I gave my full support. Alam po niya yan.
So
Now,
you-
if he will sue me, I will face it, but I can look it straight in his eyes. I am not lying and he is lying and he is coward to mention names na alam niya kung sino talagang tumira kay Mayor Halili. He knows it. Konsensya na lang po niya yan, Mr. Chair and Your Honor.
Captain Albutra, Colonel Garma says that she took care of you, no? Nilagaan ka, pinotektahan ka.
Totoo po yan, Mr. Chair.
Now, ikaw pa yung may lakas ng loob daw na mag-file ng kaso against
Mr.
Colonel
Chair,
Garma.
grabe po yung Mr. Chair, grabe po yung impact nung binanggit niya po yung pangalan ko, Mr. Chair. Grabe po talaga, Mr. Chair. Hindi ako nakatulog ng mga ilang araw. Hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chair, hindi pa po ako nakatulog ng kumpleto. Pero kaya ko namang Mr. Chair, kalimutan, Mr. Chair, yung sinabi ni Ma'am, Mr. Chair.
So hindi ka nakatulog because sinabi ni Garma na you were involved. But nakatulog ka na sinabi mo kay Garma na pinatay niyo yung tao. Okay lang sa iyo. Hindi na konsensya doon.
Again, Mr. Chair, wala po talaga akong maalala na nagsabi ako ng ganyan kay Ma'am, Mr. Chair.
So walang naalala doesn't mean that hindi mo ginawa.
Hindi ko po ginawa yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Flores. Before I recognize Congressman Paduano, meron lang akong dagdag na tanong kay Mr. Tamisin. Mr. Tamisin, kung ikaw ang inimplicate, ikaw ang kinasuhan, what could have been the motive? Ano ba yung motibo? Bakit ikaw? Ba't hindi ibang fall guy, quote unquote, no? Bakit ikaw?
Hindi ko rin po alam, Your Honor Kasi wala naman kami personal na away ni Mayor. Never naman kami nag-away. Totoo po, may differences lang po pagdating sa mga implementation ng policies. Pero sabi ko nga po kanina, Your Honor, ako may pinakamaraming batas na inapprove niya. At napaganda pa, dahil nagkaroon ng breastfeeding and children's corner sa munisipyo, nagkaroon pa kami ng award sa DILG because of that ordinance. Ibig ko pong sabihin, hindi ko po talaga alam kung bakit, sabi ko nga po ulit, Your Honor, wala na silang choice kasi ako lang ho yung mahina, ako lang ho yung mahirap. Pero hindi nila alam, ilalabang ko to hanggang buhay ako. Bakit po? Kasi yung ibang pwede pagbintangan, hindi nila kaya.
Okay. Nakalagay ba sa investigation report nyo kung ano ang motibo ng pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez? Sino nag-conduct na investigation sa inyo? Hindi ba ikaw, Colonel Petalio, ang Chief of Police during the time?
Your Honor, si Colonel Gardoque po, sir. Nag-share lang po, sir.
You're not familiar with the investigation report ng PNP tungkol dun sa task, di ba? Task force, nag-create
Yes, sir.
kayo
Yes,
ng
sir.
task force, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano yung nakalagay dun sa report? Ano yung motibo nung pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez?
May kasama po doon, Your Honor, politics, Your Honor.
Politika.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun ang
Kasama po
na-establish ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede bang malaman kung ano yung mga sirkumstansya na kung bakit nakapag-establish kayo na ang motibo ay politika?
Sir, ano ba kay Colonel Gardoque?
So si Colonel Garduque was already
The Chief of Police, sir, Your Honor.
the Chief of Police at the time. And I suppose he is familiar with the investigation report, no? Kayo ang gumawa, page, can you let him sit down? Excuse me. Oh, gusto mo magtestigo? Okay. Baka lang gusto mo magtestigo. Colonel, so anong nakalagay na motibo sa inyong investigation report sa pagpatay kay Mayor Cesar Perez? Ikaw ang Chief of Police, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor,
So
sir.
hindi mo alam. Are you part of the task force Halili? Task force Perez?
Yes, I am part of
What was the result of your investigation as far as the motive of the killing is concerned? Ano?
It was, we found out, sir, that it was partly a politically motivated.
Partly?
Yes, sir.
Can you qualify? Bakit partly? Anong sirkumstansya na nagbigay sa inyo ng idea na ang motibo ng pagpatay ni Mr. Tamisin ay politika? Anong instances? Anong sirkumstansya? Ikaw nang imbestiga, di ba?
Yes, sir. Based on doon sa mga statements and evidences na nag-gather namin, it all point out that there was a yung previous kasi na alitan nila as kuan. Tumakbo kasi si Sir Tamisen dati ng mayor. Hindi naman actually kuan yon. Part lang, sir, na kuan nakikita namin dahil magkalaban nga sila sa kuan noon.
Did you know na inaanak siya ni Mayor Cesar Perez?
No, sir.
So wala kang idea.
Wala.
Kasi nakakapagtaka lang, Colonel, na ang suspect, no, a known politician in Calamba, Los Baños. Number 2, inaanak ng mayor na napaslang. Pangatlo, siya ay known to be in the community in Los Baños, not to be a violent person. Wala hong history ng violence sa kanya record. And yet, siya ang nakita ninyong suspect. Nakakapagtaka, no? Hindi ko alam paano nyo inimbestigahan, ano ang nagturo sa inyo na siya ang pumatay. Malaking question mark pa rin yan, no? At least sa akin, I don't know with my colleagues. Kasi yun ang aking pagkakaintindi dito sa kwentong ito. Now, did you know that Mayor Cesar Perez was in the drug list?
I have not seen the list here, but we have heard. That
So you have heard.
Yes, sir.
But bilang chief of police sa lugar, wala ka bang access sa drug list?
Wala, sir, wala.
Wala kang record sa area mo kung sino doon ang na-identify ng MADAC, or whatever it is that identified the personalities within your jurisdiction to be involved in illegal drugs?
What we have, sir, is the list from the BADAC, but as far as the BADAC is concerned, wala naman doon sa...
So hindi kasama sa drug list ang dating mayor, the late mayor.
Doon sa Los Baños, sir, I have not seen his name as part of the drug personalities within the Los Baños area.
Okay, so i-confirm ko lang ulit dito kay DG Morolazo. DG, sabi nyo kanina, nasa listahan ng drug list si Mayor Cesar Perez. Is that correct?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, in the Duterte list.
So when the Duterte list, is this list provided to the chief of police of the different cities, municipalities in the country? Meron ho ba silang idea kung sino sa area nila ang involved sa droga?
Your Honor, I would assume so because my Deputy Director General for Operations now used to be a regional director.
Okay.
And he has a copy of the drug list nationwide. And I think this was given to them so that this can be distributed to the stations under their jurisdictions, that they will have people to follow or watch, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So nakapagtaka, Colonel Garduque, no, na wala kang idea, wala kang listahan, hindi mo nakita yung listahan na sa a certain Cesar Perez that you know is the mayor of Calamba ay nasa Los Baños ay nasa listahan ng drug list.
Yes, sir. Actually, maybe previously, sir, but on my time, I honestly have not seen his name doon sa...
Anong year ka na-appoint dyan sa Los Baños?
2020, sir, up to 2021 ng March or February.
The incident happened...
December 2020.
So hindi ba SOP yan, Colonel Patay, na kapag ikaw ay na-assign sa bilang isang city director sa isang city, hindi ba dapat meron ka kagad listahan kung sino-sino ang mga nasa drug list within the jurisdiction of the command?
Mr. Chair, during my time, we only base on the list in the station and those list from the BADACs, from the barangays, Mr. Chair.
So there are two lists, the one from the BADACs and...
Yeah, that's the same, Mr. Chair. That's consolidated.
So the BADACs
Yes.
list is the one provided to the city directors?
I'm not aware of for the city director because I was not assigned as city director, Mr. Chair. Only in station, Mr. Chair.
Weren't you assigned in Quezon City as the city director?
Station commander lang, Mr.
Station
Chair.
commander. Doon sa station mo, hindi ka binigyan ng listahan.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So, tama ba yung sinasabi ni Colonel Garduque na hindi lahat, gagaya mo, hindi mo nakita yung listahan kung sino ang nasa drug list?
Ako hindi ko nakita, Mr. Chair. I cannot speak in behalf of others, Mr. Chair.
Well, base sa PIDEA, bilang isang pulisiya dito sa sinasabing drug list, lahat po ng ating membro ng PNP, lalo na yung mga commanders, whether district commander yan or district director yan, inform sila kung sino-sino yung mga involved sa droga sa area nila. Unless mayroong special crack team na ang trabaho lang, sila ang magtrabaho nung nasa drug list ng mga pangalan. So, it's really confusing to hear from you na mismo kayo alam nyo because sa area nyo ang daming namatay For instance, kay Colonel Patay, ang daming namatay sa area mo. Would you be honest enough to tell me kung how many deaths under investigation that happened in your station?
Mr. Chair, I cannot give the exact numbers. As I've said, Mr. Chair, the PNP has already give the numbers, Mr. Chair, and I was not able to look at it or to verify the numbers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige. Congressman Abante, you're now recognized.
Before I ask the very people I'd like to ask, Colonel Patay, you're lying. In fact, when we had the committee hearing in the human rights, you even said that more than 100 people were killed when you were the station commander of Batasan.
Mr. Chair, I was not the one telling that.
Who said that?
It was only the information was only given to this committee, Mr.
We
Chair.
even invited your men, a certain major, and 4 other policemen. Andun ka, hindi ba? Inimbisigahan namin yan. Sinabi nila, nakapatay sila. Marami silang napatay. Oo. Marami silang binaril. Hindi nila alam kung sila nakapatay. Oo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, and then they were under you. You were the one that gave the order. Colonel Patay naman. Alam mo kung ilan na namatay dun sa sa lugar mo eh. Oh. Colonel Patay. Mr. Chair, sagutin mo.
As I've said, Mr. Chair, I was not able to confirm the number. As far as I can
You
remember,
better submit to us a report of how many were killed when you were the station commander in Batasan. Okay?
So far on the reports, Mr. Chair, I
You
don't have the report.
submit to us a report.
I will ask the command, Mr. Chair. I will.
That's
try
true. You submit to us a report. Because if you do not submit to us a report, I'll be compelled to cite you in contempt here.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
It was already an instruction, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, let me ask Colonel Garma here. Colonel Garma, do you have any ulterior motive when you told us the story of Captain Albotra telling you about what he told you? Do you have any ulterior motive on
My
that?
only motive, Mr. Chair, is to tell the truth.
Oh, the only motive,
Mr. Chair.
Captain Albotra, is to tell the truth. Now, let me also ask you, Colonel Garma, why do you think that Captain Albotra told you that kind of a story?
I think in confidence, Mr. Chair, and perhaps impressed me that he is cooperative in the war on drugs, Mr. Chair. I think that is his intention during that time.
Captain Albotra, I think it's good for you to tell the truth to us now. Because look, it is her telling you that you're lying. And it is you that is telling us here today that she's lying. So, Captain, it's good for you to tell the truth now. Ang palagay mo? Alam na namin eh.
I'm only speaking of the truth, Mr. Chair.
No, you're not speaking the truth, Captain Albotra.
Yun po ang katotohanan.
Sinabi ko
Mr.
nga
Chair.
sa iyo eh. Oh. It would be Colonel Garma who's telling a lie and you are telling us the truth. Eh malabo yun. Siguro kinakailangan na because look before this hearing is over, I will even be the one, if not Congressman Paduano, I'll be the one to make a motion to hold you in contempt. And you be detained here. Tell us the truth now.
I will be lying, Mr. Chair, if I will,
Well, okay. Okay, it's up to
sabi
you.
po ako na tama po si Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Tamisin, you mentioned a moment ago that it was only seconds, di ba? After the police found out that Mayor Perez got killed. Ano ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. When he was shot 3 times, when he went down, you will see that the van is already living at that time.
Okay. So other question is this, Mr. Chair. How about the getaway car? Did you see the getaway car? Do you know about the getaway car?
Your Honor, I have seen only the getaway car through that video, Your Honor.
Oh. Eh di mas magaling kang investigador kaysa sa mga pulis natin sa Los Baños. Colonel Duque. Oh, hindi ba when you investigate a killing na pinapatawag niyo ang SOCO?
Yes, sir.
Oh, pinatawag niyo yung SOCO. Andun yung SOCO, di ba?
Yes, sir. They are part of the...
Secondly, hindi ba when you investigate a killing, you also find out if there's a getaway car, hindi ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hindi niyo nakita. Wala kayong nakitang getaway car.
Meron, sir. Yung nasa video, sir.
So, anong ginawa nyo? Hinabol mo nyo ba o anong nangyari?
There were several follow-up operations, sir, to...
No, that day, that hour. Nung nakita nyo sa video, kailan nyo nakita sa video? Kailan? After several hours?
Yes, sir. After we were able to verify...
Is it not that you as an investigator should scour the place because the getaway car would not be able to get out easily?
Yes, sir.
Or perhaps, Chief of Police Garduque, alam nyo na pulis ang pumatay kay Mayor Perez at pinabayaan nyo makaalis ang getaway car?
No, sir.
The thing is, kanina, nakita na natin itong si Colonel Tamisin is even a moral advocate in this... Councilor Tamisin is even a moral advocate right here in Los Baños. That he is a peaceful man. Inaanak ito ng mayor. Nakakapagtaka na merong political motivation dito. You were telling us that one of your reports says that part of that would be politically motivated? Is that the kind of observation and investigation you have in this killing, Colonel Garduque?
Sir, it's a collective decision of the SITG during that time.
Will you please submit to us your written report on the incident?
Yes, sir.
Will please
Yes, sir.
submit it to us, okay?
Yes,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, thank you, Congressman Nabante. Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pwede po bang i-move na imbitahin natin sa susunod na hearing yung DPRM para ibigay sa atin yung PDS lahat ng mga pulis na involved ngayon? The former provincial director of the province of Batangas when Mayor Halili was assassinated, I think it was Police Colonel E.Q. Quilates, the COP of Tanawan during that event. The same with Los Baños, and the members of the SITG created by the Region 4A to investigate the matter and to bring with them the respective investigation report. May I move also to invite the regional director during that time. I think he's now the mayor of Silang Cavite. Now, Colonel Patay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kayo po ay tinanong ko na ito noon na na-reassign kayo from Mindanao to NCRPO. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At meron din pa kayong mga kasamang non-commissioned officer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa lahat po ba ng assignment mo nung napunta ka rito sa NCR, kasama mo yung mga tao mo?
Sa Station 6, Mr. Chair, kasama ko, pero nung paglipat na, hindi na po.
Paglipat saan?
Sa Region 4A at saka sa Region 3, Mr. Chair.
Sa Region 4A as CIDG Chief.
Yes, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
mo nadala yung tao mo.
Hindi na lahat, Mr.
Saan
Chair.
mo sila iniwan?
After Station 6, Mr. Chair, they were assigned to different units.
Who? Hindi sa CIDG?
Not, Mr. Chair.
Hindi sa CIDG?
After, Mr. Chair, may nakasama ko sa CIDG sa Region 3. Yung iba po, Mr. Chair, sa PSPG at saka sa Maritime po.
So, nakasama mo yung iba na galing sa Mindanao sa Region 3 CIDG.
Yes,
Kasi
Mr. Chair.
malalaman ko rin yun dahil...
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huwag ka magsisinungaling.
No, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Malalaman ko rin yun eh. Alam ko kung paano.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Captain Albotra, sinabi mo rin kanina, matransfer ka from Region 7 to Region 4A, may kasama kang mga non-commissioned officer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Naibalik din sila kasama mo.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nakikita ko may pattern eh. May pattern. Na yung mga may mission, ay talagang by team sila o grupo na pinatransfer. Now, may I ask Napolcom, if you transfer personnel from one region to another, what is the policy?
Your Honor, they're not supposed to bring their personnel in their former assignments. The officers to be assigned in the new station are supposed to lead and adapt to the new working environment. That is not supposed to be the case. We realize that even when they will be transferred, they would be intending to do something about it. That's why they're bringing in their people.
Yeah, and if ever there's going to be a transfer, there's a protocol to be followed. The losing unit commander would agree to it, and the receiving unit commander would accept them. Hindi po ba tama yun?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering that there are also officers who have a career, who have been staying in that particular station for quite a time, that is also due to be promoted. And if they would be overtaken by an assignment coming from elsewhere, that would be an issue to contend with. It is not at all a practice we are tolerating, Your Honor.
But the PNP has not followed that.
Yes,
as you
Your
can
Honor.
see.
Sadly, Your Honor, that is more being breached than followed, Your Honor.
And if my hunch is correct, ito po ay direct order ng Chief PNP. For the issuance of orders. May tawag po sila ron eh. Hindi po ba? Nangyayari. From Mindanao to NCRPO, from Region 7 to Region 4A.
Yes,
Kasi meron silang purpose. Can you not see the pattern? They have been violating our rules and regulations kasi meron silang ipinapagawa sa mga opisyal at sa NCO na ito. You can see the pattern.
Yes, Your Honor. And that could only happen from a higher echelon of authority. It cannot be done at the lower echelon.
Kaya nga sabi ko, it's from the Chief PNP. Orderan lang niya yung DPRM eh. Nangyayari naman talaga yun. To issue orders. Hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor. That's very
Yes. Now, ito wala pa akong kwan eh, kaya hindi ako nagtatanong masyado sa iyo, Captain Albotra, dahil kwan. Pero I can see na sa iyong mga assignments from 2018 to 2024, saan assignment ka pinakamatagal na nag-stay?
Sa Cebu City po, Mr. Chair.
Ilang taong ka ron?
Mga 3 years po yata, Mr. Chair.
3 years. Doon sa labas ng Cebu, ano ang pinakamatagal mong assignment?
After po ba ng Cebu City, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, doon sa labas ng Cebu. Ang laki ng Pilipinas eh. Ang sabi ko lang, outside of Region 7, saan ka pinakamatagal na na-assign?
Mr. Chair, sa Pro 8 po yata, Mr. Chair.
Pro 8.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gano'ng katagal doon?
Mr. Chair, 1 year po yata, Mr. Chair. 1
Ha?
year. 1 year po, Mr. Chair, more or
1 year.
less.
So, ang pinakamaiksi mo dito sa Region 4A when you were assigned sa Calamba Police Station?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Kasi nakapagtataka yun, iho eh. Itra-transfer ka sa isang lugar, hindi ka mag-isa. May kasama ka na tao mo, I presume. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes, tao
sir.
mo yun. Are you going to tell me it's not true?
It's true, Mr. Chair.
Yes. O naman. I will find that out kung sabihin mong hindi true. Kasi transfer ka. So paano nangyari yun na itina-transfer ka kasama mo yung mga tao mo?
If I may answer, Mr. Chair.
Tinatanong nga kita eh.
Then, the COP of Calamba City, Mr. Chair, with Lieutenant Colonel Ulsano, asked me kung pwede ba ako sumama sa kanya, Mr. Chair. Doon sa Calamba po.
Hindi mo sinasagot eh. Pero yun mo, i-transfer ka from Region 7 to Region 4A. Hindi lang ikaw, pati yung tao mo. Normally, ang tinatransfer yung opisyal, naiiwan yung mga tao eh. Bakit ganun?
Mr. Chair, hanggang ngayon naman po, Mr. Chair, may
Ano?
until now, Mr. Chair, may mga
Hindi mo sinasagot
assignment.
yung katanungan ko.
Pardon, Mr. Chair?
Ang katanong ko sa iyo, bakit ikaw, di ba normally ang opisyal, pag tina-transfer from one position to another, especially outside the region, mag-isa lang siya. Maliban lang kung may gagawin sa lugar na yon. Or mayroong rason kung bakit kailangan niya, yung tao niya, nakasama niya.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
May rason po, Mr. Chair.
May rason.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano kaya yung rason na yon? Bakit sinamahan ka ng dalawang tao mo?
Mr. Chair, ako po mismo ang nag-request sa kanila, Mr. Chair, kung papayag sila kasi...
Hindi yun ang tatanungin mo eh. Ang tatanungin mo yung commander mo kung papayag na mawalan siya ng dalawang tao. Kasi normally, ang kwan doon is pag nawalan ng PNCO yung isang unit, may kapalit dapat.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I agree,
No,
Mr. Chair.
kaya nga. Bakit dalawa? Ni-request mo, ang tikas-tikas mo naman. Maliban lang talaga kung merong iniutos sa'yo, kaya pinasama yung dalawang kasama sa'yo. Hindi ba?
Mr. Chair, sinama ko po sila, Mr. Chair, kasi kinailangan ko rin po, Mr. Chair, ng magpapagkatiwalaan, Mr. Chair. At pumayag naman po sila, Mr. Chair.
Sige, kasi wala pa akong kwan dito eh. Ang tinatanong ko lang, yung nakikita ko na pattern na nangyayari. Kasi sa lahat ng may mga kwan, may mga nangyayari na EJK, may mga isang team na nag-ooperate. Ikaw, maaaring hindi ikaw ang kwan, ang shooter or gunman. Hindi naman ako naniniwala na ikaw siguro ang gunman. Ikaw lang siguro yung kwan. Kasi alam ko naman na ang police operation bago sila gagawa ng ganun merong kung tawagin natin magke-casing at saka surveillance muna At ikaw siguro yun. Thank you. Colonel Garduque, you said a while ago that as part of the evidence, you submitted to the prosecutor or to the court yung video na present kanina ni Honorable Fernandez. Uulitin ko, would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor, sir.
Yes. Now, can you please give to us or submit to this committee the all the records pertaining to the case that you have filed against former Councilor Tamisin?
Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
We'll do that. Now, mag-usap tayo, lalaki sa lalaki. Kung wala yung video na ebidensya, I will cite you in contempt. O bakit matagalan ka mag-isip?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If the video is not submitted as official evidence of the case that you filed against former Councilor Tamisin, I will move to cite you in contempt for lying to me.
Yes, sir.
Sigurado ka, ha? Usapan lalaki yan. Now, did you conduct a cartographic sketch?
No, sir.
O bakit may sketch na pinapakita si Honorable Fernandez kanina?
It was the illustration, facial recognition sketch by the...
I know, kasi imbestigar ako dati, kaya nga alam ko na ang tawag doon, cartographic sketch by a cartographer.
It was a computer illustration by
Oo,
the...
kasi bago na ngayon.
Opo, sir.
Parating pa lang yung equipment na yon nung ako ang chief ng CIS.
Yes,
at ang mga sample ng mga ilong, mga mata, mga bunganga ay galing po doon sa Bureau of Correction. Alam ko yun, iho. Kaya ito, cartographic sketch, hindi na yung cartographer ang gumagawa.
Opo, sir.
Kuwan na ito, computer na.
Yes, sir.
Sasabihin lang kung anong klaseng kilay, anong klaseng mata, at saka anong klaseng bibig. Di ba?
Tama po, sir.
Oo. Oo naman, no? So, kung sino yung witness ninyo na nagbigay nito, nag-describe sa suspect?
I could not remember na, sir, but I will check the record, sir, doon sa
Yes, sa
isinabit
susunod
namin sa
natin
court.
pagkikita,
Opo,
masasabi mo na siguro sa akin.
Yes, sir.
Kasi siya ang nakakita sa suspect, di ba?
Yes, sir. Tama, sir.
Oh, kasi pwede naman yung gawa-gawa yun eh. And may I know, when you file the case, ilan po yung nagbigay ng sworn statements para i-point si kay former Councilor Tamisin as the suspect? Meron ba kayong witnesses na prinisinta?
Meron, sir, kaya lang hindi ko pa masiguro kung ilan yun, sir. I will also check our data, sir, doon sa
Kasama ka sa SITG eh. Eh kung ako ang opisyal mo, paano kita promote sa full kernel kung hindi mo alam yung trabaho mo?
Sorry, sir, nakalimutan ko na rin kasi, sir. Pero I promise, sir, next meeting, i-ano namin yung...
Pero hindi mo nakakalimutan na magsuot ng brief every morning after taking a bath.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Pero nakalimutan mo kung sino ang witness mo.
Yes, sir. Nakalimutan ko na po, sir.
So, you will provide that, yung mga witnesses. Now, you said a while ago na yung motive ay political. May I know the basis of that?
Actually, sir, the one of the respondent is kalaban niya dati sa politika. That is why...
Sino? Sino? Pakiulit.
Yung respondent doon sa kaso, sir, si Mr. Sir Tamisin, is nakalaban niya doon sa Los Baños, sir.
Anong ibig mong sabihin sa nakalaban?
They... naglaban sila, sir, to the position of mayor.
Position of mayor?
Yes, sir.
Nagkalaban sila. So si former Councilor Tamisin tumakbo na mayor laban kay Mayor Cesar Perez.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor. 4 po kami.
Yapat. So, Bakit po siya ang sinentro nyo? Eh, kung apat sila magkalaban, anong ginawa nyo sa tatlo?
Hindi ko na ma-recall, sir, yung mga circumstances surrounding kung bakit na...
Magkikita pa rin tayo,
Yes, sir.
Colonel. At
Yes,
baka sa susunod, iko-contempt ka ni Congressman Paduano. Kasi hindi nyo ma-explain sa akin eh. Matanong ko nga, anong baril ang ginamit?
Hindi ko na rin matandaan, sir. Nasa report namin, sir, doon sa sinabmit namin sa Piskalya, sir.
Do you know the answer, former councilor?
Yes, Your Honor. I saw the report of the SOCO. It's 5.56 millimeter.
Hindi. Anong klaseng baril?
M16, Your Honor.
M16. Hindi mo alam, matandaan, Colonel Garduque.
Sorry, sir. Honestly, hindi ko na matandaan lahat, sir. Yung
Kasi, para bang, number one, haphazard ang investigasyon nyo. Number two, hindi mo sineryoso yung pag-iimbestiga. Di ba? Being the chief of police. And that was your main responsibility then. Tama? Ano?
Yes, sir.
Now, si Andulan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung kayo ang nag-serve ng warrant of arrest against former Councilor Tamisin, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dahil sa informant ninyo?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pwede ba malaman ng pangalan ng informant ninyo?
I already submitted, sir.
O pwede na sabihin mo ng publiko, what's wrong with that?
For the security of the informant,
Ano
sir.
ang legal basis mo nun? Is he an official informant of the Philippine National Police? Such that you are not allowed to disclose the names of such? Huwag mo ako turuan, iho.
Yes, sir.
Alam na alam ko naman na tinatago mo lang eh. Gusto kong malaman, anong pangalan ng dalawa?
Alias Mike and Benny,
Bakit
sir.
naniniwala ka sa isang alias? Huwag ka magsinungaling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong pangalan? If you refuse to answer my question, I'll move to cite you in contempt.
The number one informant, sir, is Maiko Cruzim, Your Honor.
Ano?
Maiko Cruzim, Your Honor.
Miko.
Maiko, M-A-C-A-O po.
M-A-C-A-O. Macau? M-A-C-A-O?
Yes, sir. Maiko.
Spellingin mo nga yung Miko.
Mike, Alpha, India, Charlie, Oscar po, sir.
M-A-I-C. Oh. Miko, anong apelyido?
Cruzim, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Phonetics. Charlie. Hindi mo rin alam yung kwan mo. Kung
Cruzim,
sakali-
sir. Cruzim.
Ha?
Cruzim, sir.
Romeo.
Yes, sir. Charlie, Romeo, Uniform, Sierra, India, Mike, sir.
Cruzim. At sino yung isa?
His friend from Batangas, sir. Venice de la Cruz.
Ano?
Venice de la Cruz,
Venice.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Lalaki o babae?
Lalaki po. Babae, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
And this lady is from Batangas.
Yes, sir. Yung Maiko po is from Los Baños.
Yeah. Konsyal, kilala nyo ba yung kwan? Maiko Crossing?
Yes, she's from Los Baños po, si Maiko, pero yung De La Cruz po, hindi ko po kilala.
Yes. Hindi kayo magkaaway ni Maiko Crusim?
Hindi naman po.
Hindi. Kasi, ang next na tanong ko, bakit niya alam kung saan po kayo?
Si Maiko Crusim po ay ex ko po. Ex-girlfriend ko po.
Babae rin to, Maiko?
Opo.
Yes, sir. Ex-girlfriend niya po, Mr. Chair.
Ex na girlfriend mo. Di ba may asawa ka?
Wala na po. Nag-asawa na po ang asawa ko sa US po.
Naghiwalay kayo?
May asawa na po siya.
I'm
Pilot.
sorry. I'm sorry. So, dalawang babae ang informante mo. Hindi ko maintindihan bakit tinanong ka kanina, hindi mo sinagot. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
O dahil ayaw mong sabihin dahil dalawang babae pala.
No, Mr. Chair.
No.
I will submit naman po.
Now, next na tanong, yung tinanong din nila, kasi ang warrant of arrest is addressed to all law enforcers, tama?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, alam mo na yung krimen ay nangyari sa Los Baños.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Did you ever talk with or coordinate with the CIDG of the province of Laguna?
Through phone call, Lieutenant Colonel Sobrepeña, I talked to him through phone call, sir, that yun po, sir.
Kasi ang pinagtataka ko, Iho, yung isang informant mo from Los Baños pumunta pa sa Batangas para sabihin sa iyo kung nasaan si konsehal. Bakit hindi siya pumunta doon sa CIDG ng Laguna? Bakit
Sir,
kaya?
Sir, the first informant, sir, went to Batangas kasi kaibigan niya po si Venice, sir. Both of them are
So
singers.
what's the logic behind that? Magkaibigan sila. Pero bakit sa iyo pa rin pumunta? Hindi doon sa Kwan. CIDG ng Laguna.
Sir, yung isang tao ko po kasi, under the name of Pems Brosoto, sir, Apolinario Brosoto, kakilala niya po itong si Venice. Ngayon, sir, si Maiko, he went to Los Baños to Batangas para i-confess doon po sa kaibigan niya, si Venice, so also a singer. And then, ayun po, sir, Pems Brosoto came up to me and sabi, sir, may info po, na yung location, whereabouts ni Mr. Norvin Tamisin. So, ayun po, sir, sabi ko naman, ay conduct validation kung totoo nga na may warrant po si Mr. Tamisin, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, normally kasi hindi ko alam ngayon. Dati-rati, kino-coordinate doon sa CIDG na having jurisdiction of the incident. Now, Councilor Tamisin, magkaaway ba kayo ng girlfriend mo? Did you separate peacefully?
No, Your Honor.
No. Nag-away kayo?
Hindi rin po, Your Honor.
So, okay lang yung pag-iwalay nyo?
Siya naman po nakipag-iwalay.
Hindi,
At siya'y
kasi
mag-abroad.
Nagtataka ako, bakit siya pumunta doon sa Batangas, nagsabi siya sa kanyang mga kaibigan na alam niya kung nasaan ka at wanted ka.
Kasi po may inilabas na reward yung mga taong gustong mahuli ako. Hindi ko lang alam kung yun po ang isa sa motibo. Like for example,
So may reward para mahuli ka? Would that be true?
Hindi ko po alam yung sa reward, Your Honor. Pero sa balita po, sir, nabalitaan ko po na meron daw po, sir.
Hindi mo alam pero nabalitaan mo. How is that? Nung nabalitaan mo, di alam mo na?
Sir, during the arrest po, sir, hindi ko po alam na may reward. But when we reviewed yung sa news nga, sir.
Oh, sino na ngayon na nabalitaan mo na nag-offer ng reward? Di ba? Sabi mo, sagot mo sa akin, nabalitaan mo na may
Yes, sir.
reward. Tama? Ano
Yes, sir.
ang nabalitaan mo kung sino ang nag-offer na reward?
I think the LGU, sir, and yung family niya po, sir.
LGU and the family.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, tama naman po yung family. At the same time, the Sangguniang Bayan passed an ordinance allotting at least 500,000, if I may not mistaken, but they forgot the colatilla. Because they were rejoicing when I was apprehended, they forgot that the colatilla stated, if after po magkaroon ng desisyon na ako'y guilty. Kaya they were very happy when I was apprehended, but naging malungkot sila nung makuha yung kopya ng ordinansa na may kulatilya pala na dapat may desisyon na ako po ay guilty. Kaya hindi po niya nakuha yung sa LGU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask my other questions when the other officers are present in the next hearing. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Congressman
Mr.
Acop.
Chair.
Next to interpolate is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Few questions for Major Albotra. Major, in your affidavit, you gave a complete account of your whereabouts by the date, by the time. Can you please enlighten us? What is your intention in giving the complete account of your whereabouts?
Mr. Chair, Madam, kasi po Mr. Chair, wala pong ibang maaring dahilan kung bakit lumabas po yung chismis na yon, kundi yung short assignment ko po sa Calamba, Laguna na nalify nga po, Madam. Kaya po, hinalungkat ko po kung saan ako ng mga times na yon. Based po doon sa plane ticket ko at saka yung normal na proseso po ng police na nagko-courtesy call until such time po na may order and kung doon ko po na madam yung mga tickets ko po doon ko po na recover, ma'am.
Major, you also mentioned about your plane tickets. Why do you have to include your flight bookings in your intention to give the complete account of your whereabouts? Ano pong intention nyo? Bakit nilalatag nyo itong mga whereabouts nyo during those time, including your plane tickets?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I'm just showing the committee, Mr. Chair, and prove that wala po akong kinalaman, Mr. Chair, sa pagkamatay ni Mayor Halili, Mr. Chair.
Would it be correct to say, Major Albotra, that you are trying to give an impression na wala ka doon sa lugar when I am referring to the killing of Mayor Tony Halili? Would it be correct to say that it is your intention to give an impression na wala ka doon nung pinatay si Mayor Halili?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
That is your intention in presenting all these documents.
To show, Mr. Chair, na ang pagka-assign ko po doon, Mr. Chair, is dumaan po sa proseso, Mr. Chair, until such time po na nalify po yung order ko at na umuwi na po ako, Mr. Chair, balik sa Cebu, Mr. Chair.
Major Albotra, are you aware of the defense of alibi? What do you understand about alibi?
Yun pong sabihin mo po na wala ka dyan, Mr. Chair.
And that is your intention in giving this complete account. You wish to give an impression na wala ka dun sa Tanawan City or any of the immediate vicinity when the killing incident against Mayor Tony Halili happened. Do you agree with me?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
But you have to understand, Major Albotra, that alibi, to become admissible, it must be physically impossible for you to be in that place or in any of its immediate vicinity. do you think that after presenting your complete whereabouts, including the plane ticket, you have established already that physical impossibility to be there in Tanawan City?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please understand, Major Albotra, that what you presented is just a plane ticket. It only shows that you are booked on that date, on that plane, on that flight. But it does not in any way prove at all that you really took that flight and you were in Cebu during that date.
Mr. Chair, I think pwede naman po siguro ma-verify natin, Mr. Chair, sa airlines, Mr. Chair, if indeed the tickets were boarded, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Since you have started presenting this plane ticket, you might as well present also the manifesto of that flight and show to us that you're included among the passengers who took that flight. But nevertheless, Major Albotra, even assuming for the sake of discussion na ikaw nga ay nasa Cebu, kunyari lang, assuming lang, it does not in any way absolve you from your possible involvement in the killing incident. The way Mayor Tony Halili was murdered requires careful preparation, grand design, which presupposes a number, if not huge number, of personalities involved. Hindi po ito kaya ng isang tao lang, ng dalawang tao lang, or perhaps kahit tatlong tao lamang. In other words, I am certain that there is a theory of conspiracy in the killing of Mayor Tony Halili. Having said that, Major Albotra, I wish to tell you na kahit mapatunayan mong nasa Cebu ka, meron tayong mga tinatawag na principal by inducement, principal by indispensable cooperation, who, even without their physical presence, may be equally liable to the crime because of the theory of conspiracy. Do you understand, Major?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I wish to manifest as well the very spontaneous testimony of Colonel Garma about you mentioning to him, to her, and even trying to boast upon the fact that you are part of the killing incident against Mayor Tony Halili. The testimony is very spontaneous. It is very natural. And we do not see any reason why we should not believe that testimony of Colonel Garma. Unless, Major Albotra, you will be able to prove motive against Colonel Garma, we may be inclined to reconsider this position. Can you please try to think harder? May galit po ba sa inyo si Colonel Garma? Ano po ba ang posibleng dahilan kung bakit kayo i-implicate ni Colonel Garma amid your claim of absolute innocence?
Mr. Chair, I can only think of two reasons, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, masyado na pong confused at mabigat na po ang dinadaanan ni ma'am. Kaya gusto niyo na po sigurong ipasa ang burden, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, yung Barayuga murder case po, Mr. Chair, baka naiipit na po si ma'am. Kaya po, gusto niyo na siguro pong i-divert ang atensyon ng Quadcom na ito, Mr. Chair. At saka, si Lieutenant Colonel Santi Mendoza po, Mr. Chair, siya po ay classmate ko. Baka po nagalit na rin si ma'am sa class namin, Mr. Chair.
You have to realize, Major Albotra, that the testimony that was given by Colonel Garma started with the president down to the police operatives. Yours is not even a pinch of that totality. At kagaya po ng tinanong kanina ng ibang members ng Quad, why of all the police officers in the entire country, why you, if she indeed is not telling the truth?
Can I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sa totoo lang, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po talaga alam, Mr. Chair. Yun lang pong reason na yun ang naisip ko. Pero kung you try to background me po doon sa Cebu, Mr. Chair, wala pong maniniwala, Mr. Chair, na ako ay ganong klaseng tao. Hindi po ako mayabang. Tahimik nga lang po ako, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Now, Major, I wish to invite your attention to paragraph 12 of your affidavit. Sabi mo dito, even my subsequent career promotion and assignments debunks any notion of being rewarded or incentivized due to any allegations of killings. Do you know for a fact that the reward system exists? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair,
Yes or no?
partly yes po, Mr. Chair, partly no.
Partly yes. Enlighten us, which part of the reward system are you aware of?
Mr. Chair, what I am trying to elaborate here, Mr. Chair, ako po ay tapon-tapon din, Mr. Chair, sa aking assignments. Yung promotion ko, kita nyo naman, Mr. Chair, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ako napopromote. And kung totoo, Mr. Chair, na talagang parte ako nung pagpatay kay Mayor Halili, siguro po maganda po yung assignment ko, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako binalik doon sa Cebu, Mr. Chair. Tapos, yes, Mr. Chair.
So when you speak about reward system, you are pertaining only to promotion and assignment? Is that what you mean?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Then you could have used the word promotion and assignment and not reward. Why did you use the term reward? What do you understand about the reward system of the war on drugs?
I have no personal knowledge on that, Mr. Chair. I did not partake on that.
If you do not have a personal knowledge, this representation would not mind if that is a hearsay. What do you understand about the reward system? Because certainly, this is not about promotion. This is not about a choice of assignment. Otherwise, you should have indicated that in paragraph 12. What do you understand about the reward system of the war on drugs?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun po ang aking ibig sabihin po, Mr. Chair, when I write here in my affidavit, the word reward, Mr. Chair, and
Did you read your affidavit before you signed?
yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Sino po ang gumawa ng affidavit nyo?
Yung lawyer ko po, Mr. Chair, in my presence, siya po ang Mr. Chair.
If your intention really is to pertain to promotion and choice of assignment, Major Albotra, bakit hindi yon ang ginamit mong terminologies?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yun po talaga ang ibig sabihin ng kung ikaw ay ma-rewarda ng assignment o magandang assignment or promotions po, Mr. Chair.
With that, Major Albotra, you are denying the reward system which was testified to already by Colonel Garma, by Colonel Espinosa, by Colonel Santi, as well as the pronouncements made already by the then President and the other senators all over the media. Are you denying all this?
Mr. Chair, there are rumors about that, Mr. Chairs, but I have no direct knowledge on that, Mr. Chair.
There are rumors, but you do not have direct knowledge. Now let's go back to paragraph 12. You said that you did not receive any incentive or reward. If you did not receive any, then who received the incentive and the reward?
I do not have any knowledge on that, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
I hope you realize also, Major Albotra, that plain denial does not have a weight in the law on evidence. You have to substantiate by positive evidence all the testimonies that you're offering to the committee. Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to PIDEA?
Please continue.
Kanina po, PIDEA, you said sometime in August 2018, the name of Mayor Tony Halili in the drug list has been negated already. Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, it is an August 2020 list, not 2018, Your Honor.
Mayor Tony Halili was killed July 2, 2018. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And during that time, his name is included in the drug list. Do you confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
And his name was only negated sometime in August of 2020.
Yes, Your Honor. It was indicated in the August 2020 list that he was negated already, Your Honor.
Can you please enlighten us? Ano ho ba ibig sabihin nung negated?
It is neutralized, Your Honor. I mean, he was killed already.
Negated for the case of Mayor Halili would then mean he is dead already.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's why it was neutralized already.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Part of the testimony of Colonel Garma, it was Colonel Leonardo who has the last say in the inclusion, classification of the high-value target, and the exclusion of the drug personalities in the drug list. Would you know if it is really Colonel Leonardo?
Your Honor, we have no indication that Colonel Leonardo had any clear participation in the making of these lists.
I understand that you were appointed in the PIDEA only during the present administration. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
While the time element we're talking about with respect to the participation of Colonel Leonardo to this drug list is sometime in 2016 to 2019. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, correct.
Is it because you are not yet in the PIDEA why you could not comment as to his participation in the drug list that everybody has been referring to?
Your Honor, we have a copy of these lists, but we do not have a, how do you call it, a conviction, or we are not sure if Colonel Leonardo had any participation in the coming up of these lists.
Since you were appointed in the PIDEA, Director General, would you know if this drug list has ever been validated?
Yes, Your Honor. There is a process on how it is validated, and this goes up to the executive secretary for it to be, for its validation. When I say validation, it entails whether a name should be deleted, whether a name should be placed on suspense file, or a name is supposed to be retained. And there was a procedure that was agreed upon in 2019 on how this list is going to be validated. And so this is the process that we are following, Your Honor. And to be very honest about it, we have only validated 1,502 of the total of 6,042 names.
So, to this date, PIDEA, the total number of names is still 6,000 plus.
Yes, Your Honor, 6,042.
And that out of that 6,000 plus, the ones validated is only 1,000 plus.
Yes, Your Honor.
So how do you appreciate the genuineness of the remaining 5,000 still in the drug list?
There is a process, Your Honor. It's a very long process, and which starts in the barangay level and it goes up to the regional level, and from the regional level, it goes to a remedied committee, Your Honor. This remedied committee is made up of 4 members: the Chief of Staff, the Chief of the Philippine National Police, the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, and the Director General of PIDEA. The Secretariat of this committee is PIDEA, Your Honor. And what happens is that we study the names, again, starting from the barangay, then from the barangay it goes to municipal and city level, then up to the provincial, involving all units, especially law enforcement agencies, to determine whether this name should be retained, delisted, or to be placed on suspense file. And we recommend this, and this remedied committee, which is chaired by the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, submits this list to the Office of the Executive Secretary for a decision to be made whether the recommendations will be granted or not, or approved or not, Your Honor. But sometimes, let us just say, for example, in the regional level, there are certain, it takes the regional director, for example, of the PNP, the regional director of the DILG, mostly regional directors, Your Honor. But as I gathered, there were instances in the past that it was very hard to convene all of these people together to sign the results of their validation, and so it was taking a long time. And that's the reason why we were only able to validate 1,502 of the 6,000 plus names, Your Honor.
Given that answer, PIDEA, ginagamit pa po ba ng mga law enforcement agencies yung drug list, given the fact that the remaining 5,000 remain unvalidated?
As far as the remedied list is concerned, Your Honor, it has it has stalled for a while because we are waiting for the palace to act on our recommendation to continue its validation. But we are not only dependent on this list, we also have our National Drug Information System, which has names. Aside from that, we also continue validating starting at the barangay level for possible names that are new, names that may have been cleared in the past but have, how do you call it, gotten back to the system of the illegal drugs again. So it's a continuing process, Your Honor. And again, this list goes up to the national level, and this is the watch list that we use in going after personalities in the different locations in the country, Your Honor.
In other words, PIDEA, even when we have this drug list unvalidated, the 5,000 of them, you come up with your own validation in cases where you receive reports about involvement in drug operation. You come up with a separate and entirely new validation. Tama po ba yung understanding ko?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a continuing process, and this list is a active list, we may call it, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to continue my interpellation with Colonel Garma. Meantime, I will yield to the other members.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Congressman Paduano, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up lang to kay Captain Albutra. You mentioned about two police personnel that you brought to Calamba. Sino ngayong dalawa?
Mr. Chair, PO3 Eugene Calumba and
PO3
Eugene Calumba, Mr.
Eugene
Chair.
Calumba
And SPO2 Miljen Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
SPO2
Miljen Bulandres po, Mr. Chair.
Bulandres.
Yes,
Active
Mr.
pa ba sila sa duty ngayon?
Si Eugene Calumba po, Mr. Chair, ay namatay na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Namatay?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
What cause of his death?
Siya po ay namatay, Mr. Chair, sa Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Cause? Ang tinatanong ko, ano yung
Nabaril po siya, Mr. Chair.
binaril?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Kailan yon?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Mr. Chair, yung date, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo na malaman? Sige nga. Yung Bulandres.
After po nung namatay po si Eugene, Mr. Chair, mga ilang araw po, nagpa-relieve na rin po siya, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko na po alam kung saan siya, Mr. Chair.
So, nabaril din yung Bulandres?
Na-relieve po, Mr. Chair. Na-relieve po siya, Mr. Chair. After
Na-relieve?
Na-relieve po, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
When was that?
2018, Mr. Chair.
20?
Sometime on 2018 po, Mr. Chair.
2018?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pagbalik niyo sa Cebu, anong assignment niya?
Sa Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Under sa'yo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So, nung nabaril yung a certain Calumba? Calumba ba yon?
Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair.
Oh, nung nabaril yung Calumba, anong assignment niya?
Siya po ay Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Sa'yo?
Under sa akin, pero...
Under sa'yo?
May... Siya po
Sadali,
ay,
tinatanong kita, under sa'yo? Yes or no?
siya po ay assigned sa Unit 2, Mr. Chair, pero operationally under control po siya ng...
Dahan-dahan lang po, hindi ko maintindihan. Ano, please?
Si Eugene Calumba, Mr. Chair, ay assigned sa Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Under sa'yo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, pero siya po ay operationally controlled by Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair, that time.
Under sa'yo, pero operationally controlled by Colonel Garma?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Wala. Mr. Chairman, wala na si Colonel Garma? Chairman? Wala na si Colonel Garma. So, that was 2018 also?
Opo, Mr.
O
Chair.
kanina tinatanong kita, ba't hindi mo matandaan kung kailan siya na-assign at saka namatay?
Yung exact date po ang hindi ko matandaan, Mr. Chair.
Huwag kang mag-abogado dito.
Sorry po, Mr. Chair.
Nung tinanong kita kanina, sabi mo, hindi mo na matandaan.
I'm referring po sa exact date po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ko naman tinanong yung exact date eh. Well, in fact, kung hindi kita tinanong kung saan siya naka-assign, hindi mo sinabi na under your Station 1. Yung Bulandres.
During the time, Mr. Chair, nung nangyari po yun kay Eugene...
Sandali, tapusin mo na. After nung Calamba, saan siya na-assign?
Sa Cebu City rin po, Mr. Chair. Police Station 1, Mr. Chair.
Station 1 din, sa'yo din, di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
From Calamba, binitbit mo pabalik sa Cebu.
Nung nullified po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga,
Opo, Mr.
bitbit mo. O tapos,
Tapos nag-courtesy call po kami kay Ma'am Garma.
Ay, hindi ko tinatanong yung courtesy call. Ang tinatanong ko yung assignment ng Bulandres. So namatay yung Colamba under your watch sa station mo. Tapos ano nangyari kay Bulandres?
Na-relieve na rin po siya, Mr. Chair.
Why?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair.
Station 1 commander ka, hindi mo alam na nirelieve siya? You're lying.
Hindi ko po maalala, Mr. Chair, kung bakit
Nako,
siya na-relieve.
huwag tayo maglokohan dito, ha? Bata mo yung dalawa, bit-bit mo pa Kalamba, at then bumalik ka sa Cebu, tapos mo hindi mo alam? Why they were relieved?
Ang alam ko po, Mr. Chair, na-assign, bumalik po siya sa Negros, Mr. Chair.
Ang tanong nga, bakit siya nirelieve?
I have no idea, Mr.
Saan siya
Chair.
inassign? Sa Negros Oriental?
No idea po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, itong si Albutra, kanina pa to eh. Napakasinungaling to, kung hindi mo makorner, hindi sasagot ng tama. Ngayon, bata mo yung dalawa, tapos hindi mo alam. Eh, yung investigation with regards to the death of Kalumba, ba't siya pinatay? Hindi mo rin alam.
Mr. Chair, during that time po, siya po ay...
Hindi, tanong ko, anong motive?
Ang kwento po nun, Mr. Chair...
Anong motive? Police ka, hindi mo alam? Bata mo, hindi mo alam? Hindi mo man chinek kung anong motive?
I have no direct idea talaga, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, now I move to cite in contempt Captain Albutra for lying in this committee in violation of Section 11, Paragraph C of our rules. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second
There is a
motion.
motion to cite in contempt Major Albotra for violating Section 11, Paragraph C of the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. And it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Comsec, please take note that Major Albotra is now cited in contempt by the Quad Committee.
Chairman,
please proceed.
Just a rejoinder. Alam mo, Captain Albutra, I have warned you kanina pa. Hindi ko pa mabuo yung story. Dahil taga Cebu ka eh. Pero you were assigned to Dumaguete, kaya mapacheck ko rin yung record mo. Pati yung dalawa mong tao. Nagsisinungaling ka eh. Babalikan ko pa rin yung Kalamba on the next hearing. Kung hindi kita makorner, alam mo, akala mo dito, hindi kami nag-imbestiga. Akala mo dito, hindi namin alam kung paano kukunin yung mga information. Oh, you are not cited in contempt. I will not ask you anymore. In the next hearing, you better cooperate. Next, Mr. Chairman, doon na muna ako kay Captain Albutra. Ang dami pa kong alam sa iyo. May sunod-sunod pa. In the next hearing, magkakaalaman tayo. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask, no? Kasi napag-usapan na rin yung Albutra.
Second motion.
Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Ako is not around, I will move to detain Captain Albutra in the premises of the House until the committee report will be adopted in the plenary. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion, as stated, duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Major
Mr. Chair.
Albotra is now cited in contempt and to be detained in the premises of the House of Representatives until the duration and termination of the committee hearing of the Quadcom and until the committee report is approved and adopted in the plenary.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Congressman D.S.J.J. Suarez and then Congressman Dan Fernandez. D.S.J.J.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. Are we pertaining to the partial committee report or the final committee report in the penal provision of in the penal part of the contempt Or the
Final,
What is the pleasure of the movant?
final, Mr. Chairman, until the committee report will be adopted in the plenary, as I've said, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Okay,
you.
Until the
final and complete plenary, final and complete committee report.
committee report is approved and adopted in the plenary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Now, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Captain Alboltra, we were so lenient for so many hours with you. And by citing you in contempt, at the end of the road, you will be thankful with this Quadcom. Because it is your safety that we are after for. Sana, lagay mo sa utak mo yan. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Now, Congressman Paduano, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, pinag-usapan na rin yung Region 7. Can I ask Colonel Grijaldo to take the seat?
Colonel Grijaldo. After ni...
Colonel, pangunahan lang kita. I hope you will answer my question truthfully. Now, have you been assigned in Region 7?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
2018. Just
2018
I could not remember
to?
the exact date, Your Honor.
Sorry?
2018
2?
2020, Your Honor.
So, you're 2 years. What is your
yes, Your
assignment
Honor.
in Region 7?
I was then the regional force commander, Your Honor.
RFMB,
RMFB, Your Honor.
yung mobile.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, 2018. Are you familiar with Operation Sauron?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, can you, in brief, can you educate this committee about Operation Sauron?
Just I could not, we're just augmenting the operation, Your Honor.
Again, tinanong kita kanina, are you familiar with the Operation Sauron? Sabi mo, you're familiar.
It is
Tinanong kita, please educate us in brief. Ang sagot mo sa amin, you're just augmenting. Ano ba talaga? Alam mo ba yung Sauron o hindi?
Yung ano sir, yung order nyo sir, sa Oron sir is a regional activity, Your Honor.
Correct. Being implemented mainly by what unit?
All unit, Your Honor.
All unit ng region.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa region, anong pinakamaraming units? Personnel? Di ba yung sa'yo? Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Now, yung sinasabing augmenting, why should you augment? Kaya may pinakamalaking unit, personnel, tapos, o sige nga, what is Operation Sauron? Please.
We're only part of the...
Ang tanong ko nga, sinagot mo kanina, alam mo. In brief, please educate us what is Operation Sauron.
It is a internal security operation, Your Honor.
Internal security operation not related to drugs.
No, Your Honor.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with the death of the mayor of Ayungon?
I could not recall, Your Honor.
You that recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi ka ba kinasuhan doon? Mayor of Ayungon, town in Negros Oriental.
No, Your Honor.
So hindi ka pamilyar?
No, Your Honor.
You were there since 2018 to 2020. Nag-implement po kayo ng Operation Sauron. And during the time, one of the casualty of that operation is Mayor Ildarico of Ayungon. Hindi mo matandaan? Hindi mo alam?
Di ko na ma-recall, Your Honor, yung insidente na kasama yung mayor ng Ayungon yung na ano, Your Honor.
Hindi mo na ma-recall. Okay, I will give you time, Colonel Grijaldo, to recall what really happens during the Operation Sauron. Not today, but maybe in the next hearing. Eh, sabi ko nga sa iyo, please cooperate and tell the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you commit to cooperate in the next hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, as of now, that's all for Colonel Grijaldo unless mamaya, pag may mga tanong po related kay Colonel Grijaldo, itatanong na lang po natin sa kanya.
Okay. Who is the next interpellator?
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized.
Go ahead, Attorney Cheldo.
May I just inform the Quad Committee that under the circular that was signed by then PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, MC Memorandum Circular 16-2016, it contains the terms negate and neutralize, which were, as explained by General Gigi Lasso of PIDEA, which really mean to kill. And that is something that we have been emphasizing from the beginning, that it was that circular that operationalized the war on drugs and gave the imprimatur to the PNP to kill by using those words, negate and neutralize. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Jokno. The manifestation is noted. The parliamentary status is that the Congresswoman Jinky Luis has the floor and interpellating our resource person. However, since Colonel Garma is not present at the moment, we will now proceed with the interpellation of Congressman Paduano to Colonel Hector Grijaldo. Congressman Paduano, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just ask with regards to Operation Sauron to address to Colonel Grijaldo on the next hearing. And on record, he committed that he will cooperate in the next hearing with regards to it. Kasi po, hindi lang po question of augmentation nangyari doon. Kasi kayo po ang may pinakamalaking unit in Region 7. So, I hope in the next hearing, you will tell the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
That's all
thank you,
for now.
Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chairman, can I just have a few questions?
Congresswoman Luis
Jinky,
first,
of course.
and then DSJJ.
No. I always give a due courtesy to our women legislators.
Thank you, DSJJ. I just want to be enlightened about the manifestation given by Attorney Chel Jokno. Ano po ba talaga yung literal na meaning nung negate? And when you share this circular, and you said that that really means to kill, do you mean to say that by negate, by PNP language, its meaning now is to kill? Is that what you mean to say, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, Colonel Espinido also in a previous hearing used the term neutralize to mean to kill. He testified to that. And today, the PDA chief has also used those terms in the same way. Nung una po namin nabasa yung memorandum circular na pinirmahan ni General De La Rosa, doon po kami nagtaka. Kasi alam naman natin na yung trabaho ng PNP ay mag-case build-up, manghuli, at magsampa ng reklamo. Pero nagtaka kami kung bakit dinagdagan pa nila ng to negate and to neutralize when those are not legal terms and those are not part of the duties of any member of the Philippine National Police. That led us to conclude that yun ang ibig sabihin, and that has been confirmed by several members of the PNP before this Quad Committee.
Would you agree with me, Attorney, that literally, by negate, it means to belie. By neutralize, it means to remove the danger. That's the literal meaning.
Yes, Your Honor. In ordinary parlance, that is the meaning. But I think if you were to ask the members of the Philippine National Police and those involved in law enforcement in our country, ang pagkaintindi na po nila ng neutralize at negate ay ganun din sa nabanggit ni PIDEA General Gigi Lasso.
In other words, what gave the term negate and neutralize the meaning, which is to kill, is the concept of war on drugs that was introduced during the past administration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Just for clarification, Attorney Jokno, so when you say negate, this is in the PNP parlance, meaning eliminate, extricate, kill. Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin nun?
Yes, Your Honor, especially in the context of the circular issued by then Chief De La Rosa in the war on drugs.
In the absence of a specific word, say kill, would that be interpreted as kill as well?
That is our conclusion because if they meant to apprehend or to charge or to conduct case build-up, madali lang po sabihin yun eh. Hindi na kailangan sabihin na mag-negate o mag-neutralize.
But isn't negate imply that parang neutralize in a way that to stop its operation, you neutralize, you stop it. Isn't is that the way it is? It should be understood?
Sa atin po mga ordinaryong mamamayan, ganun po yung pagkaintindi natin. But I recall Colonel Espinido in a previous hearing before this committee also said that to neutralize means to kill or to eliminate.
Okay, thank you po. Let me ask naman the opinion of Colonel Grijaldo. Does negate mean kill in the PNP parlance?
It is being used, sir, as to negate or to stop or to, I mean, sir, na parang na ano na, sir, na ano na yung ano niya, na-negate na, sir. Kunyari, sir, nasa listahan na negated na yung operation niya, sir. Yun yung ginagamit sa PNP.
To stop. But does that mean in the PNP lingo, does that also mean to kill?
No, sir.
No. Si Colonel Patay, ganun din po ba ang
Yes, Your
opinion?
Honor, that doesn't mean that negation is killing. That's stopping his or her activities.
Thank you. Si Colonel Castillo, ano po ang inyong opinion?
Sir, ganun din po.
Ganun din. Si Colonel Petalio.
Ganun din, sir. Ganun din po.
Si Colonel Garduque.
Yes, sir. The same, sir.
Si what's his name? Colonel
Yes, sir.
Andula.
Yes, sir. Same po, sir. Your Honor.
So you all agree, or you are all in agreement that the word negate, as stated in that memorandum, does not mean to kill. Yun ang inyong pagkakasabi, hindi ba? So, how do you now, how do you now negate a high-value target, a drug lord? Paano yun? Alam nyo manglalaban yun. Hindi magpapahuli ng buhay yun. It's just a thought na I'd like to expound eventually. So, at this point,
Mr.
I'd like to
Chair.
thank yes, DSJJ?
I think I was the one after Congresswoman G.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Yes, DSJJ, you're now
Yeah,
recognized.
just a few questions lang dito kay Captain Albotra. Captain Albotra. Kailan kayong bumalik ng ng Cebu? Cebu ba ang binalikan yung probinsya pagkatapos yung ma-assign dito sa Region 4A?
Opo, sir. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So gaano katagal kayong naglingkod dito sa Region 4A?
Yung duration po ng order, sir, was from June 4 to 27, sir.
June 4 up to?
June 27, 2018 po, sir.
So ilang buwan yun?
Less than a month lang po, sir.
Less than a month.
Yes, sir.
So less than a month lang yung operations mo dito sa Region 4.
Actually, sir, the actual operation, sir, is only 6 days, sir.
6 days lang.
Yes po, sir, kasi nag-courtesy call pa po ako, sir, ng region, PPO. Tapos umuwi pa po ako, sir, kasi birthday ni ni wife ko, sir. Tapos saka ako nakabalik, sir.
Ito ba regular practice sa PNP na pag nag-assign ng mga officers sa iba't ibang lugar, less than a month lang ang kanilang tour of duty?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, hindi po, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, bakit napakaikli ng iyo?
Very unexpectedly po, Mr. Chair, na nullified nga po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
Tapos, sa tagal ng career mo, ilang beses ka na nabigyan ng ganitong order na na-assign, tapos sa maikling panahon lang, naibalik ka rin sa pinanggalingan mo?
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
That was the one and only time.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Nung inassign ka sa Region 4A, sino-sino yung nakasama mo ulit? Nagbanggit ka ng mga pangalan kanina. Sino-sino sila?
You mean to say yung kasama ko from Pro 7, Mr. Chair?
Yung kasama mo, oh.
Si Eugene Calumba and SPO 3 Bulandres, Mr. Chair.
Kalumba at saka si
SPO 3 Miljen Bulandres po.
Bolantes.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Parehas silang galing Cebu. Kasabay mo sila.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So kayong tatlo, hinugot sa Cebu, dinala sa Region 4A. Tama?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
At pagkatapos ng kulang-kulang isang buwan, kayong tatlo, ibinalik ulit sa Cebu. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair, kasi na-cancel po yung order namin, Mr. Chair.
So, yung dalawa mong kasama, si Bolantes. Bolantes nga ba yung pangalan?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Nasaan na siya ngayon?
Nung na-relieve po siya, Mr. Chair, from Station 1, hindi ko na po alam, Mr. Chair, kung saan na pong unit siya na-assign, Mr. Chair.
Tapos yung isa niyong bang kasama,
Siya po ay namatay, Mr. Chair.
kailan siya namatay?
Sometime in June 2018 yun, Mr. Chair.
Anong dahilan kung bakit siya namatay?
Nabaril po siya, Mr. Chair.
Bakit siya nabaril?
Siya po, Mr. Chair, ay sabi po, Mr. Chair, na nag-surveillance na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Ulit. Pwede mong lakas-lakasan ng konti yung boses mo?
Sabi po, Mr. Chair, nag-surveillance na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Nag-ano?
Nag-surveillance po.
Nagsusurveillance siya kanino?
No idea po, Mr. Chair.
Sigurado ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaibigan mo ba itong yumaong police?
Nagkasama po kami, Mr. Chair, before.
So, kaibigan kayo?
Pwede po, Mr. Chair.
So, magkaibigan kayo, magkasama kayo, kasi lang hindi mo kilala kung sino yung sino-surveillance niya, ganon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasi meron ako nabasang isang article tungkol sa pagkamatay ng isang opisyal, isang pulis. At may kinalaman to. Ito ba si Eugene Calumba? Ito ba yung binabanggit mo?
Opo, Mr. Chair. Siya po.
So binabanggit mo na may sinusurveillance siya, kaya siya binaril. Correct? Tama ba yung kwento mo? Sabi mo may sinusurveillance siya, di ba kanina?
Mr. Chair, yan po ang sinabi sa akin ni Ma'am Garma, Mr. Chair.
Sino nagsabi sa'yo?
Si Ma'am Garma po, Mr. Chair.
Miss Garma, nabanggit po kasi yung pangalan ninyo. Would you want to shed light into
yes,
this?
Sir. I think, Mr. Chair, Nung nangyari po yun, Mr. Chair, I was in Guam. Nag-attend po ako ng 1 week na seminar in compliance po dun sa PhD ko. And then when I returned, tapos na po yung ganong pangyayari. And I just relied on reports na lang po. If I could confirm it to
Yes, of course.
Albota, correct, right?
Tama po, ma'am. Wala po kayo sa Sibunan, ma'am.
Yeah. So, nung nangyari po yun, sir, may OIC po. And yung nadatnan kong report, it appeared to be na nag-surveillance and napansin nung subject na sinusurveillance daw siya. So, nagkaroon po ng putukan or something.
Kaya nabaril yung Kalumba.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, yun po ang report na nung dumating po ako.
Okay.
So, nabutan ko na po yun. Tapos na po yung ganung pangyayari, Mr. Chair.
So, do you confirm this, Captain Albotra?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, wala po si ma'am kasi sa Viber po siya tumawag sa akin, Mr. Chair, that time.
Yeah, that's my only point, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get the story straight kasi kung mapapansin natin dun sa video kanina, similar din, no? Merong sino-surveillance, tinitingnan muna yung munisipyo, tapos eventually nakita natin na nung lumabas yung mayor ng Los Baños, pinutukan ng 3 beses, patay. So unfortunately dito naman, may nagsusurveillance, kaso lang mukhang napansin nung bodyguard yata ng isang opisyal ng Cebu City, councilman yata, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, na sino-surveillance, tapos saka nabaril yung kasamahan ni Captain Albotra. So I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. Just a reminder, no, meron pa ho tayong dalawa pa hong resource persons na pinatawag sa ngayon. Ito yung mga jail guards na nandoon sa Albuera, Leyte, at saka yung mga kapatid ni Kerwin Espinosa ay nandito rin. They flew in from Albuera as well. At saka nandito rin po ang dalawang resource persons natin na si Colonel Edilberto Leonardo at saka si Colonel Ruina Garma. So we will now proceed. I'd like to thank Mr. Tamisin.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I just want to make a manifestation, please.
Okay, Congressman Abante, you're recognized for your manifestation.
Attorney Chel Jokno said that the word neutralize means to kill, no? Then when our chairman asked our police officers if that would be the right word, they said no. Colonel Giraldo, Colonel Patay, Colonel sino yung pangatlo? Castillo. All of them said no. Now, I refer to the dictionary on the word neutralize. Hindi ko alam kung itong mga colonel, dictionary na ito. Palagay ko, alam nyo naman ang ibig sabihin niya. Ito nakalagay, oh. To kill. Neutralize means to kill, destroy, to put to death deliberately, assassinate, execute, liquidate, murder, rub out, slay, terminate, take out. So, Mr. Chair, I do not know where our colonels who are graduates of the Philippine National Police Academy got their meaning on the word neutralize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the manifestation, Congressman Abante. So, gaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, salamat po sa ating resource person, si Mr. Tamisin. At sana po sa susunod na mga pagdinig at kung nangangailangan ng iyong presensya, I hope you will make yourself available. As of this time, you are excused. If you wish to stay, you can stay to be an observer in this committee hearing. Now, we will proceed with our next resource person. We'd like to ask Comsec, please call Colonel Edilberto Leonardo and Colonel Garma is already present. So 1 minute suspension to the committee. Unfortunately, it was temporarily stopped for lack of time during the previous hearing. Now we will now continue deliberations and we will proceed with questions to be propounded by the members to Colonel Edilberto Leonardo. So we have a list of those who wish to ask questions to Colonel Leonardo, and we'd like to start with Congressman Ernix Junicio. Sorry. I'm sorry, Congressman Junicio. First, si Congressman Johnny Pimentel. Age first before beauty. And then after Congressman Pimentel, it is your turn. Congressman Pimentel, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, during the last hearing, a supplemental affidavit was submitted by Colonel Garma. And in the affidavit, she mentioned Colonel Leonardo several times. In fact, in her affidavit, the name of Colonel Leonardo was very prominent. So may I now ask some questions to Colonel Leonardo? Colonel Leonardo, magandang hapon po. Kamusta po kayo?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mabuti naman po.
Colonel Leonardo, sabi nga nung sinabi ko kanina, nagbigay na po ng sinumpaang salaysay, dagdag na sinumpaang salaysay si Colonel Garma. And meron po akong mga katunungan kasi binanggit niya doon sa salaysay niya ang pangalan niyo, no? Now, so I will go through it. Noong May 2016, nakatanggap si Colonel Garma ng tawag galing kay former President Duterte around 5 a.m. in the morning. And told her or instructed her to meet former President at his residence in Doña Luisa, Davao. At that time, si Colonel Garma was already a station commander in one of the police stations in Davao. Alam naman po ninyo yun because you were assigned as CIDG Regional Director in Davao. Now, during the meeting, it was brought up by the former president tungkol sa Davao model, no? That he was contemplating of putting up parang task force or a team to replicate what they have been doing with regards to drug suspects in Davao City.
Congressman Johnny, can
Yes.
we ask Colonel Leonardo to transfer here so he will be nearer?
Yes,
Doon na
of
ba
course.
Okay na ba dyan?
Okay, may I proceed, Mr. Chair? Anyway, doon po sa meeting, bring out na nga po ni former President Duterte yung paggawa ng isang task force or more or less a team on a nationwide scale to replicate his war on drugs in Davao City. Ngayon, tinanong ni President Duterte, si Colonel Garma, kung sinong pwede niyang i-recommend. Kung meron ba siyang kilala na may rekomenda to head the said team or task force. At that time, Colonel Garma was in quandary. She could not think of anybody because this was a big undertaking, considering that you can just imagine to bring the war on drugs on a national scale. It was already done for several years, in fact, I would say decades, ongoing in Davao City, but this time it will be done on a national scale. And that was in 2016, I believe, on the assumption of the new president. But eventually, Colonel Garma, naalala ka niya. Maybe nakita siguro ni Colonel Garma ang capability mo, yung kaalam mo sa mga operations, and she recommended you to President Duterte to head the task force to replicate the war on drugs in Davao City. Ang tanong ko po, kailan po kayo nag-usap ni former President Duterte?
Bago po siya naging, may I be clarified, Mr. Chair, kung ang tanong niyo po ba nung bago po siya mag-presidente?
No, he was already president at that time. Kasi prior to his assumption, he was already president-elect because this was in May 2016. Nagpapahanap po si President Duterte ng taong mabangunguna nung war on drugs niya on a national scale, and tinanong niya si Colonel Garma sinong pwede niya may rekomenda. Naalala ka niya dahil upperclassman ka ni Colonel Garma, ikaw po ang nirekomenda. And then tumawag I believe at that time, hindi pa kayo nagkakilala ni President Duterte, so merong a certain muking na tumawag kay Colonel Garma, hinihingi yung number mo. Nagkausap ba kayo itong si Muking?
Mr. Chair, hindi po kami nagkausap ni Muking yung time na yon, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Garma, sino kaya nagsasabi ng totoo? Kasi nung araw din yun, tumawag siyang sumuking, hinihingi yung number ni Colonel Leonardo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, hiningi po yung number niya. Binigay ko lang po kay Muking. I do not know na po kung si Muking ba ang tumawag kay Sir o kung sino po. Basta hiningi lang po yung phone number ni Sir sa akin.
Anyway, Colonel Leonardo will always deny that, but let us go through the timeline. Ngayon, I assume already, based on the affidavit, because this was under oath of Colonel Garma, that she's telling the truth, kayo naman po, wala naman pa kayong sinumpaang salaysay na sinumitive dito. So mas naniniwala po ko dun sa sinabi ni Colonel Garma. Ngayon, after nirekomenda ni Colonel Garma, yung pangalan nyo kay Presidente, tumawag po si Muking, then a week later, tumawag yung si Art Narsoles, pinalam kay Garma, meaning, meron na po kayong contact, pinatawag daw po kayo ni Presidente doon sa Mandaya Hotel in Davao for a meeting. Totoo po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, hindi po totoo yung nagpunta ako ng Mandaya. Kasi po ako, taga Davao po ako eh. Umuwi po ako, Mr. Chair.
Kailan ka ba nag-assign as a CIDG Regional Director?
First week of July, Mr. Chair.
First week of July of?
Of 2016, Mr. Chair.
Kayo doon na nga po yun.
As regional
Kaya
chief.
po kayo nilagay doon sa CIDG, well, of course, based on the timeline, nagka-contact na po kayo ng former president nung May, and then actually, yung plano po nabuo na that you will head the task force, and then nung July, inassign ka na nga doon sa Davao. You were assigned in July 2016 until what year?
Until 2020, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, sasalaysay ko na lang, ano? So you proceeded to Mandaya Hotel for that meeting. And in fact, you called Colonel Garma and told her na 3 araw ka na nakatira doon sa Mandaya Hotel. Because sinabihan ka na nga ng former president na magbuo na ng task force. So you were there. Then after that, naggumawa ka na ng plano which you submitted to the President. Hindi po ba, Colonel Leonardo?
Mr. Chair, pwede ko po bang i-narrate po yung pangyayari, if you allow me,
Ganito
Mr. Chair?
po. Noong May 2016, para klarong-klaro po, tinawagan ni Presidente Duterte si Colonel Garma para makipag-meeting sa kanya. Nag-meeting sila, nilatag ni Presidente kung anong plano niya. Gusto niyang gayahin yung Davao model, the war on drugs on a national scale. Tinanong si Colonel Garma ni Presidente, sino ang pwede mong i-rekomenda na manguna nitong plano ko na gawin war on drugs on a national scale? Ngayon, ang sabi ni Colonel Garma, ang naisip niya, walang iba, ikaw, Colonel Edelberto Leonardo, ang nirekomenda niya kay Presidente Duterte na manguna nung task force on a war on drugs on a national scale. After that, the day after, tumawag yung muking naman, hiningi yung number ni Colonel Leonardo, and then eventually you made contact with Muking, and after that, you proceeded to Mandaya Hotel where you had a meeting with President Duterte. Doon pa lang muna tayo. Doon pa lang muna tayo doon sa timeline na yon, Colonel Leonardo.
Mr. Chair, I was asking a while ago that if I may be allowed to narrate my, explain my side, Mr. Chair.
Sige, okay.
Sir, totoo po yun na meron talaga pong plan to create a task force. Actually, since we were still young in our career then, we are thinking, operational level lang po yung thinking namin. But that task force that was planned was, it was just a plan. It did not materialize, Mr. Chair, because upon assumption of then Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, there was this operation plan, double barrel tokhang to be implemented by the PNP. So that task force that was planned is no longer applicable, Mr. Chair. Yun po ang nangyari.
So ngayon, inamit na ho ninyo na meron talagang planong ginawa.
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
But according to you, hindi po na-implement.
Hindi po na-implement kasi po hindi nga po pala applicable yung task force.
Anyway, ituloy lang muna natin yung sinumpang salaysay ni Colonel Garma. So nakapag-meet na po kayo, and then after the meeting po, nakagawa na kayo, as you admitted, nakagawa na kayo ng plano, there was a proposal. In fact, after the submission of the proposal, this is the plan on war on drugs na, humingi po kayo na makipag-meet yung buong team na kay President Duterte, if I'm not mistaken, doon sa DPWH ng Panakan, Davao. Kilala mo po ba itong si Bakay?
Yes, Mr. Chair, kilala.
Ano bang posisyon itong si Bakay?
I believe during the time he was with the PDEA, Mr. Chair. PDEG, Mr. Chair.
Taga Davao
I'm
din
not
po
sure.
ba ito, Colonel Leonardo? Taga Davao din po ba ito?
I believe he's from Luzon, Mr. Chair.
And of course, si Colonel Leila, I assume that you also know him, the former husband of Colonel Garma.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know him.
Si Colonel Grijaldo, who was our resource person before, kilala mo rin siguro yun.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Si Tucson. Sino ba itong si Tucson?
Also, Class 97, Mr. Chair, kaya kilala ko rin po.
Police din po ito.
Police din po.
Itong si Duenas, sino ba ito?
I believe may Class 97 po na dueñas, Mr. Chair.
Well, itutuloy ko na po yung sinumpang salaysay. Ito yung grupo na nabuo po ninyo. And then these were the members, if I'm not mistaken, members of Class 97 PNPA and members of Class 96 PNPA. Ito ba yung mga membro ng Class PNPA 1997 and Class 96 PNPA? Ito mga binanggit kong mga personahe sa inyo?
Yun po, opo, Mr. Chair.
Nung pumunta kayo ng meeting, because we were informed, according to the affidavit, nag-meeting kayo doon sa Panakan, Davao, kasama na itong buong team, itong mga taga-PNP Class 96 and 97, and I understand that the former president was also there. And I believe that that was the time na plinano na talaga yung buo, yung sinubmit yung proposal. In fact, according to the affidavit, in-inform mo pa Colonel Leonardo, si Colonel Garba, na yung structure, yung proposal, yung plano, mapapalitan dahil there it would go under changes. Inamin nyo kanina na may plano na ho, hindi ba? Pero pinalitan ho ninyo because it will undergo changes. Ano ho yung pinalitan ninyo?
Actually, Mr. Chair, plano po yon na yun nga, magbubuo talaga po ng task force. Totoo po yun, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. That composed of, yun nga po, yung may mga suggestion po kung sino po yung pwedeng yung tutulong din. Yung
Colonel Leonardo, pwede mo bang isalaysay dito sa komitiba? Anong plano ba itong ginawa mo? Parte saang plano po ito?
Mr. Chair, ang plano po kasi namin ay kaming lahat. Po, hindi lang naman po yung mga nabanggit na pangalan. Halos sa buong PNP po noon ay tutulong po sa yung pagsugpo ng illegal na droga, Mr. Chair.
So actually, you're now admitting, Mr. Chair, that you indeed strategized a plan, submitted that a plan to the President regarding to neutralize drug lords, drug pushers. Hindi po ba?
Mr. Chair, yung task force, yung structure lang po ng task force po muna yung plano naming buuin. Plano pa lang po yon na hindi nga po natuloy. Hindi po kami umabot dun sa...
So in short, Colonel Leonardo, sinasabi mo, gumawa na nga kayo ng structure. Na-admit mo na ngayon na nagkaroon kayo ng meeting, yung mga binanggit kong personahe po sa inyo, dahil ina-admit na ho ninyo ngayon, na napag-usapan na ninyo, na gumawa na kayo ng structure, nandun na yung mga personahe. Hindi po ba? So kasama na nga itong PNPA Class 96, PNPA Class 97, ito ho yung organization ninyo, yung sinasabi ninyong task force, hindi po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, totoo rin, ina-admit ho ninyo na nagkaroon ho talaga ng meeting doon sa Panakan, Davao, Colonel Leonardo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it was not, it's a meeting between us only, but it was actually a courtesy call to the former President, Mr. Chair.
So, pag sinabi ho ninyo, Mr. Chair, na courtesy call, you cannot make a courtesy call to a ghost. Hindi, if you say courtesy call, kailangan makita mo yung tao na kino-courtesy call mo. So that means you admitted that you made the courtesy call, so the President was there.
He was there, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nag-courtesy kaya kayo, di ba? O so nandoon.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
O so in the meeting o in Panakan, you were there with the whole team, nandun din po si President Duterte, hindi po ba?
Nandun po siya, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, Colonel Leonardo, sino po ba itong si Lester Berganyo?
Si Lester Berganyo po ay civilian naman po na tinatawag lang po namin na parang striker po sa mga opisina.
Kasama
ng
ito sa
CIDG
kasama po
11.
ninyo ito sa meeting doon sa Panakan.
Hindi po yata, Mr. Chair, kasi parang mga officers lang po yung kasama ko, Mr. Chair.
Sino po itong si Romel Bactat?
Ganon din po, tao po siya sa Region 11 CIDG, Mr. Chair.
So meaning mga pulis ito. Kasi
Yung
hindi ka
pong-
magiging member ng CIDG office if you're not a member of the PNP, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Itong si Lester Bergamo, pulis din ito.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Informer.
Hindi naman po, striker po ang tawag kasi namin pagka yung...
Okay, can you elaborate more? Pag sinabi mong striker sa CIDG, ano ang trabaho ng isang striker sa CIDG?
Sa layman's term po, yung utusan lang, inuutusan po kung ano lang po ang pwedeng ipabili, kung ano po ang pwedeng iutos.
Bali ginagawa ho ninyo
Striker po
itong
ang tawag.
utusan.
Utusan po.
In short, pwede rin kasing ginawa niyong utusan, pwede rin ito maging spotter. Meaning, pwede ito ang informant to relate to the team, to the task force, sino ho yung mga drug lords, sino ho mga drug pushers. Kasi ito nga in layman's term, pero in police parlance, itong striker, ito ibig sabihin, yung ginagawa nilang utusan, ito yung mga informer, ito yung mga nagtuturo ng mga drug lords, ng mga kung sino-sino po ba, no? Then, itong si Serbo is, si Romel Bactat is a member of the CIDG Region 11, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Itong si Rodel Serbo, at sino po ba ito, Colonel Leonardo?
Ganon din po, CIDG personnel po siya, police din po siya.
So, police din ito. And din itong si Michael Palma.
Same po, police din po yan, Mr.
Police
Chair.
din. Itong si Peter Parungo.
Yan po ay ganon din po, striker lang din po yan, si Peter Parungo.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, itong mga binanggit ko mga pangalan, kasama din po ito sa meeting dun sa Panakan, Davao.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po sila kasali.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, hindi kasama itong mga binanggit kong mga personahe, pero this was part of the team. Ito po ang kasama dun sa team na binuo na structure ni Colonel Leonardo. And Mr. Chair, yung binanggit mo kanina, Colonel Leonardo, meron pa po kayong kopya ng proposal o po yung structure na sinasabi ninyo?
Actually, plano lang po yun na parang Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao po, lalagyan ng mga tao. Ganun po ang plano namin, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
what exactly is the plan, Mr. Chair? Colonel Leonardo, pwede kasi structural organization yan. Pwede mo bang pakisalaysay dito? Sino ang head? Meron ba yung klase? Kagaya ng sa corporation, meron tayong chairman, may board of directors, meron pong tayong presidente, tapos may mga middle managers. Ano ba yung structure na binabanggit ninyo dito para malinawagan po ang committee ba?
Actually po, yun nga po yung plano na kung akala namin uubra po yon na maglalagay po ng isang officer sa Luzon, maglalagay po ng tao niya, tapos sa Visayas maglalagay din po ng tao to be led by isang officer din at saka sa Mindanao. Ganun po sana ang plano.
But
Pero
it's very clear, Colonel Leonardo, na itong structural organization na binabanggit mo, well, pag sinabi mong structural organization, there is a head, merong mga operatives, merong mga middle managers, ganun po ang structural organization eh. So meron pong talagang amo kayo, merong mga middle persons, mayroong top-level management, and then may mga operatives. So I assume that you were the head of this task force together with PNPA 96 and 97, and then yung mga operatives mo, yung mga civilians na, yung sila Baktat na, sila Serbo, yung sinasabi ko. And then, itong structural organization na sinasabi mo, itong task force na sinasabi mo, sa gaya ng sinabi mo kanina, Colonel Leonardo, ito yung main purpose is gamitin yung structural organization to war on drugs. Hindi po ba?
Tumulong po sa war on drugs, Mr. Chair.
Ganun na ho yun. Tumulong o basta in short, yun ay ginamit yung structural organization. Pero ang sinasabi ho ninyo ngayon ay hindi na-implementar. Pero yun po, kasinungalingan na po yun. Why will you create a structural organization composed of top police officers, of operatives, na nakikita natin, mga operator talaga ito, tapos ito not be implemented. In fact, doon sa structural organization, napag-usapan ho ninyo, Colonel Leonardo, once the task force is already operational, doon na po papasok yung COPLAN funds. Operational funds, meaning yung reward system, the funds for operational expenses, and ang rewards po na ito, in fact, may mga bank accounts ni Peter Parungo sa Metrobank, BDO, and PS Bank. At ito po ang ginamit na conduit na ginamit na pondo para doon sa reward money. That is why, Mr. Chair, I believe that we should, to the COMSEC and Mr. Chair, I request that Mr. Peter Parungo be invited for the next hearing para malaman natin kung saan pumasok itong mga pera for the reward money. And then, Colonel Leonardo, sino po ba ang gumagawa ng listahan sa narco-list?
Mr. Chair, ang mga listahan po ay, ang pagkakaalam ko po, ay nanggagaling po sa mga regions. Una po ay manggagaling sa mga local police. Yung local police naman kukunin muna sa mga barangay. And then, go up the ladder po hanggang sa provincial and regional. Magkakaroon po sila ng intelligence validation workshop po, Mr. Chair. And
yung sinabi ho ninyong Colonel Leonardo, going up the ladder, saan po patungo yun? Galing ng barangay, tapos na station commanders, then na chief of police, provincial directors, regional directors, hindi naman na, saan patungo po yung listahan ng narco-list?
Actually po, i-consolidate po yan sa national headquarters, Mr. Chair, yun po ang pagkakaalam ko.
Anyway, Colonel Leonardo, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang ipaalam sa iyo na according to the affidavit of Colonel Garma, lahat po ng narco-list doon po patungo sa iyo. And then, ikaw talaga ang may final authority to determine whether this individual should be included in that list or not. And that is why, in fact, Colonel Wesley Barrioga, although he was not involved sa drugs, pero after Wesley Barrioga was killed, nilagay ho ninyo doon sa pangatlong listahan si Wesley Barrioga because in the operations of the war on drugs, it is very clear, Mr. Chair, na ang main ikangang operator of the war on drugs was Colonel Leonardo. Marami ho nagsasabi sa resource persons natin pointing to Colonel Leonardo. So I suggest, Colonel Leonardo, na mas mabuti sigurong sabihin mo na lahat dito. And Mr. Chair, nakikita na po talaga natin that indeed the affidavit of Colonel Garma is true. It was corroborated already by Colonel Leonardo. Lahat po ng sinaad dito ni Colonel Garma, ipinatunayan po ni Colonel Leonardo. Pati yung meeting with the PNPA class, pati yung structural organization, sinabi din po sa salaysay ni Colonel Garma na nagkaroon ng meeting, nagkaroon ng structural plan, which was corroborated by Colonel Leonardo. So therefore, Mr. Chair, all the things na sinabi ni Colonel Garma dito sa affidavit niya ay totoo po lahat. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Pimentel. So the next to interpolate is Congressman Ernix Junicio. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions for Colonel Garma. Good evening, Colonel Garma.
Leonardo, boss.
Sorry. Colonel Leonardo, I'm sorry, dito ako nakatingin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dati po kayo sa NCRPO, Colonel Leonardo?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Anong taon po yun?
That was 2015 to 2016, Mr. Chair.
Opo. Ano po ang naging trabaho niyo sa NCRPO?
I was assigned the responsibility of as a station commander of Station 10, and after that, Station 2 of Manila, Mr. Chair.
Napunta rin po kayo sa Maynila.
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Saan po sa Maynila?
Pandacan and Moriones, Mr. Chair.
Yung Pandacan po, anong distrito sa Maynila yon?
I think parang halo po yung District 5 and 4 yata po, Mr. Chair. Kundi po ako nagkakamali.
Yung isa pa po sa Maynila, saan po yun nabanggit nyo?
Moriones po, Mr. Chair.
Saan pong distrito yun?
I think
Sa Tondo po yun, no?
Tondo po, Mr.
District 1 po ng lungsod ng Maynila.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Opo. Masasabi niyo po ba sa akin kung ano yung mga naging accomplishments nyo doon sa mga pagdidestino nyo o sa serbisyo nyo sa Maynila? Yung pinaka-primary accomplishments po ninyo, Colonel Leonardo.
I believe marami po kaming arrested wanted persons and operation against drug personalities na successful, and implementation of search warrants that were also implemented successfully, and filed cases against these personalities, and also contributed a lot in deployment of patrollers in those two areas, Mr. Chair.
So you would say, Colonel Leonardo, that you are proud of your performance when you were assigned and you served in the city of Manila? Proud naman po kayo.
Little bit, Mr. Chair, not actually
Mr. Chair. Yes, Colonel Leonardo, because ano pong taon ulit yun? 2015 to 16?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Because during that time, we were hearing, medyo sumikat din po kayo noon sa lungsod ng Maynila na very, alam niyo po ba meaning ng ninja cops?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you briefly define in your own words to the committee, sa sarili niyo pong definisyon, ano po ba ang ninja cops?
Ninja cops, Mr. Chair, are these are rogues cop involved in illegal activities. They are a small group of batches of PNP non-officers, and they were able to evolve into a more organized crime group than being with the front that they are actually conducting anti-illegal drugs operation, Mr. Chair.
So, if I'm not mistaken, would you agree na yung ninja cops, parang ito rin po yung tinatawag nating narco cops, no? Would you agree, Colonel Leonardo?
Well, ninja cops, it became ninja modus, Mr. Chair. And tama po kayo, they are also considered narco cops, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Colonel Leonardo, meaning these are the cops, no? Once they seized na mga drug items, mga droga, they tend to recycle it and sell it for profit for themselves. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ano po ang, kayo po, sa personal ninyo, ano po ang pakiramdam nyo sa mga ninja cops o mga narco cops? Galit po kayo sa kanila?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because sila po ang isa sa mga enablers. That's why ang drug situation natin noong mga panahon na yon ay lumala. At halos walang pamilya na hindi po naapektuhan yung illegal na droga na yan. Since ako taga-Tondo rin, marami po nga akong kamag-anak na nadamay din dyan. That's why I'm very determined na talaga pong tumulong dyan sa war on drugs na yan, Mr. Chair. Against this ninja cops po. Kasi na-contaminate po nila halos ang buong Pilipinas. Itong modus nila ginaya dahil po pinagkakakitaan instead of really focusing on
law enforcement. Talagang kinarir pa nila yung kumbaga, halos dinaig pa nila yung drug lord. Double ang tama sa atin, pinasasweldo ng tao, kumikita sa pamahalaan, pinagkakatiwalaan natin, pag nahuli yung mga drug lord, mga pushers, sila naman yung magbebenta sa kalye. Tama po ba, Colonel Leonardo?
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair.
So it's safe to say na kayo po bilang isang miyembro ng kapulisan ng lungsod ng Maynila, at the time, you were really mad. Talagang galit tayo sa mga narco cops at ninja cops. Tama po?
Mr. Chair, determined to go against these people, very dangerous people. But of course, dahil determinado ako, payag po ako kahit na harapin sila, Mr. Chair.
Is it true that during the time na naroon kayo, nagkaroon po ba kayo ng mga accomplishments para ma-neutralize itong mga narco cops or ninja cops na to?
During my time po kasi ay wala pa po yung intensified campaign against meron na po pero iba po yung program. So nung time na yon, yung iba namamayagpag pa po nung bago po ako umalis ng Tondo, Mr. Chair.
Pero nung nagkaroon na po ng war on drugs, would you say na isa po kayo sa mga tao na talagang who focused on eliminating pagpapahinto ng mga aktibidades ng mga narco cops?
In some ways, Mr. Chair.
So ano po ba ang nangyayari sa mga narco cops? Paano po natin sila napahinto? Dahil we all agree that narco cops are a menace to society. So ano po ba ang ginawa ninyo sa kapasidad ninyo nung nasa lungsod kayo ng Maynila? And at the same time, nung napunta na po kayo on a higher level of service to the Philippine National Police during the war on drugs, paano nyo po napigilan o nahinto yung mga narco cops or so-called ninja cops?
Nung po nandun ako, we tried our very best to show them how to conduct operation against illegal drugs, which is the
May nahuli po ba kayong mga ninja cops?
Nung time na yun, wala po.
Wala po kayo nahuli?
Nung time po na yun, before 2016.
No, nung war on drugs na po, after 2016.
Wala po ako sa posisyon doon na mag-conduct ng tactical operation, Mr. Chair.
Pero sa pagkaalam niyo po, the war on drugs in general, may mga nahuli po at nahinto naman ang mga ninja cops na ito.
Mr. Chair, wala na po akong balita sa mga narco ninja cops, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Colonel Leonardo, yun lamang ang aking katanungan sa inyo because I really wanted to check kung ano po ang ginawa ninyo sa kapasidad ninyo and during the time na war on drugs. I know that these people are a menace to society. I just wanted to know how they were stopped in your capacity and during the war on drugs. So we weren't able to get a definitive answer, Mr. Chair. So that's my line of questioning for now. Thank you, Colonel Leonardo.
Thank you, Congressman Junicio. Just a follow-up question sa tanong ni Congressman Junicio kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel, dun ba sa mga areas where you were assigned, no? Would you still remember, would you know kung ilan po ang namatay doon na mga drug users or pushers?
Mr. Chair, yun po, kasi po ang assignment ko sa Manila is up until July, first week of July 2016 po, Mr. Chair.
And ilan ang namatay under the area where you were supposed to be the commander?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, kung may namatay nung ano, kasi very short period lang po ang assignment ko sa Tondo. But when I was in Pandacan, there was no incident that there was killed during the operation.
What about ninja cops? How many cops have you identified as and considered as ninja cops in the area where you used to be assigned?
Well, original ninja cops. There are this what we call the original ninja cops. They are less than 10, Mr. Chair.
So, halimbawa po, sa Moriones, na-assign kayo sa Moriones, would you still remember ilan ho ang pulis na ninyo doon sa Moriones?
I think during that time, we have 300 plus policemen, Mr. Chair.
And out of 300, Colonel Leonardo, ilan po ang considered to be ninja cops in that particular assignment of yours?
So far, Mr. Chair, doon po sa Tondo ay hindi po naka-assign ng mga ninja cops doon, Mr. Chair. Yung mga identified ko lamang po, na less than 10.
So wala kayong na-identify doon sa Moriones, sa Tondo, na mga ninja cops?
Wala po doon, Mr. Chair. Yung original ninja cops. I'm referring to the original ninja cops, Mr. Chair.
Can you educate me? Ano yung ibig sabihin ng original ninja cops? Meron bang hybrid ninja cops? Meron bang original, meron bang fake ninja cops?
Ito po kasing ninja cops, batches po ito that came from Manila Police District po talaga ang pinanggalingan nito, mga ito. And then they started at first doing some yung parang cotton caps lang po, yung pong they will arrest people and they some would plant some evidence so that they can mark them with the amount that a victim who could afford to give to them, Mr. Chair.
So, in the area where you were assigned, prevalent po yung planting of evidence?
During my time, Mr. Chair, I think it was it already evolved in a more a bigger type of operation, Mr. Chair, by the Ninja Cup, Mr. Chair.
So, ito yung mga scalawags, no? What about yung mga nagre-recycle ng drugs? Nanguhuli, ang ebidensya, itatago ang kalahati, inire-recycle pabalik sa kalsada. Meron ho kayo na-identify na ganon?
Actually, through intelligence operations, marami po kaming na-identify, Mr. Chair.
Meron ho ba kayo nakasuhan?
I believe marami po nakasuhan ang mga region, Mr. Chair.
And these are the cops na nagre-recycle ng drugs, ha? Ito yung ninja cops.
Tama po, Mr. Chair. And meron din pong mga iba, Ninja Liit, Bolt-in, and Bangketa Group, and other groups na Halos gumaya na po rito sa mga ninja cops.
So marami palang sistema ang trabaho na ginagawa ng mga scalawags.
Prior 2016, Mr. Chair, marami po.
So yung nabanggit mo kanina, ninja cops, ito yung nagre-recycle ng droga. Manguhuli, ire-recycle. Ano ho yung isang binanggit nyo?
Ninja Lead.
Ninja Lead. Ano naman ho yung Ninja Lead?
These are, ito po ay mga, mga group of rogue policemen that tend to follow the, modus nung ninja cops. And they were able to learn from the ninja cops, original ninja cops. And since the ninja cops are aiming for a bigger haul, like for example, 5 kilos up, yun po ang target ng ninja cops. So yung mga 1 kilo, 2 kilos, they won't really arrest that. But this Ninja Liit will now, sila po ang huhuli ng maliliit. Kaya po tinawag sila mga Ninja Liit. No? According sa research, intel research po namin, Mr.
Okay. Ano pa ho yung isa? So may Ninja Cops, may Ninja Liit. Ano pa ho yung iba?
Meron din pong...
yung nabanggit nyo kanina, bangketa. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng bangketa Cops?
Ito pong mga bangketa group naman, they are policemen who will conduct anti-illegal drug operation but will negotiate those arrested outside the office.
Ito po yung mga binabaybast. Pagka may nahuli, binaybast, may ebidensya, kakausapin yung suspect. Hihingi ng pera, pag binayaran sila ng pera, pakakawalan nila.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Itatago nila ngayon yung ebidensya.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So yan yung bangketa cops. So meron kang ninja cops, ninja liit, meron kang bangketa cops. Ano pa ho yung iba?
Meron din mga tinatawag kami na bolt-in. Mga
bolt-in.
Halos ganun din po. It's the same. Pagka nakakuha po sila ng information that there is meron pong target na drug personalities na uhulihin nila, and then mag-bolt-in po itong mga ito. Usually they are mga ganun din po, magkaka-badge din po. Then they will conduct the operation. Again, hindi po alam ng mga kanya-kanyang opisina nila, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, Colonel, ang ibig mong sabihin, in spite of the fact that there was a strict order on the implementation of war on drugs, marami pa rin mga klase-klaseng mga iskalawags sa PNP na walang takot sa nag-utos na mag-implement ng war on drugs. Tama po ba yung ganong understanding?
Yung po lahat na sinasabi ko ay before 2016 July. Nung war on drugs na po, nawala po lahat yung mga yon, Mr. Chair. Naubos po.
So
Yung
ibig
ganung
sabihin,
mga modus,
nawala
na
itong,
po, nalinis po.
ito mga different types of scalawags in the PNP, nawala yan nung 2016 nung in-implement yung war on drugs.
Opo, yun po ang in-ensure ng buong PNP na makover sila sa operations po, yung double barrel po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In-implement po yung double barrel, no? Yung po bang mga pulis na mga namatay, sila po ba ang tinatawag na ninja cops, ninja liit, bangketa cops? At ito ba sila yung mga namatay na mga pulis? Sila ba ay kasama doon o kasapi doon sa grupong nabanggit nyo na mga iskalawags?
Regarding that, Mr. Chair, wala na po akong personal knowledge doon po sa I wouldn't know, Mr. Chair, because the region is the one in charge of implementing po yung Oplan double barrel, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sige, salamat, Colonel Leonardo. So, the next to interpolate is Congressman J. Konghun. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, maaari ko po bang i-direct ang aking katanungan kay Colonel Leonardo? Magandang gabi po, Colonel Leonardo.
Magandang gabi po, sir, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, aware po kayo noong nakaupo si former President Duterte, ang sabi niya, lilinisin niya ang buong Pilipinas sa droga within 6 months. Tama po ba yun? Narinig niyo po ba yun?
Narinig ko po, Mr. Chair.
And kayo po ang kanyang napili. Ayon nga sa salaysay ni Colonel Garma, kayo po ang kanyang inirekomenda para mag-head ng task force na dapat bubuin sa under ng dating Pangulo. Colonel Leonardo, masasabi niyo po ba na mabigat ang inyong expertise, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa paglaban sa droga o pamunuan ang war on drugs?
Hindi naman po ako ganun ka-expert, pero meron lang po akong kakayanan or experience to conduct operations po. May experience po na paghuhuli, pag-aresto, pag-file ng kaso, implement ng search warrant, at iba pang mga police activities, Mr. Chair.
Masasabi niyo po ba kayo ay eksperto pagdating dito?
Hindi ko po masasabi, Mr. Chair, kasi hindi ko po alam kung expert po ako. Ang alam ko lang ay investigator ako and also intelligence officer din po. Yun lang po ang masasabi ko sa sarili ko po.
Okay, Colonel Leonardo. Nung sinabi ni Presidente Duterte na lilinisin niya ang buong Pilipinas within 6 months, tingin mo ano yung ibig sabihin ng Pangulo, na dating Pangulong Duterte, sa term na ginamit niya na paglilinis? Ano ang pagkakaintindi o pagkakaunawa mo rito?
Ang narinig ko po sinabi niya, Mr. Chair, sabi niya, gawin niyo yung mga trabaho niyo. Ang sabi niya, ang tunay na biktima rito ay yung pamilya na naapektuhan ng droga. Yung ating mga anak, sabi niya, yung mga pamilya, yung buong bansa ay sinisira nitong droga, sabi po niya. Kaya kami po, naging determinado na voluntaryo tumulong po, aside from yung mga duties namin, tutulong po. Yun po ang nag-motivate sa amin, Mr. Chair.
Pero yung binigay po na timetable ng dating Pangulo na 6 months, sa inyo pong pagkakaalam o pagkakaintindi, sa inyong pagiging eksperto, posible po ba yun o imposible?
During that time po, kasi narinig ko na lang po, kasi I'm not that expert, Mr. Chair, actually. Actually, kaya nga po kami nag-iisip ng task force na hindi naman pala applicable. Turn out po na hindi po pala kaya ng 6 months or 3 months to 6 months. Parang ganun po ang pagkakarinig ko. Naniniwala po ako hindi makakaya sa sobrang lala po ng sitwasyon nung panahon na yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Nabanggit ni Colonel Garma ang Davao Model, ang isang sistema ng rewards and killings. May papatayin kang drug lord, drug pusher, tas babayaran ka. Yung sistema na ito is yung para maabot mo yung quota ng mga pulis kung ilan ang dapat ma-aresto o ma-neutralize ng mga targets. May alam po ba kayo tungkol sa sistemang ito?
Mr. Chair, bago po kami nagsimula, matapos kami magplano na hindi naman pala uubra, yung pong Davao Model kasi ay yung tokhang actually, tok-tok hangyo. Na ang ibig sabihin ay kakatok, tapos ay pakikiusapan na sumurrender na. Yun po ang gagawing national scale na implementation. Na yun nga po ang in-implement ng PNP through under Oplan double barrel tokhang, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ba, Colonel Leonardo, yung dalawang level ng double barrel? Operation double barrel.
Ang pagkakaintindi ko po, Mr. Chair, yung isang barrel is a high value target po. Yun naman pong to go against high value target po. Pag-conduct ng operation against this yung mga suspect dito. And then yung second barrel refers to the users and street level pushers that would be knocked on their in their residence, then ask them to surrender. Yun po ang Mr. Chair.
So, Colonel Leonardo, maaari niyo po bang kumpirmahin na sa war on drugs ng dating Pangulong Duterte, meron po bang reward system in place noong panahon ng war on drugs ng dating Pangulo?
There are rumors, Mr. Chair, narinig po. Pero wala po akong personal knowledge, Mr. Chair.
Sinabi ni Colonel Garma sa kanyang affidavit na kayo daw po yung sentro ng pagbibigay ng reward system. Colonel Leonardo, sabi nga po ng ating chairman, basa na po yung paa ninyo, ba't hindi pa po kayo maligo? Pwede niyo po bang aminin na o pwede niyo po bang magsabi na tayo ng katotohanan dahil lahat naman po paturo papunta sa inyo. Hindi lang po isa ang taong nagsasabi na meron po talagang reward system na nangyayari. Colonel Leonardo, meron o wala po bang reward system nung panahon ng war on drugs ng dating Pangulong Duterte?
Gaya ng sinabi ko po, Mr. Chair, based on my personal knowledge, wala po akong alam na reward po, wala.
Ibig niyo po bang sabihin, nagsisinungaling po si Colonel Garma?
Hindi ko po alam, baka meron po siyang alam tungkol doon. Ako po kasi, hindi po kasi sir, Mr. Chair, that would be outside the scope of
Meron nga po siyang alam, Colonel Leonardo, at kayo nga po yung sinasabi niyang may alam. Kayo nga po yung sentro. Sabi niyo po may alam po siya. Ang sinasabi nga po niya, kayo po yung sentro. Kayo po ang nag-ooperate ng reward system. Sinabi nga rin po niya na tinatawagan po kayo, kinakausap po kayo ni Senator Bongo at sa pagbibigay ng reward. Sinabi rin po ng kanyang affidavit na certain muking ang kumakausap po sa inyo. Ibig pong sabihin, nagsisinungaling po si Colonel Garma.
Ako po, hindi ko po alam yung sinasabi niya, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Garma, ano po bang masasabi niyo? Hindi daw po alam ni Colonel Leonardo yung sinasabi ninyo.
Sir, sinabi ko lang po yung totoo na alam ko po. Sana po makapag-isip po na maayos si Sir.
Okay na Leonardo. Sa inyo pong dalawa ni Colonel Garma, tingin ko po wala pong dahilan o wala pong rason para magsinungaling pa si Colonel Garma. Dahil sa totoo lang po, nakataya na rin po. Pati pato, sabi nga nila, nakataya na sa kanya. At talagang tingin po natin, nagsasabi po siya ng katotohanan. Kaya nga po, ulitin ko po ang tanong ko, Colonel Leonardo, sana makapag-isip na po kayo. Meron o wala po bang reward system na kayo ang sentro ng panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte?
None that I know, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, nakikita naman po natin sa marami pong nagsasabi na ang talagang sentro po talaga ng reward system nung panahon ng ating Presidente Duterte, ang nasa gitna po nun, si Colonel Leonardo po at maraming tao ang nagtuturo at makakapagpatunay na talagang siya po talaga yung nasa sentro. So, inaantay na lang po natin siguro na makapag-isip-isip si Colonel Leonardo at magsabi po ng katotohanan dito po sa ating komite. Yun lang po, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Kong Hun. The next to interpellate is Congresswoman Franz Castro. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kay Colonel Garma. Yan. Kumusta na po kayo, Colonel Garma? From the last committee hearing po, talagang very emotional kayo. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ngayon po, kumusta na po si Colonel Garma?
I feel better,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Your
Nakapagpa-medical na kayo, Mr. Chair? For Colonel Garma?
Hindi pa po, ma'am.
Hindi pa.
Maybe within this week, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Okay, so nasa detention ka pa rin, di ba? Ng
Yes, Your
house. Dito kasi sa, dito sa yung affidavit, yung supplemental affidavit mo, bakit ka nag-supplemental affidavit po?
That is a more detailed experience ko po sa Davao City po, Mr. Chair, which is hindi ko po na-explain sa first affidavit po.
Okay, so ang sentro kasi ng affidavit mo, yung first affidavit mo, Mr. Chair, ay yung tungkol doon sa reward system at yung pagbubuo ng something like task force or team, no, to start yung tinatawag na war on drugs on a national scale using the Davao model. So yun yung pinakabuod at ipinakita mo dito through a flow chart kung paano paano yung flow ng nung reward system. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ayan. Doon sa affidavit mo, dito ngayon sa affidavit mo, naging familiar ka ng, alam mo na ngayon yung Davao Death Squad. Kasi nandito sa number 5, I became aware of the so-called Davao Death Squad through various sources during my assignment in Davao. It was a common knowledge among officers that all station commanders had special teams designated for special operations. Although it did not know the identities of these teams, culture of silence prevailed among police office in the Davao regarding such matters. So, ano katungkulan mo dito sa Davao City nung nalaman mo po yung DDS?
Nung pong bagong assign pa lang po ako, siguro mga 2 years or 3 years after, narinig ko na po yung word na DDS of Davao Death Squad. But it's more on naririnig ko lang po at nag-observe lang po ako because during that time, I am a junior officer and my position is just focus on handling a specific section in the main office po.
And that is the women's desk? Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so itong mga special teams na ito, yung operational teams na ito ay hindi mo kilala? Hindi mo
po,
pa kilala?
Hindi ko kilala kasi po nasa main office lang ako, maliit lang po yung section ko and these are spread sa mga different stations and medyo tago po when they work, Your Honor.
Okay, so that was sometime in 1999. Yung first assignment mo sa Davao.
Yes, mga ganung pong mga taon po.
Okay. And then you have witnessed the existence of a reward system.
Yes, Your Honors.
So, pwede mo bang ikwento itong sinasabi mong existence of a reward system? O yun na ba yung nasa flowchart mo? O yung nandoon sa first affidavit?
Hindi po.
So, ano ibig sabihin nitong reward system na nakita mo, na nag-exist pala?
Yan po yung result ng isang police operation where the suspect ay napatay o namatay, either self-defense or hindi, or it is a result po ng hindi po siya legitimate operation, pero po may namatay. And may natatanggap pong specific amount
mismo
na-neutralize po.
Mismo dun sa station where you were assigned?
When I was in the station, I was able to validate the existence of such system po.
So ito nga po yung sa Santa Ana Police Station?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung number 6 on your affidavit, no? Okay, so as a station commander, hindi mo alam itong mga operation na to? Hindi siya legitimate operations?
Legitimate po ang mga yan. Yun nga po, pag na-neutralize po, meron pong 20,000 kang matatanggap. Pero kung nahuli mo, siguro kung hindi po kami na-engage at nahuli namin po siya, wala po. It's just refund of the operational expense po.
Okay. So 20,000. So meaning parang street ano lang to, no? Drug personality. Tama?
Hindi lang po drug personality. Sometimes those habitual offenders or recidivists na involved in mga akyat bahay, hold up, or snatching.
Pati ganon, merong rewards?
Kasama.
Pag kasama ba sa rewards yung mga napapatay, naakyat bahay?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. So parang naano rin ako doon, ano? Pati yung mga ganong petty.
Your Honor,
Pati yung mga petty crime na ganon, akyat bahay, theft.
Your Honor, it appears to be petty, but these are habitual and recidivist po.
Okay, pero siyempre 'di ba sa terms of engagement, sana wala namang pinapatay, hinuhuli at pinapanagot sa justisya.
Yes, Your Honors.
Okay. So, as a commander, station commander, alam mo tong nangyayaring ito na legitimate operation, may napapatay. Meron bang na-inquest or na-demanda ng mga pulis involved doon sa pagkamatay ng mga suspects?
Wala akong maalala, Your Honor.
Why? 'Di ba as a station commander, 'di ba dapat accountable ka or what you have the obligation na since may namatay, whether it is ay talamak na akyat bahay or whatever yung kaso, 'di ba dapat pag may namamatay may inquest or merong investigation?
Yes, Your Honor, supposed to be if there is a discharge of firearms or death of the suspect, the IAS is mandated under Republic Act 8551 to conduct a automatic investigation.
Did you not recommended any investigation to the IAS?
I cannot because it is my unit who is involved. Supposed to be, it is a automatic duty of the IAS as mandated in RA 8551. Basta po may discharge of firearm, may death, or meron pong violation of human rights like seriously injured yung suspect. There's no need for a memo requesting the IAS to investigate. Under the law po, it is automatic.
So it is automatic that the IAS would investigate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero as a commander, station commander, you have the duty to recommend, sabihin sa IAS na itong mga pulis na ito, nakapatay ng suspect, you have to investigate.
Hindi po ganun how it works. We are just required to submit IR and the complete folder, and the crime scene is always processed by SOCO. Para kung may investigation, the crime scene is preserved and all evidence po ay ma-preserve.
Well, hindi naman ganun yung nangyayari, no? So, yun dapat na, kaya nga tayo nagkakaroon ng investigation in aid of legislation dito, no? Para mabago yung ganung sitwasyon. Kasi nasabi natin, any operations of the police, kung may namatay, whether police yan or suspect, dapat ay may investigation, automatic, at the least, recommended by the station commander. But anyway, Mr. Chair, in number 7, while you are in the station or as a station commander of Sasa Police Station, naka-receive ka ng call from Police Lieutenant Colonel Padua. Then, the intelligence officer of Bato de la Rosa, who was the city director of Davao at that time. Ano tong call na to? Can you describe? Ano po ito?
The call pertains to, he informed me that there will be a entrapment operation which will be conducted in my area of responsibility, particularly in Malagamot, Barangay Malagamot, Your Honor.
Okay, anong operation ito?
I think it is a entrapment operation, parang may swindling ata o fraud na activity po yung suspect.
So, again, may namatay na naman.
Yes,
Tama
Your
pa?
Honor.
Tama po ba? So, ano nangyari? Naimbestigahan ba to?
Na-process po ng SOCO at na-preserve naman po yung evidence. But since it is a implied, understandable po.
So again,
So it is
kapag operation, so-called legitimate operations, pag may namamatay, walang nananagot sa mga namamatay. Kahit na inimbestigahan po. Tama?
It appears to be that way po, Your
Parang,
Honor.
Mr. Chair, parang automatic dito, no? Kapag may operation, legitimate or not, may namatay, just may report lang, and then kung iimbestigahan ng IAS, hanggang doon na lang.
Your Honor,
Opo.
unless po the relatives of the victim will file cases po.
Okay. Pero hindi lang ganun. Kasi tayo po as government official, may responsibilidad tayo sa anumang nangyayari sa ating mamamayan. Lalong-lalo na mga pulis, di ba? To serve and protect yung ating mga kababayan. Kahit na kriminal yan o hindi, you serve and protect. And to give justice, di ba? Or kung nagkaroon ng excessive force or whatever, di ba? So, so tingin mo merong mali doon sa sistema, sa police as regards to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Na kailangan natin baguhin yung ano, no?
It is true, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito po bang Police Lieutenant Colonel Padua nasa service pa rin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So ito rin meron din dito isa na namang parang operations sa Sasa, Barangay Captain. Nag-report ng akyat bahay. Ano po ang nangyari dito? Pakikwento nga po, Colonel.
Yes po, that is a legitimate operation. The barangay captain was also there during the operation, and meron din pong media who was also present, and there was an actual engagement. Buhay po yung isang suspect dyan, pero pagdating po sa hospital, mga siguro 5 to 10 minutes after namatay din. And then may isa po na nakatakbo pero may sugat po. And nagkaroon po yan ng reward when the suspect eventually died in the hospital po.
So sinasabi mo dito nakatanggap ka ng 20,000 na reward?
Yes po.
Okay, so ito na yung sinasabi nating reward, no? Doon sa kwento mo about the reward. So, tinanggap mo itong 20,000?
Yes po, itinawag po kasi. Binibigay
Saan po galing itong 20,000 na rewards? Sinabi mo kay Boy Alce?
Yeah,
Sergeant, from Sergeant Suan, provided by Boy Alce. Sino po ba itong mga to?
Boy Alce is a retired police officer. Kilala po siya sa area ng Sasa. And when such incident happens in Sasa, he was the one providing the amount through Sergeant Suan. Unfortunately po, si Sergeant Suhan was killed, I think 3 years ago. When he was on board a taxi po, pauwi siya, binaril po siya. And Boy Alce also died po of, I think may sakit na rin po yan, namatay na rin po.
Sa tingin mo, yung pumatay kay Sergeant Suwan ay yung nagbibigay ng reward? Or work nung nagbibigay ng reward?
Ay, naging suspicious po ako because they said that Sergeant Suwan was engaged illegal drug activities, parang protector or something. And ayun, nabaril po siya, namatay po nung sumakay siya ng taxi pa uwi sa bahay nila. I think it is a unsolved crime din po sa Davao.
Okay. So, yung Boy Alce, no, yung retired police officer. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, meron na tayo ditong example na talagang may reward. Example natin si Colonel Garma herself na tumanggap ng reward based on this mga operations. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, medyo mahirap tanggapin ito, Mr. Chair. So, talagang antapang ni si Colonel Garma, no, pinakita niya dito talaga yung cooperation at tapang niya, no, na ganito. Dahil gusto talaga natin makakuha ng mga sample na merong reward. Kasi katulad niyan, sinasabi ni Colonel Leonardo, wala siyang alam doon sa rewards. At meron gato example. At makakakita pa tayo niyan. Katulad nga ng sinasabi ni Kong Jay kanina, maraming magko-collaborate, no, doon kay Colonel Garma. At marami pa dito, no, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko na rin iisa-isahin. Baka meron tayong ibang colleagues na pwede pa rin magtanong. Ang huling tanong ko na lang, Mr. Chair, nandun ka sa detention center ng HOR, tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay naman po, komportable ka doon?
Okay naman po. I was able to adjust, Your
Were
Honor.
you, pumupunta ba yung anak?
Nasa akin po yung anak ko doon po, sa loob.
Nasa loob?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Magkasama kayo doon?
Yes.
So,
yes,
no
Your
problem sa kanya?
Medyo nagre-request na po na kung makalabas daw kami, may plans siya. Sabi ko, konting tiis na lang, sabi ko po sa kanya, Your Honor.
So, she's not schooling? Alam ko babae yung anak mo? Di ba siya nag-aaral?
Online po siya, schooling ngayon.
Okay,
As long as
online.
may internet, Your Honor, nakakaaral siya.
Alam mo, Mr. Chair, disclosure, nung last hearing, nakita kami ni Colonel Garma sa loob ng CR. Talagang nagtaka ko bakit niya ako niyakap. So sabi niya, parang gumaan ang loob niya. Well, sabi ko, buti na lang po, nakikipag-cooperate kayo para makita natin yung katotohanan. At ang sabi niya, yung kanyang anak ang nag-push sa kanya na magsabi ng katotohanan. At yung nakagaan sa loob. Alam niyo po, bilang ina, ako po, ina po ako ng 2 lalaki. Talaga pong yung pag anak na yung nagsasabi, talagang makakonsensya ka eh. Minsan, Mr. Chair, nasagad-sagad ko yung trabaho bilang union leader, no? Pag nagsabi yung anak ko na, Mama, hindi na tayo nakakapunta sa ganito, puro ka na lang trabaho, puro ka. Yun ang nagiging konsensya effect ng nanay, yung kanyang anak. At buti na lang ay nag-cooperate si Colonel Garma. Alam ko yung sinasakripisyo ng isang ina sa ganitong situation. Katanungin ko sana, Mr. Chair, kung tumatawag yung anak niya, yung pala nandiyan. Pero sa stay mo sa detention, may tumawag ba sa'yo? May tumatawag ba sa'yo, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. My relatives and
Sino pa? Tumawag ba sa'yo si former President Duterte?
yes, Your Honor.
Tumawag sa'yo si former President Duterte. Kailan po? Paano yon? Yung bago ka nag-testify or after you have testified nung last meeting?
After I testified, Your Honor, last Thursday.
Okay, dahil tumawag siya sa'yo, no? So, ibig sabihin, may number pa sa'yo si President Duterte, former President Duterte. O hindi ka nagpalit ever ng number mo mula noong...
Nagpalit po ako ng number. Actually, yung number ko is just more than 1 year pa lang na ginagamit ko to, Your Honor. Yung number ko. I think he is very resourceful naman siguro, kaya nahanap yung number ko, Your Honor.
Ilang beses tumawag sa'yo si former President Duterte?
Once po.
Once?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede bang malaman kung ano sinabi sa'yo ni former President Duterte?
He just explained why Iglesia ni Cristo yung hinanap niyang officer.
So that's why hinanap mo si Colonel Leonardo.
In-explain niya sa akin why Iglesia ni Cristo po yung pinahanap.
Bakit daw, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, ang sabi niya is mapagkakatiwalaan sa pera ang Iglesia ni Cristo.
So, ibig sabihin, dahil siya na mismo nagsabi na mapapagkatiwalaan sa pera. So, ibig sabihin, inductive reasoning lang, Mr. Chair. So, ibig sabihin, mapapagkatiwalaan ng pera si Colonel Leonardo. Dahil Colonel Leonardo is an Iglesia ni Cristo. Parang ganun ang implication sa'yo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin, nabibigyan ng pera si Colonel Leonardo. Yung mga rewards.
It can be interpreted that way, maybe,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, hindi. Pag ina-analyze lang natin, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung mga gano'n na yung mga implication and simple lang yon logic. But anyway, ayan, mali na, Mr. Chair. Tinatawagan si Colonel Leonardo ni former President Duterte. Aside from that explanation, hindi ka ba niya pinigilan na magsabi ng totoo dito sa Quadcom or ano man yung any other messages aside from that?
Wala po. Wala siyang, hindi niya ako pinigilan, wala po.
So wala na?
Wala po.
Hindi ka naman nag-sorry sa kanya dahil nagsabi ka ng totoo?
Actually, nag-sorry po ako. Yes, I said, I'm sorry.
Okay. Siguro lang natin yan, kulturan natin yan kapag
Yes, ma'am.
Pero hindi dapat siya hinga ng, hindi pa tayo dapat mag-sorry sa kanya dahil dapat mag-sorry siya, si President Duterte, former President Duterte, ay mag-sorry doon sa libo-libong tao, mga kabataan, mga inosente na pinatay niya. So, Mr. Chair. So that ends my interpellation, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Colonel Garma.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castro. The next to interpellate is Congressman Paulo Ortega. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs. To our chairman, I'd like just to ask a few questions to para kay Ginoong Leonardo po. Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo, meron po tayong drug list na sinasabi po ng mga testimonya, ng mga nakarang testimonya na kayo po ang pinaka-familiar at pinaka-arkitekto ng drug list na to. Meron po tayong National Watch List on Illegal Drugs, yung NWID, na of course, nag-undergone po ng order of battle o kaya may pinagdaanan po na validation. Tama po ba yun, sir?
Narinig ko po yan, yung National Drug Watch List po.
And I'm sure dumaan po to sa proseso ng siyempre validated at may vetting po na nagaganap. Hindi po ba, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Natural po pag ganitong mga validation at may mga lista po na binibigay, sabi nyo nga po from the regions. Meron po ba kayong ginagawang reporting or briefings, intelligent reports na kinoconduct post and after operations?
Briefing po, every after operation po.
Every after operations. Meron po ba kayong record ng mga briefings na to, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo?
Mr. Chair, may I be clarified? Which
Meron-
report are you referring to, Mr. Chair?
Meron po bang recordings ng mga briefings nyo before operations?
Pagka magkakandak po kami ng operations, usually nagkakandak po ng briefing, pre-operations briefing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Ginong Leonardo, sa Operation Double Barrel po, meron din malamang mga ganitong briefings na nagaganap.
Lahat po ng mga operations under Oplan Double Barrel, meron pong mga kinakandak na pre-operations briefing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, do we already have copies of these briefings?
Ako po wala po kong hawak na copy ng briefing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, meron na po ba tayong copy ng mga briefings na naganap po nung time ng Oplan Double Barrel?
As far as the briefing is concerned by the PIDEA, we did have a briefing pero hindi yung tungkol sa Oplan na double barrel. Ang briefing na ginawa sa atin dito sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs ay briefing on the drug situation in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's far as I can recall.
Mr. Chair, Ginong Leonardo, gaano po kadalas na ginagawa yung mga briefings during the Oplan Double Barrel po? Anong frequency niya?
Every time na may conduct po ng operations po, Mr. Chair, ano po yun, mandatory magkaroon po ng pre-operations briefing, Mr. Chair.
So Mr. Chair, kanina po, sumisenyas po si Comsec na wala pa po tayong kopya ng mga briefings na to, yung sa Oplan Double Barrel. May I also request that we subpoena copies of this briefings, Mr. Chair?
Comsec, please coordinate with the PNP and request for a copy of the Oplan double barrel. No?
Briefings, yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Tuloy ko lang, Mr. Chair. Yun nga po, based po sa mga tanong po sa mga affidavit, parang nasa gitna po kayo nito, Ginoong Leonardo, parang natuturo na kayo po ang nasa gitna. Kayo pong arkitekto, parang ganun po yung mga base po sa ating affidavit. Ngayon po, na-mention ko po kanina itong ating NWID, yung ating National Watch List on Illegal Drugs. Pero sa mga matagal-tagal na po na ating hearing, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo, meron po silang marami pong nagbabanggit na apparently, dalawa po yung drug list. May idea po ba kayo dito, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo?
Ang alam ko po na watch list, drug watch list, ayun pong may pinapakita po si former president sa TV, yun po yun, ang pagkakaalam ko na watch list po.
Kasi based po sa mga statements, meron po yung NWID, saka meron po yung DDS na drug list na mangilang-ilang tao lang po ang may hawak. May idea po ba kayo o may idea kayo tungkol dito sa DDS na drug list na to na separate po dito sa NWID na parang dalawa po yung lumalabas na drug list?
Actually po, ang pagkakaalam ko po dyan, meron po talagang drug watch list. Ito po yung national. Ano po. Nagkaroon lamang po ng NWID nung nag-assign po ng mga agency. I think there are 4 agencies na assigned to revalidate that list po. Yun lang po ang alam ko tungkol sa list, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo, wala pong DDS na drug list na separate from the NWID na drug list?
Wala po akong alam na separate na drug watch list, Mr. Chair.
Kasi based po dun sa mga nakarang hearings natin, parang yung pong pangalawang drug list na yon, dun po nilalagay yung mga hindi ka alyado, hindi ka kampe, yung mga may personal na hindi sila gustong ginawa. At ang kadalasan pong lumalabas na parang secretariat ng drug list na to, yung pangalan nyo po, Ginoong Leonardo.
Basta po ang pagkakalam ko, yung watch list na yan, yan na po yung drug watch list na kailangang i-validate ng PNP and other law enforcement agencies po na inassign para mag-validate po niyan. Kasi po, kung kami, I would not know, Mr. Chair, kasi po hindi po namin kilala yung mga taga-ibang region. Nasa Davao lang po kami. At wala po kaming capability to validate. Wala pong manpower. Hindi po, outside na po ng scope ng aking responsibility yun, Mr. Chair.
Pero Mr. Chair, parang ang hirap naman pong paniwalaan na hindi nila alam yung nangyayari sa mga ibang region. Kasi nga po, meron pong reports na naisasubmit sa kanila. So, kung sakaling yung ang ginagamit na NWID, at saka meron din pong vetting from the PIDEA, bakit parang matunog po yung parang personal na drug list na ginamit nung nakarang administrasyon na yun nga po, as per Kerwin Espinosa, is yun po yung listahan na ginagamit pag hindi ka talaga ng gusto nung nakarang administrasyon. Wala po bang katotohanan yun? Wala kayong idea, wala kayong knowledge, o wala kayong hand dun sa sinasabi nilang pangalawang drug list?
Wala po talaga, Mr. Chair. Ang mga pangalan, kung ano man ang nilagay dun sa drug watch, nanggagaling po yan sa mga jurisdiction, local jurisdiction po. Umaakyat po sa headquarters, kinoconsolidate po yan. Yun lang po ang alam ko dun sa drug watch list na yan, Mr. Chair.
To wrap up na lang, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo. Bakit po kaya, Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo, na parang halos lahat po nung turo, halos lahat po nung mga statements na narinig natin, bakit po yung turo nila, sabi nga po, ang arkitekto nga daw po ng lahat ng to, bakit po very strong po yung statements against you? Na bakit po kayo yung sinasabi nilang utak o nagdisenyo ng lahat ng ito? Mr. Chair, Ginoong Leonardo.
Actually po, nag-attempt lang po kami na mag-suggest yung task force nga na yon na hindi naman natuloy. So, kasi nga po, hindi siya applicable dyan sa ang nasunod po ay yung double barrel po talaga. Hindi po natuloy yung sinasabi nilang inarkitekto ko na task force. Wala pong nabuong task force. At yung mga pangalan na binabanggit, hindi nga rin po natuloy. So hindi rin po sila nagamit or wala po. Plano lang po talaga yon, Mr. Chair.
In closing, Mr. Chair, kaya nga po, kaya po tayo nagtanong ng mga at nagbigay ng mga ganong punto. Kasi nga, alam natin ang Oplan double barrel ay legal yan. May polisiya po yan. Pero yung nga pong sinasabi nilang pangalawang drug list, yun po yung mga verbal orders, yung mga pronouncements, at syempre, baka nasabi pong hindi nga natuloy kasi hindi siya polisiya. Verbal po siya. At yung mga orders galing taas po, salita lang po para po undocumented at hindi mahahabol. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, salamat. Thank you, Congressman Ortega.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Fernandez, for
Briefly
your
lang.
manifestation.
Kasi medyo nalilito na ako doon sa pinag-uusapan, hindi ko na maintindihan eh. So, Commissioner Leonardo, meron lang akong gusto i-confirm, no? Kasi we wanted to find out, ano po ba yung structure na ginawa nyo kumpara doon sa sinasabi mo kanina na ang na-implement ay yung double barrel, yung tokhang. So, ano ba pagkakaiba noong structure na pinropose mo compare doon sa na-implement ng ating pong dating administrasyon?
Actually, gaya po ng nabanggit ko kanina, Mr. Chair, kami po ay nagplano lamang. Actually,
Hindi nga, ano po yung plano? Kasi kanina, panay ganun nga nadidinig ko sa iyo eh.
Okay po.
Nagplano kami, ganun. Ano ba yung plano? Ano ba yung structure?
Ang plano namin ay mag-create po ng task force na hahawak po sa Luzon, sa Visayas, at saka Mindanao.
Ano gagawin?
Ang gagawin po sana namin, na merong in charge sa Luzon, merong in charge sa Visayas, may in charge sa Mindanao, para tumulong po sa yung kontra-droga, Mr. Chair.
So anong pinaka-plano? So may structure o merong Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. So tapos
Paano ini-implement?
paano nyo i-implement? Halimbawa, may head doon. O, paano ngayon?
Kami po kasi parang nung time na yon, sabi ko nga po sa unang statement ko, we were then nag-isip na baka applicable ito. Pero apparently hindi pala po pwede dahil ang
Hindi, Colonel Leonardo, wag mo kami confuse. Kasi ako, totoo, kanina ko pa pinakikinggan yung mga usapan nyo eh. May plano, hindi tinuloy. Ang tinuloy yung tokhang, saka yung double barrel. Pero hindi ko masakyan kung ano yung hindi na-aprubahan sa structure mo. Kasi sinabi mo, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, ito ang plano, kailangan war on drugs. Ano yung plano? O ito yung mga tao sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Ano yung binuong mga tao? Anong order? Paano gagawin? Di ba? Kasi merong kasing oplan sa kayong tokhang, di ba? Na kinuway sa mga badak. At tapos, yun yung mga inoperate. Yung iba na rekomendado ng badak ay dinadala doon sa rehabilitation center. Di ba? Yun yung plano ng kami. Ako nga, naging mayor eh. Yun ang naging tema ng aming polisiya sa gobyerno eh. So, ang tokhang saka yung double barrel ay kinukuha namin yung mga yung listahan sa bawat barangay. O pagkatapos na lista, pinupuntahan ng mga barangay captain, kinakausap, pag napatunayan ng mga addict dahil meron tayong drug testing, ay dinadala namin sa rehabilitation. Pag pusher naman, dinadala namin sa Balay Silangan para i-rehab din sila. Yun, yung pinakita sa atin. At yun ang sinunod namin, ako bilang mayor. Ano yung plano na sinasabi mo? Hindi ko kasi maikumpara doon sa planong inaprubahan nila former PNP chief, yung oplan tokhang, saka yung double barrel. Ano yung pagkakaiba ng planong sinasabi mo?
Actually, ang plano nga po, ganun din, mag-intensify conduct of police operation sa Luzon, sa Visayas, and Mindanao. Kaya lang po, nagkaroon nga po ng conflict dahil bumuo ang PNP ng Oplan double barrel. So, yun po ang nasunod. Yun na po.
O yung intensified kasi na police operation, it's all the same with the Oplan tokhang eh, saka yung sa double barrel eh. Anong pagkakaiba ng structure mo na hindi na-aprobahan yung structure mo?
Same mission po sana na maging intensified po yung campaign against po dito sa
Do you think that the project ng nila General Batonon ay hindi ganun ka intensify? Because if I remember it right, it produces fear, takot sa lahat ng mga public official and also the people of the Philippines. Natakot tayo, sumunod nga kami. Nagsunudan tayong lahat eh. Now, tell me, Commissioner Leonardo, hindi mo pwedeng sabing intensify eh. Ano yung plano na in-offer mo?
Actually nga po, ang plano namin ay tumulong to intensify yung anti-illegal drug operation. Ang plano namin sa Luzon, sa Visayas and Mindanao. Kaya lang po, hindi na pala applicable dahil sa sobrang laki, sobrang dami. Tapos ipinasok nga po itong pag-upo ni Chief PNP Senator Bato de la Rosa, yung pong Oplan double barrel nga po ang dapat i-implement. So wala po kaming magagawa kundi sundin po yon. Yun po ang aming in-implement sa kanya-kanya naming role sa PNP.
Okay, sinabi ni GM Garma, no, sa kanyang affidavit na ikaw yung bumuo nung structure, no? At well, hindi mo maalis sa isipan namin, no, na yung structure mo, ano, hindi mo maalis, Colonel Leonardo, was also implemented. Alam mo yung plano mo na sinunod, like for example, what happened to the different parts of the country, aside from the Tokhang, aside from the double barrel, there was indeed, no, nakita natin na mga namamatay sa buong Pilipinas. And it was recorded, no, na halos lahat ng mga namamatay na katulad dun sa nangyari kay Mr. Tony Halili ng Tanawan at nangyari doon sa mayor ng Los Baños. That nakita natin that there were involvement of certain personalities in the PNP. Doon sa binanggit ni GM Garma, and this was also napanood ko rin sa interview with PRRD ni Secretary Panelo na kaya ka napili magaling sa pera. Yun yung na ano yun yung nabanggit eh. And will you confirm this, GM Garma, na binanggit mo na magaling sa pera?
Your Honor, ang sinabi po, maasahan.
Maasahan. Sa paghawak.
Trustworthy, parang ganun po.
Sa paghawak ng pera.
Ang iglesia.
Tama. Tingin mo, Commissioner Leonardo, bakit nabanggit ng Presidente no, na maaasahan ka sa paghawak ng pera?
Mr. Sir, siguro po si former President pong
ang tatanungin namin.
Kasi po, hindi ko po alam bakit niya sinabi.
Sige po. So we will be...
Pera sa akin, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. So, since wala po yung ating pong former President, we will assume that, let us assume na yung mga sinasabi niya ay totoo, na maaasahan ka sa paghawak ng pera. Ang ibig ba sabihin nito, kasi nakita rin natin dun sa testimony ni GM Garma, that yung pera nanggaling kay Yusek Muking. Si Yusek Muking, na nasa Malacanang, siya nag-release ng pera kay Peter Parungo. Okay. And si Peter Parungo ay hindi naman natin masasabing opisyal ng PNP. As a matter of fact, si Peter Parungo ay may kaso ng rape. Di ba? At siya tumatanggap ng pera in accordance with the testimony of affidavit of GM Garma. At doon sinasabi, natatakot si Peter Parungo dahil malaki na yung perang nasa BPI, sa PS Bank, at sa Metro Bank. Now, ang tanong, kung tumatanggap ng pera si Peter Parungo mula kay Muking na nanggaling sa Malacanang, hindi ako naniniwala na si Peter Parungo na may kaso ng rape, siya magbibigay ng pera sa mga PNP officials na nagpe-perform ng operasyon laban doon sa mga nasa listahan ng drug watch list. Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, hindi ba ikaw ang umahawak ng pera na nanggagaling kay Peter Parungo?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Wala kang binigyan na pera ng mga generals, colonels, majors at captains?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
At lahat ng mga sinasabi doon sa testimony an affidavit ni Colonel Garma ay dinideny mo?
Dinideny ko po na tumanggap po ko ng pera galing kay...
So, hindi mo natanggap yung mga perang yon. In other words, ang humahawak ng pera, kung paniniwalaan natin ang affidavit ni Colonel Garma, ay si Peter Parongo na may kaso ng rape. At siya malamang ang nagbibigay sa lahat ng mga kapulisan na nag-ooperate against doon sa mga taong nakalagay sa drug watch list. Am I correct?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair, kung ganun po.
Ano po?
Hindi ko po alam yung tungkol kay Pedro, Mr. Chair.
Do you confirm that there is a reward system?
Meron po ako naririnig na...
Ikaw, ang tinatanong ko.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Walang reward system. Do you watch Senator Bato confirm that there was a reward system when he attended a hearing noon sa Senado na kung saan kinonfirm niya na merong reward system? Si General Bato mismo, sinabi niya.
Kung meron po, Mr. Chair, ako po wala akong personal knowledge, Mr. Chair.
Do you also watch the mga lumalabas sa social media that even the Senator Go confirmed that there was a reward system?
Ayoko na pong hindi po ako gano'n.
Alam mo kasi, Commissioner Leonardo, ikaw na lang ang hindi nakakaalam na may reward system.
Naririnig ko po, Mr. Chair, na...
At ayaw mong sabihin na may kinalaman ka sa reward system. Kahit na sinasabi na ng mga opisyales and even the former president also during his first months of assumption have said na merong reward system. Nagsabi sila si Presidente, former President, si Senator Bongo, si Senator... kasi kita naman natin sa lahat ng video Commissioner na sinasabi na may reward system And now, ikaw na nakasama nila, nakausap nila, ay binabanggit mo ngayon na walang reward system? Are you kidding me?
Naririnig ko lang po, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo, nagugulat ako sa mga kasagutan mo.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension? Because I know you're very tired and exhausted. So,
Meron ako isang tanong last na.
Sige, okay.
Bago tayo mag-suspend for 1 minute. GM Garma, may I ask this question sa iyo? Kasi kanina nadinig ko, hindi ako mapakali I wanted to find out, kanina kasi tinanong ni Congresswoman Castro na may mga tumawag sa iyo. Medyo nagulat lang ako na tinawagan ka ng ating former president. Sa pagtawag sa iyo, ilang minuto kayo nag-usap? Mga ilang minutes po kayo nag-usap?
Mga 1 minute lang siguro, Your Honor.
1 minute?
Chair, mga ganun lang po siguro. Kasi may silence kasi.
So, ano yung hindi mo makalimutan sa tawag niya? I mean, about your testimony. Ano sinabi niya about your testimony?
Wala po siyang sinabi about my testimony. Sinabi lang niya sa akin is kung alam ko daw bang rason kung bakit Iglesia ni Cristo. Sabi
Hindi
ko,
siya?
Tinanong ako kung alam ko ang rason bakit Iglesia ni Cristo ang hinanap. And may silence kasi hindi ako mimik sa may sumagot ka. And then, ito, para malaman mo na. Tapos in-explain niya sa akin kasi Iglesia, kasi yun na nga, trustworthy daw sa pera, maasahan. Pagdating sa pera, ang
ano
Iglesia.
Pa? Ang napag-usapan niya?
Yun lang po.
Yun lang. Sino pa mga tumawag sa iyong personalidad?
Po,
Sino pa
Your
po
Honor,
ang tumawag sa iyong personalidad?
wala na pong ibang tumawag po. Siya lang po. And my relatives, Your Honor.
Mga relatives mo? Wala nang kapwa mo polis? Wala bang mga congressman? Senador?
None, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, none po.
Wala.
Wala na ibang tumawag.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear, GM Garma, para at least maliwanag tayo that you are not being pressured by anyone inside and outside of this House of Representatives. Otherwise, we will not allow some pressure coming from this House and outside that is pressuring you to say something against your will. Yun lang po yung gusto namin malaman.
Yes, Mr.
I hope you're
Chair.
telling the truth.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Wala pong ibang tumawag na po.
Sige. Mr. Chairman, you're asking for a 1-minute suspension, then I will be asking more questions in a while.
Yeah, 1-minute suspension. Yung pong gustong mag-CR, pwede po kayo mag-CR. Pasensya na ho dun sa madedelay, ano? Parehas dito si Mr. Dondon Palermo at si Mariel Marinay. Give us a few more minutes, ha, bago kami, kayo naman ang kakausapin namin.
And they do need to have their meals. So I will be presiding over Quadcom for the meantime. Committee is now resumed. Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Okay, I'll be ano muna, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask also yung ano yung sa I will withhold muna yung mga questions kay Colonel Leonardo and also with Colonel Garma. I'll be yielding muna momentarily with for sa iyo or kay Jinky. For the line of questioning doon po sa mga jail guards, precisely because these are issues that so important as well that need to be heard by this Quadcom, Mr. Chairman.
The decision of the chair is we will temporarily suspend consideration or tackling of Colonel Garma, and we will now proceed with the jail guards.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman
before we
Benny.
do that, I have some questions to Colonel Leonardo.
Okay, yes. Well, being a chairman of the Committee on Human Rights.
Wala siya ngayon. I think he's
Oo.
in the restroom.
Siguro pagbalik na lang, Chairman Benny.
Okay.
Okay. So, given that, we will proceed with tackling now the issue of the jail guards. With us now are COMSEC. Can you please introduce our resource persons?
Mr. Chair, our resource persons are from the provincial jail of Leyte, and they are led by the provincial warden.
Thank you
They
very
have
much.
already taken their oath, sir.
Have they taken? They've taken their oath.
Yes,
And we also have COMSEC two new resource persons. Can you please explain? Can you please introduce them?
The guy, sir, is Mr. Donald Palermo. He's the one referred to as PDL Dondon. And the other is Miss Mariel Marinay, the sister of Mr. Kerwin Espinosa. There are two other resource persons, sir. There are three other resource persons. Those ladies who reportedly cleaned the house of the late mayor. But they're still there.
Nasaan po yung tatlong babae
Okay.
na bisita? Oh, baka kung gusto niyo po, maupo na po kayo dito sa harapan at mabigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon na makapagsalita at makilala. COMSEC, have they been administered their oath?
Yet taken their oath, sir.
Okay, kindly administer the oath to our resource persons before we proceed.
Yes, apil ka. Kamutanan. Okay. Tagalogin ko, ha. Taas ang inyong kanang kamay. Kayo ba ay nanunumpa na magsabi ng katotohanan, ng pawang katotohanan at buong katotohanan sa pagdinig ng kapulungang ito? Yes? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The oath has been administered.
Thank
sir.
you very much, Comsec. So we will proceed with the issue of what happened in Baybay penal facility, and the chair will now recognize Congresswoman Jinky Luistro for interpellations. Congressman Luistro, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to direct my questions to the jail guards. Can you please identify yourselves, please?
Julie Toritana po ng Baybay Subjail.
Ano po ulit pangalan?
Julie Toritana.
John Lee Torre Tana.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Tana is your last name?
Ritana po.
Retanya.
Ritana. Ritana lang po.
Retana.
Oh. Yes,
How
ma'am.
long have you been employed in... Gaano na po kayo katagal na nagtratrabaho sa Baybay Provincial Jail?
Mga 20 years na po, Mr. Chair.
20 years. Kailan po kayo nag-umpisa?
Noong 2004, Mr. Chair.
2004. Can we ask the next jail guard, please identify yourself?
Roger Rasaga po, Mr. Chair.
Rasaga?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How long have you been employed in Baybay Provincial Jail?
30 years in service.
30 years.
Yes, Mr.
What
Chair.
year did you start?
1994.
1994.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I understand we have another jail guard. Please identify yourself.
Mr. Chair, Security Officer 1 Manuel Nicolas C. Abuda, the incumbent sub-provincial warden of Baybay City.
Sir, what's your
Effective-
name again? Provincial Warden.
Sub-provincial warden.
Sub.
Baybay City Sub-Jail Facility is 01 Security Officer 1 Manuel Nicolas C. Abuda, Mr.
Abuda.
Chair. Abuda.
Abuda. When were you assigned to the Provincial Jail of Baybay? Kailan po kayo na-assign doon?
I assume the position effective August 1st, 2024.
2024.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I understand that the subject matter of this investigation pertains to an incident which happened on November 5, 2016. So I will be directing my questions to the two jail guards who were there already during this date, Retana and Rasaga. Mr. Retana,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
as a jail guard, can you please enlighten us? Kwentuhan niyo po kami. Ano po ang duties niyo sa Provincial Jail of Baybay as one of the jail guards?
Ako po ay isang team leader ng isang grupo ng gwardya. Ang aming layunin po ay bantayan ng aming mga bilanggo, Mr. Chair.
Pwede niyo po bang ibahagi sa amin ano po ba yung mga detailed activity na ginagawa niyo para ma-achieve yung sinasabi niyong bantayan ang jail facility, including the PDLs?
Mr. Chair, sa umaga po ay kami po ay naggawa ng head count. Tapos, na alas 6 ng umaga, pagka binubuksan namin yung mga silda nila para maarawan sila doon sa tinatawag naming compound area.
Okay, so every 6 a.m., tama po ba yun? Pinalalabas niyo yung mga preso para maarawan sila?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Pero doon lang po sa loob lang din ng kulungan.
Sa loob ng compound.
Yes,
What
Mr.
else
Chair.
do you do in guarding the jail facility?
Pagkahapon naman po, bandang alas 5, binabilang na po namin, tapos pinapasok na namin po sila lahat. Sa
Do you mean to
kanilang
say na pag pinalabas nyo sila ng alas 6 ng umaga, anong oras nyo po sila ulit ipapasok?
Mga bandang alas 5 ng hapon po.
5 p.m. na po.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Chair.
ibig sabihin, simula po 6 a.m. hanggang 5 p.m., nasa labas ng selda ang mga preso?
Sa labas ng silda nila, pero nasa loob lang din ng kulungan. May compound po area doon.
Nasa labas ng selda pero nasa loob ng compound ng jail facility. Tama
Yes
po ba
Madam.
yun?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
Pag sinabi nyo po bang nasa loob ng compound, nasa labas ng jail facility pero nasa loob ng bakod na nagsisecure ng jail facility. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po sa perimeter area, Mr. Chair, pero sa loob lang din ng facility, sa loob ng building.
Nasa loob pa rin ng building.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ito ho bang sinasabi nyong area kung saan tumitigil itong mga preso from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Ito po ba'y nakasecure din?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, meron po kayong isang secured facility kung saan tumitigil sila 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. and beyond that time, ipapasok nyo na sa kanilang maliliit na selda. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And while this PDLs, habang ito pong mga presong ito ay nandoon sa labas ng kanilang mga selda pero within the jail facility building, ito po bang mga presong ito sa inyong pagkakaalam ay nakakapagtago, hawak ng mga armas, kagaya ng baril?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
And how do you say that? Paano nyo po nasabi na hindi po sila nakakapagtago ng anumang sandata?
Makikita po namin sila, Mr. Chair.
Aside from viewing these PDLs, do you conduct regular checking and search among these PDLs? Sila ba'y inyo pong binabody search? At sinesearch nyo din po ba yung kanilang maliliit na selda to make sure na wala silang tinatagong mga sandata o firearms?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Minsan kanda kami ng galugad po, Mr. Chair.
Can you enlighten us? Gaano po kayo kalimit mag-conduct ng search sa loob ng selda?
Twice a month or monthly, Mr. Chair.
Twice a month or monthly. Baka humalusutan kayo pagka ganyan katagal. Sa tingin nyo po?
Yan ang ano namin, Mr. Chair.
Because Mr. Retana, there are allegations, meron pong aligasyon si Colonel Marcos na mayroong baril si Mayor Espinosa sa loob ng kulungan. Ano pong masasabi nyo dito?
Hindi po yun totoo, Mr. Chair.
And before I go any further, Mr. Retana, nasan po ba kayo nung November 5, 2016?
Nasa bye-bye subject, Mr. Chair, naka-duty po ako.
Naka-duty po kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And ano pong naaalala niyong pangyayari nung petsang iyon?
May isang pangyayari na pinasok kami ng mga tao, lula ng 3 patrol cars.
Pag sinabi niyo po bang pinasok kami ng mga tao, Ang ibig sabihin ho ba nun ay purasahan ang pagkapasok o nagpaalam po ba sa inyo being kayo po yung naka-duty na jail guard?
Persahan po.
Purasahan.
Yes po.
At maaari nyo po bang ilarawan, ikwento, paano po yung detalyadong pangyayari ng pagpasok ng 3 team, lula ng 3 police car, yung sinasabi nyo po na puwersahan?
Sa may pasado alas 3 ng madaling araw po, noong no, 60, 5 ng November 2016, may napansin po kaming 3 patrol cars na dumarating galing sa labas papunta sa aming pasilidad. Tapos,
Nakikilala nyo po ba itong mga pulis? Pulis po ba ito? Itong mga dumating na sakay ng 3 police car, patrol car?
napag-alaman ko na lang po na sa IDG po sila, Your Honor.
Ano po yon?
Napag-alaman ko na lang po na si IDG daw sila.
CIDG po sila. So, ibig sabihin, nung una nyo po silang makita, hindi nyo po alam na CIDG sila.
Yes po.
Hindi po ba sila naka-police uniform?
May ilan naka-uniform, yung iba naman hindi po, naka-civilian lang po. Mr. Chair.
Nakikilala nyo po ba kung sino itong mga police na ito?
Wala po akong nakilala kahit isa. Mr.
Wala
Chair.
po kayong nakikilala kahit isa. Kahit po yung team leader nila, hindi nyo po ba nakikilala?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun pong team leader, kilala nyo po ba o hindi?
Hindi po sa pangyayaring iyon.
During that time, hindi nyo po siya kilala.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ritana, ikwento nyo po sa amin, paano po ang ginawa nilang pagpasok sa loob ng inyong jail facility?
Nakita ko po sa monitor ng aming CCTV na may paparating na patrol car. Inutusan ko po yung isang kasama ko na si Ortega na puntahan mo doon kung ano ang ano nila, anong pakay nila. Nang pumunta si Ortega, hindi siya nakabalik na dahil siya daw ay tinutukan ng baril at doon na siya pinaharap sa pader. Tapos, tinawag niya ako kay nagkagulo naman doon. Tinawag niya ako na dalhin ko yung susi doon sa my gate. Pinuntahan ko naman sila doon.
Ito po bang gate na tinutukoy nyo, ito'y gate papasok doon sa selda?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po itong gate na binabanggit nyo?
Ito po yung gate ng perimeter, bali main gate po namin.
Main gate ng selda, pero nasa loob din ng building.
Hindi po. Sa labas.
Nasa labas. Para ho ba makapasok yung mga sasakyan?
Yes po. Mr.
Ano pong
Chair.
ginawa ninyo na sunod?
Pumunta ako doon, tapos nagsisigaw na yung mga CIDG, nabuksan ko ang gate.
At binuksan niyo po ba ang gate?
Hindi pa.
Ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Tinanong ko yung kung pwede tingnan yung search warrant nila. Hindi naman po pinakita sa akin.
Hindi po ipinakita sa inyo ang search warrant.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ano pong ginawa ninyo dahil hindi ipinakita yung search warrant?
Pinilit po nilang buksan ang gate.
Paano po yung ginawa nilang pamimilit sa inyo para buksan yung gate?
Inutosan nila ako na buksan.
At kayo po ba'y sumunod kaagad?
Yes po.
After nyo po mabuksan ang gate, ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Hindi pa po. Ang susi, pagpasok ko sa kandado, na putol yung susi, yung naiwan yung kalate doon sa loob.
Naputol ang susi sa loob ng padlock?
Yes po.
So
Mr.
hindi
Chair.
nyo po nabuksan?
Hindi po.
So ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Tinulak na lang nilang tinulak yung gate hanggang mabuksan po.
Ibig sabihin, puwersa na po.
Bumigay yung gate namin.
Bumigay yung gate. Alin ho ang bumigay? Yung lock or yung gate mismo?
Yung lock, padlock po. Mr.
Bumigay
Chair.
yung padlock. Nung makapasok na po sila, ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Yung pinadapaan po kami.
Pinadapa kayo. Ilan po ba kayong
Hindi
pinadapa?
Pinaluhod kami.
Pinaluhod.
Face the wall. At pinataas ang aming mga kamay. Hindi
Ilan
kami.
po ba kayong pinaluhod at pina-face the wall?
Dalawa po kami, si Ortiga, yung kasama ko.
Si Ortega at
Ako.
kayo, Mr. Ratana. Bukod
Yes,
ho ba sa
sir.
inyong dalawa ay may iba pang duty na jail guard?
Mayroon din po.
Simula po dun sa lugar kung saan kayo ay pinaluhod at pina-face the wall, gaano po kayo kalayo dun sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Yung silda yung building po namin, Mr. Chair, is 20 meters away from the gate.
Your building is 20 meters away from the gate.
Yes.
Saan po
Mr.
bang
Chair.
banda kayo pinaluhod at pina-face the wall?
Sa may gate mismo, Mr. Chair.
In other words, malayo po kayo sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sa metro po, sa tingin nyo, mga ilang metro ang layo nyo mula sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
More or less 20 meters.
20 meters. Habang kayo po'y naka-face the wall, nakaluhod, ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Nararamdaman ko lang po na pumapasok yung mga operatives.
Pumapasok sa loob ng building.
Yes po.
Habang kayo ay naka-face the wall sa may perimeter.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
May iba ho bang guard na nasa loob ng building?
Wala na po.
Ibig sabihin kayong dalawa lang po ni Ortega ang duty nung umagang iyon.
4 po kami, 5 po kami. Yung iba, pinapis the wall na din.
San pong banda pina-face the wall yung tatlo?
Yung sa harap ng lobby ng building po.
Nasa harap ng lobby ng building. Sino po itong tatlo na pina-face the wall sa harap ng lobby ng building?
Sina Roderick Prado, si Roger Saga, at si Ronelo Padilla po, Mr. Chair.
Simula po dito sa lobby ng building kung saan nag-face the wall itong tatlo niyong kasama. Gaano po sila kalayo sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Siguro may mga 10 meters lang po.
10 meters. Doon ho ba sa kanilang kinatatayuan ay kita ho ba nila kung anong nangyayari sa loob ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit po hindi?
Yung building namin ay elevated po yun. Tapos, doon lang sila sa baba, naka-pisdol din.
Nasa taas po yung selda at nasa baba itong tatlong jail guards?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
At yun po ang dahilan kung bakit hindi nila kita ang loob ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Simula po sa lobby, kung saan pina-face the wall yung tatlo. Saan po sunod na nagtungo itong mga sinasabi niyong CIDG?
Umakyat na po sila doon sa elevated namin building.
Umakyat na po sila sa elevated area?
Yes.
Saan po sila nagtungo?
Hindi ko na rin alam kasi nasa kami nakaluhod lang din po kami.
Wala po bang susi na hiningi sa inyo para magamit doon sa pag-akyat nila sa elevated area?
Meron din po.
Saan po nanggaling yung susi?
Sa gabi po, ako na po ang may hawak ng lahat ng susi. Sa mga silda, sa lahat ng gate. Ako na
Kinuha po ba nila sa inyo itong susi ng mga seldang binabanggit nyo?
Yes po.
Kailan po nila ito kinuha?
Noong nakaluhod na po ako.
Noong nakaluhod kayo sa perimeter?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, dahil sa susing kinuha sa inyo, nakapasok sila sa elevated area, ilang susi ho ba ang kailangan nilang buksan bago nila maabot at matukoy ang kinaroroonan ni Mayor Espinosa?
Yung susi na hawak ko, Mr. Chair, is isang kumpol yun ng mga susi, lahat ng susi doon sa mga silda namin.
Ilang susi po ang kailangan nilang buksan upang makarating sila kay Mayor Espinosa? Isang susi lang ho ba yun? Pag-akyat ho ba ng elevated area, ando na po ba yung selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Hindi pa po.
Ilan pong pinto o susi ang kailangan buksan?
Dalawa lang po.
Dalawa lang. Tama po bang yung una ay main gate at yung pangalawa ay mismong selda na?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa.
Yung
So
isa-
alin po yung una nilang bubuksan?
Yung isa po, nabanggit kanina, yung sa perimeter fence na kandado.
Nasa loob na po sila ng building.
Yes
Pagdating po nila sa loob ng building, ilang pinto pa po ang kailangan buksan?
Dalawa.
Dalawa. Alin po yung unang pinto?
Ang tinawag naming main gate.
Main gate. Alin po yung pangalawa?
Yung sa gate number 2.
Gate number 2. Ano po itong gate number 2?
Ito po yung gate. Kung mabuksan, tuloy-tuloy na yung para doon sa mga silda.
Pag nabuksan po yung gate number 2, mapapasok na po nila lahat ng selda?
Hindi pa po kasi yung silda may kanya-kanya po yung kandado yun.
Sino pong may hawak ng kandado nung kanya-kanyang selda?
Ang susi po na sa akin basta sa gabi na.
Kasama po ba yun dun sa susing kinuha nila sa inyo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Sa madalit sabi po, pagkabukas nila ng unang gate, nakabukas din sila ng pangalawang gate, at dahil kasama dun sa balumbon ng susi, ang susi ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa, ay kaya din nilang buksan ito. Tama po ba yun?
Nangyari din po.
Ano pong sunod na nangyari na naaalala nyo?
Nang nakaluhod lang po kami, karinig na lang po kami ng putukan. Sabay-sabay.
Ilang putukan po ba yung narinig nyo?
Hindi ko po mabilang. Sabay-sabay lang po yun, Sir Chair.
Hindi nyo po mabilang. Ibig sabihin, sobrang dami po.
Hindi po isa.
Maari ho bang lampas sa 5?
Yes, maaari po.
Lampas ng 10? Sa inyo pong estimate, mga ilang putok po yung narinig nyo? Estimate lang po.
Hindi ko po matansya, Your Honor.
Pero posible ho bang mahigit sa 10?
Hindi po, siguro.
Mahigit sa 5 lang.
Siguro.
Naaalala niyo po ba kung sino ang mga kasama ni Mayor Espinosa sa kanyang selda?
Wala ho siyang kasama, siya lang mag-isa sa kanyang selda, Your Honor.
Mag-isa lamang po siya?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wala ho siyang kasamang ibang bilanggo?
Sa silda 1, wala siyang kasama sa kanyang silda, Mr. Chair. Siya lang mag-isa.
At yung pong seldang sinasabi niyong wala siyang kasama, yan po'y nakakandado, nakalak, di ho ba?
Nakalak, Sir
Ibig
Chair.
sabihin po, wala hong makakapasok na iba na bilanggo kasi yung selda nila nakakandado din.
Yes,
Ganun
Mr.
po
Chair.
ba yun?
Opo,
Ang
Mr.
selda
Chair.
niyo po ba ay tigigisa lamang ng laman na preso?
Hindi po. Yung kay Mayor Espinosa lang po, siya lang pong mag-isa.
Yung kay Mayor Espinosa, isa lamang po ang laman. Mag-isa lamang po siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pagkatapos niyo pong marinig yung mga putok, ano pong sunod na nangyari?
Hindi po namin alam na dahil sa labas lang po kami.
Naaalala niyo po ba kung paano lumabas itong mga pulis na sinasabi niyong pinwersa ang pagpasok sa Baybay Jail Facility?
Paglabas ng building,
Paano po kayo nakatayo doon sa pagkakaluhod nyo? Ilang oras po ba kayong nakaluhod doon? At kailan nyo po uli nakita itong mga pulis na pumasok doon sa building?
siguro mga 2 oras kami nakaluhod po.
2 oras po kayo nakaluhod, naka-face the wall, hindi po kayo gumagalaw.
Yes po. Kahit paglingon, binabawalan po kami.
May nakabantay ho ba sa inyo habang kayo naka-face the wall at nakaluhod?
Opo, sa likuran namin.
Habang nakabantay po sa inyo, ay may nakatutok din ho bang armas?
Hindi po namin alam. Kasi naka-face the
Hindi
wall
po
kami.
kayo lumilingon.
Yes. Hindi po.
Simula po dun sa pagkakaluhod nyong yon, nakarinig kayo ng putok, mga ilang oras ho ba o minuto bago sila lumabas dun sa perimeter na binabanggit nyo?
Tagal-tagal din po.
Gaano po katagal?
Mga alas 11 ng umaga.
Napakatagal po nito. 3 a.m. po sila pumasok, 11 a.m. po sila lumabas.
Parang
At
ganun.
simula-
pero hindi naman po silang sabay-sabay lumabas. Madam Chair.
Anong oras po unang lumabas yung mga kasama nila?
Hindi ko na po na alala.
Hanggang anong oras po kayo nakaluhod at naka-face the wall?
2 oras po.
2 oras, ibig sabihin, alas 5 po ng umaga, pinatayo na kayo.
Nilagyan lang po kami ng upuan, pinaupo lang po kami.
Doon din ho ba sa perimeter kayo pinaupo?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Nalalaman niyo ho ba kung anong pangyayari sa loob habang kayo nakaupo doon sa malapit sa perimeter?
Hindi po, kasi nasa labas lang po kami nakaluhod.
Kailan niyo lamang po nalaman yung pangyayari sa loob ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Nang may inilabas na pong cadaver bag,
Anong oras po nilabas yung cadaver bag?
mga alas 8 siguro to.
8 a.m. Nalaman niyo po ba kaagad kung sino yung nasa cadaver bag?
Yung unang cadaver bag na linabas po nila, nalaman namin na si Mayor yun dahil yung mga kapamilya, nandun na sa labas, nag-iiyakan.
Ilan po bang cadaver bag itong tinutukoy nyo?
2.
Sino naman po yung nasa pangalawang cadaver bag?
Nalaman din po namin na si Raul Yap yun.
At paano nyo po nalamang si Raul Yap yun?
Mga sabi-sabi ng ano sa mga kasamaan din namin, ang mga bilanggo doon.
Sabi nyo po kanina si Mayor Espinosa ay mag-isa lamang sa kanyang selda.
Totoo po yun, Mr. Chair.
Nasaan pong selda naroroon si Raul Yap?
Nasa Silda City po, Mr.
Gaano
Chair.
po ba kalayo ang selda ni Mayor Espinosa sa selda ni Raul Yap?
Siguro mga 10 meters din po.
10 meters po ang layo.
Yes po.
Mayroon ho bang mga seldang nasa pagitan ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa at ni Raul Yap?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ilang selda po ang nasa pagitan nila?
Sunod-sunod yung silda namin.
Simula po sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa hanggang kay Raul Yap, ilan po yung dadaanan na selda?
5.
5. 5 selda ang nasa gitna ng selda ni Mayor at ni Raul Yap.
Yes,
Ito ho bang 5 selda na nasa gitna nila ay mayroon ding mga laman na preso?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nalalaman niyo po ba kung bakit namatay si Mayor Espinosa sa loob ng kanyang selda?
Siguro yung pag narinig naming putok ng baril, yun na yun, yung dahilan.
Kanina po tinanong ko kayo kung posible ba na may armas or baril si Mayor Espinosa during that time. Ano pong sagot nyo doon?
Imposible po yun.
Imposible. Bakit nyo po nasabing imposible?
Kasi naggalugad po kami prior to the death of Mayor Espinosa.
Kailan po kayo naggalugad bago itong pangyayari ng November 5, 2016?
Yung October 30 po.
October 30.
2016.
Ibig sabihin, may pagitan hong 5 araw, but nevertheless, sigurado kayo na walang armas si Mayor Espinosa during that time.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sa inyo pong estimate, mga ilang pulis ho ba yung pumasok sa building?
Hindi ko po
Sabi nyo po kanina, 3 patrol car.
Hindi ko
Lampas
po
ho ba ito ng 10?
Pakiramdam ko lang po, marami sila. Pero hindi ko po nakita dahil naka-piece the wall po ako.
Around 10. Posible ho ba?
Hindi ko po matansya.
Subalit nung sila ho'y lumabas, kayo nakaupo na sa gilid ng perimeter, siyempre nakikita nyo na po yung mga CIDGing lumalabas. Sa estimate nyo po, ilan po sila na lumabas galing sa building?
Medyo marami din.
Lampas ho ba ng 10?
Siguro.
Posibleng lampas ng 10. Posible ho kaya yung sinasabi ni Colonel Marcos na nanlaban si Mayor Espinosa sa mga CIDG?
Hindi ko po alam yun. Dahil nasa labas lang po ako.
Pero sinabi niyo po kanina, sigurado kayong walang armas at mag-isa lang si Mayor Espinosa.
Yes.
Sa sitwasyon ho bang yun? Sa tingin niyo, may kakayanang manlaban si Mayor Espinosa?
Wala.
Ang pulis ay lampas ng 10. Si Mayor walang baril. Tapos mag-isa lang sa selda. May kakayanan ho bang manlaban si Mayor Espinosa sa sitwasyon na yon?
Palagay ko wala.
Walang kakayanan manlaban. Nalalaman niyo po ba ang dahilan kung bakit nila pinatay si Mayor Espinosa?
Hindi po.
Puntahan po natin si Raul Yap. Ang layo po ng selda niya mula sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa. Bakit po kaya si Raul Yap ay pinatay din nung gabing yon, umaga na yon?
Hindi ko rin po alam.
Nalalaman niyo po ba kung si Raul Yap ay armado nung umagang iyon?
Hindi po.
Paano po kayo nakasigurado na hindi siya armado?
Dahil po rin sa galugad na ginawa namin po.
Dahil sa galugad na ginawa ninyo. May kasama ho ba sa selda si Raul Yap?
Meron po.
Ilan po ba silang magkasama dun sa selda?
May kasama po siyang 5.
5.
Mga inmates.
Naaalala niyo pa po ba ang pangalan nitong 5 ito?
Hindi na po.
Bakit po si Mayor Espinosa ay mag-isa, tapos si Raul Yap may kasamang 5? Ano pong dahilan?
Hindi ko na rin po alam. Sa opisina lang po siguro yun,
Kung may kasama po si Raul Yap na 5, bagaman siya hindi armado, posible ho kaya na si Raul Yap tinulungan nung 5 at nanlaban dun sa mga CIDG?
Hindi po namin alam. Kasi
Tinanong niyo po ba yung mga kasama niya sa selda? Doon sa naging pangyayari sa loob ng selda kay Raul Yap?
Hindi rin po.
Magkakilala po ba si Mayor Espinosa at si Raul Yap?
Posible yun, Your Honor.
Sa inyo pong pagkakaalam, ay ano ho bang relasyon? Magkamag-anak ba? Malapit ba itong si Mayor Espinosa at si Raul Yap?
Hindi ko po alam.
Medyo nakakapagtaka ho dahil may pag-itang mga selda, nilampasan yung 5, tapos ayon sa inyo, dun sa dulo, pinatay si Raul Yap. Ano ho kayang paliwanag doon?
Hindi ko po maipaliwanag, Mr. Chair.
Kayo po ba'y naniniwala na itong mga CIDG ito ang pumatay kay Mayor Espinosa at kay Raul Yap? Naniniwala po ba kayo? Eh wala naman pong ibang pumasok doon.
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi nyo po masabi.
Hindi ko po masabi.
Bakit po? Posible ho bang may ibang nakapasok doon?
Siguro po sila.
Siyempre, makikita nyo po mula doon sa gate habang kayo naka-face the wall, at least mararamdaman nyo kung may iba pang pumasok. Meron ho ba? Bukod dito sa mga CIDG binabanggit nyo.
Hindi ko alam kasi naka-face the wall po ako.
Dahil naka-face the wall kayo. Pero sa pagkakaalam nyo po, ito lamang mga CIDG na to ang pumasok doon sa building at umakyat doon sa detention area.
Posible po, Mr.
Thank you po, Mr. Retana. I wish to raise questions to Dondon Palermo. Please identify yourself. Ano po ang buo at totoong pangalan ninyo?
Magandang gabi po, Mr. Chair, at sa lahat ng membro ng squad.
Pwede mo lang ilapit ng konti sa mikropono para marinig ka ng sambayanan.
Sa lahat ng membro ng quad, ako po si Donald alias Dondon Palermo.
Ano pong kaugnayan ninyo dito sa pangyayari? Kaugnay ng pagkamatay ni Mayor Espinosa sa loob ng Baybay Jail Facility noong November 5, 2016.
Magkatabi po kami ng selda ni Mayor.
Magkatabi kayo ng selda. At habang nandun ka sa selda mo, mayroon bang sinabi sa'yo si Mayor Espinosa?
Wala po.
Yun bang pwesto ng selda nyo? Ay may pagkakataon ba kayong magkita, makita ang isa't isa at makapag-usap?
Opo.
Pag sinabi mo bang magkatabi, anong nasa pagitan ng selda ni Mayor at ng selda mo?
Dingding ng silda namin.
Ding-ding. So mula sa selda mo, makikita mo ba kung anong nangyayari kay Mayor Espinosa?
Kung sa loob, hindi ko makikita. Pero dito sa labas, bago papasok siya sa loob, makikita ko lahat.
Habang nasa loob ka ng selda mo at si Mayor Espinosa ay nasa loob din ng selda niya, makikita mo ba siya?
Sa silda mismo, hindi ko siya makikita kung nandito ako sa silda. Pero pag lumabas si Mayor sa labas ng silda niya, makikita ko siya.
Maririnig mo ba kung ano man ang nangyayari sa loob ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Kung malakas po ang galaw niya doon, maririnig ko. Kung mahina, hindi po.
Ikaw ba'y malapit kay Mayor Espinosa?
Hindi naman po.
So ano lang nalalaman mo kay Mayor Espinosa? Bakit siya nandun sa kulungan?
Ang nalaman ko lang po dahil pinakulong siya.
Pinakulong. And do you confirm, pinatototohanan mo ba na noong November 5, 2016, nandudun ka sa loob ng selda mo, alas 3 ng umaga?
Opo.
Anong naaalala mong pangyayari? November 5, 2016, alas 3 ng umaga sa Baybay Provincial Jail habang nasa loob ka ng selda mo at si Mayor Espinosa doon sa loob ng selda niya.
Nung madaling araw, narinig ko na lang doon sa labas nga nagkagulo sila. Tapos, mga...
Sinong nagkagulo?
Yung mga guard doon at...
Yung mga jail guards?
Mga jail guard. Tapos, maya-maya, medyo tahimik na sa labas, pumasok na yung 3 na naka-mask. Tapos, pagpasok na doon sa papunta ng silda namin, nakita nila yung ilaw ng CCTV na nakasiga pa. Tapos pagkita nila doon, bumalik yung 3, mamaya, babalik na yung 7 na sila, pero nakita yung CCTV, wala na, patay na yung ilaw. Tapos pagpasok na doon sa silda, sa main gate, papasok dito sa silda namin, binuksan na doon. Tapos pang 7, pasok na yung 7. Yung isa, pumunta doon sa harap ng silda ni Mayor na may pinaka sirak kung sa pultahan bago pumasok doon sa silda ni Mayor.
Ano yung sira?
Pintuan na kahoy.
Nakalak ba yung pintuan ni Mayor?
Nakalak.
So, nakita mo bang binuksan nila yung pintuan ni Mayor?
Yung maliit na pintuan, sinira lang yun dahil yung lock na nun, maliit lang eh.
Nakanino ba yung susi nung lock na yon?
Sa mga gwardya.
Nasa gwardya?
Opo.
Hindi nila binuksan, sa halip sinira na nila?
Opo.
Ang pintuan ay kahoy. Pagkatapos nilang masira, anong sunod na nangyari?
Yung isang pulis, pumasok doon sa loob, sa harap ng gate sa silda ni Mayor. Yung iba namang kasama sa 7, pumisto sila sa gilid. Ang isa pumunta doon sa Silda City, kung saan nandun si Raul Yap. Sabi ni Mayor dito sa Silda, magandang umaga po, sir.
Sinong nagsabi niyan?
Si Mayor Espinosa.
Si Mayor.
Oh. Tapos ang sabi ni Mayor Espinosa, sir, maawa kayo, sir. Huwag niyo akong plantiran. Kahit patalim, wala ako yan dito.
Pakiulit mo nga, anong sinabi ni Mayor?
Ang sinabi ni Mayor, sir, maawa kayo, sir. Kahit patalim, wala ako yan dito sa loob. Tapos, nakita ko yung isa na matangkad, pumunta na yun sa gitna, doon kung saan ako nakahiga. At pumunta siya doon, tapos sabay ganun sa kamay. Pag ganun niya, yun dito sa silda ni Mayor, putok ng 2 beses. Pagtapos putok ng 2 beses, magkasabay na doon sa Silda City.
Ilang beses yung putok doon sa Silda 7?
Magkaparehas lang sila, 2.
Tig 2 putok.
Patapos hinto siya, sabay, ganun yung nabaril. Oh, lumaban, lumaban. Tapos sabay naman yung 3 putok. Pak, pak, pak.
Pumutok muna ng 2, saka sila nagsalita ng lumaban-lumaban, nagpaputok uli ng 3. Pagkatapos nung 2 putok, narinig mo pa ba ang boses ni Mayor Espinosa?
Sa hindi pa yung nabaril, sabi pa ni Mayor Espinosa na, maihi muna ako, sir. Sabi naman yung nandun na pulis, huwag ka nang maihi. Yun na, sabay na yung 2 putok. Pagkatapos ng 2 putok, nagsabi siya na lumaban, lumaban, oh. Yun, sumabay naman 3 putok.
Pagkatapos ng 2 putok, narinig mo pa bang nagsalita si Mayor Espinosa?
Wala na po.
Ang narinig mong nagsalita ay yung CIDG sa loob na nagsalita ng lumaban-lumaban.
Opo.
At ang kasunod nito ay 3 putok ulit.
Opo.
Sa iyong pagkakaalam sa sitwasyon ba ni Mayor Espinosa doon? May pagkakataon kaya siya or kakayanan na lumaban dito sa mga pulis na pumasok sa selda niya?
Hindi po.
Nalalaman mo ba kung si Mayor Espinosa ay may itinatagong armas o baril sa loob ng selda niya?
Hindi po.
Nung nagmamakaawa si Mayor Espinosa, wala akong patalim, maawa na kayo? Anong sinagot nung mga pulis na pumasok?
Wala po.
Nagsalita pa siya ng iihi muna siya.
Opo.
At anong sagot sa kanya nung mga pulis?
Huwag ka nang maihi, Mayor.
Huwag ka nang maihi. At ang kasunod nito ay pinutukan na ng 2 beses.
Opo.
Anong sunod na nangyari pagkatapos nitong kabuuan ng 5 putok na narinig mo sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa at 2 putok na narinig mo sa selda ni Raul Yap?
Pwede pakiulit po?
Anong sunod na nangyari pagkatapos nitong 5 putok na narinig mo sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa at 2 putok na narinig mo sa selda ni Raul Yap?
Hindi po, magkaparehas lang ang putok nila sa Silda City at saka Silda Ono.
Ibig sabihin ba doon kay Raul Yap pagkatapos ng 2 putok ay may kasunod din ito?
Opo.
Ilan naman ang kasunod na putok?
Hindi ko mabilang dahil magkasabay sila, halos magkasabay yung 2 eh. Pag hinto dito ka, Mayor, hinto na po doon sa kabila.
Pagkatapos ng mga putok na narinig mo sa 2 selda, anong sunod na nangyari?
Pagkatapos noon, yung bumaril kay Mayor, pumunta dito sa harap sa selda ko. Tapos yung isang mama, nakabunit lahat, maliit na mama, yung isa may 2 baril, may baril isa, tapos yung isa dito sa paa niya, nakalagay. Tapos pumasok siya doon sa selda ni Mayor, yung sa kamay niya nga na baril, pag alis niya sa silda ni Mayor, wala na yun sa kamay niya. Tapos pumunta siya doon sa silda ni Raul Yap, ang barilan dito sa paa niya, pagbalik na dito, pag labas, wala na rin.
Anong paniniwala mo? Bakit nawala yung baril na nakasuksok sa hita nila?
Ang paniwala ko, yun ang nilagay na baril doon sa kay Mayor at saka Raul Yap.
Hindi mo ito nakita sapagkat ayon sa iyo kanina ay mula sa selda mo, hindi mo kita kung anong nangyayari sa loob ng selda ni Mayor Espinosa sapagkat ito'y may dingding. Tama ba?
Opo.
Pero bakit ka naniniwala na itong baril na ito'y inilagay lang sa kamay ni Mayor Espinosa?
Dahil nakita ko siya pumasok siya doon sa silda ni Mayor na may hawak pa na baril. Tapos paglabas niya sa silda ni Mayor, wala na yung baril na hawak niya. Tapos,
kanina sabi mo nasa hita. Nasaan ba yung baril na yon?
2 kasing hawak niya eh. Ang sa kamay, tapos yung isa sa hita. Yung sa kamay, pagpasok niya doon sa silda ni Mayor Espinosa, yung sa kamay na hawak niya, wala na. Tapos pumunta siya doon sa silda ni Raul Yap. Pagbalik niya dito sa palabas, yung sa paa, wala na rin.
So isang pulis lang itong tinutukoy mo na pinaniniwalaan mong naglagay ng baril kay Mayor Espinosa at kay Raul Yap.
Opo.
Yung nasa kamay, ang iniwan doon kay Mayor Espinosa. At yung nasa hita, ito ang iniwan kay Raul Yap.
Opo.
Anong sunod na nangyari?
Tapos noon, lumabas sila. Tapos, nagtanong sila kung sino pa yung may drugs na kaso dito sa loob. Ay sabi ko, wala na pong kasong drugs sa loob. Dahil yung bago pa sila nagpasok doon sa loob, lahat ng mga drugs doon, nag-usap-usapan kami doon sa compound na lahat ng drugs, huwag kayong aamin na drugs. Dahil sisigurado ko na isama kayo sa pag may pumasok dito na itumba. Dahil alam na namin na sunod na yun si Mayor eh. Dahil tapos ng kolonya, tapos subjail. Yatay. Yun.
Paano nyo alam na sunod si Mayor na papatayin?
Dahil nandyan na sa listahan ni Mayor ni Duterte yun eh.
Nasa listahan?
Oh, sinabi na yun ni Duterte na lahat ng sangkot sa droga, papatayin. Kaya alam na namin na tapos na yung kolonya, tapos subjail.
Sino yung
city jail.
kolonya?
Iwan ko kung sino ba yung napatay sa Aboy Colony. Tapos
Ano yun? Pakiulit mo?
Aboy Colony.
Aboy Colony. So may napatay din sa kolonya?
Oo.
May napatay din sa Aboy Colony?
Hindi. Aboy Colony. Kasama lang yan, kolonya. Isa lang yan, Aboy Colony o kolonya.
Aboyog Colony.
Oo.
Ilan ang napatay doon sa Aboyog Colony?
Yung balita doon, pang dalawa yata yung balita ng Miss TV.
Dalawa?
Oo. Tapos sa BJMP, isa. Si
Isa.
Intoy. Bago si Mayor.
O, yung pangyayari doon sa Aboyog at saka doon sa BJMP, yun ang dahilan? Kaya naniniwala kayong kasunod na si Mayor?
Opo.
At nung pinag-usapan nyo ito na walang aamin na may kasong droga, kasama ba si Mayor doon sa pag-uusap? Wala.
Wala po.
So, si Raul Yap, kasama ba doon sa pag-uusap?
Opo.
Kasama siya. Eh bakit hindi nyo sinali si Mayor doon sa pag-uusap nyo?
Hindi siya basta-basta makapunta doon sa loob. Dahil ibang silda siya.
Dahil nakahiwalay siya.
Oo.
At ikaw ba sa iyong nasaksihan noong November 5, 2016, alas 3 ng umaga, ikaw ba'y naniniwalang si Mayor Espinosa ay biktima ng extrajudicial killing?
Opo.
Naniniwala ka din ba na ang pagkamatay ni Raul Yap ay bahagi din ng extrajudicial killing?
Opo.
I have nothing further for the meantime, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Next to interpellate is Congressman Keith Flores. You are recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the jail guards, Mr. Chair, if it's okay to question that.
Yung po mga jail guards, pwede pong, ay ito, dito na sila.
Okay. Nung pumasok yung mga pulis, paano nyo nalaman na mga pulis sila?
Mr. Chair, nalaman na po namin ng mga pulis yung parating sila dahil naka ano ang CCTV. Nakita namin sa monitoring.
Okay, may nagtanong ba sa inyo kung anong sadya nila, anong authority nila to enter the premises?
Yes, Mr. Chair, nagtatanong sila. Yung lumapit sa kanila sa gate, yun nga, yung isa naming kasamahan na si Ortega, nagre-retero na. Tapos si Ritana, yun, yung sarhinto namin, yun ang lumapit. Kami, nakatayo lang kami doon sa main gate ng papasok na talaga sa kulungan.
Okay, wala bang isa sa inyo na naghanap muna ng dokumento or authority or the warrant na sinasabi nilang dala-dala nila?
Yun nga, Mr. Chair, yung sarhinto namin nagtanong kung mayroon bang search warrant.
So, nung nakita nyo na may search warrant, inallow niyong pumasok?
Hindi pa, Mr. Chair.
Hindi.
Dahil, ito yung sarhinto namin, sir, Mr. Chair, iyon na siguro ang magpatuloy ng pagano.
Ang pangalan niya? Anong pangalan niya? Ni Sergeant?
Retana Delito po.
Mr. Sergeant Retana, nung pinakita sa iyo yung search warrant, you eventually allowed them to come in, no? Pinapasok niyo yung mga pulis.
Actually po, hiningan ko sila ng search warrant para basahin ko. Hindi naman po binigay nila sa akin.
So hindi binigay sa iyo yung search warrant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pagpasok na, nakalabas ba yung mga baril? Nakatutok ba sa inyo?
Paglabas ng Mr. Chair.
Pagpasok nila to your premises, to the jail facility, nakalabas ba yung mga baril nila? Nakatutok ba sa inyo? Or nasa holster lang nila? Nasa gilid lang? Ano bang mga...
Yung iba, Mr. Chair, may mga mahabang baril po. Yung iba naman, may short arms.
Ang tanong ko po is, ang manner ng paghawak nila is nakatutok ba sa inyo? Was it aimed at you? Or was it held in a non-hostile manner?
Hindi naman po nakatutok, pero pinapaluhod ng diretso kami.
So, nung pinapaluhod kayo, kahit hindi nakatutok yung mga baril, sumunod naman kayo?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit naman po, Sergeant Retana?
Nasa... may mga baril po sila.
Wala ba kayong mga baril?
Mayroon din po. Pero kinuha nila, kinupkapan kami, kinuha rin nila yung cellphone namin.
So nauna yung pagkapkap sa inyo at pagdisarma sa inyo before kayo pinaluhod? Tama po ba?
Pinaluhod muna.
Pinaluhod muna kayo bago kayo dinisarmahan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So meaning, nung sinabi sa inyo na luhod kayo at face the wall, armado pa rin kayo that time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And hindi nyo naisip na lumaban or to oppose the police officers?
Hindi na po.
Bakit naman?
Kaunti lang kami po.
Konti lang kayo? At marami sila?
Yes.
Okay. Saan mo nakalagay yung CCTV nyo? Yung computer that stores the images of the CCTV?
The video recorder ay nandoon sa loob ng office namin, Mr. Chair.
Ang office nyo is how far from the cell of Mayor Espinosa?
Okay na.
Malayo ba?
Mga 10 meters lang po.
Mga 10 meters. Okay. Now, sinabi nila na ang purpose nila is to search Mayor Espinosa, tama?
Siguro po.
Siguro. So meaning walang sinabi, pumasok lang. Puwersahang pumasok lang yung mga polis.
Yung may sinabi silang may search warrant daw sila kay Mayor.
So, sir, gusto ko lang klaruhin to Kasi hindi pinakita sa iyo search warrant. Sinabi lang sa inyo na may search warrant sila. Pinaluhod kayo, dinisarmahan kayo, at wala na kayong nagawa. Nangyari na yung sinabi niyong nangyari. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So paglabas nila, ganun din ba? Binalik ba sa inyo yung mga baril ninyo? Iniwan ba sa office?
Doon lang din sa outpost.
Iniwan yung mga baril ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakilala niyo ba yung mga pulis na pumasok?
Hindi po. Wala po nakilala kahit isa.
Kahit isa sa kanila hindi niyo kilala?
Wala po nakilala.
So hindi kayo certain na pulis sila?
Naka-uniforme naman po sila.
So other than the uniform and other than the vehicle that was used, hindi niyo alam na pulis yun? Kasi hindi niyo kilala yung mga taong pumasok?
Kilala din po. Sa uniforme na lang po.
Uniform lang?
Yes po.
Pero yung tao, hindi mo kilala?
Hindi po.
Hindi mo ma-identify kung sino sila?
Wala pong nakilala kahit isa.
Kahit isa?
Yes po.
I have a question for Mr. Chair, for Mr. Dondon Palermo. Palerno. Sinabi mo na nakita mo yung pagpasok ng mga pulis sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa, tama?
Opo.
And dinescribe mo rin kanina kay Congresswoman Luistro na nakita mo yung isa na pumasok na may hawak na barel at paglabas niya, wala na yung nasa kamay niya. Parang iniwan niya doon sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa, tama?
Tama po.
And yung isa na nasa side, sa paa niya, saan nga yung isang baril?
Sa paa po.
Nasa hita o paa. Pag punta niya rin sa selda ni, sino yung isang pinatay din doon?
Raul Yap.
Raul Yap, pagbalik niya, wala na rin.
Opo.
Now, gusto ko lang matanong, ano ang posisyon mo at the time na pumasok yung mga polis? Nakahiga ka ba? Nakaluhod? Nakaupo?
Nakahiga po.
Kung nakahiga ka, paano mo makita yung pulis na may hawak-hawak na baril?
Nakahiga pero ako nakaharap sa kanila.
Nakaharap sa kanila?
Nakatakilid.
So, takilid. So, meaning nakikita mo pa rin yung movement ng mga pulis?
Opo.
Paano mo nasabi ng mga pulis sila?
Dahil naka-uniforme sila eh.
So, wala kayong nakilala sa mga pulis na nandun?
May nakilala ko yung tapos na pagbaril.
Pagkatapos na?
Dahil tinanggal yung mask niya.
Kilala mo siya, namumukhaan mo lang, or kilala mo na siya yung pulis na may pangalan na ano?
Ano po?
Kilala mo pangalan niya, o namumukhaan mo lang na pulis siya, o ano?
Nakilala ko lang po siya yung pagkatanggal ng mask niya.
Kaya nga, kilala mo siya as a police officer? Ang mukha niya? Ha?
Opo.
Do you know the name of the police officer?
Laraga?
Laraga. Bakit mo kilala na police officer yung si Laraga?
Dahil bye-bye din yan eh.
Ano yan?
Taga-bye-bye si Laraga.
So, police siya ng bye-bye?
Taga-police siya pero taga-bye-bye siya.
And you're from where?
Kanlubag.
Ba't mo kilala yung taga-bye-bye? Is it a different town from where you are?
Dahil taga-bye-bye din ako eh.
Taga-bye-bye ka rin. Wag mo na munang i-ano. Okay, so, i-off. So, kilala mo siya as a police officer who is from bye-bye. Tinanggal niya yung mask niya or bonnet niya?
Bonnet.
Yung bonnet. Pero pagkatapos ng barilan?
Opo.
So, nakita niya ba na nakita mo ang mukha niya or nakatingin ka sa kanya? Alam niya bang nakatingin ka?
Opo, nakatingin pa ko sa kanya.
At hindi niya na tinago yung kinover yung mukha niya?
Hindi na po.
Hindi na. Ilan kayo sa selda mo?
8 po.
8. Nakita din ba ng mga cellmates mo ang mga nangyari that time?
Yung iba hindi nakakita dahil nakahigas lang, hindi tumingin ba?
Nakadapa?
Opo.
Meaning face down?
Nakahiga mismo.
Nakahiga. Okay, bakit ikaw nakatakilid ka?
Dahil nandyan ako sa gilid eh.
Because, ano yan?
Kuhaan ko sa ilagi buhat.
Ano yan?
Mr. Chair, pwede po ba ako magbisaya?
Sige. Hindi, si Congressman Kit Flores, Bisaya din yan. Oh. So, Bisaya ni mo. Sige.
Bislak ko. Okay na.
Naghigda ko ito, nagtakilid, nagatubang nila nga, pag naghigda ka nagtakilid, nagatubang ko nila.
So, ikaw yung nasa part ng cell na makikita mo sa labas?
Opo.
Yung iba, na-cover mo ba? Or sila hindi nila makikita sa labas?
Hindi.
Hindi. Ikaw lang yung nakaposition in a way na makita mo lahat?
Oo.
Okay. Paglabas nila, dinalaban nila yung katawan ni Mayor Espinosa? O iniwan nila doon sa selda?
Iniwan na silda.
Iniwan sa selda. Okay. So, anong nangyari after nagbarilan? Binaril si Mayor Espinosa?
Pagka humana itong hitabo, pagka puso ni Mayor, tumubo nga tao, gamay, nagbunit, matumisod siya sa silda, ang usa ka kamot niya na naigunit nga pusil.
Okay, yun yung sinabi mo kanina na iniwan yung baril doon sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa.
Oo.
Okay. After that, anong nangyari?
Pagkahuman niya to, nang gawas, tapos, pagka misod tong gamayng tao, nga manatong butang sa armas, nagda sa armas, pagkahuman na tagtaod, bigkuhan ng suko.
So kasama na ng mga pulis yung Soko?
Oh. Pero, Your Honor, sa wapan na misod sila, may naka-duty gihapon na nga pulis nga time gikan pagka-priso ni Mayor Espinosa.
So may pulis sa loob ng jail?
Kauban sa mga gwardya.
Kasama ng mga gwardya?
Oh.
Sino yung pulis na yun?
Hindi na ako makawa ng ilapangan anak nila. Pero, gikan sa pagka-priso ni Mayor, na ay nag-duty nga.
So may assigned na police officer inside the jail cell?
Oo.
Of Mayor Espinosa?
Oo.
Anong function nyo dun? Anyway, I'll ask the guards. Sergeant Retana, totoo ba yung sinabi ni Don Palermo na may pulis na nakabantay din kay Mayor Espinosa?
Sila po yung naka-augment po sa amin.
Naka-augment?
Yes,
so may
po.
isang police officer doon?
4 po sila
Apat.
naka-augment nun.
But at the time that the CIDG went or nag-serve ng warrant, ilan yung police na iwan doon?
Yung naka-augment po ay 4.
4 din. They're from what police station?
They are from Leyte Provincial Public Safety Company po.
Kilala mo ba yung mga police na yun? Yung 4?
Yes po.
Ano ang pangalan nila?
Mga apelido lang po ito.
Okay, apelyido.
Sina P.O. Bilyute, P.O.1 Ripasa, P.O.1 Vicente, at P.O.1 Morero.
Okay, so, klaruin ka lang Were they present when the police officers came to serve the search warrant?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Dinisarmahan din ba sila?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So, pina-face the wall din?
Ano po din.
Kilala ba ni Colonel Espinido yung mga police na yan?
Ewan ko lang po, di ko po alam.
Mr. Chair, is it okay to ask...
Please proceed.
Colonel Espinido, kilala mo ba yung mga police na nag-augment?
Hindi, sir, kasi under sila ng mobile force.
But alam mo na may mga nag-augment doon?
Yes,
na police
nilagyan
officers?
talaga para sa security, tagdag, di ba?
From the family names mentioned by Sergeant Retana, wala kang kilala doon sa mga police na yan?
Wala akong kilala.
Sergeant Retana, sa reaction
Yes,
ng mga police na nag-augment, kilala ba nila yung mga police na nag-serve?
Sa actual na pangyari, hindi po siguro nila kilala yung...
So, wala kang narinig na they were calling each other by names or by ranks or anything? Wala?
Wala po.
So, hindi... malayo ka ba from the point where pinaluhod din yung mga nag-augment na police?
Dito po sa...
Meaning, nakita mo ba how they were treated also by the police officers who served the warrant? Kung
Yes po.
paano sila dinisarmahan, paano sila pinaluhod, paano sila kinapkapan din na siguro. Nakita mo?
Yes po, dahil magkatabi kami.
So magkatabi kayo. So wala kang narinig na anything that would indicate that they knew each other?
Wala po.
Wala. Tinanong mo ba yung mga police after kung kilala na nila yung mga police na nag-serve ng search warrant?
Ay, hindi rin po.
Hindi mo natanong?
Hindi po natanong.
Hindi mo rin naisip na questionin man lang kung ano ang na-observe nila, kilala ba nila yung mga police or something like that? Walang ganun na investigation?
Hindi na po.
How about you, Mr. Kabuda, Abuda?
Yes,
Hindi mo ba in-interview yung mga police na naka-augment doon?
I was assigned to Baybay City Sub-Jail Facility only on August 1, 2024.
And that is after the fact, after the event? Or before? Ano ba?
August 1, 2024 was the effectivity of my order.
Kailan ba ito nangyari, sir?
November 5, 2016.
So you weren't there when it happened?
I was not there.
You were not yet assigned there?
I was not yet assigned there.
Okay. So, Sergeant Retana, from the jail guards, no one investigated, no one questioned the police officers who augmented the jail guards for that incident? Walang interview, walang investigation na nangyari?
Wala po. Wala po kung galing sa jail guards. Pero may investigasyon din po sila sa kanila lang po.
Yun sa mga pulis lang?
Yes po.
But on the part of the jail guards, wala silang ginawang investigation?
Wala po.
So inasa na lang nila sa mga pulis or something?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Yes, Congresswoman Luistro.
may we request the Secretariat to please flash the picture?
Secretariat.
Sergeant Retana, we will be flashing a picture. Kindly identify if you know the police officer on the picture and if he has any relation to the incident that happened to Mayor Espinosa. Paki-identify po, Sergeant Retana, kung nakikilala po ninyo ang police na nasa picture.
Yes po, kilala ko po yan.
Sino po siya?
Si Colonel Marcos po.
Bakit niyo po siya kilala?
Prior sa incident, hindi ko po siya kilala. Doon lang sa nakita ko sa mga TV.
At maaari niyo po bang i-confirm kung kasama po siya doon sa mga pulis na pumasok sa Baybay Jail Facility?
Hindi ko po ma-confirm yan dahil hindi ko siya nakita doon.
Hindi niyo po siya nakita during that incident?
Yes po,
Mr. Rasaga?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kindly identify the police officer in the picture. Colonel Rasaga? Sergeant Rasaga?
Mr. Chair, si Colonel Marcos.
Colonel Marcos? Kilala niyo po ba talaga si Colonel Marcos?
Nakilala lang po, Mr. Chair, sa after na sa insidente. Dahil makikita na sa TV, si Sir Marcos pala yun.
Nakita niyo po ba siya doon sa insidente noong November 5, 2016?
Hindi rin namin makita dahil nakapisto the wall din kami doon sa malapit sa office na. Kaming tatlo. Ako, Padilla at saka Prado.
Don, nakikilala mo ba ang police officer sa picture?
Nailhan ako sa pakitabo na.
Ito, ako kabanday.
Mr. Chair?
Oo, isa to.
Nailhan ako siya, gigan ito pakitabo ni Mayor Espinosa.
Nakilala daw niya mula nung nangyari yung insidente.
Pwede mo bang sabihin kung ito'y isa sa mga police or CIDG nakita mo na pumasok doon sa selda ni Mayor Espinosa?
Di.
Hindi ba siya kasama sa mga police na nakita mo
Di.
sa insidenteng ito?
Di.
Mr. Chair, I wish to direct my next questions to the women.
Please proceed.
Lalong hindi ito marunong magtagalog, Chairman.
Sige, Nay. Padayon lang, Nay. Sige, you can ask questions.
Ano pong nalalaman nyo dito sa insidente na nagkaroon ng raid sa bahay ni Mayor Espinosa?
Kasabot ka, Nay?
Hindi lang yan. Maayong hapon. Maayong hapon, ma'am. Maayong na gabi. Gabi naman tayo ron. Kanang ang ako lang ang ika-istorya, kami, mga women's. Karon ang bahay ni Mayor, kaming mga women's, nga tuon ginanamo kay amo kanang limpyuhan.
Yep.
Onya kami.
Time out.
Please translate, Mr. Chairman.
Sila daw ay women's at pupunta sila sa bahay ni Mayor para maglinis. Sige, Nay, padayon.
Maglimpyo kami, tibuok bay, sa sakop hasta sa gawas.
Naglilinis daw sila sa buong bahay, sa loob at saka sa labas.
Oh. Onya, pag kuana na mo, pag humana mo panguan, panlimpyo, amo na sad nang kuanon ang mga sinina nila ni Mayor, kay amo na sang among gipangyag-yab. Ano bang ingon ba? Ipangyag-yab.
Pagkatapos nila maglinis, yung mga damit daw nila Mayor, sa to?
Oh, kay mga
parang pagpag. Oh.
Mr. Kay mga pinilo man, giyab-yab. Pagkahuman, panamo pangyab-yab, hasta dito sa tibuok. Unya, pangumanaw pangyab-yab, kita may og sako sa bugas, sako sa bugas, amo gisud ang mga sinina nga amo gipangyab-yab dito sa sako.
Walay sulod ang sa sako. Way sulod.
Wa.
Okay.
Gisuod na mo lang ang mga nuog o mga sinina nila, Mayor.
Mga sinina mo inyong sulod dito sa sako.
Gisuod sa sako.
Paglinis daw nila, meron daw silang nakitang mga sako at doon nila nilagay yung mga damit ni Mayor. Sige na, padayon na
Maura to ako sa ikasir.
Yun lang daw ang kanyang...
Pagkagabi, balik naman sabi paghigda.
So, sa gabi, mabalik sila doon para doon sila natutulog. Di mo higda dito sa balay ni Mayor?
Ito kami maghigdaan sa bahay ni Mayor.
Doon daw sila natutulog sa bahay ni Mayor.
Kasama po ba ninyo sa paglilinis at pagtulog sa bahay ni Mayor ang dalawang babae pang nasa tabi ninyo?
Daghan mi, oy.
Maari po bang marinig ang kumpirmasyon ni Ginang Teresita de la Austria at ni Ginang Yolanda Sumalang?
Sige na
Kami, maglimpyo gyud mi dito sa bahay ni Mayor. Permi mi dito maglimpyo, tanan among gilimpyuhan. Tinuotong yang giingon nga iyagyag na mo ang mga sinina, pag humana mo giyagyag, ipanood na mo sa sako, di na mo ibalik dito sa kabinet. Tanan dito sa bahay ni Mayor, amo gyud ang gilimpyuhan, hasta itong mga kabinet ilawom sa lababo. Among gilimpyuhan.
Sige
Tanan,
na,
kung
kadali
adto
lang.
sad mi dito matug.
Sige. Sabi niya na nililinis daw nila yung buong bahay ni Mayor. Pati mga cabinet, pag nakita nila yung mga damit ni Mayor na ipagpag nila. No? Tapos ilagay nila sa loob ng sako. Oo. Sige, Nay.
Para hinlo gyud ang bahay ni Mayor.
Para malinis daw ang bahay ni Mayor.
Tapos doon kami matutulog. Kinaumagahan, uwi kami sa aming mga bahay, maliligo kami, kumakain, kasi wala namang pagkain doon.
Kamaumanday ka magtagalog, Nay. Sige, padayon.
Meron.
Sige, okay.
Kunti lang, kunti.
Sige, yun.
Umuwi kami, maliligo, kumakain. Pagkatapos, bumalik kami doon. Doon na din kami matutulog.
Thank you po. August 2016, naganap po yung raid sa bahay ni Mayor, kung saan mayroon pong nakuha ang mga pulis na baril, explosives, at droga. Nalalaman niyo po ba kung anong eksaktong petsa kung kailan nangyari itong raid?
Paduol ka sa mic, Nay.
Parang Augustine yata yun, ma'am.
August 10.
Opo, ha?
Kung August 10 po nangyari yung raid, kailan po kayo huling naglinis na hinalughog nyo ang buong bahay? Bago ang raid.
Nung bago ang raid po.
Kung August 10 po nangyari yung raid, kailan po kayo huling naglinis na hinalughog nyo po buong bahay? August 8.
Oh.
Nasaan po si Mayor nung August 8?
Sa, ano po, sa Baybay.
Saan
Ay,
po
sa
nakatira si
sa Manila
Mayor?
po.
Nasa Manila po.
Opo.
Kung nasa Manila po si Mayor, sino pong nakatira sa bahay niya nung August 8 na huli kayong naglinis bago ang raid?
Walang katao-tao po.
Nasaan ho ba ang pamilya ni Mayor during that time?
Sa Manila po, yung iba, yung mga anak po nila nag-aral po sa Manila.
Ibig sabihin po, kahit isang miyembro ng pamilya ni Mayor Espinosa, walang naiwan doon sa bahay nila?
Wala po.
Ilan ho bang kwarto yon?
2 po.
2 kwarto. Malaki ho ba yung bahay?
Katamtaman lang po.
Katamtaman lang. Kung ito ho ay ganito kaluwag, mga kalahati ho ba nito o sa ika-4?
Maliit lang po.
Maliit lang po. Yung bakuran ho ba niya? Malaki ho ba yung bakuran?
Maliit din po.
Maliit din. Nung nag-grade ho ba, andun ho ba kayo sa bahay?
Nasa amin po kasi magkatabi lang yung bahay namin.
Sino po ang naging testigo habang isinasagawa ang raid? Kapag ho kasi merong conduct ng raid, dapat merong testigo, at least isang residente ng bahay na yon na nakakasaksi ng pag-search ng mga pulis. Sino pong nakabantay sa bahay habang nangyayari yung raid?
Wala namang katao-tao doon po.
Kahit
sa bahay nila.
Isa sa inyo ay wala doon?
Ay, katabi lang yung bahay namin sa bahay ni Mayor.
Mula po ba sa bahay nyo, nakikita nyo po ba yung nangyayari sa loob ng bahay ni Mayor?
Opo.
Eh, paano ho yun? Nandun nga ho kayo sa bahay nyo eh. Paano nyo po makikita yung nangyayari sa loob ng bahay niya?
Eh, kanang, kwento ka na, siyang, kuan man ma'am, kanang, nahibong lang ko ma'am, kanang nagsigig-usig ang iro, saba kaayo, niya, taod-taod na ini, abot nga, sakyanan, gilili na ako sa buho, na may buho ang ubalay, kay pobre, malagi taon mi ma'am, niya, karon paglili na ako, na sakyanan ni abot.
Nay, kadali lang. Sabi niya, nagtaka daw siya kasi maingay yung mga aso, tumatahol yung mga aso. Unsa ganito, Nay? Nakalimot na ko. Sige, otro ha.
Nagsigi kanang kuan ba ang mga iro, saba kaayo, niya na iniabot nga sakyanan.
Okay, may sasakyan daw dumating kasi maingay yung mga aso, tapos may dumating na sasakyan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can we hire a new interpreter? Because I cannot understand what we're talking about. With you around interpreting the
I'm doing this for the bayan. So please continue. Sige, Nay. Sa'yo na itabo, pagkahuman.
Pagkahuman,
Niabot ang sakyanan, di ba?
Iabot ang sakyanan.
Pila ka sakyanan?
Usara.
May isang sasakyan dumating. Niya pilay pasahero sa sakyanan.
Daghan man to sila, nanlusad niya. Kana siyang naay sako kagipang gikuha dito sa kuan nga naisuod. Tulo ka sako.
Marami raw sila doon sa sasakyan na dumating, pagbaba, may daladalang mga sakong may laman. Naisulod ang kuan, ang sako.
Nya gihuho.
Wa mo kakita kung sa'y sulod ana.
Wa ko kakita.
Pero pila ka buok sako?
Gihoho man dito sa kilid sa gate nila, pagkabuntag na namo nakitaan nga mga tao di ay itong mga patay. Gisud sa sako.
Yung sa loob daw ng sako, iniwan doon sa may gate.
Gihoho.
The following morning, nakita nila na tao ang laman ng sako. Pila ka buok sako ni?
Tulo.
So tulo ka tao nga patay.
Gihoho dito sa kanang kilid sa ilagit.
Doon daw sa gilid ng gate, doon daw nakahilera ang mga patay. Sa sulod sa sako, sa loob daw ng sako.
Pumasok po ba sa loob ng bahay itong mga pulis ho ba ito? Pumasok po ba sila sa loob ng bahay ni Mayor?
Opo.
At habang
Pagkahuman po, girakrakan ang balay.
Pagkatapos daw, in-strafe yung bahay, ano tawag doon? Yung pinaputukan. Pinaputukan, niratrat yung bahay.
Oh, girakrakan ang balay unya. Moto pagkabuntag, pagkahayag na ako gipangutana tong nagkuan niya na nisukol ko no.
Kinabukasan, tinanong niya yung mga tao doon at sinabi lumaban daw.
Nisukol ko no.
Kisay gisukol katong tao sa sulod sa balay ni Mayor.
Na ako na isud nga tao sa sud sa balay. Samantala nga wa man to'y tao pag ikanamo anang kuan, paglimpyo namo padlak man na tanan.
Pagkatapos nila maglinis, nakapadlak, umalis sila, wala daw tao doon. Pero yung nangyaring insidente na niratrakan yung bahay, meron daw lumaban sa kanila. At may 3 sako na may tao ang laman.
Nalalaman niyo po ba kung nakapasok sila ng bahay? At paano ho sila nakapasok kung ganong nakalock yung bahay?
Wa man ko kakuan nga nakasud sila didto. Nahibong naman lang ko nga ila girakrakan ang balay.
Nagtataka daw siya na nirakrakan daw yung bahay.
Nalalaman niyo po ba kung nakapasok sa loob?
Wa ko kakuan ma'am kay Your Honor kay kana siyang kuan man. Nahadlok naman mi pagsud.
Natakot na raw silang pumasok.
Nahadlok naman mi niya ang nanago namang ako mga kauban sa amo. Nanago ang ako mga kauban
nagtago
sa
daw
amo.
yung mga kasama niya doon sa bahay nila. Kasi magkatabi lang ang bahay
Oo,
nila.
magkatabi lang, nagporma lang L. Ingon ana ang balay ni Mayor, di asad bidire.
Pagkatapos po ng insidenteng ito, kailan niyo po binalikan yung bahay?
Wa na mi mo balik nga tumam, oy.
Hindi na raw sila
Nahadlok naman
bumalik
mi.
dahil natakot daw sila.
So hindi niyo na po nakita kung nabuksan ba yung bahay? O nakasarado pa rin kung paano niyo iniwan nung huli kayong nandoon?
Naalay naglugabo didto.
Naay?
Kaya bura ang ilang dangtan og pila ka adlaw siguro to amo gitan-aw ang mga padlak sa pultahan nga bungkag.
So yung after ilang days, pinuntahan nila, tiningnan nila yung mga padlock sa mga pintuan, sira na, open na siya.
At ano pa pong napansin yung pagbabago sa loob ng bahay?
Mga kuan naman to ma'am, kanang nahadlok naman gud may musud kay kuan.
Natakot na raw sila pumasok.
Kay tingali og kami na sa hipasanginlan.
Baka sila daw ang pagbintangan.
Mr. Chair, I wish to raise the next question to the sister of Kerwin Espinosa.
Sige. Please proceed.
Kindly identify yourself, ma'am.
Good evening to Mr. Chair. I'm Mariel Marinay po, kapatid ni Kerwin Espinosa po.
Ilan po ba kayo magkakapatid?
6 po.
Pang-ilan po kayo?
Pangalawa po.
Pang-ilan po si Kerwin?
Older brother ko po.
Older brother.
Kuya po.
Nasaan po kayo nung naganap yung raid?
Nasa kami, parang nalito lang si ate. Nasa munisipyo po kami noon. Si daddy kasi at that time po, nag-request pa kami na magpa-custody kay Sir Espinido sa police station. Nasa munisipyo po si daddy noon. Doon na siya natutulog, doon na lahat kasi di na kami umuwi kasi natatakot na po kami sa nangyayari sa amin.
Ilan po kayong family members na kasama ni Mayor sa munisipyo?
Ako, yung asawa, mama ko, tapos marami kami ma'am kasi yung mga supporters na iba ma'am, bali sa office ni papa ko, siya lang tsaka yung asawa, mama, tapos ako sa labas ng office niya, tapos kasama ko rin yung asawa at anak ko, tapos sa labas pa ng office po, yung lahat po ng mga supporters, andun po sila gabi-gabi. Yung iba naiiwan po natutulog kasi nagro-rosary po kami doon every night.
Pagkatapos po ng raid, pinuntahan niyo po ba yung bahay ninyo?
Ako hindi na po ako pumunta doon kasi natakot po ako.
Sino pong nagpunta kung mayroon?
Yung ano na lang po, yung mama ko po pumunta doon kasi doon siya nakatira. Alam niya yung mga gamit doon.
Pagkatapos po ng raid, pinuntahan po ba ng mga polis si mayor sa munisipyo?
Hindi na po siya pinuntahan, parang ano na lang po, parang inano na yun, na pinunta na kay, hinatid namin siya kay Sir Espinido kasi takot na po si Daddy.
Kanina po habang nagsasalaysay si Dondon, napansin ko kayo umiiyak. Ano pong dahilan?
Ayoko pong maalala yung parang, yung nagsasalita si Daddy na huwag siyang patayin. Ako kasi yung kasama niya palagi, ma'am, Miss Chair. Lahat ako, before po siya namatay, ako yung kausap niya nung hapon. Takot na takot si Daddy nun. Yun lang po, ayokong marinig yung parang, huwag niyo akong patayin.
Nasaan po ba kayo nung nangyari yung insidenteng yun? November 5, 2016?
Galing ako doon. Nag-visit ako kay Daddy Friday night, Friday ng afternoon.
Pagkabisita niyo po sa kanya, saan po kayo umuwi?
Sa Ormoc po.
Hindi po doon sa bahay niyo sa... Nasaan po ba ang bahay niyo? Baybay o Albuera?
Albuera po, pero meron po ako sa Ormoc kasi maliit na ano po. Nag-ano lang po ako doon kasi yung mga anak ko po sa Ormoc po nag-aaral.
Sinabi din po ni Kerwin doon sa kanyang affidavit na habang nasa krame siya, kasama ang inyong ina at kayo,
Opo.
ay kinausap siya ni Senator Bato upang makipagtulungan at idiin ang ibang personalidad kasama si Senator Leila de Lima.
Totoo po yun. Andun po ako tsaka mami ko po.
Maari niyo po bang isalaysay kung paano ho ba itong pangyayaring ito?
Ang nangyari doon sa EIDG po, bali, di namin iniiwan si Kuya kasi natatakot na kami noon sa nangyari kay Daddy. So, dalawa talaga kami babae nagbabantay, si Mami tsaka ako. Nung pumunta si General Bato, andun po kami ni Mami. Sila lang ni Kuya nag-usap, bali dito sila nag-usap, tas dito yung bed ni Kuya, para folding bed lang po. Tapos dito din yung folding bed namin. Nagsiksikan lang kami ni Mami para lang po, di namin maiwan talaga si Kuya. Narinig ko lang po noon, na yung naklaro ko lang talaga sa ko po, sa pinag-usapan nilang dalawa na, Kerwin, kumusta? Sabi ni General na na, Kerwin, dapat sumunod ka sa plano. Tapos na parang ako din nakikinig ako, parang nanginginig din ako kasi si General yun, nakikita ko yun sa TV. Isog. Sabi niya, sumunod ka sa plano, Kerwin. Sabi ni General Bato sa kanya. Sabi ni General Bato na dapat kumpleto yung pagsalita niya daw doon sa kasi parang magpapunta naman si Kuya siguro ng magsalita na sa Senado noon. Sabi niya pag di mo yan di ka susunod sa plano, yun doon na ako nanginginig, parang di ko na nga na sabi ni General Bato na pag di ka sumunod sa plano, andun tawag doon yung parang daw yung buhay ni Kuya. Ano ba yung tawag doon yung parang malalagay sa alanganin po. Tapos pag si Kuya daw, tapos isa din daw sa aming pamilya baka masali din daw po. Kaya yun si Kuya, nagyuko pa yun si Kuya. Tapos sabi niya, sige ha, sabi ni Kuya, opo sir, ganun lang siya, opo sir. Tapos may tinawagan si General Bato, naka-loudspeaker. Ito, yung pinag-usapan nila, narinig ko, sabi niya, hello, Joby. Ganun ang sabi ni General Bato, hello, Joby. Yung sinabi niya ay, yung sa CCTV. Sabi ni General Bato, tas parang na yun, naputol na po yun, ma'am, kasi Yung narinig ko po, ano lang yung Joby, tapos mahina yung marang boses ni Sir Joby. Pero kilala ko yung boses ni Sir Joby kasi nagsama kami sa, before noon, nagsama kami sa custody niya si Daddy. Si Sir Joby niyo pong nakakausap ni Sir Bato po.
May binanggit kang kapag hindi sumunod sa plano, malalagay sa alanganin buhay mo, kasama ang pamilya mo. Ano yung plano?
Parang same kay Daddy po. Kaya sinasamahan namin si Kuya.
Ano yung plano na gustong masunod ni Senator Bato?
Dapat daw po yung kailangang mga pangalan, isabi na po ni Kuya.
Maari mo bang banggitin kung sino itong mga pangalan na ipinababanggit niya?
Opo.
Pakibanggit niyo po.
Si Ma'am Leila de Lima po, tsaka si Peter ko po.
Dalawa lang po ba sila?
Dalawa lang yun po. Dalawa lang yung naano ko po. Peter, si Ma'am Leila de Lima, kilala ko naman po yun, senator yun.
Ano pa pong sunod na nangyari pagkatapos nitong pag-uusap nilang ito?
Nagtutupi kasi ako ng mga gamit ni Kuya tsaka gamit namin. Ano lang pag nakayuko lang din po ako sa ano na lang ni tumayo na si Sir Bato at ginanon niya si Kuya na ayusin mo ha. Ganyan po.
At pagkatapik niya sa likod, anong sunod na nangyari?
Umalis na po si General po.
Mr. Chair, I just want to manifest that while the testimony of Kerwin Espinosa about the killing incident is that Raul Yap embraced Mayor Espinosa during the shooting incident, I just want to emphasize that during the giving of that testimony, we already manifested that he has no personal knowledge of what really transpired. Because during that time, he was still in Abu Dhabi. And he was just relying on the information which is being given to him by his sources. Tonight, Mr. Chair, the testimony that is given to us by Don Don, the PDL, is that Mayor Espinosa was alone in his cell, and Don Don is detained in a separate cell, as well as Raul Yap. This bolsters the fact, Mr. Chair, that there is no chance at all for Mayor Espinosa to fight back against the operatives. I will yield for now, Mr. Chair, to the other members.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. Now, Congressman Abante.
Mr. Chair, I would like to just ask a few questions to Ms. Mariel Marinay. How do you know your brother? Kerwin, gaano mo siya kilala?
As kapatid po, kuya po talaga
Yes.
kuya po talaga ng pamilya
So,
po.
gaano mo siya kilala?
Ano?
Kuya siya, gaano mo siya kilala?
Kilalang kilala ko po.
Kilalang kilala
Yes
mo.
po.
Hindi siya drug pusher. Hindi siya drug lord.
Hindi po siya drug lord.
Totoong hindi siya drug lord.
Totoo po. Ang nalaman, kasi kasama kaming lumaki sa Cebu. Ano po si kuya, parang sipat ba? Yung parang
bakit marami kayong pera at marami kayong property? Bakit?
Hindi naman po marami.
Marami. Saan eh?
Ano po, may auntie po kami yung nakasuporta sa amin.
Mayaman ba yung auntie mo?
Hindi po, mga kapatid po ng daddy ko po, side ni daddy ko po. Andun sila lahat sa labas ng bansa po.
Ibig sabihin, doon sa bangko ng kapatid mo, meron kayong milyon eh.
Hindi ko po yun alam.
Hindi mo alam.
Hindi ko po alam.
Alamin mo, meron eh.
Wala.
At marami kayong property sa iba't ibang pangalan pa.
Sorry.
Kaya ako, tataka ako, kung ang kapatid mo, merong lehitimong trabaho. Ang sabi niya, nagpunta siya ng Malaysia, buong pamilya.
Yes.
Ako nagtataka ako, paano nakapunta ng Malaysia ng buong pamilya? May pera. Napunta ng Dubai ng buong pamilya. Alam mo, Mariel, nagpupunta ako ng Dubai ilang beses sa isang taon. Alright? At kung ikaw ay walang trabaho doon, ang makukuha mo lang tourist visa ng 3 buwan at hindi mo makasama ang buong pamilya mo. 1 o 2 lang. Yun ang alam ko dyan. Oo. Ngayon, makakatira ka sa Dubai nang meron kang permanent visa kapag bibili ka ng bahay sa Dubai. Matagal ang kapatid mo ron. Matagal. Sa Abu Dhabi. Oo. Abu Dhabi pala. Matagal ang kapatid mo ron at ang kanyang pamilya. Oo. Kaya nagtataka ako kung hindi siya, sabi niya sa amin dito, sayang wala siya rito eh. Sabi niya sa amin dito na siya ay naghahanap ng trabaho sa Abu Dhabi. Nagtataka ako, anong trabaho ang hanapan niya sa Abu Dhabi? Di ba? Marami siyang pera sapagkat tumira siya na ilang buwan doon na wala siyang trabaho. Nagbalik siya rito. Oo, nagbalik siya rito. Kaya, tinatanong kita kung gaano mo kilala ang iyong kapatid sapagkat tinatanong ko kung siya ay talagang drug lord. Drug lord siya. Ngayon naman, kahit sabihin kong drug lord siya, wala na siyang kaso eh. Di ba? Na-dismiss na lahat ng panahon na dating Pangulo eh. Hindi ko alam kung gaano kalakas ng kapatid mo, lahat ng kaso na dismiss. Dismiss. Nakakawala na siya ngayon. Kaya kahit nasabihin kong drug lord siya ngayon, at yan, nandiyan si Director General Lasso. Director General Lasso, hindi ba nasa drug watch list pa si Kerwin Espinosa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Under surveillance pa siya, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Minomonitor niyo mga lakad niya, di ba?
Yes,
o
Your
yan. Ngayon, itong si Colonel Espinido, naniniwala ka ba na itong si Kerwin Espinosa ay drug lord din?
If I may, Your Honor, yes. Kerwin Espinosa, sana sa pagtingin ko, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, pagpunta dito, para magtanggap na lang, iaminin na siya. Drug lord, total, hindi man siya makulong. Pagkatapos, isabi niyang lahat, dahil pinatay yung papa niya, yun lang sana para paniwalaan. Kerwin Espinosa, 2009, he is convicted for life imprisonment sa Cebu. Nag-appeal siya, then reverse ang appeal niya.
Hindi ka ba nagtataka, Colonel Espinido, bakit na-reverse yung life imprisonment niya?
Because of money, Your
because
Honor.
of money.
Because of money.
Oo, nababayaran ng justice.
Makita doon kung sino nag-release, nag-reverse.
Oo. Ngayon, gusto ko lang sabihin sa lahat, sa mga nanonood nating milyon-milyon mga taong bayan dito, ito pong Quadcom hearing, hindi pinoprotektahan ng drug lord. Dito, ine-expose ang drug lord. Okay? Ayaw namin ng drug dito sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, gusto ko rin sabihin na ako naniniwala ako sa war on drugs. Tama ho ba ako? Tama yung war on drugs. Dapat talaga labanan. Ang hindi ko pinapaniwalaan kung bakit kinakailangan merong patayin na more than 20,000. Tama ba ako, Colonel Espinido? Oh. Tama ba ako,
Yes,
Colonel Garma? Colonel Garma, tama ba ako? Naniniwala tayo sa war on drugs, di ba? Pero hindi ako naniniwala na more than 20,000 ang kinakailangan patayin. Tama ba ako? Tama, di ba? Oo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Director General Lasso, tama, correct. Okay, General Torre, tama ho ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Kasi, naniniwala tayo ron eh. Pero gusto kong sabihin sa inyo, dito iniimbestigahan natin ng EJK, yung pong mga pinatay, whether they be drug pushers or drug lord, pinibigyan natin sila ng due process. Walang due process itong mga to eh. Kanina, kung nakita mo yung mga biktima kanina, yung mga kaanak ng biktima, karamihan doon, mistaken identity. Karamihan doon, can you imagine, 9 years old pinatay. Sa Cebu, merong 3-year-old napatay ng stray bullet dahil sa war on drugs. See? Dito sa Maynila, pinatay yung drug lord, nakasakay sa tricycle, pati yung driver ng tricycle, pinatay. Yun ang ayaw natin. That's the reason why Nais kong sabihin po dito that we do not want to protect any drug lord here or drug pusher here. We want to expose them. We want them to be charged according to law. Yun ang nais po natin. At ayaw natin na merong mga libo-libong napapatay dahilan dyan. Ayaw dati ng reward system. Hindi ba? Okay. General Torre, nandito ka nung aming iniimbestigahan si Colonel Marcos, di ba? Na ang sabi niya, ganun din sa'yo, Commissioner Bernardo, dito ka rin, di ba? Si Colonel Marcos, sinabi niya sa kanyang pulis na papasukin ang selda ni Mayor Espinosa, Rolando. Pero ang sabi niya, i-restrain nyo lang. Pero pinatay. Pinatay ng Major at pinatay ng 7 pulis. Okay? Ngayon, ito po ang question ko. Ano ba ang dapat gawin ng kapulisan? Yan. Tatanungin ko muna si Commissioner Bernardo, ano ba dapat gawin ng kapulisan sa isang major at 7 pulis na pumatay sa isang nasa selda ng walang kalaban-laban? Anong dapat gawin dyan?
Your Honor,
yes.
In this particular case, there was a decision of the Supreme Court that tells us that although they can apply for a search warrant in a detention center, however, that the search warrant sought for under Judge Sabera, the search warrant that was sought for Mayor Espinosa was not at all properly done. And therefore, the judge were fined for 20,000. I make this preliminary statement considering the fact that if the search warrant was irregularly sought from the court and it was rendered to be irregular, they loses the defense of good faith and presumption of regularity. And therefore, it is incumbent upon them to substantiate the legality of the warrant of arrest and the execution of the same. Furthermore, there was death as a result of the supposed execution of the warrant of arrest. They admitted that they killed both the person of Mayor Espinosa and Mr. Raul Yap. And we were given the information that there were investigations conducted by the NBI. And based on the medical legal, it shows that he was killed while lying down. And therefore, it was recommended at the
Therefore, Attorney Bernardo, anong dapat gawin sa mga pulis?
They should be investigated and criminal case should be filed, and administratively, they should be meted the corresponding penalty of
Their
dismissal.
firearms ought to be confiscated. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yun lang. Ngayon, si General Torre, ano po ang dapat gawin ng Philippine National Police sa mga pulis na yan?
I submit to the wisdom of the Commissioner of the NAPOLCOM, sir. I believe that his opinion is 100% correct, sir.
Are you going to start an investigation on that, General Torre?
Yes, sir. The cold case files were already pulled out, and we are already in the process of re-examining the documents,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. I hope you will. Now, Mr. Chair, do we have Colonel Leonardo here at this point in time?
Yes, may we ask Colonel Leonardo to please sit down.
So there is someone who will be asking questions first, then I'll be the one to do it.
Siguro pwede na ho nating tapos na ho siguro tayo. Pwede na po natin sigurong ma-excuse itong ating mga galing pang Albuera, ito sila. So,
Mr. Chair, my questions are directed also to the Albuera case.
Okay. Sorry about that, Congresswoman Brosas. So, Nay, diha lang mo Total, koto naman talas do sa kadlawon diri ha. Okay lang? Sige.
Translate,
So, okay, now,
Mr. Chairman, can you kindly translate it?
no, I said, dyan lang muna sila kasi hanggang alas 2 tayo ngayon.
Mr. Chair, I will give way to Congressman
Okay,
Brosas.
thank you, Congressman Abante. Congresswoman Brosas, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ilang mga tanong lang kaugnay sa Albuera case, Mr. Chair. Sino po yung nag-apply ng search warrant sa Albuera?
Ang Liti Police Provincial Office, Your Honors.
So, Mr. Chair, yung search warrant against Espinosa Sr. ay mula sa police?
Yes.
All
Yes.
police?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bakit po police ang nag-file?
Kasi yun naman ang legality ng application ng search warrant, Your Honor. Nung malaman ng mga taga-Liti PPO na mayroong mga contraband sa loob ng bahay ni Mayor, then they applied for search warrant para legal ang pagpasok ng police.
So basically, sila ang may information
Yes.
tungkol sa illegal na, ano ang nakalagay doon? Illegal na baril?
Firearms.
Drugs?
Firearms, I think that is more than 20 firearms, explosive. May kuan din, Your Honors, may 11 kilos na shabu sa loob.
Ngayon, Mr. Chair, wala bang information yung mga jail guards tungkol sa illegal possession nila? Kasi 'di ba, yung mga jail guards, wala ba kayong alam na merong ganon? At bakit wala?
Mr. Chair, wala po kaming na contrabands doon dahil sagawa kami ng galugad noong October 30, 2016 po.
Yes, very basic po yung tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Kasi kung may information, bakit hindi na lang naghalughog, 'di ba? 'Di ba may patakaran naman para sa search sa loob ng jail? Sa BJMP manual, 'di ba may rules tungkol sa Greyhound search? Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, sorry. Sa pag-intindi ko, akala ko yung search warrant sa bahay ni Mayor na pinag-usapan dito, pero yung tanong mo, ma'am,
Sa
ang
loob.
sa jail.
Yes, sa
sorry,
actual
sorry.
jail, sa actual jail.
Nandito man ang nag-represent sa CIDG, ma'am, na sila ang nag-apply ng search warrant, si Major Laraga, makapagsabi. Sorry, ang kanina.
Yes, Mr. Chair, hindi yung search warrant doon sa sa house, kundi yung mismong pagpasok doon sa loob ng jail. Yun po kasi yung tinutukoy kanina ni Chairman Abante. Bakit sa loob yung search warrant? Tapos meron naman tayong BJMP manual rules na pwede namang mag-Greyhound search kapag merong information na nakarating sa mga jail guards na merong ganito, no? May mga prohibited or forbidden doon sa loob ng jail. Bakit naging ganon, no? O kalimbawa, walang information, yun yung narinig ko kanina, 'di ba? Tama ba? Yun ang sagot. Wala pong information na nakarating sa inyo. Kasi kung walang information na nakarating sa inyo, tapos may ganong search warrant, hindi kayo magaling magbantay. Ganon ba yon? Ano ibig sabihin nun? Hindi kayo effective?
Mr. Chair, the SW was handled by the CIDG. And we do not have any personal knowledge on the whereabouts of their handling of the search warrant. And besides, prior to the raid, we already conducted a galugad, an SOP by the sub-provincial jail facility.
Just precisely yun nga po yung tanong ko eh. It's either magkakagulo at natatakot kayo kung mag-search sila. Kasi paano nakapasok yung gamit? 'Di ba? Ibig sabihin yun, kahit naggalugad kayo, hindi nyo nakita. Ganun yung ibig sabihin nun eh, Mr. Chair. Hindi kayo nagbantay. Hindi kayo effective.
Mr. Chair, aling gamit ba ang tinutukoy ni Ma'am?
Mr. Chair, yun yung nasa search warrant na sinabi against Espinosa Sr.
Mr. Chair, we cannot answer the question.
Ano po ba yung contraband according to jail rules? Maaari niyo po bang sabihin sa akin?
We, Mr. Chair, the illegal contrabands that is subject under our rules are any intoxicating, any liquor, any drugs, any pointed bladed weapons, or firearms to that effect.
Yes, Mr. Chair, no, yung contraband, anything prohibited by law or forbidden by jail rules that would pose as security hazards or endanger the lives of inmates. At ang sinasabi niyo po sa akin, wala kayong nakitang ganon. Pero merong search warrant. Di ba?
Hello.
So yung search warrant po, ang sinasabi niyo, walang kontrabando sa loob, pero nagbigay no, ng search warrant, nag-apply ng search warrant, mag-iiba na ngayon yung itsura. Tama ba,
Mr. Chair, I don't understand the...
Hindi, ang tanong ko lang kasi po, bakit kailangan
Mr. Chair, I believe that should be directed to the CIDG. Major Leo, Major Laraga is here. They were the agency concerned who applied for the search warrant.
Kaya ko po ito tinatanong, Mr. Chair, kasi bakit kailangan mag-file ng search warrant kung pwede namang mag-search lang? Hindi kaya dahilan nito para makapasok sa jail ang mga pulis? Kasi yun na lang yung nakikita kong reason eh, di ba? Kasi hindi pwedeng pumasok ang mga pulis sa mga detention facilities. Tama ba? Di ba? Hindi pwedeng pumasok ang mga pulis sa mga detention facilities. Nang basta-basta na lang, di ba?
Mr. Chair, again, I cannot answer the query. It is now up to the CIDG, headed by Major Laraga here, why he applied for the search warrant.
So, Mr. Chair, nandito ba yon yung nag-apply ng search warrant?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
with the indulgence of Congresswoman Arlene, I would just like to ask Dondon just to confirm with regards to his previous statement that kilala niya po yung police officer that was involved in that search in the cell of Mayor Espinosa. Don, you mentioned that you personally knew Major Laraga.
Opo.
Pwede mo ba ituro si Major Laraga dito? Saan siya? Pakigamit ng microphone.
Katabi ni Rasaga.
So, Major Laraga.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good evening.
Have you taken your oath?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Kong Arlene, yun yung Major Laraga. Siya yung nag-apply ng search warrant. Tama?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yan, Mr. Chair, tanong ko kanina, bakit kayo nag-file ng search warrant kung pwede naman sila ay mag-search, no? Sabi ko nga kanina, pwede namang Greyhound search. Hindi ba kayo nagtitiwala sa mga jail guards?
Mr. Chair, please, I humbly submit to the ruling of the Supreme Court with regard to that particular issue and the exact case, Mr. Chair. It was ruled in Administrative Matter number RTJ-17-2494, dated January 26, 2021, Mr. Chair. If you may allow me, Mr. Chair, I can quote the...
Yes, that's the motu proprio fact-finding investigation
yes,
on the
Mr.
issuance
Chair.
of search warrant. So,
It was discussed all there, Mr. Chair.
yes, Mr. Chair. So, case siya ngayon, no? Ongoing case, motu proprio.
No, it was already ruled by the Supreme Court,
So, what was the
Mr. Chair.
ruling?
Mr. Chair, I would like to quote the dispositive part only with regard to the issue, Mr. Chair. Quote, Mr. Chair, a comprehensive, guided by the foregoing discussion, it is clear that there are marked differences between a search in relation to a criminal investigation and a search that is meant as a protective measure in prison management.
Mr. Chair, mahaba ba yan? Baka pwedeng sabihin na lang natin yung facts of the case. Actually, alam ko naman na si Judge Tarcelo Sabare Jr. ng RTC, tama po ba? Ng Basay Samar?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is
Bayan ko
correct.
pa ito was fined in the amount of 20,000. Stern warning lang, Mr. Chair, for violation of Supreme Court rules, directives, and circulars. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang properly, ang sinabi niya lang dito, no? The warrants, they were not properly endorsed. So, ganun lang, Mr. Chair, yung sinabi. So, Mr. Chair, pag ganito, gusto ko nang pumunta doon sa punto na ano yung patakaran sa application ng search warrants? Kasi may namatay kasi eh. So, sino yung mananagot kapag may namatay sa detention facility? Mr. Chair, baka sa DOJ? And may patakaran ba sa application ng search warrants?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, from NAPOLCOM, earlier we stated that inasmuch as the application for the search warrant was not endorsed by the duly authorized heads of the agency, it was ruled by the Supreme Court that it was improperly applied. As a result of which, the judge who issued the search warrant was fined for 20,000. Number two, there was also a observation by Justice Kagiwa that the manner of asking the question, when Judge Sabera asked the confidential informant it was bordering to a hearsay. And PO3 Abellanosa, who was tasked to validate the same, merely narrated the statement of a confidential informant. This contributed to the determination of the court that it was irregularly applied. With that irregular search warrant that was sought, the execution of the same is also questionable. And therefore, the validity of the search may be put to question. If the search warrant was not properly asked, there is no more presumption of regularity in the supposed service of search warrant. Furthermore, if there were deaths as a result of which, and they admitted that they killed, as a result of it, it was admitted that they were killed, they are now raising the defense of self-defense. If they raise the theory of self-defense, the burden now rests upon the police officer to substantiate that it was lawfully done. Furthermore, there was investigation conducted by the NBI. I stand to be corrected. We have the NBI here. The original recommendation of NBI is to file a murder case. Only it was downgraded to homicide. And for what reason they may have, I really would like to find that out. It was said that the medical legal stated that the Mayor Espinosa was lying down, and when he was killed, there were 2 shots from a position of a person that was lying down. How then could it be that it was true that there were exchanges of fire when the mayor was lying down? I will be corrected if the NBI would further elaborate on the same.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Gusto kong matanong, Mr. Chair, yung saan nagka-problema or saan yung abuso sa pag-apply ng warrant of arrest, sa pag-issue, o sa pag-implement? Or are those 3, yun yung violate?
All of the above, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. It was not properly endorsed, and so therefore there was no further verification as to why there was a need to apply for a search warrant. The theoretically, they can apply for a search warrant when the purpose of the search warrant is to further conduct a criminal investigation. There were allegations that the jail guard was involved in the drug operation within the detention center. And when this was supposed to be established by the judge, the the Constitution specifically stated that there should be probing question and answer. There should be a personal determination, a probable cause that the allegation might be true or correct. The court was not at all convinced in the process of asking the probing question from the confidential informant. And therefore, the application was not properly endorsed, it was irregular, and the issuance by the judge was also improperly made, as observed by Justice Kagiwa. They relied from a hearsay, from a confidential informant. Furthermore, at the for the third stage, the execution of the warrant of arrest might give an impression that it was not properly done. This was bolstered by the fact that, again, I stand to be corrected, by the medical legal, the cause of death and the position of the Mayor Espinosa, he was lying down when he was shot. And therefore, that demolishes the defense of the executing officer that there was an exchange of fire. How could that be possible when the person was lying down? And the NBI was of the belief that a murder offense, a murder case has been committed. And that's basically more or less, the entire thing altogether is of questionable circumstances.
So, kindly
Yes,
wrap up.
hence the question, Mr. Chair, ng homicide over doon sa dapat ay murder case. Mr. Chair, kung bakit ko po tinatanong ito, kasi alam ko na yung sa implementation na nagre-result sa death, hindi lang po ito sa usapin ng Espinosa case, and actually, meron pong mga iba pang mga cases. For example, for the activists, yun pong Bloody Sunday case kung saan merong 9 activists na pinatay sina Emmanuel Asuncion, Chay Limita Evangelista, Ariel Evangelista, Greg Dasigo, Macmac Bacasno, Abner Esto, Edward Esto, Puroy de la Cruz, Pulong de la Cruz. Sempo cases po, localized, synchronized, enhanced management of police operations in Negros. Meron pong mga pinatay, mga extrajudicial killings in Negros. December 2018 po nangyari sa Negros Island, 6 people killed, 13 arrested. Hindi lang po yan, meron pa pong case ng Tumandok, December 11, 2020. Si Roy Giganto, si Reynaldo Katipunan, Mario Aguirre, Eliseo Gayas, Mauro Diaz, Artelito Katipunan, Arcelito Katipunan, Jomer Vidal. So ito po, mga biktima, no, ng mga violations, Mr. Chair, no, ng pagpapatupad ng mga ganitong klase ng kaso, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
And I hope, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Rosas, can I just clarify, Mr. Chair? Because, Congresswoman Rosas, lahat po ng mga pulis, medyo laraga, na-demanda kayo, di ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Lahat dismissed, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yun ang gusto kong sabihin lang. Lahat dismissed. Nakakapagtaka, bakit na-dismiss?
Okay. Tapos ka na, Congressman Abante, because we want Congresswoman Brosas to wrap up.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
please wrap up so that we can proceed with another witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Lahat ito ang basis ng mga raids, search warrants sa Calabarzon, sa Panay. Lahat po ito, ginawa nung nakaraan. So I hope, Mr. Chair, there will also be a investigation para po mabigyan ng hustisya yung mga kapamilya ng mga biktima na ito, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas. So, the next to interpellate is Congressman Busita, and then Congressman Flores, and then Congressman Paduano. Congressman Busita, Senator Busita, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, ilang years ka sa PNP service?
Sir, sa PNP, I believe naka 28 years, Mr. Chair.
28 years. PNPA class 96 ka ba or 97?
I was supposed to graduate 96 but na-deferred, Mr. Chair. I graduated 98.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kailan ka na-assign sa CIDG? Since when?
Since 2001, Mr. Chair.
2001. And kailan ka na-relieve sa CIDG?
In between, Mr. Chair, there were times that I was reassigned to other unit, Mr. Chair. Not straight CIDG. But all in all, as far as I can recall, my service as a CIDG more or less is 18 years with the CIDG, Mr. Chair.
More or less, how many years?
18 years with the CIDG.
18 years?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So 18 years. So 18 years ka sa intelligence unit, intelligence community. Kilala mo ba si Police Colonel Crisostomo Mendoza, PNPA Class 94?
Hindi ko po kilala, Mr. Chair.
18 years ka sa intelligence community, yung upper class mo, hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko po siya kilala, Mr. Chair.
Hindi mo kilala? Okay. Alam mo ba na unaccounted and missing si Police Colonel Mendoza?
Hindi ko rin po alam.
Hindi mo alam?
Hindi po talaga.
18 years sa intelligence community, hindi mo alam?
18 years po ako sa CIDG.
Yes.
Region 11,
yes.
karamihan po.
Di ba intelligence unit ang CIDG?
Partly, Mr. Chair, yung
Yes.
detection
Okay.
part. Yes. Opo.
So hindi mo alam na missing si Colonel Mendoza?
Hindi ko po kilala kasi kung sino po yung...
O sige, kung hindi mo
Crisostomo
kilala.
Sinasabi niyo po.
May narinig ka ba na missing si Colonel Mendoza?
Wala rin po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Torres, sir. PNPA
Yes, Mr.
class
Chair.
93 po ba kayo?
Yes, sir.
So underclass po ninyo si Colonel Mendoza?
Yes, sir.
Totoo po ba yung information na unaccounted and missing si Police Colonel Crisostomo Mendoza, PNPA class 94? Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
General Torres, sir, sa pagkakaalam po ba ninyo, maliban kay Colonel Mendoza, may iba pang police personnel na unaccounted and missing from 2016 to present?
I have to check the record, sir. Please allow me to report it to you on the next hearing, sir.
Okay, balikan ko lang po, Mr. Chair. Sa pagkakaalam po ninyo, ano ang dahilan? Bakit missing si Colonel Mendoza?
If I recall it right, sir, I think it was on the end of 2017 when he was reported missing by the family. Chris Mendoza had worked with me on NARCOM in 1999, very shortly, during the time when we operated against Mayor Mitra of Panukulan, Quezon, where we got the 500 kilos in the ambulance and another van. We worked together in that, sir, that's NAR group. It was, I think, end of 2017 that he was reported missing. And we really have no idea, as of the moment, on the concrete details on this incident, sir.
So may information po na sinasabi, sangkot siya sa illegal drugs. Tama po ba?
Come again, sir?
May information na sinasabing involved siya sa illegal drugs.
During the time, sir, when he went missing, I think he was already dismissed from the service because he has a previous case of AWOL or another case of administrative case that he was appealing then with, I think, the Court of Appeals or Supreme Court. I'm not I cannot really clearly recall the details as of the moment, sir, but I think I can pull out the records and will report to you with more clarity on the next hearing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So wala po kayong information na mayroon pang ibang PNP personnel na unaccounted and missing?
I have heard some. What we hear, Mr. Chair, are some police officers killed in line of duty or otherwise. And but for the missing, I have to check on the records, sir. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naitanong
sir.
po ito, Mr. Chair, para malaman po natin na maaring hindi lang politicians, hindi lang private individuals, even police personnel ay sinasabing involved at pwedeng biktima rin po ng EJK. Mr. Chair, may I respectfully move to direct General Torre to submit the list of unaccounted and missing PNP personnel from 2016 to present, Mr. Chair.
General Torre, you are directed to comply with the request of Congressman Busita.
Will comply, sir. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the next to interpellate is Congressman Keith Flores. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to be clarified with Napolcom. Did you just mention earlier that the case against the CIDG officers were all dismissed?
From what we have gathered, Your Honor, from the criminal cases were all basically dismissed, Your Honor.
The criminal cases?
Yes, sir.
Have administrative cases been filed against them before the Napolcom?
Yes, Your Honor. It was decided by then Chief PNP De La Rosa that the said persons will be demoted.
Just demoted?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, just demoted.
ang penalty nila in the administrative case is demotion lang.
Yes,
Klaruhin ko lang.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
from your opinion, Attorney Bernardo, what were the mistakes or errors that were committed by the team that enforced the search warrant? Like, if I'll just go through it now, from the testimonies that I've heard. Using bonnets or covering their faces, is that proper?
Yes. Under the circumstances, Your Honor, bonnet is not at all supposedly used for that purpose.
So in enforcing a search warrant, it should not be used.
Yes,
Their
precisely.
faces should not be covered.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They are-
Second,
Yes.
Attorney Bernarda, was disabling the CCTV in the jail facility also proper and in accordance with the SOP of the PNP in enforcing a search warrant?
That is improper, and actually it's irregular to remove the CCTV. Because in fact, the Supreme Court required them to use body-worn camera or alternative recording device in the execution of search warrant.
Third, was it proper for them to disarm the jail guards and the PNP that were sent to augment the security in the area?
It is also improper. That should not be the case, Your Honor.
Okay, now of all the, itong tatlo lang, supposedly, if this were the offenses, administrative complaints filed against them, would that warrant a demotion? Just a demotion?
Theoretically, Your Honor, demotion is not enough, Your Honor.
For all these three lang. I'm not even discussing the death.
Yes, Your Honor.
What should be the proper penalty then?
These are serious irregularities in the performance of duty. This could amount for a dismissal.
They should have been dismissed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And why do you think was the penalty of demotion meted upon them by then Chief PNP Bato?
I could not actually, Your Honor, understand the rationale of a mere demotion on the same. Because our belief is that although conspiracy is not necessary to prove an administrative case, but in the case of Colonel Marcos, he may be then equated to a principal considering that he was at the site when the supposed search warrant was executed. He was then at the door of the sub-provincial jail, and he insisted to open the same. Only he returned back to his vehicle. The security the augmentation from the CIDG Region 8 and the Regional Maritime Unit 8 is also may be liable in their individual participation, principal by indispensable cooperation. Because without the indispensable assistance or support of the CIDG 8 and Regional Mobile Unit, they could not overpower the sub-provincial jail. Meaning, therefore, they are liable for principal by indispensable cooperation. Now, by direct participation, those who executed all of those offenses, including the consequence for the demise of the two individual, may be rendered principal by direct participation, Your Honor. Notwithstanding that conspiracy may not be applicable in administrative cases, but their individual participation could very well establish from the records of the case, Your Honor. Plus, this can be bolstered by the investigation done by the NBI on the same.
So from an administrative point of view, Attorney Bernardo, there are no more cases that could be filed against the police officers who enforced the search warrant.
Your Honor, the respondent in fact appealed to the National Appellate Board. And in one occasion, we discussed the merit of the case. It was at that opportunity, with due respect, I met the commissioner at that time. Commissioner Leonardo at that time opted to acquit all of the respondents. But I hasten to add that if that's the most thing that they could have done during their time how then could it be possible at this time now that they could be acquitted for all of these offenses? And therefore, we met again, and the other two commissioners are now inclined to reconsider. And they would render a different resolution or determination of the appealed cases. It's forthcoming. We are seeking also additional substantiation from the NBI to see whether we could rely from the SOCO report or from the medical legal, from the forensic pathologies, what may have been the cause of death. Is it actually an exchange of gunfire, or was he killed within the cell, in cell number 1 and in cell number 2 for Raul Yap, for that matter?
Thank you, Attorney Bernardo. Colonel Leonardo, sir, Commissioner Leonardo, I'll ask you again the three things that I thought were improper in the conduct of the search, on the enforcement of the search warrant. Like, one, having face coverings or a bonnet. Is that proper, sir? While enforcing a search warrant?
During my, when I conduct implementation of search warrant, I never...
Can you answer closer to the mic, sir, so we can hear you?
I never do that during my conduct of...
I'm asking you, sir, from the standard procedures of police officers, sir. Is it proper for police officers to use face coverings in enforcing a search warrant? Yes or no?
I think, no, Mr. Chair, for me, no.
So it's not proper. Two, is it proper for police officers to disable the CCTV system in enforcing a search warrant? Yes or no?
No, Mr. Chair.
Three, what was the third one I asked kanina? Was disarming the jail guards and the police officers who augmented the security in the area proper in enforcing the search warrant that was issued by the judge?
It depends on the situation, Mr. Chair. If they pose a threat to the implementing...
Then they could be disarmed?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair.
depending on the situation. But on the first two, you said that it was improper.
For me, it was
Yes,
improper,
for you.
Mr. Chair.
Now, if these two were improper, out of the three that I mentioned, why did you move for the acquittal of these police officers? Did you not find it... you just mentioned that it was improper. Did you not find it that they should be held administratively liable for violating the procedures in enforcing a search warrant?
Mr. Chair, just to correct the manifestation of Vice Chair Bernardo, I never intended to acquit everybody. Actually, the motion for Laraga and Duterte and others are meted 5 months, 6 months, something like...
6 months of what,
no,
sir?
No. 6 months, Mr. Chair.
Of
And
what?
some, there are some who were acquitted, recommended acquitted, but that was just a recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Just a recommendation. But you think that they should be administratively, at least administratively held liable?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And this is after how many years from the time of the incident that took place? How many years?
I think that was 8 years. 8 years already, Mr. Chair.
8 years?
From 2016 to up to present, Mr. Chair.
So 6 years actually, 6 years. Yeah? 2018? Yeah, anyway. So it's that number of years and these police officers are still actively in the service because the administrative case has not yet been resolved up to now. Is that correct, Colonel Leonardo?
I think some of them are no longer in the service, Mr. Chair.
Was it as a result of this administrative case or for some other reasons?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair. Some because of this case, Mr. Chair.
But I thought that case was still pending before the Napolcom.
The
Attorney
appeal,
Bernardo.
Yes, Your Honor. It is still pending in the National Appellate Board. I could not make a decision alone because these are collegial. We are 4 of us, and at that time, we are not in the same opinion with Commissioner Leonardo, while the two others are still trying to decide whether they would side with me or side with Commissioner Leonardo. And it might strike a good decision when I'm seeking the records of the NBI to substantiate the fact that the cause of death was not at all through exchange of fire, but rather, if I would follow the medical legal, it might have been a murder case or at the very least, a homicide. And they are not supposed to be simply demoted, Your Honor.
Shouldn't administrative case be faster, Attorney Bernardo?
Yes, it should have been, but in as much as the decision, I was then alone because the other commissioners are still trying to evaluate the case. I was just alone in pushing for an early resolution.
The point that I'm raising, Attorney Bernardo, is the fact that if these people are still in the active service of the PNP, then they could still be performing acts which are illegal or improper and not in accordance with PNP policies. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
That's why there's a need to hasten the proceedings siguro, sir. Di ba?
Yes, pinakiusapan ko nga, Your Honor, yung dalawa pang commissioner na they are now siding with me at this time, considering the fact that time has lapsed and justice delayed is justice denied for the victims. And I am asking the NBI for an additional evidence to bolster my recommendation that there's supposed to be a rendition of judgment and to reverse simply a demotion. It should have been more severe penalties to be imposed.
Are they now siding with you only after Colonel Leonardo resigned as commissioner from the Mapolcom?
I would ask them, Your Honor, but...
But was the decision to change their minds recent?
It's quite recent, Your
Quite
Honor.
recent.
Quite recent, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Congressman Flores. Congressman Acop?
in relation to the issues raised by the Honorable Flores, Napolcom, na-charge din po ba si Colonel Marcos?
Na-charge, Your Honor, pero hindi ho nag-appeal eh. I think suspension lang ata ang sa kanya eh. Kaya hindi na po siya nag-appeal eh. Yung iba lang mga kasama ang nag-appeal,
Was
Your
his
Honor.
sentence served?
I suppose so, Your Honor. It's supposed to have been served by this time.
Suspension. How about Mayor Laraga?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was demoted, Mr. Chair.
You were demoted.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Samantalang si Colonel Marcos na-promote. Di ba doon sumasama ang loob mo?
No, not necessarily, Mr. Chair.
Not necessarily.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero alam ko, sumama ang loob mo eh. Di ba? Dahil ikaw, na-demote siya, na-promote. If you look at the orders of Colonel Marcos, it was through the orders of the President, former President, signed by the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, as attested by DPRM, if you look at his orders. Di ba? Kaya alam ko, masama yung loob mo dahil hindi ka na ganun eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Acop.
Chairman.
Now, yes,
Just,
Congressman Paduano.
I consulted the COMSEC, and as far as I remember, during the previous hearing, we invite the deponent, no? And now Major Laraga is here. Major, sino nga yung deponent nyo?
Mr. Paul Olendan, Mr. Chair.
Ito,
Is he here?
case to ni, ni Mayor Espinosa.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Magkaiba pa yung sa case ni Alvarez.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in the case of Mayor Espinosa, sinong deponent?
Mr. Paul Olendan, Mr. Chair.
Anong background niya? Why he was chosen as a deponent?
He was a previous PDL, Mr. Chair.
Previous PDL.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaya nga sabi kanina na Polcom, na yung comment yung ni Justice, well, in fact, walang direct knowledge in deponent mo. Kasi dating nakakulong, pero nasa labas. Paano siya, kasi supposedly the deponent has direct knowledge, di ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Oh, why him? Na hindi naman siya nakakulong.
Mr. Chair, based on the
RC.
testimony of the deponent, Mr. Chair,
Testimony of whom?
of the deponent, Mr. Chair, which was
Ang
subjected
tanong ko nga
to...
sa iyo, kasi ikaw yung nag-apply, di ba, ng search warrant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw nag-handle.
Yes,
Now,
Mr.
anong testimony niya? Nakita niya na may baril doon sa loob?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Paano niya nakita?
He was, according to him, Mr. Chair, he was able to go inside when he was, if I'm not mistaken, invited, Mr. Chair.
Have you checked the warden that indeed your deponent has visited that jail? Sandali po, yes or no lang. Ikaw, Major Larga,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
huwag ka magsinungaling, yes or no. Have you checked the warden that indeed your deponent has visited the jail to confirm that indeed there's a gun?
Personally, no, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
Me personally, I did not, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you did not.
Yes, Mr.
But
Chair.
you applied for a search warrant without checking that indeed yung testimony ng deponent mo na nakapasok siya doon.
I believe, Mr. Chair, I don't have any recourse as to validate.
Ayun
where
yung
in
problema
fact,
mo.
he has
Then
been
why?
inside the jail.
Then why? You apply for search warrant.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that
Hindi,
illegal trade
sandali.
inside the...
You mentioned about the testimony of your deponent, di ba? Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, tinatanong kita, paano mo na-verify na indeed that testimony is true and correct?
Mr. Chair, I was made to believe that his
You were made to
testimony-
believe.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But you have to check. Now, question. Sabi mo kanina, nakita niya, nakapasok siya doon nung nagbisita siya. Tama?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Now, doon sa, ano po, kay Warden. And then the PDL, former PDL that was mentioned by Major Larga, nakabisita po ba siya doon kay Mayor Espinosa?
Mr. Chair,
Major Larga, pakiulit nga po yung pangalan ng former PDL.
Mr. Paul Olendan, Mr. Chair.
Do you know Paul Olendarin?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi mo kilala?
Hindi po kilala, Your Honor.
Oh, Major Larga, hindi niya kilala. Former inmate, saan yun? Siya. Hindi, ikaw. Major. Dapat alam mo yung background ng deponent mo, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Saan siya dati nakakulong?
I believe in Aboyog Penal Colony, Mr. Chair.
The same? No.
No, I think...
Mr.
no.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we do not have any PDL by the name of Ulindan. And records, upon verification of our records, he never visited the Baybay Sub-Provincial Jail Facility.
Oh, Major Larga, hindi siya former detainee o inmate ng provincial jail. Sabi mo nga sa Aboyog. Tapos, hindi rin nag-visit doon. Major Larga, huwag kang
Mr.
magsinungaling.
Chair, I cannot answer for and in behalf of my deponent and that as to regard of
No,
the burden
sandali
of,
po. Hindi ko po sinasabi sa iyo that you have to answer. Ikaw po nagsabi na sinabi ng deponent mo na bumisita sa doon.
That is correct, Mr.
And
Chair.
now, the jail warden confirms na walang nangyaring visit.
I cannot attest to the
Yun nga ang
statement of the jail
Yun
guard,
nga,
Mr. Chair.
sabi ko sa iyo kanina, tinanong nga kita, have you checked?
Personally, not, Mr. Chair.
Personally?
Me personally.
Bakit sino pa ba dapat mag-check?
I believe we have a surveillance personnel who took
Ikaw ba
the
naman,
validation,
Major
Mr. Chair.
Laraga? Ikaw yung nag-apply, principal nag-apply ng mga search warrant, tapos sabihin mo na, di ba sinabi mo kanina, nagbisita siya?
Based on his testimony, Mr. Chair.
Oh, kaya nga sinasabi ko sa iyo, based on his testimony. Now, kino-confirm ngayon na walang nangyaring visit yung deponent mo. O, sino ngayon may problema?
Mr. Chair, we have been filed. I was also a respondent or accused of the
Sandali po,
criminal case
I am
for...
not asking you about your case. Well, in fact, demotion nga lang eh, di ba? You were just demoted.
The criminal case for malicious application of search
And now you're
warrant.
invoking sub judice in
No,
this
no,
committee?
Mr. Chair. That was also the... there was a case filed against me, Mr. Chair, and then
So,
the search warrant, actually, Mr. Chair, it was the honorable judge, through searching questions and answers, who made the probable cause and issued the same, which until now, Mr. Chair, was, as ruled by the Supreme Court, was valid and the application was proper. I believe, Mr. Chair. I submit to the Supreme Court's ruling, Mr. Chair. If
valid.
That's my humble submission, Mr. Chair.
Na valid yung application ng search warrant?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It was in the ruling of the Supreme Court, Mr. Chair. I humbly submit.
May I know?
Sandali.
May I know anong ruling 'yan?
Mr. Chair, it was a consolidated case of all of the
Are you a
confused...
lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
I'm not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can you give me a copy? Do you have a copy with you of the ruling?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have.
Pengi nga kami. Paige, can you please get a copy and submit this copy to the chair? Please proceed, Congressman Paduano.
Sino po yung nag-file ng case against
It was the NBI, Mr. Chair.
the NBI?
Yeah, perjury and malicious application of search warrant, Mr. Chair.
So, the Supreme Court decided in favor?
No, sir, at the Municipal Trial Court of Basay Samar, Mr. Chair.
So, nag-appeal ba yung NBI? Did they appeal?
I think they did not, Mr. Chair.
They didn't.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, ito yung problema. NBI, are you familiar with the case?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. We are familiar with the case. However, if the questions will be about the case itself, we would like to have a moment with the records and we will submit the records of the case on the next hearing, Your Honor.
Update kami dito, no? Kasi, while you're telling this committee na yung MTC rules favorable to your case, tama?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. It was dismissed, Mr. Chair.
Pero alam mo na rin ngayon na there is a Supreme Court ruling also na
it was issued last...
sandali, na bawal mag-issue ng search warrant on government facilities.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it was fully discussed in the ruling, Mr. Chair, that it is allowed to apply a search warrant for a criminal investigation.
Sa MTC yan?
No, Mr. Chair, from the Supreme Court in bank, Mr. Chair. The one that I give the ruling, Mr. Chair. It was fully discussed in there, Mr. Chair. That's why I said I humbly submit to the ruling of the Supreme Court with that regard, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, papacheck namin ha. Papacheck namin kasi magkaiba tayo ng appreciation dyan sa ruling ng Supreme Court. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think Major Gargar, the question of Chairman Paduano was whether or not you knew for a fact that there was no, that the deponent that you brought before the court was not a detainee. Did you have prior knowledge of the fact that he was not a detainee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So alam mong hindi siya detainee?
At that moment, Mr. Chair, he was already outside. Yeah, previously, Mr. Chair.
But you just heard the warden say that they have no records of him being a detainee.
It was from a different facility, Mr. Chair.
But you just said that it was the Abayog, what was that?
Abuyog.
Abuyog.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
We
They are from the Baybay jail.
Baybay sub-provincial facility kami.
Okay, so where was Mayor Espinosa detained?
Baybay sub-provincial jail facility.
Bye-bye. And you were at, what was your place? Abuyog? Well, are you at Bye-bye?
Baybay.
Kayo?
Yes.
And he was, Major Gargar was saying that the deponent that they brought was also a detainee at Bye-bye? Tama
No.
ba? He was the detainee at a different place? So
Yes.
if he was detained at a different place, how could he say, or how could he testify that Mayor Espinosa had these illegal things in his cell?
Mr. Chair, if I may be able to
If they were detained
discuss-
at different institutions?
Mr. Chair, if I may be able to discuss. if
Go ahead,
you-
sir, please.
Mr. Chair, the situation kasi noon, Mr. Chair, is that PDLs or those previously detained and also inside the jail, Mr. Chair, they have all connections from different
so
different
sinasabi mo,
jails.
chismis lang, marites. He heard. He didn't actually see.
No, Mr. Chair, he was able to penetrate based on his testimony, Mr. Chair. That is not my testimony, Mr.
He is detained at a different facility, yet he
Before.
is able to penetrate.
Before, Mr. Chair, before. So he has knowledge. He knows yung kalakaran po sa loob ng mga jails, yung with regard to illegal drug trade, Mr. Chair.
Knowing the kalakaran and actually seeing it and having personal knowledge of these things are two different things. Major Laraga, tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so you bring a deponent who had no personal knowledge of the things except just knowing the kalakaran in the area? Yan ang deponent mo? For the issuance of a search warrant?
No, Mr. Chair, he has personal knowledge, Mr. Chair.
How did he get personal knowledge again? Can you enlighten me po?
In his testimony, Mr. Chair, he was able to penetrate.
How did he penetrate a jail facility without him being detained there? Was he a jail guard?
There was his, actually I don't have his sworn affidavit,
You
Mr.
interviewed
Chair,
him,
and
I'm
I
sure,
cannot,
di ba? Major Laraga, in-interview mo siya before mo siya pinesenta sa korte, tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and
Oh, so anong-
he was subjected to a searching question and answer
No,
by the issuing
I'm
judge.
asking you. In-interview mo ba yung deponent mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so ano
by
sabi
the
niya?
investigator also.
Yes, paano niya nalaman? How did he have personal knowledge? Yan ang gusto mo malaman.
It was in his affidavit,
I'm
Mr.
asking
Chair.
you interviewed him. You just said that you interviewed him.
Yun nga, Mr. Chair, nakapasok siya doon.
Paano nga makapasok?
Nagka-transaction sila ni, if I'm not mistaken, doon sa nagkaroon sila ng mismong physical ni the late Mayor Espinosa.
Major Laraga, explain how he explained to you paano siya nakapasok as an ordinary civilian na hindi detainee in a jail facility. Paano siya nakapasok?
Actually, Mr. Chair, the allegation na mayroong collusion between mga bantay doon sa loob is yun yung reason na nakapasok sila. And that has been already almost public knowledge in the penal institutions there in Region 8, Mr. Chair. Alam naman po nung almost lahat ng operatiba doon prior to that, Mr. Chair. Talagang...
So ang sinabi niya sa'yo by collusion with some jail guards maybe and some other persons inside the jail, he was able to go inside. Is that correct? Major
Yes,
Laraga?
Mr. Chair, through the influence of the drug lord Espinosa Drug Group.
And that from his entry into that facility, he was able to see firsthand how things were being done. That's why you're saying that he had personal knowledge of these things.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, based on his testimony, Mr.
And you believe that, Major Laraga?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because you
I
brought him.
believe. Because prior to that, Mr. Chair, I had been operative, and we already had an intel information with regard to that illegal drug trade inside the penal colony and any detention facilities,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
now, is that the reason why, when you entered the facility, you wore a bonnet or covered your face?
Mr. Chair, that is not true, Mr.
That
Chair.
is not true.
I was not wearing bonnet, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
is it true that you turned off the CCTV system inside the jail facility?
That is not true, Mr. Chair.
So none
and,
of you did. It was all working at the same time.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With regard to that, Mr. Chair, we had been also charged with that particular violation, Mr. Chair,
And?
by the NBI.
By the NBI.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Also in court.
In court, Mr.
Also
Chair.
dismissed.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you have a very good lawyer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Flores.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congressman Akop.
Yes. Major Laraga, how long have you been with CIDG?
Since 8 years, almost 8 years, Mr. Chair.
8 years.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And how many times have you applied for a search warrant?
Several times already, Mr. Chair.
Several times.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Now, may I know kung yung deponent ninyo dun sa kaso ni Mayor Espinosa ay walk-in o kayo ang nag-secure?
I believe there was a...
Ano ang talagang nangyari? Hindi ko
May-
tinatanong kung ano yung paniwala mo.
Pardon, I'm sorry,
Ang
Mr. Chair.
tinatanong ko, whether your deponent ay walk-in, nag-volunteer na sarili niya, o hinanap ninyo. Hindi ko tinatanong kung anong paniwala mo.
Yes, sir. It was not walk-in, Mr. Chair. It was
Ano
not
nga? Nag-volunteer siya?
No, Mr. Chair.
Hinanap niyo siya?
Our
How
police,
did you
there was a
come to know
police,
your
police
deponent?
handler. There was a police handler, Mr. Chair.
Ano, no?
There was a handler, Mr. Chair, an agent.
Sino
police.
yung handler na police na yon?
He was already retired, Mr. Chair.
Ang galing
I
mong
believe.
gumawa ng istorya eh.
Yes, I'm certain,
Now,
Mr. Chair.
Sige, assuming na meron siyang handler, since when na naging handler yung kuha na yun, informant nyo na yun, yung deponent? Binubola mo na ako eh.
Hindi, actually, hindi naman po, Mr. Chair, na bubola, Mr. Chair. Talagang mayroon lang po talaga siyang personal knowledge sa
Hindi ko naman tinatanong
pangyayari.
kung may personal knowledge eh. Ang tinatanong ko, how did you come to know the deponent? Ikaw nag-apply ng search warrant eh.
It was introduced to me by our personnel, Mr. Chair. That
Sino
meron
nga yung nag-introduce sa'yo? What's the name?
of our personnel, Mr. Chair.
Oo nga. Marunong ka bang umintindi ng English? Tatagalugin ko. Sino ang nag-introduce sa'yo nung deponent?
It was retired Kayubit, Mr. Chair.
Alin? Retired na siya nung in-introduce niya?
No, right
Active
now.
pa siya noon?
Active pa siya noon at that
May I
time.
know the name and the address?
Melvin Kayubit, Mr. Chair, at Palo
Alin?
Leyte.
Ano?
Melvin Kayubit.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we, in the next hearing, we invite subject person mentioned by Mayor Laraga as the deponent in the search warrant against or issued against the late Mayor Espinosa.
Comsec, you are directed to invite the said person named by Congressman Akop.
Nung ipinakilala sa iyo yung deponent, ano ang protocol dapat? kung CIDG ka for 8 years?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have to, of course, the investigator must interview and do a background and validation, Mr. Chair.
You have to conduct a review,
Interview
and validation.
And validation of the
Ikaw.
the investigator, Mr. Chair, our investigator who will get the
And who
testimony.
was the investigator who conducted the review, the interview and validation?
It was, Mr. Chair, can I check the record first?
You check it now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ko alam kung saan mo checkin ihon. Niloloko mo na kami.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baka magkamali ako dun sa pangalan, Mr.
Sige
Chair.
nga, hanapin mo. Saan mo hanapin dyan?
Mr. Chair, I could not, if my recollection is correct, Mr. Chair, it was PO3 Johnny Ibanez.
PO3 Johnny
Ibanez,
Ibanez.
Mr. Chair.
Is he still in the active service?
I believe he already also retired, Mr. Chair.
He also retired.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
PO3 siya, nag-retire?
Yes, Mr. Chair, PO3.
PO3. Nag-retire siya, mandatory or optional?
I think
Kasi
it's
PO3
optional.
siya,
I
kailan lang
think
nangyari
it's
yun,
optional.
iho eh. So wala pa siyang 20 years or 30 years or 56 years old.
Yes, Mr. Chair, maybe optional, Mr. Chair.
Optional. Huwag mo ako paglulukuhin ha. I'll find a way. Colonel Kunanan, will you please take the name dun sa sinabi niya and kindly give this committee the details whether nag-retire nga siya optionally o hindi? Pakitanong sa kanya yung pangalan at rangko. Kasi the way you're answering me, you're already quibbling, Major Laraga. Now, noong in-interview at saka vinalidate, ikaw ba nag-conduct ng sarili mong validation when the investigator reported to you as far as his validation is concerned?
Negative, Mr. Chair.
Negative. Wala ka nang ginawa. Hindi ka man lang nagtaka.
Informally, Mr. Chair.
I beg your pardon?
Informally, just calling some, you know.
Hindi mo tinignan kung anong resulta ng validation?
Tinignan naman po, Mr. Chair.
And you did not find it unreasonable na isang dating PDL nagsasabi ng may baril yung isang PDL sa ibang detention center?
Credible naman po yung binabanggit nung
Credible sa iyo?
Mr. Chair.
Credible sa iyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ang galing mong sumagot, pero yung bagay na yon is credible sa iyo.
Oo naman, Mr. Chair.
Paano maging credible yun? Paano niya nalaman na merong baril si Mayor Espinosa doon sa Kwan?
Meron po siyang personal knowledge doon, Mr. Chair.
Ano nga? You define personal knowledge to me.
Personally po, nagkaharap po sila ni...
Paano sila nagkaharap?
I cannot discuss the details. It should be
Why
the
can't you
deponent,
not
Mr.
discuss?
Chair.
Ikaw ang nag-apply eh.
I based
Mr.
on
Chair.
I endorsed in the application, Mr. Chair, I endorsed
Hindi
the
nga
testimony
tinatanong
of
nga
the
kita.
sworn affidavit.
Nung nag-report sa iyo, hindi mo ba napansin kung reasonable o unreasonable yung validation? Kasi dapat magsuspecha ka na paano nakapagbibigay yung isang tao na dating PDL pero hindi naman PDL sa baybay ng statement na may baril si the late Mayor Espinosa doon sa selda niya.
Mr. Chair, kasi nakapasok daw siya doon, sir. At saka may contact, may connection naman sila.
Major Laraga, kasasabi lang ng mga officials doon, ni wala silang bisita na ganun, ni hindi sila nagkaroon ng PDL na ganun. You are lying!
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I cannot...
Mr. Chair, may I respectfully move that we cite Major Laraga in contempt for violation of Section 11.
Seconded. There's a motion.
So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to cite Major Laraga in contempt for violating Section 11. Seconded. And duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, you are now cited in contempt, Major Laraga. Comsec, take note.
Second motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
May I respectfully move that Major Laraga will be detained in the Quezon City Jail in a period of until the committee report will be approved in the plenary, Mr. Chairman. So move.
There's a motion to detain Major Laraga at the Quezon City Jail until the termination of the committee hearing and in the approval of the committee report in the plenary. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman.
since it's already 11:30, can we move to another issue that we left a while ago?
Yes, please proceed.
So, SDS ask for the recognition, Mr. Chair.
Kay Colonel Leonardo and then Colonel Garma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nakita ko yung second affidavit ni supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garma. Colonel Garma, pwede niyo munang basahin itong second affidavit niyo para marinig po natin bago tayo magtanong. Kayo po ang nagpirma nito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ang date po nito is ngayon lang. October 22nd, 2024. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sino po nagnotaryo? Attorney
Martinez.
Martinez.
Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba?
Opo.
Sige, Colonel Gama, baka pwede niyong basahin yung second affidavit niyo.
Mr. Chair, can I skip on the first, second, and third?
Yes,
I'll proceed with para 5 po.
Sige, okay.
I became aware of the so-called Davao Death Squad through various sources
Pakilakas lang po, ma'am.
I became aware of the so-called Davao Death Squad through various sources during my assignment in Davao. It was a common knowledge among officers that almost all station commanders had special teams designated for specific operations. Although I did not know the identities of this team, a culture of silence prevailed among police officers in Davao regarding such matters. My understanding of this operation was further solidified during my tenure as station commander of SASA and Santa Ana Police Station from 2012 to 2016. During this period, I witnessed the existence of a reward system. While I served as a station commander of SASA, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Padua, then the intelligence officer of Sir De La Rosa, who was the city director of Davao at that time. The call which I received around 7 o'clock in the morning, informed me of an impending operation in my area of responsibility in Barangay Malagamot. From this communication, I understood the implication of the operation. A few hours later, I learned that a shooting incident had occurred in Malagamot involving a male suspect, which the investigation suggested was a legitimate operation. During my time as station commander of SASA, the barangay captain, Barangay Hizon, reported to me that akyat-bahay incidents were prevalent in the area. They intercepted one male suspect acting as a spotter. An entrapment operation was planned, resulting in 2 suspects being caught in the act of stealing. One suspect was wounded and later died at the hospital, while the other escaped. From that operation, I received 20,000 from Sergeant Suwan, which was provided by Boy Alce. Furthermore, during my tenure at the Sasa Police Station, a personality identified by the Barangay Captain Panakan as a drug pusher and user known for illegal gambling and being a nuisance in their barangay was killed near GT Gasoline Station in Panakan. I remember this person because in the morning of that day of his death, the duty desk officer informed me that he went to my office and left an image of the Holy Family. He told my men that he just went to Mass and was very happy to present to our office the blessed image. The following day, I inquired with the police investigators about his death and the outcome of their investigation and was informed by Sergeant Suwan, trabaho yun, naka-care of po kay nung Boy Alce. There was never any clearance from my office of this operation, nor was my office informed of it. While serving as station commander in Santa Ana Police Station, I also became personally acquainted with the aforementioned reward system from June 2014 to January of 2016. We conducted various police operations that resulted in the deaths of suspects, drugs pushers, and hardened criminals. In one particular incident, along the coastal area, we monitored the habitual akyat-bahay suspect. One suspect was caught in the act of climbing into another victim's house when my officers called out for him. He was shot during the ensuing confrontation, resulting in his death. For this operation, I received 20,000 from Sane Benaventura. There was also an occasion when my office, in collaboration with CIDG 11, conceptualized a one-time big-time operation. This type of operation was outlined in a comprehensive operational plan and involved an interagency approach incorporating various government agencies, including the Commission on Human Rights, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and several PNP units such as the Maritime Unit, CIDG 11, Davao City Police Office, that includes station commanders, city mobile force, and the PNP Crime Laboratory, along with the local government unit of Davao for funding, barangay officials, and media representatives as witnesses. The co-plan was funded by the local government of Davao. Following the operation, a shooting incident occurred in self-defense, resulting in the death of a suspect. I did not receive any reward for this incident as my team did not engage in a direct encounter with the suspect. At the end of each month, all station commanders were required to submit reports documenting successful police operations to the LGU of Davao. These reports included details of case filed in the office of the prosecutor and other relevant information concerning the operation. For each case reported, an amount of 5,000 was allocated as reimbursement for operational expenses. These expenses encompassed buy-bus money, meals, gasolines, and payment for agents. The disbursement of these funds occurred monthly through Irma Espina Akamuking, and we were required to sign documents acknowledging receipt of payment. For the death of suspect, Shani Benaventura provided direct payments of 20,000 to station commanders with no signed documentation required. Numerous other incidents resulting in deaths within Davao City occurred, of which I remained unaware until after the investigations were completed. A prevailing culture of silence was instilled among all station commanders and city directors. Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Colonel Garma.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Madam Garma. I would like to direct my questions to Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, totoo ba na ikaw na-transfer from MPD to Region 11 Davao as chief ng CIDG ng July 2016, Colonel?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, ano kaya ang dahilan? Bakit inassign ka doon at sino ang nag-assign sa iyo doon?
Mr. Chair, ang nag-assign po sa akin through memorandum orders, Mr. Chair, is Chief PNP Senator Bato de la Rosa, Mr. Chair.
Noong panahon na yon, sino po ang Chief PNP?
Si Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, sa pagkakaalam ko, hindi basta-basta na ma-assign ka bigla sa isang malayong assignment. Kasi naman ng MPD, tapos nasa MPD ka, bigla kang nilagay sa Davao CIDG. Tama po ta, Colonel?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Paano maaari ibig mong sabihin na na-transfer ka doon, Mr. Colonel?
Meron pong order, Mr. Chair, direct from Chief National Headquarters, Mr. Chair, during that time.
Colonel Leonardo, merong nakasulat dito na true shoot order kapag gusto ka ng Chief PNP, hindi ba? Ano po yung shoot order na yun?
Shoot order po, direkta po, hindi na dadaan ng usual process, Mr. Chair. Nangyayari po yun, Mr. Chair.
So, Colonel, ibig mo sabihin, malakas ka kay Chief PNP, Bato de la Rosa?
Maaari po, Mr. Chair.
Very close ka ba kay Chief PNP, Colonel?
Nagkasama po kami sa isang province at saka sa Davao City, Mr. Chair.
Marami po kasi nagsasabi sa PNP na ikaw ang pinakamalakas kay Chief PNP. Totoo ba to?
Ay, hindi naman po, Mr. Chair. Hindi lang po ako ang... Malapit po siguro, Mr. Chair, yung...
Ngayon, ilang taong ka na-assign sa CIDG 11?
4 years po ako doon, Mr. Chair.
4 years, Colonel. Di ba, dapat may clean na yung 1 year or 2 years. Pag sa kakalam ko, hindi pa pwedeng papalitan. Bakit more than 2 years yata yung pag-stay natin sa CIDG 11? Colonel?
Basta hindi lang po ako nare-relieve, Mr. Chair. Naghihintay po ako kung i-relieve po ako, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako nakatanggap ng orders.
Hindi ka nakatanggap ng order para palitan ka na kahit naging 4 years ka na doon, Colonel?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, ngayon, di ba nagpatunay ito ng naiiba? Kasi matagal kang na-assign dyan sa CIDG 11. Ano ba ang dahilan? Bakit hindi ka po napapalitan?
Nung time po na yun, basta hindi po ako napapalitan, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit po.
Basta hindi po ako napapalitan kasi wala po akong nare-receive na order, Mr. Chair.
Yun nga Colonel, yun ang ibig kong sabihin. Kasi walang Chief PNP na gustong mag-alis sa'yo dyan kasi malakas ka sa presidente, former president. at kay Senator Bongo. Tama ho ba yun na Colonel Leonardo?
Malapit din po ako, Mr. Sir, sa kanila.
Malapit ka kay? Pakiulit po.
Malapit po ako sa kanila po yung...
Kanino po? Pakibanggit po kung kanino.
Kay Senator, ngayon Senator Bongo po, Mr. Chair.
At kay Presidente?
Maaring ganun din po, Mr. Chair.
Maaari ba, Colonel, ano ba ang ginagawa mo para sa kanila? Bakit napakalapit mo sa ating Pangulo at kay Senator Bongo?
Unang-una, Mr. Chair, si Senator Bongo po, na minsan nautusan din po ako nung time na yun, Mr. Chair. Kung ano po ang kailangan nila, kung kaya ko po, at concerning yung pong function ko as CIDG Regional Chief, Mr. Chair.
Pwede mo akong kaming bigyan ng halimbawa na inuutos sa iyo ni dating Pangulo at paano ka nagre-report or vice versa? Paano ka binibigyan ng instructions? Tinatawagan ka ba? Tinitext ka ba? Ini-email ka ba? Paano po, Colonel?
Tinatawagan po ako ni Senator Bongo noon po. Pagka meron lang po mga ipapacheck, meron siyang kailangan information or sometimes meron kailangan i-verify or kung ano man po ang inuutos niya, Mr. Chair.
Ayun, ang ibig ko pong sabihin, ay nakakadirekta kang tumawag anytime kay Senator Bongo. Tama ho ba?
Pag may utos po, Mr. Chair, nakakadirekta naman po.
Nakakadirekta po kayo. So, ano namang klaseng mga utos, Colonel? Pwede ka bang magbigay ng halimbawa, gaya ng na halimbawa may utos sa'yo, Colonel, pwede bang ganito? Pwede mo akong bigyan ng halimbawa dito sa committee ito?
Halimbawa po, may kailangan siya na information at kaya ko naman pong ibigay, ibibigay ko po sa kanya. At kung wala akong information, magtatanong po ako doon sa kung saan po yung concern ng kanyang itinatanong or kung ano man po ang gusto niyang malaman, Mr. Chair.
Anong halimbawa itatanong niya? Tatanong niya kung anong bayan yan, kung sinong tao yan, o halimbawa, kung anong lugar yan. Yun ho ba tinatanong sa inyo?
Meron din pong ganoon, Mr. Chair.
So kadalasan, yun po ang ginagawa nyo?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
So ikaw ang nagbabalidate o nagbibigay ng impormasyon na kailangan niya tungkol sa isang tao. Tao, lugar, ganun ba ang ibig nating sabihin dito? At siyempre, kailangan mo ring i-validate ang isang bagay kung ano ang pwedeng may report mo sa ating boss. Tama ho ba, Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong pagkakataon na natatandaan mo yung binalidate mo kay Senator?
May mga incident po na tinatanong niya kung halimbawa may insidente po silang dumating na report sa kanila, tapos yung insidente po na yun ay gusto niyang i-validate. Ako naman po ang gagawin ko, minsan tatawag po ako sa mga region concern po yung information, then ipapasa ko po sa kanya, Mr. Chair.
So, meaning to say, tinatanungan ka about sa mga nangyayari, sa mga tao, na halimbawa may namamatay o nahuhuli during the time, Colonel, tama ho ba?
Meron din po mga ganong pagkakataon, Mr. Chair, pero bibira lang po.
So, ibig mo sabihin na pag may nangyari sa isang lugar, ikaw ang tatawag at i-report mo. Di ba validate mo sa kanya ang nangyayari, Colonel? Ganyan ba?
Halos ganun po. Mag-check po ako sa isang kung saan po yung area.
Pwede pakiulit, medyo mahina ang boses nyo.
Ganun nga po, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, totoo ba yung naririnig ko na kayo ang paymaster?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair.
Sino po ang alam niyong paymaster pag halimbawang may na-validate, may nangyari? Sa aking research, parang ikaw ang kilala mo ba kung sino yung nagbabayad?
Wala po akong personal knowledge, Mr. Chair, kung tungkol sa kung anong itinutukoy niya na magbabayad, Mr. Chair.
So, Colonel Leonardo, gusto ko lang idiin ang tanong kay Colonel Leonardo at malinaw na inaamin niya ang nagre-report siya kay Senator Bongo at si Senator Bongo naman ay nagre-report kay President Duterte. So, ibig lang sabihin, malinaw, ang plano na kaya dinala si Colonel Leonardo sa CIDG-11 ay para pakinabangan nila sa pagbibigay ng impormasyon o taga-validate ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa mga nangyayari noong implementasyon ng war on drugs ng past administration, ng Duterte administration. Tama ho ba, Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pakiulit po. Tama ho ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ngayon, ang last question ko po sa iyo, Colonel Leonardo. Nabasa mo itong first affidavit ni Colonel Rohina Garma. At binasa niya ngayon yung pangalawang supplemental supplemental affidavit ni Colonel Garma. May tanong po ako sa inyo. Naniniwala po kayo sa dalawang affidavit ni Colonel Garma at pinatotoo nyo pa na itong lahat sinasabi ni Colonel Garma ay walang kasinungalingan at totoo itong sinasabi niya?
Yes.
Microphone, please.
Opo, Mr. Chair. Ito pong paragraph 14 po, Mr. Chair.
So, pinatutuwanan mo lahat itong dalawang first affidavit and supplemental affidavit of Colonel Rohina Garma. So I just want to put on record, Mr. Chairman, that these two affidavits are validated by
Mr. Chairman,
Colonel Leonardo.
who is that person that is whispering to Colonel?
May I know? May I know?
What
who
is the
that
personality
gentleman
of that person?
Is he your lawyer, Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
What is his name?
Attorney Aguinaldo Sepnio, Mr. Chair.
Attorney, have you entered your appearance before this committee? Already in the past. You did not change your lawyer. What about the gentleman beside you, attorney? Are you also the lawyer? You belong to the same law firm, I suppose. May I know what's your name, attorney?
Good evening, Your Honors. My name is Attorney Andres P. Manuel Jr.
Attorney Andres.
Yes po.
And did Colonel Leonardo engage your services?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Colonel Leonardo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you have two lawyers with you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige, salamat. Please continue.
So, yun lang yung aking huling katanungan na yung dalawang affidavit, pinatotoo lang, that the two affidavit of Colonel Garma are correct. Tama po lahat ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Before, are you going to interpellate
May I?
Congressman
Yes.
Abante? Okay, Congressman Abante, and then Congressman Rog Gutierrez, and then Congressman Nordan Suwan. Please proceed, Congressman Abante.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Leonardo, I just would like to make a premise of my argument to you, no? Kung maaari ka lang makinig, di ba? Narinig mo na ang ipinahayag ni Colonel Garma tungkol sa kanyang dalawang affidavit. Hindi ko na kinakailangan pang yan ay bigyan ng kaukulang pansin pa. Subalit, for the purpose of clarification, Mr. Chair, Colonel Leonardo, I just would like to make this manifestation before I would ask you a question. Sa wikang Tagalog, ito po ang sinasabi. Ayon sa testimony ni Colonel Garma, sinabi daw ni Presidente Duterte sa kanya na kailangan niya ng isang PNP officer or operative who is a member of the Iglesia ni Cristo, indicating that he needed someone of implementing the war on drugs on a national level, replicating the Davao model. Ang sabi niya, ikaw ay nakasama sa meeting na yan. Itong meeting na ito ay preparatory para sa war on drugs ni Pangulong Duterte. I would like you to know that me personally believe that drugs should not in any way be permeating in this nation. Palagay ko, naniniwala ka rin dyan, di ba? Naniniwala po ako dyan. I believe in the war on drugs. But what I do not believe is when you have to kill more than 20,000 people so that drugs can be stopped. And it did not even stop. Palagay ko, you being a religious person, Colonel Leonardo, naniniwala din po kayo na ayaw nyo ng maraming mga killings. Ano po? Oo. Yan din ang paniwala nyo, di ba? Alright. Ngayon, ito, ang sinabi ng ating Pangulo. Iko-quote ko, Hitler, I quote, Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. That is his quotation at one time. Mali pa nga yung 3 million It is 6 million. Hitler massacred 6 million Jews, as I correct it. At ang sabi niya, there is 3 million drug addicts in the Philippines. There are. I'd be happy to slaughter them. Palagay ko naman ay hindi ka naniniwala dito sa sinabi ng ating Pangulo na ayaw ko naman na matawag siya na siya ang Hitler ng Pilipinas. Bakit sapagat binanggit niya to Am I right? O ito po. Ito na po ang question ko, and this will only be answerable yes or no. I am not going to ask any more explanation, Colonel Leonardo. Sagutin niyo lang ako ng yes or no. Doon sa dalawang affidavit ni Colonel Garma na nabasa mo at napakinggan mo, yan ba ay pinapaniwalaan mo? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Pangalawang tanong, also answer by yes or no. Naniniwala ka ba na merong reward system? Yes or no?
May narinig ako, yes, Mr. Chair.
No. Yes or no lang. Naniniwala ka ba na merong reward system? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yun lang po ang gusto ko. I rest my case, Mr. Chairman. Sinagot na po ni Colonel Leonardo ang aking mahalagang katanungan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Abante. The next interpellator is Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, konting katanungan lang po kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, good evening po, Mr. Chair. Alam ko po, some of these questions were already asked earlier, but given the context of the new affidavit of Ms. Garma, we thought we'd ask you again po, no? So, Colonel Leonardo, can you tell us again, I believe this was asked by Chairman Dan Fernandez earlier. According to the affidavit of Colonel Garma, kayo po ay tinap ng former president to form a special team, no, to replicate the Davao template. Do you confirm this, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But according to your statement earlier, contrary to the affidavit of Colonel Garma, hindi po ito natuloy.
Hindi po natuloy, Mr. Chair.
Hindi po natuloy. So in a sense, you admit that there is a Davao template po ba?
Meron po, Mr. Chair, yung ano nga po, Tokhang, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So Tokhang, meron pong Davao template and you were tasked with replicating it nationwide. Nabanggit po ninyo na yung original tasking for, supposedly yung task force is to replicate it Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Tama po ba to?
Initially po, ano po kami, nagplano nga pong ganon, Mr. Chair, yung sa task force, na hindi naman po natuloy, Mr. Chair.
Hindi natuloy kasi na-operationalize yung drug war through Operation Double Barrel, Opland Double Barrel. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
But despite the existence of Opland Double Barrel, nag-continue pa rin po ba yung inyong task force in some other capacity?
Hindi na po, Mr. Chair. Nag-follow po kami kung ano yung national ano po, implementation yung nung double barrel, Mr. Chair.
So you were now operating within the terms of Opland Double Barrel. But after that po, no, kasi naalala po natin, nabanggit po sa affidavit ni Colonel Garma, yung meeting po ninyo, which you did not deny, between Class 96 and 97, nangyari sometime in May 2016, just before, after the victory of the incoming administration, but before taking oath noong June 30, tama po ba?
Actually, parang ano po, last week po ng June, Mr. Chair.
Last week of June pala, sorry. So the last week of June, but before assumption po ng administration.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ang nabanggit po sa affidavit ni ni Colonel Garma na meron po kayo you were already tapped for this task force. May nabanggit na po sanang operational ideas kayo. But after the meeting noong June 2016, may mga pagbabago. Ito na po ba yung sinabi mong hindi natuloy or more on mga operational changes lang po ito?
Yan na po yun, Mr. Chair, hindi na po yun natuloy.
Hindi natuloy. But despite that, Mr. Chair, Colonel Leonardo, shortly after, 1 week after assumption of office of the new administration, nalipat na po kayo sa CIDG 11. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So kayo po ay naging regional chief for CIDG.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And I believe natanong na po ito dati, pero as CIDG chief, you would only report to either the chief PNP or the regional director. Tama po ba?
Okay, ulit po, Mr. Chair, na medyo na ano po ako.
As chief ng regional CIDG, you would only report to 1, your chief PNP, and 2, yung regional director po ninyo. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
But aside from this, you still have admitted before that you have a personal relation with both with the former president. Tama po ba?
Personally, magkakilala po kami, Mr. Chair.
But of course, tinap na po kayo for the supposed task force. Kahit hindi natuloy, nagkaroon po kayo ng meeting sa Mandalay Hotel po ba yun?
Sa ano po, Panakan po, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
Panakan po, Panakan, Davao City, Mr. Chair.
So nagka-meeting po kayo. So you're in a familiar terms with the former president?
Nagkaroon po kami ng, na-meet lang namin siya, Mr. Chair. Okay. Dahil courtesy call po yun, Mr. Chair.
Courtesy call, but you admitted earlier that you were tapped for the task force. Kahit hindi natuloy, na-tap po kayo ng administration. Tama po ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so given that you were tapped, and then given that you had that meeting, despite po na hindi na operationalize yung iyong task force, you already had that working relationship while you were chief of CIDG 11. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So given that you were already, although again, you were tapped, hindi nag-operationalize yung task force, but since you have that personal relation, would at times the President contact you during your stint as CIDG 11 chief?
Hindi po si former President kumokontak sa akin, Mr. Chair, pag may kailangan sila. Then SAP Bongo, Mr. Chair.
So si Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, yung nagko-contact po sa inyo?
Opo, Mr. Chair, pagka may kailangan lang po.
And aside from SAP Bongo, as you mentioned earlier, si Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa would also contact you. Tama po ba? Or for any concerns of the President, talagang kay SAP Bongo lang po yan?
Kay SAP Bongo lang po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Just to clarify also, kapag may concerns yung Presidente, minsan dumadaan po ba ito sa regional chief ninyo sa PNP? Or talagang...
Minsan po akong tinatawagan, Mr. Chair.
Minsan po tinatawagan. Pero if the President would not course any instructions to the Chief PNP, it's unlikely that the President will course instructions through your regional chief. And what you've admitted just now po, Colonel Leonardo, is that usually through SAP Bongo po yung mga instructions. Now, Mr. Chair, most respectfully, Colonel Leonardo, what kind of instructions po ang dinadaan po through SAP Bongo?
Kung meron lang po siyang gustong itanong, malaman ng mga information, Mr. Chair, minsan po ako po ang nautusan, nanghihingi ng information sa akin, Mr. Chair.
And yung information po na hiningi nila, this is purely confined to Region 11 matters that would concern the CIDG 11. Is that correct?
Usually, tungkol sa Region 11 po, Mr. Chair.
Usually, pero would they ask you concerns, let's say, regarding Luzon, regarding Visayas, or other regions of Mindanao?
Meron din po, pero bihira lang po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit kaya po tinatanong, why would they be asking you if you are CIDG 11 chief, but they would ask you for information other places? Would this somehow be related with the fact na kayo nga po ang tinap for the operationalization of the drug war task force?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair. Actually, they can go straight through to the Chief PNP, Mr. Chair. But there are instances, Mr. Chair, na kung kaya naman sa level ko lang po, minsan ako na po nautusan just to check, Mr. Chair, or just to give them information. Kung ano po yung inuutos, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, in your experience po, in your many years in the PNP, is it normal for the President to contact a regional head? Isn't it usually for any concerns that they would have? Sa Chief PNP po, tinatanong?
It's not the President who's contacting me, Mr. Chair. It was only then SAP Bongo, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, just to clarify, Colonel Leonardo, but you mentioned that SAP Bongo would contact you on behalf of the President. Or you have no way to confirm?
Well, I believe, Mr. Chair, may direct contact po siya kay President, Mr. Chair.
Opo. So it would be understandable kasi po siya ay special assistant to the President. So any concerns coming from him would naturally flow from Malacanang. So you would assume that it's from the President. So forgive me for the semantics when I mentioned earlier that the President would contact you, but to be technically, to be specific, as you said, so it would be SAP Bongo who would contact you for concerns that may involve the President. Tama po ba?
For concerns that he wanted to know about, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And generally, Colonel Leonardo, through the Chair, most respectfully, these are drug war-related concerns?
Meron din pong mga information na gano'n, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify po, no, kasi nabanggit nga rin naman ni Chair Bante. So you believe that there is a payment and reward scheme. Tama po ba?
Naririnig ko lang po, Mr. Chair.
Narinig mo. Have there been any instances when you have been contacted by the leaders? In this case, sabi niyo po, si SAP Bongo, did he ask you to verify anything in relation to either the drug list or a payment of reward scheme?
Meron pong tinatanong sa akin na information about yung mga nasa list. Ako naman po, tatanong po ako sa PNP, Mr. Chair. Pero doon po sa reward, hindi po ako natanong tungkol doon, Mr. Chair.
Nabanggit po earlier, I think it was Congressman Pimentel who was asking you about a certain list of names that were mentioned in the affidavit of Ms. Garma. Nabanggit po dito yung the likes of Romel Bactat, Rodel Serbo, Michael Palma, Lester Berganyo, and Peter Parungo. And you confirmed knowing them. Tama po ba, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Mr. Chair.
But you deny that this was the team that you tapped even for your temporary task force? Or do you admit na sila nga po ang kinontak ninyo?
Actually, they were part of the plan, but it did not happen, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so they were part of the plan. And when...
Yes, Mr. Chair. Some of them, not all of them, because the other two are just striker, Mr. Chair.
Strikers.
Civilian.
And you admit to having contacted them because they were part of the plan in which you were going to. So this corroborates the affidavit of Ms. Garma. However, you deny that this was operationalized. You mentioned that upon the assumption of the administration and the operationalization of Oplan Tokhang, hindi po ito natuloy. But how do we account for the fact that Ms. Garma was able to identify them po? Did you at any time inform Ms. Garma of these so-called picks of yours for your team?
I confirm that I actually invited her to join the proposed team, Mr. Chair, but she declined.
Okay, so when you invited her for the proposed team, that's the time that you mentioned to Colonel Garma na ito po ang mga pinili nyo for the team, and then ganito yung magiging operational protocol po ninyo, etc., etc. Is that a one-time communication that you had with Colonel Garma when you relayed such to her?
We did not discuss the details, Mr. Chair.
But you discussed the members of the team. Kaya nga nabanggit ni Colonel Garma sa kanyang affidavit, itong members na to.
Yeah, we did not discuss. Perhaps he took it from other source, Mr. Chair.
Well, we will have to accept that as your answer, but it should be noted by this committee that these were actually in the affidavit of Colonel Garma. She specifically mentioned in paragraph 22 that Leonardo informed me that he had recalled several trusted personnel. So on the one hand, we have Colonel Leonardo saying that Colonel Garma got this information through other sources, but on the other hand, we have Colonel Garma confirming that it was Leonardo who informed her. But in either case, it is corroborated that these members, these names that were mentioned, were in fact picked by Colonel Leonardo. That's just a manifestation, Mr. Chair, for consideration of the truthfulness and the totality of the affidavit of Ms. Garma. So in addition to that, it was also mentioned here, Colonel Leonardo, in paragraph 23, that you conveyed to her that the task force would be structured differently and that he submitted a document to Bongo detailing the task force's operations, including an overview of the current drug landscape in the Philippines. Mr. Chair, Colonel Leonardo, do you confirm this portion, that you submitted a plan to SAP Bongo? Or at the time, hindi pa po siya SAP, I think.
We did not submit any proposal, Mr. Chair.
So
it was just a plan, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yun. Not a proposal, but there was a plan. And did you submit this, you indeed submitted this plan to the higher authorities?
We weren't able to do so, Mr. Chair, because there was this, there was a plan already for the PNP, Mr. Chair.
The plan for the PNP that existed prior to the assumption of the administration, tama po ba? Because at the time that you had this meeting in June 2016, hindi pa po nakakaupo yung presidente, tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So at the time that you were crafting the plan, how did you know na hindi matutuloy kung wala pa naman Oplan double barrel?
Meron na pong plano yung sa double barrel, Mr. Chair, prior pag-upo. Bago pa umupo si Senator, then Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, Colonel Leonardo, saan po dun yung fit supposedly ng proposed task force ninyo? Kung meron ng operation, Oplan double barrel that was already being planned even prior to the assumption of the administration, tapos tinap rin po kayo, And I think this is corroborated because on national TV, the former president, although it would have been ideal for him to confirm it here today, but since he's not here, we'll have to take yung media coverage for its word, no? Nabanggit na it was admitted that you were picked because magaling, he trusted you with money, hindi mo gagalawin yung pera, etc., etc. So it corroborates the fact that you were chosen. And you did admit to being chosen for a planned task force, although you're very specific in saying na plano pa lang po. So how do we now reconcile na on one hand, meron na palang plano for Opland double barrel, but on the other hand, tinap rin po kayo to come up with a proposed task force, which in your testimony, nung withdraw naman kasi mas pinili po yung double barrel. How do we reconcile that po kaya, Colonel Leonardo?
Mr. Chair, nung nagpaplano po kami, bigla nalaman namin na meron na po palang plano para i-implement ni Chief PNP, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned nalaman po namin or nalaman na lang namin?
Nalaman po namin, Mr. Chair. Kasi I was still, nasa NCR po ako noon, Mr. Chair. So it was already conceptualized that the PNP will implement Tokhang, similar with that of implementation in Davao during the time of Serbato as Davao City Police Chief, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sino po kaya yung kasama dyan sa namin? Sino-sino po kayo yung nagpaplano nito na nagulat na nagkaroon ng Opland double barrel?
Hindi pa po nakakaupo si Chief PNP Bato, Mr. Chair. Meron na po mga nagplano sa hierarchy ng PNP because alam po nila yung model na gusto ni Chief PNP, Mr. Chair.
Sige po. Mr. Chair, to simplify na lang po, Colonel Leonardo, can you explain to us what were the operational or structural highlights po nung proposed task force po ninyo? Kasi po, sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na, kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you admitted to some of the points of Colonel Garma. Pero sinabi po ninyo na kasi po sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma, Colonel Garma, sorry, may specifics naman po dito kung sino po yung members ninyo, paano po yung financials, paano po yung operations, to an extent. Pero you now mentioned that there was a task force and you note of is that although Colonel Leonardo mentioned that the task force did not push through, despite his being a regional chief for CIDG-11, he was still contacted for other matters despite, upon assumption of the administration. Kahit na po siya ay CIDG-11 chief, he was still contacted by SAP Bongo for concerns that might be outside of CIDG-11. These are some things we might have to consider, Mr. Chair, as we push through with this inquiry. Anyway, with that, I'll be concluding my line of questioning. Maraming salamat, Colonel Leonardo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Gutierrez. Now with that, we recognize Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Ano lang ako, konti lang po ako. Kasi na-confirm na rin naman ni former Commissioner
You have 5 minutes.
Leonardo na may reward system. And dito sa tanong kanina ni SDS Gonzales, Dong Gonzales, tinatanong niya kanina kung Colonel Leonardo, sige, nguya ka muna, kaya ka muna. Okay ka na? Tinatanong niya kung paymaster ka and you answer in the negative, di ba? Correct. So, kung hindi ka ang paymaster, no? Para saan? Yeah, oh yes. Oh, the right word is the merong secretariat. Yung kumbaga parang it is a what do you call that? A central command wherein there is a secretariat na doon tatawag for the reward money. Have you heard about the word secretariat na centralized?
May naririnig lang po ako, Mr. Chair, pero ganun din po, wala po akong personal knowledge.
Okay, dito po sa affidavit ni Ms. Rohina Garma, binabanggit niya dito yung sa second affidavit, a certain personality. Ang name po niya is Sunny Buenaventura, who have given her a reward money for a certain debt in the amount of 20,000. Meron ka rin bang nabalita tungkol dito sa kay Sunny Buenaventura about giving this reward money?
Wala po akong, hindi po ako na-assign kasi ng local. Hindi ko po masiguro yan, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't know if we have invited already this person, no? Si Sunny Buenaventura, but meron na tayong show cause order kay Sunny Buenaventura. And there is also a certain Sergeant Suwan who gave also 20,000 to Ms. Rohina Garma for certain accomplishment. Also, a payment was given also. Have we invited also? Yes, Madam.
Mr. Chair, namatay na po yan. He was shot sometime parang 2021 po.
So namatay na si Sergeant Suwan.
Opo.
How about si Boy Alce?
Namatay na rin po, illness po, cancer.
Okay. But si Muking ay buhay pa. Si Muking we have already invited also, no? And cited motion for show cause order ata. Show cause order na tayo. Okay. Miss Garma, siguro si Miss Garma naman tanongin ko. Kasi dito sa affidavit mo, may nakalagay dito na your first appointment sa Davao Police Office, 1999 pa. Excuse me. January 1999, you were appointed as Chief of Women's Desk sa Davao Police Office. Is this correct?
That was my second assignment with Davao City Police Office, Mr. Chair.
What was your first assignment?
1997, August, HRDD, and then by October of 1997, team leader of the anti-vice unit.
Yes, it was here. So, nung after your graduation, nung 1997 August, na-assign ka sa Davao City, sa administration of Mayor
Mr. Chair.
Rodrigo Roa Duterte. At noong 1997 October, appointed ka naman as team leader of the anti-vice unit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At noong January 1999, hindi na si Digong ang presidente. Ang mayor.
I think, yes, Mr.
Si Ben de Guzman
Yes,
ang
Mr.
mayor.
Chair. Yes.
So in other words, naandun ka na sa Davao for so many years.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At doon mo nabalitaan yung tinatawag na Davao Death Squad because you were there since 1997, 1998, 1999, and when you were assigned sa SASA as Commander of Santa Ana Police Station from 2012 to 2016, that is 4 years. 4 na taon ka sa SASA.
Almost 4 years, Mr. Chair. It's just 3 years and 6 months, I think.
So, in other words, matagal ka na rin talaga sa Davao na na-assign sa different positions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At dito mo sinasabi sa iyong affidavit, yung mga nasaksihan mo na mga pagpatay sa iba't ibang klase ng mga tao implicated in different crimes with certain amount given after the job was done.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, at Mr. Chairman, andito po lahat yun. Nagnakaw, akyat bahay, yung mga binabanggit po dito sa affidavit ni Ms. Garma. And amount of 20,000 was given by those personalities that you have mentioned here. And there was also in your affidavit about the 5,000 that are being given every month para sa reimbursement naman na binibigay ni Yusek Muking.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, basically, Mr. Chairman, this is the pattern that was done in the Davao City during the time of the then Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte. And, well, ito yung nakikita natin na nangyayari sa buong bansa. And we need these personalities, Muking and si Pedro Parungo, to be here in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So, for the meantime, Mr. Chairman, yun po muna at maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Fernandez. Just a short question lang para kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, I recall that during the time when President Duterte called all the alleged scalawags in the Philippine National Police, hindi ba nagpatawag siya ng isang meeting sa Malacanang? Sa Malacanang ba yun? Colonel Leonardo?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yan, mabigat yan. Wawa naman, kumakain muna. Si Garma muna, tanongin mo para.
Sige.
Mr. Chair,
Hindi po ba nung naging presidente ang ating dating Pangulo, in one occasion, he was seen on TV na nagagalit sa mga pulis na allegedly ay involved, no, sa recycling of drugs. Ito yung mga ninja cops na binabanggit mo kanina. Tama po ba yan? Na nagpatawag siya ng meeting?
I believe mga scalawag sa rogues cap po yun, mga...
So yung mga rogue members ng PNP, pinatawag ni former President Duterte sa Malacanang. Tama, no?
Napanood ko lang po, Mr. Chair, pero wala po akong personal.
So wala ka doon?
Wala po ako, Mr.
During that time, where were you assigned?
CIDG 11 lang po ako, Mr.
So CIDG 11 ka na. And you know, nung pinatawag ni dating Pangulong Duterte ang mga scalawags na ito, sinermonan niya ito eh. Kasama niya si Chief PNP Bato de la Rosa, tama?
Parang nandun po, Mr. Chair. Napanood ko lang po sa TV, Mr. Chair.
And nandun din yata si General Oka Albayalde. If I remember correctly, dun sa screen grab o yung news na yon, nakita ko na nandun yung mga nakapila, yung mga pulis na mga scalawags at sinabi, tinapon sila lahat sa Mindanao. Is that correct?
Parang ganun po, parang nire-assign. I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, kung saan po pinadala, Mr. Chair.
So you have no idea kung saan pinadala?
Napanood ko lang po, Mr. Chair, sa ano yan.
Kaya ako natanong kasi sa iyo yan, dahil ang pagkakaintindi ko, ayon sa salaysay ni Colonel Garma, na ikaw ang overall o sentro. Ikaw ang nasa sentro nitong implementation ng Oplan Tokhang at saka double barrel. And part of the policy or the program is to discipline yung mga scalawags o yung mga rogue PNP members. Hindi ba kasama yan sa pulisiya ng war on drugs?
Kasali po, Mr. Chair.
So kapag kaganyan, halimbawa, ikaw ay scalawag, identified ka na scalawag, tinatransfer ka. In fact, maraming Mindanawan ang nagre-reklamo, bakit sa Mindanao tinatapon? Kung di rin ako nagkakamali, nung sila tinapon doon, nagkaroon pa ng insidente ng patayan. Do you recall and remember those incidents na nangyari sa Mindanao? Na kung saan yung mga itinapon ng mga scalawags namatay doon sa Mindanao, kung saan sila na-assign.
Mr. Chair, I have no any particular information regarding that, Mr. Chair.
But you know that there were scalawags that were reassigned from their original post or units, tinapon sila somewhere in Mindanao. You're aware of that?
Meron pong ganon, Mr. Chair.
Would you be able to give us an estimate kung ilan number ng PNP scalawags ang itinapon papunta doon sa Mindanao?
Mr. Chair, wala po akong idea or data na hawak tungkol po dyan, Mr. Chair.
Well, kasi kanina, ang aking impression, ikaw ang binigyan ng task na ayusin yung mga ninja cops o disiplinahin itong mga ninja cops, no? And based on your story kanina when I was asking you, nakatutok ka doon sa pagdidisiplina nitong mga scalawags na ito na tinatawag mo nga kanina, ninja cops, ninja liit, bangketa cops, etc. etc. So hindi mo alam na tinransfer itong mga ito outside of their present assignments, transferred to another area in Mindanao. Hindi mo alam yun?
Meron po akong narinig na tinransfer, pero wala po akong data. Alam ko po na merong mga transfer na naganap, Mr. Chair.
And sa pagkakalam mo, kaya sila tinransfer dahil
I think to stop them from doing what they're doing during the time.
I did not hear you. I'm sorry. Pakiulit mo.
To stop them from doing what they're doing during that time, Mr. Chair, to prevent them.
To prevent them from continuing
furthering their illegal activities,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So, in other words, they were transferred in order for the organization to discipline them and prevent them from continuing their shenanigans. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
O, dahil ganun, meron bang nakasuhan?
Again, Mr. Chair, wala po akong data kung ilan ang nakasuhan or meron.
So, hindi ikaw ang nasa sentro ng pagdisiplina sa ating mga scalawags, kung ganun. Dahil wala kang alam eh.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Hindi po ako yung sentro na magdidisiplina sa mga... Hindi ko po kaya yun, Mr. Chair. I can only gather information po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Intelligence operation, yan lang po.
Ayon din sa salaysay ni Colonel Garma, ikaw ay parang nandoon sa sentro, no? Dahil pagka nagbe-verify kung meron bang nangyaring insidenteng napatay, ikaw ang tinatawagan, hindi ba? Is that correct? Sa'yo nagbe-verify?
Hindi naman po lahat. Meron lang pong instances na ipapa-verify sa akin, Mr. Chair. Yun lang.
May mga instances na nagpapa-verify sa'yo. Pwede bang malaman kung sino nagpapa-verify sa'yo?
Gaya ng sinabi ko, minsan po magtatanong sa akin si Den Sapbongo.
Sino?
Den Sapbongo po, Mr. Chair.
Sapbongo.
Opo.
And then?
Kung, halimbawa, meron pong nangyari, itatanong lang sa akin, anong background nito? Parang ganun, Mr. Chair. Ako naman po, hingi ako ng report, then bibigay ko lang po sa kanya. Yun lang po ang ginagawa
At
ko.
pagkatapos niyang ma-verify, anong sunod na hakbang ang ginagawa ninyo?
Hanggang doon lang po, Mr. Chair. Ako po, tatanungin ko lang po yung region kung meron silang report or hingi lang po ako ng report.
Pero kanina kasi, sinabi mo at pinatutuhanan mo yung salaysay ni Colonel Garma na there was a reward money in the implementation of the war on drugs. Sinabi mo yung kanina eh, at sabi mo naniniwala ka at sinasabi mo rin na totoo yung reward money at naririnig mo. Although, hindi mo sinabing ikaw ay nakatanggap ng reward money. Hindi ka ba nakatanggap ng reward money?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Never?
Never po, Mr. Chair.
Never? So, kung naniniwala ka na merong reward money, saan ba maaaring nanggagaling itong reward money na ito? Sa iyong opinion. In your expert opinion as a seasoned police officer who is in the thick of the fight against illegal drugs, sa tingin mo, saan nanggagaling itong iyong reward money na sinasabi?
Mr. Chair, hindi ko po alam yung kung sa...
Hindi mo alam kung saan nanggagaling pero naniniwala ka na merong reward money.
Narinig ko lang po, Mr. Chair, yung about sa reward money.
Pwede bang ikwento mo sa amin paano mo narinig? At ilang beses mo narinig kung totoong narinig mo lang?
Actually, Mr. Chair, narinig ko lang po sa mga...
Kanino mo narinig?
Sa mga, ano rin po, mga pulis din po na mga kasama ko, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, dahil narinig mo siya sa mga pulis na mga kasama mo rin, ang ibig sabihin, may katotohanan na meron talagang reward money. Kahit may kasabihan, if there is smoke, there is fire. Naniniwala ka ba sa ganon, Colonel?
Ano po? Ano?
Wala naman kasing lalabas na kwento, gaya ng nabanggit mo, na naririnig mo. Sabi mo, naririnig mo. Tinanong kita, ikaw ba'y nakatanggap ng reward money? Sabi mo, hindi. Ikaw ba may narinig? Sabi mo, oo. Dahil ikaw mismo nakarinig mula din sa mga kasama mong mga membro ng PNP. Tama?
Kwento-kwentuhan lang po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, kung kwento-kwento lang yan, kanino kaya, pakisabi mo nga sa amin kung kaninong kwento mo narinig yan?
Actually, yung passing na mga kwento lang po, Mr. Chair.
Kasi hindi ka panipaniwala na hindi mo alam na merong reward money because may kasabihan, no? If there is smoke, there is fire. Sang-ayon ka ba sa ganon?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ngayon, dahil alam mong merong reward money at hindi mo naman ito dininay, in fact, nung tinanong ka, pinatotohanan mo na ang sinabi ni Colonel Garma ay may katotohanan. Although, wala kang experience dahil ito'y naririnig mo lamang. Tama?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, would you have any idea and can you educate us, kami, no? Doon sa area where maraming pulis o miyembro ng PNP ang namatay. No? Karamihan sa kanila ay napatay ng riding in tandem. Iba ang balita, ang haka-haka ay napatay sila ng kapwa pulis din nila. No? Bakit kaya nagkakaroon ng ganong klaseng krimen na kung saan pulis ang sunod-sunod na namamatay? Ano sa iyong palagay?
Mr. Chair, tungkol po sa namamatay na pulis.
Yes. Bakit kaya maraming pulis na namamatay?
Actually, wala po akong data niyan, Mr. Chair. Naririnig ko lang din po, Mr. Chair. Yung may mga
Maaaring
insidente
wala
din.
kang accurate statistics kung ilan yan, pero hindi lingid sa iyong kaalaman na meron pong mga pulis na pinapatay. Hindi ba?
Opo,
And
Mr. Chair.
I believe na itong mga napapatay na pulis ay may kinalaman o mayroong involvement o mayroong kaugnayan sa mga illegal na mga gawain, kagaya ng illegal drugs. Hindi ba?
Meron pong ganun,
Therefore, dahil may mga civilian, pusher and user na mamatay na involved sa droga, meron din pong namamatay na mga miyembro ng PNP because of drugs o may involvement o kaugnayan sa droga. Ano ang maaaring conclusion na pwede nating isipin noong mga panahon na yon?
Meron po talaga mga ganong incident, Mr. Chair.
Merong?
May mga ganong incident po, Mr. Chair.
I know. Kasi napapanood mo sa TV, sa news, nababasa mo sa dyaryo, nakikita mo sa social media. Hindi naman tinatago yun. In fact, magugulat ka sa dami. But when I ask you kung alam mo kung gaano karami, mukhang hindi mo alam kung ilan yung exact number. The reason why I'm asking this, Colonel, kasi ayon sa salaysay ni Colonel Garma, ikaw ang nasa sentro nitong implementasyon ng gera kontra sa droga. Civilian ito, pero kung titingnan natin yung records, sila ay merong kinalaman sa illegal drugs. And pardon my ignorance, if I will conclude what I read, what I saw, and what I heard, I would probably say na ikaw ang utak ng lahat ng ito. At kung meron dapat managot, walang iba kundi ang utak. That's why I'm saying, pardon my ignorance. Kasi ito yung aking wala ho akong makuhang tamang basihan sa sinasabi nyo na wala kayong kinalaman. So, ayan, Colonel Leonardo, sa aking palagay, ay marami pa hong dapat patunayan natin. tungkol sa kaugnayan ninyo dito sa sinasabi nating war on drugs, which resulted, unfortunately, to extrajudicial killings, either intentionally or accidentally. So, yun lang ang aking opinion. Now, may tatanong din ako kay Colonel Garma. Colonel Garma, ano bang nag-udyok sa'yo na ikaw ay magbigay ulit ng supplemental affidavit? Meron bang nag-pressure sa'yo?
Wala pong nag-pressure, Mr. Chair.
Wala
I'm
bang
just
pumilit sa'yo?
Wala po, Mr.
Walang
Chair.
nagtumakot sa'yo?
Wala po.
Ito ay buong puso mong ginawa dahil sa iyong kagustuhan na maglabas ng katotohanan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, sa inyong experience bilang Chief of Police ng SASA, no?
Yes, yes, Mr.
Under
Chair.
your watch, would you still remember kung ilan yung namatay? Under your watch.
Hindi ko na po maalala, pero definitely more than 4 siguro po.
And all these deaths ay may investigasyon o may
4.
report kayo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi automatic naman yun. Basta
Yes.
may death o merong insidente, may report naman kaagad
Yes,
yan.
sir.
di ba?
Napaprocess din po ng SOCO.
What about, do you have any information as to the scalawags in your jurisdiction? Meron ka bang kilala na considered to be a rogue PNP member or a scalawag?
Mr. Chair, during my time as station commander, yung pong mga pulis na inaayawan po ng station commander, sa akin po ina-assign. Napapatino naman po.
Bakit kaya sila inaayawan sa ibang station commander?
Matitigas po yung ulo kasi, Mr. Chair.
So, in other words, yung matitigas na ulo ng mga PNP members, ito po yung mga lalaki.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang nagpapalambot sa kanila ay babae. Ang ibig sabihin, nagpapalambot ng ulo. Kasi matitigas ang ulo kanyo eh. Hindi po ba?
Mr. Chair, yun po yung naging, parang naging kasanayan po sa unit na pag walang may gusto from schooling, bumabalik po sa Davao City at walang may gustong kumuha, sa akin po nilalagay po lahat ng mga pulis na may problema po.
At tumitino naman.
Napapaayos naman
Kapag
po,
sinabi
Mr.
niyong
Chair.
may problema, ano ho kaya ang problema nila? Sila ba ay extortionist? Sila ba ay nagre-recycle ng droga? Yung ba ang ibig mong sabihin, Colonel?
Hindi naman po. Yun po yung nag-absent lang po. Minsan hindi po maayos magtrabaho. Ganun po.
Okay. Nabanggit nyo sa inyong unang sinumpaang salaysay na merong reward money. Di
Yes,
po ba?
Mr. Chair.
Kayo ba nakatanggap ng reward money?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pwede bang malaman magkano iyong natanggap? At kung bakit ka nabigyan ng reward money?
20,000 lang po yung...
Para sa anong reward yon? Anong accomplishment yon?
Pag pong namatay po yung involved sa illegal activity po.
Ito ang sinasabi mo, ang pusher.
Pusher or other criminals po na habitual or recidivist, meron din po binibigay po kung...
Basta patay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So kung hindi patay, tinamaan lang, walang premyo yon, walang cash reward yon.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So yun ang sinasabi nyo na reimbursement lang ng operational expense.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, who determines, as to your, sa iyong experience, who determines kung sino ang dapat mamatay?
Wala pa, Mr. Chair, kung minsan hindi naman napaplano kasi result siya ng police operation and nababalita naman po sa news. So, automatic, tatanungin lang naman sa area mo ba yan, ma'am? O sir, sa area mo ba to? Tatanungin yung background no namatay. Yun lang po ang determination.
And then,
But as far as
So, ang ibig sabihin, kahit walang kinalaman ang pulis, basta may namatay sa area nyo, may reward yon.
Hindi naman po, i-validate, i-confirm naman po
So
ng
you have
territorial
to,
police.
You have to tell the person that is validating the incident that kayo ang gumawa nun.
Ganun po,
So
it is an
kailangan
encounter
aminin
sa
nyo
police.
na kayo ang nag-operate at kayo ang nakapatay doon, kaya para kayo ay may reward.
Ganun po yung sistema, Mr. Chair.
Sa buong karir mo sa PNP, Colonel Garma, how many times have you received a reward money?
Parang 3 o 4 na beses lang po yun, Mr. Chair.
So pagka nakakatanggap ka ba, ito'y binabahagi mo rin sa iyong mga kasamahan? O para sa iyo lang yun?
Binibigay ko diretso dun sa mga nag-operate po, Mr.
Doon
Chair.
sa mga nag-operate. Yung
Yes,
baga,
Mr. Chair.
yung trigger man.
Team kasi when they move, like, ngayon araw na to, ito yung team ng operatives, ganun po. And then, ganun po ang ginagawa ko po.
So ang reward is shared by, mabuti kung lahat ng hepe kagaya mo. Di ba? Sinishare ka nyo. Sabi mo, sinishare mo, binibigay mo sa operatiba.
Yes, Mr.
Di
Chair.
ba? At don't you think that particular gesture encourages them more to kill?
Yes, possible po, Mr. Chair, but minsan po nakikita ko rin na during legitimate operation yung takot nila. Kasi there are really times talaga na actual encounter shootout talaga, sir.
Okay. So talagang hindi naman natin sinasabi na walang encounter, na walang nanglaban. Kasi gaya nga ng lagi natin sinasabi, basta drug lord, hindi naman magpapahuli ng buhay yan. Lalaban yan. What is appalling is the fact that people who die are the street peddlers of drugs. Ito yung mga small-time pusher. Ito yung mga small-time users. Kaya nakakalungkot eh. Di ba? Buhay yung mga drug lord na nagbebenta at nagdadala ng droga, patay yung mga nagbebenta ng droga para sa kanila. And to me, just like what I shared in my opinion with Colonel Leonardo, my opinion also is that because you were complicit in granting rewards, it now inspired the operatives and other rogue police officers to do more so that they can earn more. Yun ang nakakalungkot na ano dito sa usapin, dito sa war on drugs na ito. Hindi po natin sinasabing hindi maganda ito. Maraming achievements ang war on drugs ito. Ang hindi maganda ay marami ring namamatay. Because we don't want the country to be perceived as the extrajudicial capital of Asia. Extrajudicial killing capital of Asia. EJK. Nakakalungkot kung ganun ang ating sitwasyon. Kaya, Colonel Garma, I'm sure hindi ka magsasawang magbigay ulit ng affidavit dahil wala namang limit yung pagbibigay ng katotohanan sa investigasyong ito. So, that's it for me for now. Congressman Acop, you're the next interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I proceed to the issue at hand, may I ask NAPOLCOM, yung po bang administrative cases doon sa Baybay Leyte Detention Center on appeal?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Yung administrative aspect of the case.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Ang nag-appeal sila.
Sila po. Sila po.
Na dapat hindi ma-demote? Ganun po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, would it be true if the administrative case is on appeal, it means that the case is reopened altogether?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
heavier penalties can be meted out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
It can be done that way.
Depending on the pieces of evidence that will be submitted or gathered.
Yes, Your Honor.
So pwedeng hindi sila ma-demote, pwedeng dapat sila ma-dismiss from the service.
Yes, Your Honor. As soon as we get the records from the NBI, it can corroborate the existing evidence, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Colonel Garma, na-mention po niyo sa inyong affidavit, first affidavit, na pinatawag kayo po ni former President Duterte, May of 2016. And ang requirement niya, ihanap mo siya ng opisyal na membro ng INC who is a good intelligence officer. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Would you know if yung sinabit mong pangalan nag-report kay former President Duterte?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And
Yes.
sino po yung official na yun? Nirekomenda po ninyo?
Colonel Leonardo po, Mr. Chair.
And before I proceed further, Colonel Garma, tumawag na po ba sa iyo si former President Duterte?
Tumawag po.
Tumawag? Tumawag na po ba
Dito.
siya sa iyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How many times?
Once po, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang pinag-usapan ninyo kung po pwedeng malaman?
He explained to me, yung pong pinaintindi niya sa akin kung bakit Iglesia ni Cristo yung pinahanap po niya, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Colonel Leonardo, kayo po ang in-endorse ni Colonel Garma kay Presidente. Did you have a meeting with the President in July of 2016?
Actually, na-meet ko po siya last week of June, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Na-meet ko po...
No, did you have a meeting after Colonel Garma has endorsed your name to the former President that you met with the President sometime in July 2016?
Ang pagkakalam ko po, Mr. Chair, last week of June, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba last week of May? Tinitesting ko lang yung kung magsasabi ka ng totoo. Alam ko naman na last week of May yung meeting ninyo eh. And you're not forthright with your answer. Ang meeting ninyo kay Presidente last week of May. Di ba? Tama?
Ay, check po. Parang may ano po. May meeting po kami May din po, Mr. Chair.
Nung ikaw ay nag-meet with the President, sino po ang kasama nyo?
Actually po, mga officers po, Mr. Chair. Mga
Ano po?
Officers po ng PNP.
Sino po?
Officers po ng PNP, Mr. Chair. As far as I can recall, Mr. Chair.
With the President?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Ang sabi mo noon, yung class ninyo, hindi nakipag-usap kay Presidente.
Ako lang po yun, Mr. Hindi po yung class namin. Yung sinasabi nyo na may nag-meet kami, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba, Colonel Garma, ang sabi mo, sometime in May, doon ka na pinatawag ni Presidente, di ba? At sinabi mo yung pangalan ni Colonel Leonardo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And a meeting took place dahil kailangan ka ni Presidente eh. Sinabi na nga ng pangalan mo ni Colonel Garma eh. Tapos i-deny mo na nakipag-meet ka na kay Presidente in May of 2016.
Opo, Mr. Chair, May.
Yes.
Pero ako lang po, wala pong ibang kasama.
Huwag kang
Mr.
magsinungaling sa akin. Baka i-charge pa kita ng perjury. You met with the President with some people. And may I know the topic? Ano yung topic ng inyong pag-uusap ni Mr. President? O former President?
Actually, Mr. Chair, ano lang po kami, ako po, nandun lang, Mr. Chair, parang, ganun lang din po, parang, nagpakita lang po, Mr. Chair. Hindi naman po talagang meeting, hindi naman po ako kasali sa mga meeting noon, Mr. Chair.
Ibig mong sabihin, hinanap ka ni Mr. President, former President, para lang i-meet ka?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yun lang po. Ano? You want me to believe that? Nag-meet kayo dahil naghahanap siya ng isang opisyal na tutulong sa kanya sa kanyang implementation of the war on drugs. Di ba tama?
Actually, hindi naman po yun ang pinag-usapan namin, Mr. Chair. Basta nag-meet lang kami.
Hindi yun ang pinag-usapan ninyo. I'm giving you a second chance, Colonel Leonardo. You better tell the truth to me. Kasi baka may demanda pa kita ng another offense. Di ba? Noong last na kwan, sinasabi mo na dapat ang implement ay yung Davao template doon sa previous hearings natin. Di ba?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And may I know, Colonel Garma, what do you understand by the Davao template insofar as the war on drugs is concerned?
The payments and rewards po, Mr. Chair.
Huh?
Rewards and payments po
There is a reward for what?
for successful neutralization of
Neutralization?
drug suspects.
And when you say neutralization, it means the killing?
Can be, Mr. Chair, a legitimate operation or...
In your
Yes.
affidavit, you answered the lead chair, the Honorable Barbers, that you received three times monetary reward in the amount of 20,000. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And for what is that?
For the death of the suspects, Mr.
So,
Chair.
you're admitting to this committee na talaga yung Davao template would involve the neutralization of drug suspects and there are rewards for such.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Hindi mo malalaman ito, Colonel Leonardo, because you were never a station commander in Davao City, hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. That's why hindi kita tinanong dito. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, pinatawag ka ni former President so that you will be able to help him implement the war on drugs on a national level using the Davao template. Hindi ba? Sinabi mo na nga dun sa last hearing natin yan eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, may I know, do you know when Gerald De La Rosa became the chief PNP?
July 2016, Mr. Chair.
July of?
Of 2016.
2016.
Opo, Mr.
Now, when did Gerald Ferro become the AIDG of the Philippine National Police?
I'm not sure po kung...
It's also July of 2016. Tama? Tanungin mo si Colonel Cunanan para may research niya kaagad. July of 2016. Now, when did General La Peña became the PDEA head?
I guess same pong July din po yata, Mr. Chair.
Pare-parehas, di ba? Yung AIDG, Anti-Illegal Drug, ng Philippine National Police, Gerald Ferro, yung PDEA, si Gerald La Peña, and Chief PNP, si Gerald De La Rosa. Tama?
Tama po, Mr.
Yes. And it was during that time na nagrekomenda ka ng task force which hindi natuloy.
Actually, hindi ko po na-recommend, Mr. Chair. June, ano pa lang, June, last week of June, hindi na po, kasi meron na pong i-implement na double barrel, Mr. Chair.
Yung double barrel, kalahati nun, yung Oplan Tukhang, yun yung ginagawa sa Davao. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Kasi nung plinanon ni Gerald De La Rosa yung Oplan double barrel, dinagdag niya yung high value targets.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, would you agree with me, Colonel Garma, na doon sa implementation ng Oplan Tukhang and Oplan high value targets, when the target does not resist the arrest, they would still be killed or neutralized and to be justified as nanlaban with guns and drugs planted on their bodies? Would you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, can I explain my answer, Mr. Chair? If you read the results of the investigation or look at the result of the scene of the crime operations, makikita mo po na parang magda-doubt ka kung lumaban ba or hindi yung suspect.
So you agree with my statement?
Sometimes, Mr. Chair.
That's also the findings of the human rights groups. Kaya tinatanong ko lang sa iyo kung naniniwala ka. Now, Colonel Leonardo, would you believe that also?
Meron po akong mga narinig na mga ganong case, Mr. Chair.
Narinig mo lang. And therefore, you do not believe the investigations conducted by the human rights group?
Meron pong nangyayaring ganon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the drug list, it was made in July of 2016, tama? Galing sa Philippine National Police. Would that be correct, Colonel Leonardo?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
You believe so? PDEA, that would be correct also?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
That was in July of 2016.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, after the list has been submitted, it has been observed that there were numerous extrajudicial killings. Would you agree with me, Colonel Garma?
Mr. Chair, yung nga po, sabi ko, kung tignan mo po yung result na SOCO, basahin mo ang report, it is possible, meron po, meron.
Hindi. What I'm asking is, after the list, the first list has been made, biglang dumami yung extrajudicial killing according to statistics.
Statistics won't lie, Mr. Chair. Numbers won't lie,
Numbers
Mr.
won't
Chair.
lie. So you agree with my statement. How about Colonel Leonardo? Would you agree with me that after the submission of the list, there were numerous extrajudicial killings?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Meron. And maybe this is because of the pronouncement of the former president and the monetary operational support fund. Di ba? Would you agree? Na kaya dumami nito dahil doon sa pronouncement ng ating presidente noon at saka doon sa monetary or operational reward, fund reward. Tama. Kaya lumakas ang nagka-interest sa mga pulis. Would you agree?
I don't have personal knowledge, Mr. Chair.
You don't have personal knowledge. You don't have to have personal knowledge. Tignan mo lang yung mga pronouncement noon. At saka yung in-admit nyo na nga na may reward eh. Tapos kailangan pa ang personal knowledge. How about PDEA? Would you agree with that? Now, there was rampant EJK case after the first list was made.
That was the indication, Your Honor.
Yes, kasi August pa lang, ang dami nang namatay eh. Now, and would you agree with me also, Colonel Garma, Colonel Leonardo, that abuses came about because of the monetary reward? Ang reason nanlaban, natokhang, or naplantingan. Di ba? Lumabas yung mga terminologies na yan sa ating kapulisan eh. Would you agree with me na there were abuses using these terminologies, nanlaban, natokhang, at saka naplantingan?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Would you also agree with that, Colonel Garma?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And PDEA, would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Kasi nandun naman yung mga statistics eh. Now, ang pinag-aawayan natin ay si Colonel Leonardo, ayaw niyang diretsahin, tanggapin, merong levels of reward. And Colonel Garma, would you admit na merong levels of reward depende dun sa nano-neutralize?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. PDEA, would you agree na merong levels of reward? Kasi narinig ko na rin ito sa report ninyo eh.
Yes, Mr.
According
Chairman.
to your research.
Yes, Your Honor.
And only you, Colonel Leonardo, cannot directly admit na merong levels of reward. Bakit kaya?
Meron po yung level yung mga nasa list, Mr. Chair.
So you are admitting that may levels of reward and may reward system.
sir-
If there are rewards, then there will be a reward system. Tama po ba?
Ang alam ko po, operational support, Mr. Chair.
Okay, call it what you want. Pero kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, yung reward, yung monetary reward or operational support. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron bang operational support na hindi monetary? Sa tokhang? Matanong ko nga po kayo.
Wala po kung
Kaya monetary reward, whatever you call it, you do not want to call it as monetary reward, operational support, yun po siguro yung kuha ninyo. Pero merong pera na involved. At ang pagbabayad dun sa neutralization, depende dun sa tao na na-neutralize. Would that be correct also, Colonel Garma?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pidea?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Colonel Leonardo, would you agree with that? Baka ikaw na lang na naman hindi mag-agree?
Yun lang po alam ko, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, yung pagkamatay ng 3 Chinese doon sa Davao Penal Colony, the death of Mayor Espinosa, detainee or PDL Egay Alvarez, and others ay part of the war on drugs because lumabas na yung listahan eh. Pedea, would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Kasi nandun yung mga namatay na ito nandun sa first list eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you do not know that, Colonel Leonardo.
Alam ko po na may...
Alam mo.
May namatay.
And Colonel Garma, are you aware of that also?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, Pedea, are you aware of the incident in 2016 where 10 suspected drug lords were killed in Pasay?
I will find out, Your Honor. I am not with this.
Colonel Garma, are you aware of that?
No, Mr. Chair.
Colonel Leonardo, are you aware of that? That incident in Pasay in August 2016?
Hindi po ako aware dyan, Mr. Chair.
You do not know that?
Negative, Mr. Chair.
Ha? Balitang-balita na yung mga gumawa nito, they received 10 million for the 10 suspected drug lords na namatay. And you do not know that? Siguro, Pedea, could you please research on this?
We are checking on it already, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Now, Colonel Garma, you have been assigned in Cebu for how long?
January of 2017 to June of 2019, Mr. Chair. 17, 18.
2 years?
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And who was assigned first to Region 7? Gerald Sinas or you?
Ako po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ikaw ang nauna.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in your stint in Cebu, how many prominent persons were neutralized, suspected of being drug lords?
Marami pong high value mga officials that were killed, Mr. Chair. Not only in Cebu City but nearby cities and towns under the Cebu province po.
Now, ang prominent dun ay yung ambush kay Mayor Luot, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, was then a retired general.
Mr. Chair?
Retired General Luot became mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Na-ambush siya in Malapascua, Cebu.
Nung
place is
galing po siya ng Malapascua Island,
Malapascua, Cebu.
yes, nag-dock po yung boat nila.
Yes. And doon din sa Cebu, may mga PDEA agents din na namatay. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
PDEA, tuturin ba yun? That you had agents in Cebu who were killed or neutralized?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, may I know, Colonel Garma, since you were there, were they part of the war on drugs also? Yung mga killings na nangyari during your 2.5 year stint?
I believe, Mr. Chair, they are part because sa mga press release po na may mention na they are in the list.
And rewards were also given to those people who neutralized these people.
I believe, Mr. Chair.
You believe that? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, malapit na akong antukin. Pwede po ba, itigil na natin? Marami pong salamat.
Okay. Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Congressman Acop.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
May.
Congressman Fernandez.
I hope that will be the last interpellator because the Secretary General have already declared no classes or no work tomorrow.
Mr. Chair.
And we're about to reach the 14-hour first time na 14-hour po tayo at our physical capacity are giving up.
Mr.
But
Chair,
our
I move.
mental
Mr. Chairman,
our mental function.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, I think sige, Mr. Chair, I yield to Chairman Paduano.
No,
overexposed na yung iba hanggang alauna
we still have
nagsasalita.
two interpellators, Congressman Busita and then Congressman Nordan Suwan. So I thought Congressman Dan Fernandez is going to interpellate since you're not. So we now recognize Congressman Busita for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sundan ko lang po yung ilang questions ni Honorable Congressman Acop kay Colonel Leonardo. Colonel Leonardo, naniniwala ka na may mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Naniniwala ka ba na ito ay marami at hindi ilan lamang?
I don't know the exact figure, Mr. Chair, but I believe so.
Marami. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Leonardo, matanong ko lang, ikaw ba ay family man? May pamilya ka rin?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Naniniwala ka ba na mahalaga ang tatay sa pamilya?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Naniniwala ka rin ba na sa ordinaryong pamilya, pag namatay ang tatay, parang nasira na rin ang buhay at kinabukasan ng mga anak?
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Naniniwala ka ba na sa ordinaryong pamilya, especially itong majority sa biktima ng extrajudicial killings, sa ating bansa, yung mga professionals, usually ang anak isa, dalawa. Pero yung mga maliliit na manggagawa, ang anak, 6, 7, 8. Tama ba?
Tama po, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So, would you agree na kapag yung isang biktima ng extrajudicial killing, may 5 anak, parang kung titingnan natin, mas malaki ang possibility na masisira ang buhay at kinabukasan ng mga bata? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, kung titingnan natin, mathematically, out of 20,000 na mga namatay, assuming 10,000 doon yung family man, mathematically speaking, more or less, 50,000 yung bata na nagsasuffer na ngayon. Would you agree?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So meaning, kung titingnan natin yung long-term effect nitong pinag-uusapan natin extrajudicial killings, sa pananaw ng iba, tama ang ginawa nila. Pero kung susuriin natin mabuti, mas dadami pa yung pwedeng maging kriminal. Itong mga bata na nasisira ang buhay at kinabukasan, would you agree?
Maaari po, Mr. Chair.
So, kung titingnan natin, talagang itong resulta ng extrajudicial killings, hindi nare-resolve ang problema. Instead, minomultiply pa. Yes or no?
Maaari po, Mr. Chair.
Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya ako po, personally, natutuwa na yung Quadcom nandito. At least, mapigilan na itong extrajudicial killings. And nung nasa active service pa ako, isa, Mr. Chair, at sinasabi ng senior officers, kaya nasibak ako sa Cavite, yung nasa watch list na 20, actually 21 yun, Mr. Chair, peacefully, napasuko ko, napasurrender ko yung 20. And because of that, nasibak ako sa pwesto. Hindi daw ako marunong sumunod sa guidance. Hindi ako marunong sumunod, Mr. Chair, kasi nga, sabi ko doon sa senior officer, mali yun eh. Yung isang suspect, isasacrifice mo yung buhay. Pwede naman bigyan ng second chance. Actually, Mr. Chair, kung iintindihan ng mga kasama natin, maganda yung intention ng tokhang eh. Kakatukin mo yung pamilya, i-inform mo na may information na nasasangkot sa illegal drugs yung kanilang kapamilya. At kung pwede, i-surrender, mag-undergo ng seminar to be handled by, being handled by religious leaders. Alam nyo ba yon, Colonel Leonardo, na may ganong programa?
Meron po, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And because of the reward system, would you agree na may mga police na nag-take advantage para kumita? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Colonel Leonardo. So, again, Mr. Chair, napakaganda na na-address ito ng Quadcom. At least, alam ko po, yung mga police na involved dito ay mapipigilan para wag nang gawin pa. Kasi nga po, sabi ko, ang pananaw ko, personally, hindi nare-resolve yung problema. Instead, minomultiply natin. Ngayon, hindi pa natin nararamdaman. Pero one thing for sure, Mr. Chair, marami ng bata ang nagsasuffer. Marami ng bata ang nasisira ang buhay at kinabukasan. So again, personally, ako po'y natutuwa, Mr. Chair, na mayroong Quadcom wherein ina-address po itong extrajudicial killings. And based on our hearings, conducted hearings, very clear. Talagang may extrajudicial killings. And Brother Colonel Leonardo, salamat. At least, yung mga tanong ko sa'yo ay sinagot mo ng diretso. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Busita. And last interpellator for this morning, Congressman Lordan Suan. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Leonardo, before you were appointed as Police Commissioner, what was your assignment?
I was with the DNR, Mr. Chair, as Undersecretary po.
Ano po? DNR?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
But that was after your stint as CIDG Chief in Region 11, was it not?
Correct po, Mr. Chair.
Did you apply for the position of Police Commissioner or were you recommended for the post?
I was appointed, Mr. Chair. I just received order, Mr. Chair.
Would you consider a commissioner of the NAPOLCOM a high position, Colonel Leonardo?
Based on salary grade, Mr. Chair, it's higher, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are you a lawyer, Colonel Leonardo?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a master's degree or a PhD?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
A PhD?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you had that before you were appointed as police commissioner.
Yes Yes, Mr.
You were
Chair.
already a PhD before you were appointed as police commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
When were you appointed as commissioner?
February 2022, Mr. Chair.
February 2022. And who appointed you as commissioner?
The former President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Mr. Chair.
So you must have done something special to be appointed as police commissioner and before that as undersecretary of Environment and Natural Resources. Is that right?
I have done many operations when I was with DNR, Mr. Chair. I led the anti-illegal logging task force.
When you were an undersecretary?
Undersecretary, Mr. Chair.
And then you were appointed as commissioner of the NAPOLCOM afterwards.
I was appointed as commissioner of NAPOLCOM, vice then General Serapio, Mr. Chair. Nag-end po yung kanyang term, Mr. Chair.
And then before you were appointed as undersecretary of the DNR, what was your job?
I was the regional chief of CIDG 11, Mr. Chair.
So you were appointed to all these very high positions simply because you were regional chief of the CIDG Region 11? You expect us to believe that you were appointed as undersecretary and then commissioner of the NAPOLCOM by just being the regional head of CIDG Region 11. Is that so?
May I be clarified with a question, Mr. Chair?
Do you mean to say that you were appointed to these very high positions, Colonel Leonardo, simply because you were the head of the CIDG Region 11? Or did you do something even more? Was there something was there something special about you that among all the police officers, all the regional heads, you were the one who were appointed to two very high positions?
I believe, Mr. Chair, it's just usual for police officers to be appointed as USEC and other position similar to USEC, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but those who were appointed are they colonels or are they usually generals?
There are a lot of colonels and there are also generals, Mr. Chair, who were appointed in different positions as USEC, ASEC, and other positions, even director, Mr. Chair.
You know, your appointment as undersecretary and as police commissioner is very suspect, and it leads me to believe that you must have done something extraordinary for the president to appoint you to these positions. A few more questions, Mr. Chair, just a couple more. Kilala niyo po ba ang mga Parohinugs in Osamis? Do you know them?
Kilala ko lang po, Mr. Chair.
Do you know Mayor Espinosa also? Mayor Espinosa.
Yes, alam ko po, Mr. Chair.
And have you also heard of those 3 Chinese drug lords who were murdered?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Itong mga binanggit ko, considered po sila na mataas na tier na mga targets, right? Na may malaking bonus pag sila ay na-operate successfully. Is that correct? Would you agree with me?
I just heard,
yung mga binanggit ko,
heard that they were monetary given to them, given, Mr. Chair, as manifested during the previous hearing, Mr. Chair.
So kaya po hindi nakakapagtaka na itong mga binanggit ko ay napaslang na. Di po ba? Dahil malalaki yung mga bonus nila pag na-operate sila successfully?
I cannot confirm, Mr. Chair. I don't have personal knowledge with regards to this.
Sige.
Bonus.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Suwan. And Congressman Paduano, 1 minute suspension. Hearing is resumed. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some important admin matters, Mr. Chairman. First, we have received a copy of letter request coming from Mr. Nisito Obales, which is cited in contempt and detained at the Quezon City Jail. Based on his letter, is requesting to lift the contempt order to him. That started last September 27, 2024. Mr. Chairman, for humanitarian purposes or consideration, because nagkadenggi pa po yung anak niya, instead of lifting, Mr. Chairman, I move that we transfer Mr. Nisito Bales to be detained in the House premises, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to transfer the what's his name? Mr. Obales, who is presently detained at the Quezon City Jail, to be transferred to the House of Representatives detention facility. Duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. COMSEC, please coordinate with the Quezon City Jail, have the detained personality be transferred in the House detention facility. Congressman Paduano.
Second, Mr. Chairman, we have in receipt a copy of a letter coming from Superintendent Marjorie P. Sanidad, acting superintendent of the CIW, in which Catherine Cassandra Leong is detained. And the content of the letter, Mr. Chairman, is that the CIW is informing this committee that the contempt order for Ms. Cassandra Leong will last on October 24, this Thursday. And question of, in the case of Catherine Cassandra Leong, he was cited in contempt last September 25 for 30 days, Mr. Chairman. And in the case of Cassandra Leong, Mr. Chairman, until now, Ms. Cassandra Leong has not yet submitted all the documents, no, being issued the subpoena for Cassandra Leong to submit in this committee, Mr. Chairman. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we extend the contempt order for Ms. Cassandra Leong on the basis of for not submitting documents being issued the subpoena by this honorable committee, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to extend the detention of Cassandra Leong for failing to submit to the Quad Committee the documents required of her. And duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, can I
Mr.
ask for a
Chairman,
1 minute suspension?
We need the second motion, Mr. Chairman, for the period of detention for Ms. Cassandra Ong.
Please proceed. Please proceed with the second motion. Any second motion from any member?
Seconded, Mr. Chair.
No. Second motion.
Nakop.
There's a 1 minute suspension being asked by
1 minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just for record process, I will amend my motion that is not as per advice of our legal.
Hearing is resumed. Congressman Paduano, please.
Mr. Chairman, with due apologies, Mr. Chairman, for reconsideration of my first motion, that is not anymore extension, but I move to cite in contempt once again Ms. Cassandra Leong for refusal to submit pertinent documents being required by this honorable committee. So move, Mr. Chairman.
If just a point of clarification, are we withdrawing the earlier motion?
Yes, Mr. That's why for reconsideration kasi it was already approved by this honorable committee, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so there's now a motion to cite Cassandra Leong in contempt for failing to submit to the committee all the documents required of her by the committee, which was a subject of subpoena ducis tecum. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Abante.
we'd like to find out where Cassie Ong is right now. Where is she detained right now?
She is presently detained at the Women's Correctional in Mandaluyong. If you recall, last September 25, the committee cited her in contempt and detained her at the Women's Correctional in Mandaluyong City.
Mr. Chair, if there's any place here in the house, shouldn't we detain her here? Where it's nearer? Mr. Chair?
I think,
anyway, she has been there for more than 2 weeks.
I think her counsel was the one who chose the place where her client wants to be detained. It is the choice of Cassandra Leong to be detained outside of the premises of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Chairman,
So-
if I may.
Congressman Dan Fernandez.
I remember Ms. Cassandra Ong manifesting in this Quadcom the reason why she cannot deliver all those documents precisely because her cell phone was confiscated by the NBI, and all the documents pertaining to the query of this Quadcom cannot be replied by her. And if my memory serves me right, she was asking that her cell phone be returned to her for her to submit all those documents. But of course, I submit to the wise wisdom of this
If I
committee.
may ask Congressman Dan Fernandez, do you keep all your important data in your cell phone? Aside from the photos.
Mr. Chair.
Do you keep your
And
important...
videos.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Let me just ask...
Mr. Chair,
Congressman-
just one query. That's Congressman Fernandez, Miss Cassie Ong's text.
I just remember her trying to tell us that the reason why she cannot submit the documents because it was in her cell phone. Kaya it just entered my mind. Even I was so sleepy already, I can still remember those statement that was delivered. I think we can check the
We'll
records.
discuss that some other time, Congressman Fernandez. In the meantime, let us continue with the discussion of the other matters.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman DS.J.J. Suarez.
Thank you very much and good morning to all. I've noticed that throughout our past few hearings, we've been citing a lot of uncooperative resource persons who been evasive and who insist on keeping the truth from the Quadcom, and they have been cited in contempt numerous times. Now, in the spirit of fairness, we also have resource persons who have shared very sensitive information that may become a problem for them in the future if cases are entertained against them. Is it possible, Mr. Chair, that the Quadcom can entertain the idea of providing legislative immunity to resource persons who have shared valuable information to the committee that will lead to legislative action similar to those that we have seen in the past 2 weeks, where laws and bills have been proposed and positions to Solicitor Generals have been forwarded. So that's the question that I would like to pose to the committee, Mr. Chair.
Well, we will have to study that, Your Honor, because granting of legislative immunity is limited only until after we terminate the committee hearings on the said committee investigation. But just the same, since there is a request from the Deputy Speaker, the committee will ask the legal department to study the grant of legislative immunity to our witnesses, especially those who have cooperated fully with the investigation being conducted by the Quadcom. In the meantime, absent the study and the recommendation, we will have to defer granting of the legislative immunity, Your Honor.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For that matter, I would like to request that we consider, if once available to us, former Colonel General Manager Royina Garma to be provided the same, and because Colonel Ed Leonardo has also cooperated with the Quadcom, that this same protection be provided to them by this August chamber.
We will ask our legal department to study the said proposal, and of course they will be the ones to evaluate this, and it will be forwarded to this committee for our approval. There is a necessity for a committee action on this particular request. Therefore, we will have to wait until we schedule our next committee hearing and decide on this particular request, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Maganda din po kasi to, Mr. Chair, dahil sa siguro mas maiengganyo yung ilang pa nating resource persons na makiisa sa ipinaglalaban ng Quadcom at makatulong din po sa pag-address ng maraming suliranin at hamon na hinaharap ng ating bansa. So maraming salamat, Chairman Ace, for the wisdom that you have provided with regards to the issue of immunity.
Thank you, DSJJ Suarez.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
may I move that the Miss Cassandra Ong will continue to be detained at the Correctional Institute for Women until further notice? So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to continue the detention of Cassandra Lee Ong at the Women's Correctional in Mandaluyong. Duly seconded. Any objections? No objections. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Abante and then Congressman Fernandez.
Aren't
Mr.
we
Chair.
going to have a motion to suspend, Mr. Chair? hindi naman ako
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Congressman Acop.
may I respectfully amend my motion because I think it's lacking until she submits the required documents required by this committee. So
Okay.
move, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment to the earlier motion approved by the body with respect to the detention at the Women's Correctional of Ms. Cassandra Ong until she submits the documents required of her. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Considering that the resource persons who have acted rightly, by telling the truth on this committee, do we consider to lift citing them in contempt? Because the two personalities who have been very cooperative have been here for several weeks already. May I be clarified on this matter, because I heard from their lawyers that they have the intention to be released from our detention. So I think it is imperative upon us to tackle this issue for the very reason that some of them wanted to be out of our custody.
Well, the committee was the one responsible in citing them in contempt. And in order to lift this contempt order, there has to be a committee action as well, wherein majority of its members will agree to a motion lifting the said contempt order.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a few minutes
Yes.
suspension?
Yes, I was about to tell that. 1 minute suspension, Mr. Chairman.
30-minute suspension.
Colonel Leonardo.
Hearing is resumed. Okay, any motion?
Mr. Chair.
Motion to suspend
Mr. Chair,
the...
Mr. Chair,
Abante,
just a moment.
Congressman Abante.
On the query of Congressman Fernandez, I would suggest that we talk about the release this coming Monday in the next hearing.
Since we don't have a quorum anyway, we cannot decide on a matter where a committee action is necessary. Therefore, we will have to wait until the next hearing and a quorum is established. So, any other motion?
I move to
Mr.
suspend our hearing, Mr. Session.
There is
Mr.
a
Session.
motion to
Mr. Chairman.
suspend the committee hearing of the Quadcom, duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none. Session is suspended.
Picture. Time checks.